Chapter 1. Oh dear. Look at that fool, doing push-ups again. Honestly, I can't fathom what goes through that idiot's mind. Does he truly believe this will make him stronger? Haha. If it were that simple to gain strength, we could all just retire and enjoy our twilight years. On a sandy beach, several men wielding large swords were pointing and mocking someone. They observed a man not far away, executing perfect push-ups, their faces alight with laughter, occasionally spouting a few jibes. 93, 94, 95, 100. As Qin Ze completed his final push-up, he rose to his feet, brushing the sand from his palms. Changing his posture, he settled onto the beach. With his upper body bare, his muscular physique was nothing short of exquisite. Gazing at the frothy waves stirred by the sea breeze, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. I have been here for nearly 2 months. I wonder if I will ever return. As an anime enthusiast, Qin Ze had often fantasized about stepping into the world of his favorite series, fighting alongside the characters, conquering foes, and reaching the pinnacle of the world. Yet, he never anticipated that such dreams would manifest into reality. 2 months prior, Qin Ze was at home engrossed in the exhilarating anime One Punch Man. Suddenly, he felt a dizzying whirl. Darkness enveloped him, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar world. No, that's not quite accurate. It would be more fitting to describe it as a world that was both familiar and strange. For here, he had inexplicably landed in the pirate world of his past lives anime. However, he had arrived far too early, a good 4 to 5 decades before the events of One Piece commenced. Not only was the protagonist Luffy yet to be born, but even his father, Dragon from the Revolutionary Army, had not entered the world. At this moment, Roger had yet to become the Pirate King, and Edward was not yet so fond of claiming sons. Big Mom was still a lovely young woman, while Kaido had not yet consumed the devil fruit. The legendary Marineford War was still 40 years away. This was a tumultuous era, dominated by the Rocks Pirates. And the very place where Qin Ze found himself was Pirate Island, Hakinosu, the stronghold of the Rocks Pirates. Upon his arrival, Qin Ze was assigned the identity of a novice pirate within the Rocks crew. To put it euphemistically, it was a pirate crew. In reality, it was merely a gathering of ambitious individuals united by their greed for treasure. Each member harbored their own sinister motives, resembling fearsome marauders. Consequently, infighting was a frequent occurrence in this environment. There was no justice, only strength served as the foundation for survival. Thus, since his arrival, Qin Ze had dedicated himself to becoming stronger. Each day consisted of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. After traversing into this world, he discovered that he had inherited Saitama's physique. Though puzzled as to why he had acquired Saitama's abilities in the pirate era, he dismissed the thought. Was it merely because his favorite anime was One Punch Man? Regardless, he did not dwell on it for too long after all. Saitama's power transcended limits. Moreover, throughout these 2 months of training, Qin Ze had awakened the 3 types of haki from the pirate world: observation haki, armament haki, and the most extraordinary, conqueror's haki. Though many interpretations of these 3 types of haki existed, Qin Ze believed they could be distilled into 3 concepts: perception, enhancement, and mental domination. Through observation haki, he could clearly discern the conversations of those pirates. Such occurrences had transpired countless times over the past 2 months, yet Qin Ze remained unfazed. As long as they did not bring trouble to him, he was content to continue his training. He knew that in the original One Punch Man manga, Saitama had taken 3 years to reach a level that surpassed limits. He pondered whether he would follow a similar path. He hoped he wouldn't lose his hair in the process. He absent-mindedly touched his hair, contemplating this pivotal concern. Just as Qin Ze was lost in thought, his heightened observation haki sensed someone approaching. Upon recognizing the visitor, his face broke into a broad smile. "Yo, Qin Ze, long time no see." A towering man, standing an impressive 6 meters, wielding a haki-infused sword, with golden hair and a matching beard, approached. It was none other than the man who would be known decades later as the strongest man on the planet, Edward Whitebeard Newgate. However, in this moment, he was still in his vigorous youth, not yet bearing the title of Whitebeard. Qin Ze chuckled. "What brings you here on this fine day?" "Gururara." Edward laughed heartily. "I came specifically to see you." With that, he casually found a spot beside Qin Ze, his weapon resting against the sand. The two had become acquainted a month prior when Qin Ze was dealing with some troublesome scallywags on the island, and Edward happened to witness his prowess. Impressed by his skills, the spirited Edward insisted on engaging in a friendly spar. Thus began their friendship, forged through camaraderie and mutual respect. Ha 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 ha. Surely, you must have something on your mind, Qin Ze remarked, amused. Having spent considerable time here, he found it peculiar that Edward had sought him out today. Edward, grinning, leaned closer to Qin Ze. You truly understand me, my brother. To be candid, the official crew member test is set to commence tomorrow, and I hope you will join my division. By doing so, you would become an official crew member, and believe me, there are plenty of perks on my team. He was well aware of Qin Ze's strength, even if he typically kept a low profile. A month ago, he had personally experienced Qin Ze's martial prowess, deeming him a rare martial arts genius. Faced with Edward's generous offer, Qin Ze had already made up his mind. If he were to join a division within the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard's crew would undoubtedly be his first choice, not solely due to Edward's formidable strength, but also because of his loyalty to his comrades and his yearning for family. In this treacherous pirate crew, he was a breath of fresh air. Moreover, and most importantly, he had yet to adopt the habit of claiming sons. Ha ha ha, it will be my honor to join your division, Qin Ze replied with a smile, readily accepting Edward's invitation. Gururara, how splendidly straightforward. You are indeed the person I have chosen, Edward bellowed with laughter, slapping Qin Ze on the shoulder. With a flourish of his cloak, he produced a flask of liquor and 2 large cups. What sort of friends would we be if we didn't share a drink? Today, we shall drink to our heart's content. With that, he began to drink heartily. As for the man who lived for his liquor, Qin Ze shook his head, an amused smile gracing his lips. Yet, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Joining a pirate crew, since he had ventured into this world, he was resolved to carve out his own destiny. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Soon after, he picked up the remaining cup, and the two began to drink deeply. The next day at noon, in a spacious clearing beneath the colossal rocks of Skull Island on Pirate Island, both official crew members and trainee crew members gathered. At a height above them, the captain of the Rocks Pirates, Rocks, sat regally. Beside him stood a multitude of division captains. Shiki the Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Wang Ji, John, Silver Axe. At this moment, Whitebeard had brought Qin Ze to the gathering. The sight of the division captain personally escorting a newcomer piqued the interest of the others, who turned their gazes toward them. Who is this person? I've never seen him before. I don't know, but it seems he's a newcomer brought in by Captain Edward. He doesn't look like much. Why would the captain personally bring him along? As they observed this scene, some crew members whispered among themselves, their tones laced with jealousy, disdain, and curiosity. When the second division captain arrived, a sinister grin spread across Rock's face as he rose to his feet. Edward, your timing is impeccable. The selection test for new crew members is about to commence. I'm truly eager to witness the strength of these newcomers. Rock's gaze lingered on Qin Ze for a moment. It seems this newcomer beside you must possess considerable strength to warrant your personal attention. Captain, this is precisely what I wanted to discuss with you. Whitebeard, in high spirits, glanced at Qin Ze beside him. This individual is truly a prodigy of martial arts, possessing an extraordinarily rare talent. Oh, a martial arts genius? Rox raised an eyebrow, instantly intrigued, casting a more discerning glance at Qin Ze. He appeared rather unremarkable at first glance. Yet, to be acknowledged as a genius by Edward undoubtedly signified exceptional capabilities. Indeed, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the eyes of Whitebeard. Captain, I have a premonition that if given sufficient time to develop, even I may not surpass him in the future. Not inferior to you? A faint smile crept across Rock's lips as he remarked with keen interest. A talent of such caliber? He was acutely aware of Edward's character and his unwavering confidence in his own abilities. The fact that this young man could elicit such words from him indicated that his aptitude in martial arts must be truly extraordinary. It is worth noting that when Kaido joined a few years prior, Edward did not bestow such high praise upon him. However, Captain, there is one matter we must clarify in advance. Whitebeard, oblivious to the subtle shift in Rock's expression, continued with unabated enthusiasm. Qin Ze is my discovery, and I brought him here, Hence he must join my second division. With that, he drove his Tsongyun cut into the ground, creating a large crater as an invisible aura spread like the wind. The implication was unmistakable. Qin Ze was a prize he was determined to secure. Anyone wishing to claim him would first have to contend with Whitebeard's Tsongyun cut. Wait a moment. Just as Edward was about to finish speaking, a rugged voice resonated from beside rocks. Moments later, a golden-haired lion with flowing locks, cigar in mouth, strolled out from the crowd with a mischievous grin. "Captain, I disagree." "Oh." Upon witnessing someone counter Edward, Rox wore an amused expression, evidently relishing the discord between the two. "Ha ha ha. If this fellow is indeed the martial arts genius Edward claims him to be, how could he possibly join the second division?" Shiki completely disregarded Edward, continuing to speak to himself. Who doesn't know that Edward is a brute who has no idea how to nurture such talent? I would be most willing to assess the merits of this newcomer. Gulalala. "Shiki, do you intend to steal him from me?" Whitebeard laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "Sure, but you must first weigh your own strength. You must surpass me to earn that right." As soon as he finished speaking, a pearlescent halo appeared on the blade of Edward's Tsongyun cut, and with the power of the tremor fruit, he slashed towards Shiki. If a brawl was to ensue, there was no need for further words. "Ha ha ha. Very well. Let us engage in a match today. The fact that you hold him in such high regard suggests he is indeed an exceedingly rare genius." As he spoke, Shiki unsheathed his Sakura tin and dry wood, moving to meet the attack. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. The shock wave from their clash whipped up a fierce wind, blowing outward, causing nearby trainee crew members to stumble and fall. Yet, the Golden Lion effortlessly absorbed the blow. Even the cigar he held remained undisturbed. The man before us now is no longer the elderly figure who was defeated by the protagonist in the animated series One Piece, but he is in the prime of his youth, boasting unparalleled strength in every aspect. Even Edward would hesitate to claim he could surely best him. Their confrontation was brief yet intense. "This man is mine today," Shiki declared, sheathing his blade at his waist, his eyes narrowing as he exhaled a plume of smoke, baring his teeth. "This is not a place for fighting. If you dare, let us settle this in the mountains after the test. The victor shall claim this lad for their crew." In response to the provocation from the Golden Lion, Edward's spirit ignited with fervor as he proclaimed loudly, "That suits me perfectly." He was determined to secure Qin Ze for his own. However, witnessing the fierce clash between the two captains left the surrounding pirates bewildered. What on earth is happening? Two captains of the division, arguably the strongest members of the Rocks Pirates aside from the captain himself, are brawling over a newcomer. This individual truly gifted to such an extraordinary extent. Amidst the crowd, a keen-eyed apprentice crew member observed the composed Qin Ze with a glimmer of intrigue. This individual was none other than Kaido, the undisputed leader among the apprentice crew members of the Rocks Pirates. At the age of 19, he had yet to consume the fish fruit, yet he was the mightiest among the crew, even surpassing some seasoned members. Had it not been for his unwavering ambition to become a captain, he would have been promoted to full-fledged crew member long 8G in that moment. As he watched Qin Ze basking in the spotlight, Kaido scrutinized him, puzzled. Incredible talent? Wasn't this lad merely a clown? How formidable could he become with such low-intensity training? Yet he had captured the attention of Captain Edward, inciting a fierce rivalry between two captains on his behalf. Could he possibly be a hidden monster? My favorite pastime is to thrash so-called monsters. Kaido was familiar with the character of Qin Ze. For this pirate, all was not vast. Such clownish personas often serve as fodder for drunken banter among pirates. He had encountered Qin Ze a few times before, but had never taken him seriously. Now, however, he had unexpectedly transformed into the martial arts genius spoken of by Edward. This piqued Kaido's curiosity immensely. Unbeknownst to Kaido, Qin Ze was oblivious to his attention. He was already prepared to join Whitebeard's crew. Yet, he was mindful that, despite Whitebeard's protection, absolute safety was a myth in this place. Until he had genuinely grown stronger, he could not afford to let his guard down. After all, he had witnessed comrades betray one another all too often. Once the skirmish between the two captains subsided, Whitebeard and Shiki approached Rock's crew, while Qin Ze made his way toward the new recruits below. "Hey, You little brat. As Qin Ze descended, several crew members could no longer contain themselves, sporting malicious grins as they swaggered in front of him. Why should our captain care about you so much? Flattering the captain won't help. Here, strength speaks volumes. You don't belong here, so you better scram. As they spoke, they twirled their blades menacingly, their eyes gleaming with threats. Yet, Qin Ze remained expressionless, casting them a fleeting glance before swiftly darting through their ranks like a specter. In that instant, the weapons in their hands were rendered into mere scrap metal. Had they not been under Whitebeard's command, they would have laid lifeless at his feet. Damn, what incredible speed! This person is no ordinary foe. The crew members stared at their twisted swords, their expressions shifting to one of terror. None of them had even perceived Qin Ze's movement, let alone how their long blades had been so effortlessly disarmed. Fear gripped their hearts as they cast aside their earlier disdain, now filled with trepidation. This individual's strength was unfathomable to that moment. A resounding voice echoed from above. The newcomer selection event is about to commence. Rox and the captain stood before the entire assembly of pirates. Instantly, a cacophony of cheers erupted, shaking the very foundations of the pirate isle. Rox surveyed the gathered pirates with a fierce glint in his eyes and declared, I believe everyone here shares a common goal, to become a formal member of the Rox Pirates. I care not where you hail from or what your background is. Here, strength reigns supreme. To join my crew, you must pass the upcoming test. Over the next hour, I shall divide you into groups of 30. Each group will nominate one ordinary core crew member. Regardless of the method, anyone still standing when time is called will be deemed successful. However, those who fail or flee may be killed on the spot. As his words echoed, a profound silence fell over the crowd. The pirates stood frozen, their earlier excitement evaporating into thin air. No one informed us the assessment would be like this, to battle against the formal members of the Rox Pirates? Isn't that tantamount to seeking death? Certainly. Among the crowd, there were individuals whose faces radiated excitement. However, each of these individuals was a fugitive wanted by the Navy, with bounties reaching into the hundreds of millions of berries. Each one possessed formidable strength. For them, such an opportunity was nothing short of a coveted prize. After all, it was a chance to make a name for themselves that if, during the testing process, they could attract the attention of the two most powerful captains. Whitebeard and Shiki, joining their ranks would become significantly easier. Yet upon hearing the rules of the test, Qin Ze maintained a calm and composed demeanor, seemingly dismissing the test altogether. Given his current strength, dealing with these ordinary crew members was a trivial matter. His full attention was directed towards Rox, who had devised such a brutal testing method that it was undeniable that he was exceedingly cruel, yet this also imparted a vital lesson to Qin Ze. In this world, the weak possess no right to choose. They are merely subject to the fate that is imposed upon them. Moreover, to survive in these vast seas, one must not only possess strength but also exercise caution in whom they choose to trust. After all, the nature of pirates is rooted in cruelty and cunning, and the Rox Pirates exemplified this trait. To unleash the potential of these pirates, Rox established unrestricted rules. He could already foresee the gruesome scenes that would unfold in the testing ground, scenes reminiscent of hell itself. At that moment, as Qin Ze scrutinized Rox, the latter's gaze shifted, locking onto him with remarkable perceptiveness. Qin Ze could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine. Indeed, as the captain of the Rox Pirates, he was capable of subduing monstrous figures like Whitebeard and Shiki. His prowess was undeniably extraordinary. Before long, under the guidance of dozens of crew members, the newcomers were randomly divided into several small teams, each consisting of 30 individuals. However, just as the test was about to commence, a deep voice resonated from the crowd. Wait a moment. Qin Ze turned towards the source of the voice and instantly recognized him. One of the 4 emperors in the future Pirate King saga, Kaido. The crowd turned to look, revealing a remarkably muscular young man, his body adorned with bulging muscles, a pair of horns atop his head, and disheveled black hair cascading down his back. He exuded an air of explosive power. Shouldering a spiked club and fixating his gaze squarely on Qin Ze within the small team, He then swaggered to the center of the testing ground, his expression brimming with arrogance as he addressed the captain. "Captain, allow me to assess that fellow named Qin Ze." This was an excellent opportunity, one he would not let slip away. If he could deliver a resounding defeat to the genius who had just stolen the spotlight and was being fought over by the captains, wouldn't it be evident who the true monstrous talent was? "Ha! It seems you have a keen interest in that lad," Rox remarked, shifting his gaze from Kaido back to Qin Ze, who had withdrawn his gaze. "Very well. Since you have voluntarily made this request, I hereby announce that Qin Ze will be evaluated by you alone." As he spoke, Rox activated his top-tier observation haki, locking on a Qin Ze in the arena. He sensed an inexplicable aura surrounding him, as if he emanated an energy he had never encountered before. This prompted Rox to furrow his brow. This individual was indeed extraordinary. Without hesitation, he acquiesced to Kaido's request, as he too wished to ascertain Qin Ze's strength. Although Whitebeard had consistently praised him as a martial arts genius, he had yet to witness Qin Ze truly unleash his abilities. However, he was well aware of Kaido's strength. Among the apprentice crew members, Kaido was undoubtedly the strongest. Kaido's request would serve as an excellent litmus test for Qin Ze. Hey, why should Qin Ze be evaluated by an apprentice while we have to face off against seasoned crew members? That's unfair. Others chimed in. Indeed, we are all newcomers, yet he is receiving special treatment. Heavens, surely there is some underhanded deal at play here. As Rock's words hung in the air, a chorus of protests erupted from the crowd. They believed that apprentice crew members were inherently inferior to seasoned ones, and that Qin Ze facing an apprentice significantly increased his chances of success. This was evidently unjust for those who would soon confront experienced crew members in their assessments. In that moment, several individuals among the crowd, who deemed themselves strong, began to vocally challenge Kaido. The seasoned crew members observed this scene with cold indifference, chuckling internally. Apprentices? They were still naive newcomers. Kaido's strength was such that they would barely withstand a few blows under his might. Before him, every single one of them was bound to meet their demise. At that moment, Kaido gazed at the few newcomers who dared to shout in his presence, remaining silent. Taking a single step forward, he left a deep crater in the ground as dirt and rocks flew in all directions. His eyes were fixed intently upon them. The few pirates present suddenly felt an ominous chill. It was as if they were being targeted by a primal beast. Cold sweat poured down their brows, and the instinct to retreat surged within them. Yet, Kaido would not allow them to come and go as they pleased. He intended to leave a mark, perhaps even their lives. With a swift motion, Kaido's expression turned fierce, and he swung his enormous spiked club towards the faces of the pirates. The few pirates, realizing the gravity of the situation, reacted quickly, raising their long swords to defend themselves. The clash echoed with a resounding bang, and as the sound reverberated, the bodies of the pirates were sent flying. Their heads burst apart like overripe melons. All that remained on the ground was a pool of blood and a few severely deformed long swords. Witnessing this scene, the crowd collectively gasped, the atmosphere plunging into silence. How powerful! Those who had previously opposed Kaido now found themselves drenched in cold sweat. This was a one-hit kill. This was far too formidable. Surely there had been a mistake. Was this truly an apprentice crew member? Ha! Indeed, he had been dispatched in a single blow. These naive newcomers needed a harsh lesson to learn. The sight of the newcomers, all rendered speechless by fear, was comical that a bunch of fools, truly believing Kaido was easily intimidated. He was the undisputed leader among the apprentice crew members. His strength was nothing short of terrifying. It could be said that over the years, the number of lives claimed by Kaido exceeded 800, if not 1,000. Many of whom had bounties exceeding 100 million. Poor Qin Ze. Having caught Kaido's attention, it seemed he would not survive the day. Those who had witnessed Kaido's might erupted into laughter. This gruesome spectacle was precisely what they had come to see. What significance did their shouting hold? Meanwhile, Kaido surveyed the crowd with a smug expression, bellowing, "Who else?" This time, an unusual silence enveloped the newcomers. Not a single soul dared to make a sound, let alone voice any dissent. Observing their reactions, Kaido erupted into hearty laughter. Noticing the absence of responses, he directly called out a name. That little brat. "Qin Ze, how much longer will you hide? At the sound of his name, Qin Ze emerged from the crowd, slowly making his way to the center of the testing ground. A faint smile graced his lips as he pondered silently. Kaido, the future emperor of the seas, the strongest creature on the surface, and captain of the beast pirates, he never anticipated that Kaido would take the initiative to challenge him. How formidable must Kaido's strength be at this moment? Qin Ze felt a twinge of curiosity. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous. After 2 months of intense training, he needed someone to spar with. Moreover, if he were decisively defeat Kaido before such an audience, it would surely become a notorious chapter in Kaido's future reign as an emperor. The thought was rather amusing. With that in mind, Qin Ze's smile deepened as he stood firmly in the center of the testing ground. "Hey, Edward, do you believe Qin Ze has a chance of winning?" The golden lion, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, spoke with a sardonic grin. Over the years, he had witnessed Kaido's prowess numerous times, each encounter ending in a matter of mere moves, leaving his opponents utterly defeated. Rarely did he encounter a prolonged struggle. It could be said that Kaido's physique was astonishing, boasting a terrifying explosive power, and his physicality was extraordinarily robust. Thus, he posed the question with a hint of skepticism. "Gurara la la la. I possess a modicum of faith in Qin Ze." Whitebeard responded, his expression betraying no hint of concern that on this pirate island, aside from himself, almost no one was aware of the true extent of Qin Ze's formidable strength. If he were lacking in prowess, why would he personally invite him to join his crew? "Oh, with your words, my anticipation for this battle has only intensified." The golden lion's eyes glimmered with a hint of greed as he clasped his hands before his chest, adopting a look of eager anticipation. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Qin Ze stood face to face with Kaido. The gazes of the surrounding pirates were fixated on the testing ground, observing the stark contrast in size between the two. A thought crossed their minds. This kid was destined to perish on the stage today. However, their expressions bore no semblance of sympathy. Rather, they were filled with malicious delight. "Hey, kid, you appear rather composed," Kaido remarked, eyeing the diminutive figure before him who barely reached his thigh. A smirk still plastered across his face. "Kaido, eliminate him. Show this kid the true weight of being an intern crew member." The pirates below began to jeer, seemingly eager to witness Qin Ze being flattened by Kaido. In the earlier confrontation among the captains, they had harbored jealousy towards this newcomer, wishing for him to be swiftly vanquished. Hearing the crowd's cheers in his favor, Kaido loosened his muscles and, swinging his kanabo, approached Qin Ze. Each step he took was heavy, causing the stones beneath him to shatter. His colossal form instilled fear. Yet, as Qin Ze gazed at the grinning Kaido, he remained utterly unperturbed, showing no signs of reaction. "This Qin Ze seems to exude a remarkable confidence," the golden lion commented, observing the scene. To maintain such composure in the presence of Kaido signified something significant. While others might overlook it, Rox, who had been closely monitoring the situation, could distinctly sense the shift in Qin Ze's demeanor through his advanced observation haki. The battle intent radiating from him was palpable, contrasting sharply with his earlier tranquility. Witnessing Qin Ze's reaction, Kaido couldn't help but harbor doubts. Did this kid genuinely possess such confidence, or was he merely putting on a facade? Having navigated the island for so long, Kaido was not merely a brute with brawn. After exerting pressure on Qin Ze, the latter's calm demeanor only deepened Kaido's suspicions. However, these thoughts were fleeting. With a steely gaze and no hesitation, Kaido resolved to strike first. In an instant, he would discern whether the boy was feigning composure or not. Suddenly, Kaido's speed surged. He planted his left foot heavily forward, creating a massive crater in the hardened ground, rocks cascading into the air. Concurrently, he raised his kanabo high, its color shifting to a menacing red-black hue. The sound of air being ripped apart accompanied the manifestation of armament haki. With a ferocious intent, Kaido swung his kanabo down upon Qin Ze's head. Boom! With a resounding crash, the stone slab beneath Qin Ze splintered like a cracked shell, fissures radiating outward and kicking up a cloud of dust. Both figures were enveloped in the ensuing haze. "Look, that's Kaido's signature technique, Thunderbagwa. Judging by the color of the kanabo, it seems he has employed armament haki." I didn't expect Kaido to come out swinging without giving his opponent a chance to retaliate. I wanted to watch a bit longer, but it seems this will end swiftly. I wager this fellow's demise will be utterly gruesome, likely reduced to a puddle of mush, as Kaido unleashed his assault. Some of the rookie and veteran pirates began to cheer. They were taken aback by Kaido's lack of decorum, launching a full-scale attack against a newcomer from the outset. However, as the dust settled, the onlookers collectively gasped in disbelief. There stood Qin Ze, unmoved, his right hand positioned before him, effortlessly bracing against the impact of Kaido's kanabo. Goodness, he blocked Kaido's most powerful strike with one hand. What sort of creature is this? A newcomer? Rox, who had been vigilantly observing the proceedings, was equally astonished. He had witnessed Qin Ze withstand Kaido's thunderbaba using nothing but his physical strength, without employing armament haki. Just how terrifying was this kid's physical prowess? Yet, he soon burst into laughter, a glimmer of avarice in his eyes. It's such a delight to encounter someone like this. Meanwhile, Kaido, taken aback by the ease with which his attack had been thwarted, felt a flicker of panic in his gaze. Internally, he was aghast. He had not underestimated his own power. The moment he struck, he intended to determine the victor. Yet he had not anticipated such an effortless defense. The last time someone had so easily withstood his assault was against the captains of various divisions. Could it be? However, after years of combat, Kaido concealed his thoughts, though his gaze upon Qin Ze grew considerably more solemn. To have expended so little effort in striking, yet still claimed to be a great pirate, Qin Ze quipped, having successfully intercepted Kaido's kanabo. Internally, he too was surprised. Indeed, this physique was formidable. Achieving such a level within 2 months was remarkable. Now, it was his turn to strike. Gazing at Kaido, the brilliance in Qin Ze's eyes flared intensely. In an instant, he vanished from his position. Upon hearing Qin Ze's words, Kaido felt an ominous premonition. He swung his kanabo once more. But in the next moment, he realized that his opponent had completely disappeared from sight. Almost simultaneously, Qin Ze reappeared behind Kaido. That moment, Kaido, having activated his observation haki, seemed to sense something amiss, just as he turned to look back. Qin Ze, suspended in the air, struck downwards with a lethal hand aimed at Kaido's nape. As Kaido's mind raced to devise a defense against Qin Ze's assault, he suddenly felt as though his neck had been brutally struck by a sharp weapon. A sharp pain surged through him, followed by a wave of dizziness that caused him to sway unsteadily. With a resounding crash, he collapsed to the ground, creating a sizable crater upon impact, a testament to the sheer force of Qin Ze's blow. Meanwhile, Qin Ze gracefully descended to the side, emerging unscathed, not a speck of dust upon him. That moment, the atmosphere in the testing arena, surrounded by thousands, became extraordinarily eerie. Everyone gazed at Qin Ze with expressions of disbelief. Could it be true? Kaido, the formidable one, was defeated in an instant by a newcomer. How astonishing! Was anyone able to discern his movements? I could hardly catch a glimpse. The speed was so overwhelming that there was no time to react before Kaido fell. Truly, this is a testament to the reputation of Edward's favored. This is beyond impressive. This is nothing short of monstrous. The crowd erupted in excitement. What was expected to be a one-sided battle where Kaido dominated his opponent had utterly reversed. The strongest of the trainee crew, Kaido, was vanquished in a single strike by this newcomer. Some seasoned crew members felt a surge of dread within, finally relinquishing their underestimation of Qin Ze. Looking at him now, their eyes were filled with apprehension. Ha! Edward, you were right. This lad is indeed a prodigy of martial arts. His terrifying speed and explosive power, effortlessly obliterating his foe. You have truly presented me with a monumental surprise. Rox, witnessing Kaido's defeat, felt no sorrow but rather burst into laughter. To him, a failure was mere refuse. However, Qin Ze had brought him immense delight. This young man was even more terrifying than Kaido. Gulalala, I have immense faith in his prowess. Whitebeard exclaimed, his laughter echoing. Internally, he was taken aback. To knock Kaido out with a single strike was beyond his expectations. He believed Qin Ze would indeed triumph over Kaido, but anticipated a fierce struggle. Yet the current scenario revealed that Kaido had been knocked out with just one hit, indicating that Qin Ze's strength had undergone a terrifying enhancement within the past month. Truly a monster. Remarkably strong. At that moment, Shiki's eyes sparkled with a gleam of discovery, as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Such talent, he mused, must be secured for his crew, observing that Kaido had yet to rise. Qin Ze turned to Captain Rox and inquired, "Captain, does this mean my assessment has concluded?" "Indeed." Rox's eyes lit up at the response. Upon hearing this, Qin Ze stepped out of the testing ground and approached Rox. At this juncture, his status was firmly established as an official crew member. Upon Qin Ze's arrival, Rox burst into hearty laughter, patting him on the shoulder with satisfaction. "Welcome to the Rox Pirates. I am confident that with your talent and skill, you will soon stand among the mightiest in the world." The earlier battle had left a profound impression on Rox. Edward was correct. Qin Ze was indeed a top-tier genius. Without employing any haki, he had decisively overwhelmed Kaido with sheer physical strength and explosive power. This was truly a stroke of fortune. In response to Rox's overtures, Qin Ze replied with a calm demeanor, "It is my honor." "Ha! Excellent." Rox was momentarily taken aback by the lad's cool demeanor, but soon erupted into laughter. He did not hold Qin Ze's attitude against him. Rather, he found himself admiring him even more, in his view. A true warrior should possess their own individuality. The powerful individuals aboard his ship, Edward, Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, were all fiercely independent. Moreover, given Qin Ze's current display of strength and talent, such matters were trivial. "Splendid. I eagerly anticipate your future endeavors." Rox regarded him intently before spreading his arms wide, a palpable aura of dominance enveloping the area. Addressing the newcomers who were about to undergo their assessments, Rox exuded an imposing presence. "Within my pirate crew, wealth, status, women, and power are all within your grasp. As long as you possess sufficient strength, this will be your paradise. New recruits, let me witness your capabilities. Prove your worth to me with blood and slaughter." The assessment begins now. As soon as the words left his lips, the crew members, who had long been waiting by the side, surged into the throng of newcomers like a pack of ravenous wolves descending upon a flock of sheep. What followed was a scene of utter brutality. The crew showed no mercy whatsoever. Wails of anguish and cries for help echoed from within. Blood swiftly pooled on the ground, creating a macabre lake. Witnessing such a spectacle, the onlooking crew erupted in cheers. That moment, the entire island was engulfed in a frenzy. After fierce combat among the 20-odd small factions, the ultimate victors emerged, their bodies stained with blood, both that of their foes and their own. Their eyes glinted with a ferocity that was nothing short of savage. Undoubtedly, those who managed to stand until the end possessed formidable strength and unyielding tenacity, and these were precisely the individuals sought by the Rox Pirates. With the official crew members chosen, figures like the Golden Lion and Whitebeard lost interest in the proceedings. Their observations revealed that, while these individuals were superior to ordinary pirates, none captured their attention. Recruiting new members was not a matter of great significance to them, especially since there were no prodigies like Qin Ze among them. Recognizing the dullness of the situation, they instructed a few ship-s doctors to carry Kaido away before retreating to the Skull Rock to prepare for the evening's festivities. Those who had fought to the end felt a twinge of disappointment upon witnessing this scene. The division captains did not spare them even a glance, leaving some aspiring pirates feeling crushed in their pursuit of attention. Yet here, no one cared for their sentiments. The lack of acknowledgement from the captains simply indicated that their strength was insufficient to carve out their own destinies. They would have to prove themselves through sheer power. That evening, within the banquet hall, a grand feast was held to celebrate the arrival of the newcomers. Pirates from all over the island gathered, with tables laden with a diverse array of food, filling the hall with the raucous sounds of revelry. "Ha-ha! I knew you'd be fine," roared Whitebeard, seated beside Qin Ze, as he took a hearty swig from an oversized goblet of liquor. "Now you can join my division, right? Any treasures we seize will allow you to pick first within my crew." Whitebeard had exerted considerable effort to draw Qin Ze into his division, from early greetings to staunch support. Culminating in this moment of temptation, the other pirates present looked on with envy at Whitebeard's words. However, before Qin Ze could respond, the ever-watchful Golden Lion quickly approached. "Why, dear brother Qin Ze, what's the worth of treasures? They're merely standard fare for pirates. Come with me, and I'll teach you supreme swordsmanship and the 3 forms of hockey. I even possess some knowledge of martial arts. He proclaimed that on the rocks pirates, aside from the captain, my strength is second to none. Choosing me would be a foolproof decision. Golden Lioness claims were not mere boasts. Armed with the renowned swords Sakura, Ten, and Kubo, he was already a top-tier swordsman, unmatched in his swordsmanship. Moreover, he possessed the float fruit, a devil fruit that rivaled the power of Whitebeard's tremor fruit. After being harnessed by him, the fruit's formidable capabilities became fully apparent, allowing him to be mentioned in the same breath as Whitebeard and Roger as a legendary pirate. His strength was indisputable. Seeing that Qin Ze remained unmoved, Golden Lion leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Follow me, and together we shall ascend to the pinnacle of the world." Upon hearing this, Qin Ze smiled. Could Golden Lion dare to utter such words? The pinnacle of the world? Did that imply aiming to become the king of this realm? Truly, Golden Lion, you possess a rebellious spirit. It was common knowledge that the man destined to become the king of the world was none other than Captain Rocks himself. Should he hear such a statement, Golden Lion would surely face dire consequences. Nevertheless, this did affirm one of Qin Ze's suspicions that in the original narrative of One Piece during the Battle of God Valley, the reason Rocks was defeated by the joint forces of Roger and the Navy was largely due to the lack of effort from these captains. After all, if Rocks had not perished, they would forever remain overshadowed, climbing to greatness upon the back of their captain. This did seem like a plausible choice. Contemplating this, Qin Ze could not help but internally scoff. Damn it, these traitorous scoundrels aboard are truly terrifying. Golden Lion, why must you always insert yourself into my conversations with Qin Ze? You claim to teach the 3 forms of hockey. Do you think I cannot? Witnessing Golden Lioness behavior, Whitebeard showed no restraint that he would not yield an inch in this matter. With that, he hurled his goblet aside, seizing a massive blade nearby, an invisible pressure emanating from it. Come at me then. I'm not afraid of you. Golden Lion, undeterred, unleashed his own aura. Before either could strike, the terrifying forces they emitted collided in the air, unleashing a powerful gust. The surrounding pirates gritted their teeth, striving to withstand the onslaught. Just as the two were about to clash, a figure suddenly appeared between them, calmly stating, "Enough, Captain Rocks." The assembled pirates and cadre were taken aback. Whitebeard and Golden Lion were compelled to restrain their energies and cease their confrontation. With Captain Rocks intervening, it was evident that this clash would not materialize. "Both of you are my right and left arms. This place cannot bear your tumult. Today is a day of celebration. Let us all relax a bit." Rocks gazed at the two with a calm demeanor, yet his words carried an undeniable authority. With Rocks' arrival, the previously raucous banquet hall fell silent, since neither of you will concede. Then Qin Ze shall not join any division. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left bewildered. Not joining? What could that possibly mean? I hereby declare that Qin Ze is the new captain of the Rocks Pirates. Empowered to form his own crew. After a brief pause, Rocks continued. Whitebeard and Golden Lion were left dumbfounded by this proclamation. While they recognized Qin Ze's exceptional talents, they had not anticipated Rocks would make such a decision. Not only them, but everyone present was equally incredulous. "Captain, this—" John, another captain, began to voice his thoughts, but Rocks turned, his fierce gaze silencing the dissent. "I do not enjoy repeating myself. You should be aware," upon hearing the words. Captain John felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. A fine captain indeed. The remaining individuals present dared not defy Rocks' orders. Yet, the atmosphere was undeniably peculiar, in stark contrast to the astonishment and disbelief of those around him. Qin Ze himself expressed his own surprise. How had he suddenly become a captain? Captain, this Qin Ze has only just joined as a crew member. Surely, it is somewhat inappropriate for him to assume the role of captain so soon. Among the captains present, who among them had not endured countless battles and made significant contributions to the Rocks pirate crew, Wang Ji felt profoundly shaken by this decision, harboring considerable dissatisfaction, while John refrained from voicing his thoughts directly. He was bold enough to do so. Indeed, the captains are all individuals of remarkable strength and experience. Is this decision not a tad? Enax nodded in agreement, though he did not finish his sentence. The other officers present also assented with nods. Rocks surveyed the gathered crowd. Aside from Edward, who appeared indifferent. The expressions of the rest were filled with astonishment. It was not only the officers who felt this way. Even some veteran crew members displayed expressions of disbelief. This position of captain had long been coveted by them, only to be usurped by a newcomer who had appeared out of nowhere. No one could feel good about that. Moreover, this captaincy was a title earned through years of hard-fought battles and accumulated achievements. Edward, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Wang Zhijian, and Enax had all ascended through the ranks, never jumping straight to captain from being a novice. Previously, Kaido had fought for years within the ranks of the pirate crew and had not attained the captaincy, highlighting the challenges and hardships involved. It is worth noting that the Rock's pirate crew is regarded as a dominant force upon the seas. The officers aboard symbolize both strength and status, each commanding bounties in the hundreds of millions from a navy. The bounties of Edward, Golden Lion, and others even exceed $1 billion. That you have witnessed his talent. He defeated Kaido with a single strike, and need I elaborate on Kaido's strength? After taking in the scene, Rock spoke calmly. Furthermore, with his talent and power, he will inevitably rise to become a top-tier powerhouse. I have merely expedited this process. Instead of vying against one another, it would be wiser to allow him to join the ranks of captains. Rox added, his aura suddenly expanding, emanating a fierce presence that intimidated all present. The implication was unmistakable. Any further dissent would be met with a forceful rebuttal. Wang Zhi and John, who had intended to continue their objections, immediately fell silent upon witnessing this. Golden Lion, while also sensing the impropriety, bore no overt resistance. After confirming that no one else voiced objections, at least not outwardly, Rox approached Qin Ze and patted him on the shoulder. I have high hopes for your forthcoming performance. After the banquet, come see me, he stated before departing. After a considerable time, those cowed by Rock's presence finally exhaled deeply, gazing at Qin Ze with a mix of envy and jealousy. The veteran crew members openly displayed their animosity towards him. Although they could do nothing against Captain Rox, surely they could devise means to deal with this newcomer. Thus, with a few words from Rox, Qin Ze unwittingly made enemies of many. Gulalala, congratulations, my dear Qin Ze, on becoming the youngest captain in the Rock's pirate crew. Once Rox had departed, Whitebeard raised his goblet and approached Qin Ze. Although he was not a member of his own crew, he genuinely felt joy at witnessing Qin Ze's elevation to captaincy. Who would have thought? In the blink of an eye, we are now on equal footing. Truly remarkable. Golden Lion joined in, aware that Rock's decisions were absolute. While internally astonished, he maintained a facade of warmth. Since he could not win Qin Ze over, he at least could not afford to offend him. Other officers also approached Qin Ze to convey their congratulations. Though they felt it was premature, Rock's recent actions compelled them to take notice. Few individuals garnered such attention from the captain. It was undoubtedly a significant matter that I too am surprised to become captain, and I hope to count on all of you for your support moving forward. Qin Ze raised his goblet and drank deeply, smiling as he spoke. Such pleasantries were necessary, though he had no desire for any patronage that might lead to treachery. This small interlude did not disrupt the ongoing festivities. Under the organization of various captains, laughter filled the grand hall. Amidst the revelry, Qin Ze chose not to linger at the banquet. After exchanging greetings with Whitebeard and several captains, he made his way to Rock's quarters. Within the cavernous chambers of Skull Rock, Rock stood alone by the window, gazing out at the sea with an indescribable sense of melancholy. Qin Ze approached and stood beside him. Captain, did you summon me for something? Rox did not turn to face him, responding coolly. Qin Ze, your strength is impressive. This I know. You did not come here merely to discuss that. Qin Ze arched an eyebrow. Moreover, your progress has been remarkable. The you of a month ago is not comparable to the you of today. Upon hearing this, Qin Ze paused, taken aback. How did Rox know of his strength a month prior? His first display of power had been during the testing grounds. However, after a moment's reflection, he understood. With Rox possessing top-tier Conqueror's haki, it seemed he had been observing him during his encounter with Whitebeard. Recalling their initial meeting, Qin Ze noted Rock's adept acting skills. Truly, a cunning fox at the helm of the Rock's pirate crew. Qin Ze refrained from responding, merely offering a forced chuckle, uncertain of what Rox intended to say next. Do you know why I elevated you to captain? This time, Rox turned to face him, his gaze steady. Because I possess sufficient strength, Qin Ze shrugged and replied candidly. Strength is certainly necessary. However, I require someone who is not only powerful, but can also transcend this era. So, do you believe you could be that person? Qin Ze met Rock's gaze with equal calmness. Yes. I find you quite impressive, for I sense an aura within you that does not belong to this era. Furthermore, I see in you a reflection of my own youth. Upon hearing this, Qin Ze raised an eyebrow. Captain, surely you jest. Are you certain you were ever this dashing in your youth? Yet the first part of your statement holds some truth. I am indeed not of this era, hence lacking its characteristics. Captain, surely there are others like me aboard this ship. For instance, Edward. Is he not sufficient to join you in reaching the pinnacle of the world? At this, Rox erupted into laughter. Edward, you say? His strength is indeed formidable, possessing the potential to become a top-tier powerhouse. However, he is devoid of the most crucial element. Do you know where the treasures plundered by Edward over the years have ended up? Qin Ze narrowed his eyes slightly, adopting a contemplative expression, the whereabouts of Whitebeard's treasure. Being someone who has perused the script in a past life, he was certainly privy to this knowledge. Most of the treasures divided from the Rock's pirates had been returned to his homeland. Nevertheless, Qin Ze refrained from expressing this directly to This presents an intriguing question. Qin Ze redirected the conversation back to Rox. All of those treasures he sent back to his homeland. A pirate who plunders wealth not for himself, but constantly thinks of his homeland. This is undoubtedly foolish for a grand pirate, a top-tier powerhouse, without a doubt. Family would become Edward's fatal weakness. Rox appeared somewhat wistful, perhaps more out of sympathy for Edward. Regarding Rock's words, Qin Ze could not help but admire his insight. In the original narrative of the Marineford War, Whitebeard perished while trying to save Ace. Had he not regarded his crew as family, there would have been no need for such elaborate efforts to save one individual. However, more pressing to Qin Ze was how Rox knew the fate of Edward's treasure. It seems that Rox is not merely someone who employs brute force to intimidate his subordinates. He must be aware of certain clandestine activities among some of the officers. And what of the Golden Lion? He is no less formidable than Edward. That fellow. The Golden Lion is nothing but a traitor. I possess a fair understanding of the dealings he conducts in the underworld. Rox remarked with a chuckle, as if speaking not of his subordinate, but of a traitor from the opposing side, his face betraying not a hint of emotion. Upon hearing this, Qin Ze was taken aback. Rox is aware of this. Then why does he continue to allow him to remain as captain on the ship? Seemingly perceiving Qin Ze's confusion, Rox displayed a cryptic smile. You know why the people aboard this ship come to me. Is it out of loyalty? Is it due to affection? Neither. They are merely a group of ambitious fortune seekers. Indeed, it appears the captain is more astute than anyone else, Qin Ze replied. Precisely. Here, I am indifferent to my subordinate's loyalty, and I care not for so-called emotions. I revel in the infighting among my crew. For this pirate crew is merely a tool for me, an instrument to aid me in becoming the king of the world. The reason for joining the Rock's pirates is simply an exchange of interests. Those weaklings who perish in the struggle for power deserve their fate. It is only through this that the crew may continually replenish its ranks with fresh blood, ensuring that all aboard are strong. Regarding Rock's words, Qin Ze had little to say. He was well aware of what kind of crew the Rock's pirates were. However, he had not anticipated that the captain summoned him for a showdown. But why would he share this with him? Qin Ze found himself pondering this question, for judging by Rock's cunning, it seemed wholly unreasonable. Captain, is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave. Qin Ze wished only to depart from this place. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Rock suddenly turned and struck at Qin Ze with a punch. Rock's speed was not particularly swift, allowing Qin Ze to dodge effortlessly. Captain, just as he was about to speak, Rock's aura surged dramatically, his conqueror's haki erupting forth. Qin Ze, you possess conqueror's haki as well, do you not? Rock's sudden attack left Qin Ze somewhat bewildered. However, feeling the pressure emanating from the conqueror's haki, he could not help but feel somewhat strained. Inwardly, he mused, is this truly the pinnacle of power in this world? Far beyond the likes of the current Kaido. Yet, Qin Ze did not yield. Since you have taken such a stance, I shall not hold back either. In an instant, a similar aura erupted from Qin Ze. The torrent of overwhelming pressure surged forth, marking the first time he unleashed his conqueror's haki since awakening it. His presence transformed, reminiscent of a sovereign. The pressure that had originated from Rox diminished significantly. Observing this scene, Rox erupted in laughter. Ha! Indeed, the two invisible forces collided in the air, generating a gust of wind that soared skyward. The captains present in the banquet hall felt the intensity of this powerful aura, their expressions shifting dramatically. This is Captain Rox Conqueror's haki. Who is the one capable of challenging him to such an extent? Could it be, reflecting on the previous conversation between the captain and Qin Ze? The individuals present exchanged incredulous glances. Let us go and see what is happening. The captains promptly discarded their goblets and hurried towards the source of the commotion. The crew members in attendance also sensed the disturbance and followed suit, racing after their captains. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Qin Ze employ his conqueror's haki, Rox immediately intensified his own force. Sweat poured from Qin Ze's brow as he struggled to counter Rox's pressure with his own haki. However, compared to the unparalleled pinnacle of Rox Conqueror's haki, Qin Ze clearly found himself at a significant disadvantage. Before long, he felt himself unable to withstand the pressure and retracted his haki. Rox gazed at Qin Ze and casually remarked, "Conqueror's haki appears only once in 100,000 individuals. Indeed, I did not misjudge you." At that moment, beads of sweat trickled down Qin Ze's forehead. Although he had awakened his haki, it was on an entirely different level compared to Rox. While his haki could not inflict harm, the pressure it exerted was palpable. Why Conqueror's haki, in the presence of the captain, is but a child's plaything? There is no need for you to belittle yourself excessively. Understand that even among the captains aboard this ship, not everyone can wield Conqueror's haki. In a world of One Piece, while one can become strong without Conqueror's haki, it is undeniably an indispensable force for those who aspire to reach the summit. Pray tell, how could one lacking the presence of a king possibly stand atop the world in this era? How about it? Do you wish to learn? I can teach you. Rox grinned, his mouth curling into a smile. Before Qin Ze could respond, Rox cast a sidelong glance and launched another punch towards his abdomen. This time, the speed was considerably swifter than before, closing the distance to Qin Ze in the blink of an eye. However, Qin Ze was no lamb awaiting slaughter. With a swift step back, he narrowly evaded the punch. "Captain, this is hardly fair." Every time I am about to respond, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Ze suddenly felt a sharp pain in his insides, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Could this be the advanced application of armament haki? Indeed, this is a technique that can only be mastered with high-level armament haki. I did not expect you to possess such knowledge. The so-called advanced use of armament haki refers to the profound development and utilization of this formidable power. It allows the intangible haki released externally to evolve directly into tangible attacks and defenses. And even further, it can penetrate the enemy's body to wreak havoc from within without causing any external harm. What a remarkable technique. Qin Ze furrowed his brow, feeling the pain emanating from within his body. Moreover, beyond this armament haki, I have also mastered its advanced techniques. I have attained a high level of mastery in observation haki as well, enabling me to read minds, detect lies, and even glimpse fleeting fragments of the future. Qin Ze's expression hardened. So what? What does telling me this signify? Your three types of haki, although awakened, are still far too weak. They hold little value in the presence of true power. However, I can teach you. Lox remarked playfully. After a moment of silence, Qin Ze slowly spoke. State your demands. The concept of the three types of haki is all too familiar to Qin Ze, a devoted anime fan in his previous life. He had often imagined how it would be if he possessed such powers. Now that he truly has the chance to cultivate the three types of haki to an advanced level, Qin Ze certainly does not wish to let this opportunity slip by. After all, the Saitama physique can make him formidable. Yet, mastering advanced haki serves as a passport to strength in this world. Moreover, one can never have too many skills. Lox responded with a smile. Within the Lox pirate crew, I understand many will depart, but I have but one condition for you. I can teach you the advanced techniques of armament haki and observation haki. But you must guarantee that you will remain in the Locke's pirate crew until I achieve world domination. Reflecting on the dissolution of the Locke's pirate crew in the Valley of Gods, Qin Ze spoke with a weighty tone. What if you fail? Do you believe I will fail? Locke found it somewhat amusing and retorted. Haha, I knew you would respond that way. Intelligent individuals are often accompanied by arrogance. Very well, I shall remain in the Locke's pirate crew, but regardless of your success or failure, I will depart. Haha, a promise is a promise. With that, Locke paid no further attention to Qin Ze, turning back to the window. Gazing out at the sea, observing this, Qin Ze prepared to take his leave. Just then, a group of captains and crew members barged into the room. Upon seeing this sudden intrusion, Locke's expression darkened. You have no sense of decorum? You dare enter my room unannounced? At his words, the group broke into a cold sweat. We noticed signs of a struggle during the banquet. So, feeling anxious, we came in. Wang Ji stammered an explanation, yet inwardly he scoffed. Does our pirate crew even have rules anymore? This shall be your last warning. It's nothing of great importance. I was merely having a discussion with Qin Ze. However, since you are all here, I shall impart a lesson. Locke did not overly chastise them. Since they had arrived, it was a perfect opportunity to teach something to the same time. It would demonstrate to Qin Ze that he indeed possesses the ability to instruct him. With that, Locke exited the room, and the others immediately followed suit. In an open area, Locke brought forth a stone nearly 2 meters tall, placing it in the center. The others gathered around this moment. Kaido also approached. He had woken up shortly after being carried back, but felt too embarrassed to return to the banquet hall and made his way here instead. Everyone knows that the 3 types of haki consist of armament, observation, and conqueror's haki. At this moment, Locke was exceptionally serious and solemn. The captains and crew members remained silent, listening intently to Locke's discourse. It is worth noting that Locke personally conducting a lesson is an exceedingly rare occurrence. Many of the veteran crew members were experiencing this for the first time, that if they could glean something useful from it, their future training would be significantly more efficient and save considerable time. Armament haki can be likened to black armor that can be applied to oneself or to external objects, such as weapons. Locke extended a finger, which turned black under the cover of armament haki. Beyond the ordinary hardening, the development and utilization of armament haki encompass deeper realms, such as wrapping and external projection. The next level includes internal destruction, referred to as the transcendental flowery realm in Wano country. As he explained, the red haki swirled around Locke's black finger. Qin Ze immediately understood Locke's intent. He was imparting the knowledge of armament haki to the crew members. Some of the longtime crew members clearly understood and were attentively listening, while the newcomers perked up their ears, fearful of missing any vital information. Each was extremely tense, many of them yet to awaken their armament haki, hoping to absorb insights that could lead to comprehension of its intricacies. Locke, with his finger wrapped in red haki, gently tapped the stone before him. The sound of shattering echoed, yet the surface of the stone remained unscathed. Everyone present widened their eyes in astonishment. Then Locke made a swift motion with his finger. The 2-meter-high stone split in half, akin to a watermelon being cleaved. The interior of the stone was entirely reduced to powder by the haki. This is what the captain refers to as the advanced realm. How terrifying! The ability to inflict destruction from within. Locke's demonstration left everyone present in awe. So, Conqueror's haki could be utilized in such a manner. If one were to master this technique, a mere touch could turn a person's internal organs into nothing but mush. Some captains, witnessing this scene, were momentarily dazed. They had only grasped the surface of this power to reach the level of the captain. They still had a long way to go. Only Whitebeard and the Golden Lion appeared somewhat at ease. Yet their expressions remained grave. From this, the disparity in strength compared to Locke's was evident. Furthermore, there exists another technique, also haki, an advanced application of Conqueror's haki. At this pronouncement, the room fell silent. Conqueror's haki, a power so rare that only 1 in a million awakens it, cannot be obtained through postnatal training. The officers present looked astonished. Although they were aware of this, and some even possessed it, they never expected Locke would directly share this technique. This is one of the essential realms for becoming a peak powerhouse. Coupled with the teaching of armament haki, The crowd could not help but admire Locke's magnanimity. Understand that Conqueror's Haki is distinct from armament Haki. It embodies a force of intimidation, yet can also accompany attacks. With that, Locke raised his fist, unleashing a torrent of fierce Conqueror's Haki. Some weaker pirates were instantly knocked unconscious. The glimmer flickered in Qin Ze's eyes. Previously in the room, Locke had been holding back. Locke's expression turned serious as he threw a punch into the distance, targeting a small mountain. Boom! A resounding explosion followed. The wind howled and debris soared. The mountain vanished without a trace. What immense power this is! The pirates who witnessed this scene were left in a state of utter shock, their faces reflecting a myriad of emotions. Some captains, in particular, felt the terrifying force behind that punch, had it been directed at them. It would have surely resulted in either death or severe injury. Meanwhile, Qin Ze stood to the side, lost in contemplation. Could the Conqueror's Haki be utilized in such a manner? It seemed he had grasped something profound. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Rox nodded with satisfaction before turning his gaze towards Qin Ze, grinning widely. Qin Ze, why don't you demonstrate that technique for everyone again? Upon hearing Rox's words, Qin Ze was momentarily taken aback. Wait, are you serious? I'm not even remotely prepared for this. The other attendees were equally stunned. What did he mean by that? Everyone was aware of Qin Ze's exceptional physical prowess. Yet to request him to perform such a feat in front of the crowd felt like a blatant setup for embarrassment. This required the awakening of the Conqueror's Haki, along with the ability to unleash it. Speculations began to arise, suggesting that a prior conflict between Qin Ze and the captain had led to this public challenge. Some onlookers couldn't help but revel in the prospect of witnessing this so-called genius falter. The seasoned crew members, meanwhile, were exhilarated. If Qin Ze's relationship with Rox was strained, it implied instability in his position as a captain, making him susceptible to being usurped. The cadre leaders, reflecting on Rox's earlier comments, were taken aback, yet they understood that there must be a significant reason behind the captain's request. Was it possible that Qin Ze had awakened the Conqueror's Haki? Whitebeard's gaze sharpened as he contemplated the implications. The other presence he had sensed during his confrontation with Rox could very well have been Qin Ze's Haki. This realization was shared by others in the cadre, as they looked at Qin Ze with astonished expressions. Captain, are you certain you want him to perform that technique? Qin Ze slowly inquired, deliberately asking again, What? Do you want me to repeat myself? Rox, seated nearby with his arms crossed, replied nonchalantly, his voice exuding an air of commanding authority. As Qin Ze surveyed the faces around him, he discerned a plethora of expressions, yet they all converged on a singular sentiment: anticipation. With a resigned shrug, he acknowledged the atmosphere had reached a boiling point. He had no choice but to proceed. Understood. The moment the words left his lips, an overwhelming aura surged from him, enveloping the area with an undeniable sense of intimidation. This was his first public demonstration of the Conqueror's Haki, and the resulting shockwave sent powerful gusts of wind swirling around. Although it lacked the oppressive pressure that Rox had displayed earlier, it still bore considerable weight. Several pirates nearby struggled against the force, while Rox observed with narrowed eyes, noting that Qin Ze had evidently grasped the essential elements during his own practice. Truly a remarkable creature. The veteran crew members were utterly astonished. This newcomer possessed such formidable Conqueror's Haki. How could he be so young? They felt as though they were witnessing the rise of a new star. Gura, Whitebeard exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated that Qin Ze had awakened the Conqueror's Haki, having previously assumed him to be merely physically strong. The nearby Golden Lion nodded in agreement, recognizing Qin Ze's burgeoning prowess as he endeavored to sense the Haki's expansion around him, recalling Rock's earlier movements. He focused his energy on a colossal rock nearby, delivering a punch through the air. Crash! A thunderous sound erupted as the air was violently compressed. The punch, infused with Haki, struck the rock with precision, shattering it into countless fragments. Debris flew through the air, striking several pirates and leaving trails of blood on their faces. What on earth is this Qin Ze? The Conqueror's Haki unleashed. Is this really a newcomer? Are the youth of today this formidable? Kaido was already absurd, but Qin Ze feels like an even greater anomaly. It dawned on them that perhaps Rock's decision to elevate Qin Ze to the captaincy was indeed a judicious one. The pirates erupted into cheers, and those who had initially anticipated a spectacle of embarrassment now rallied in support of Qin Ze, that a young man of such considerable strength and potential was undoubtedly destined to be a key figure in the Rock's pirates. The envious older crew members begrudgingly retracted their animosity towards him, recognizing the futility of their jealousy. Among the Rock's pirates, possessing slightly superior strength could provoke resentment and hostility, yet if one's power transcended that of the rest, the only response would be admiration. "Remarkable. You managed to learn it after just one observation," Rox praised, his excitement palpable. "Though your power may still require refinement, successfully executing it is a testament to your potential." Rox approached Qin Ze, patting him on the shoulder. Initially, Rox had only intended for Qin Ze to showcase his conqueror's haki to quell any doubts regarding his leadership. However, witnessing him replicate the technique so swiftly brought unexpected joy. In stark contrast, Kaido, standing nearby, clenched his fist. He still had yet to awaken the conqueror's haki or consume a devil fruit. Observing Qin Ze, who was of a similar age, filled him with determination rather than discouragement. He resolved to view Qin Ze as a target to surpass. Little did he know that many years later, he would still be unable to reach that goal. "Garara, Qin Ze, you never cease to amaze me. Do you realize how many struggle to take that step? Only those who truly awaken the conqueror's haki are worthy of conquering the Grand Line." Whitebeard laughed heartily, increasingly pleased with Qin Ze's progress. If anyone genuinely wished for Qin Ze to grow stronger, it was Whitebeard. From the very beginning, I believed in you, my brother Qin Ze. It appears my faith was well placed. I trust that soon your strength will rival my own." The Golden Lion chimed in, praising Qin Ze while puffing on a cigar. The cadre leaders also expressed their newfound respect for Qin Ze. Unlike before, they genuinely acknowledged his status. Particularly, Charlotte Linlin gazed at Qin Ze with eager admiration, causing him to feel uneasy. While it was undeniable that Big Mom's current appearance was striking, thoughts of her decades into the future and her various former husbands made him swallow hard. Please do not harbor any improper intentions. Aside from them, the newer pirates began to flatter Qin Ze, recognizing the need to ingratiate themselves with their captain Duppy. While winning his favor now, they could secure their places as official crew members and set sail alongside him in the future. It is essential to understand that within the Rock's pirate crew, only formal crew members are entitled to set sail, thereby receiving the protection of the entire pirate faction. As for the dramatic shift in the attitudes of the others, Qin Ze chose not to dwell on it excessively, for he was essentially a stranger to them. He casually selected a dozen of the most sycophantic pirates, provided them with a few brief instructions, and then departed from that location. With only a month remaining before setting sail, Qin Ze knew he must seize every moment to enhance his strength. In the vastness of the ocean, all manner of dangers could arise, including rival pirate crews, the navy, sea kings, and unpredictable natural disasters. To face these challenges with composure, he needed to fortify himself. Moreover, his recent encounter with Rox had illuminated the inadequacies of his own capabilities, revealing a considerable distance between himself and the foremost powerhouses that a month can be perceived as neither long nor short. However, for Qin Ze, it represented a period of transformation. Having ascended to the role of captain, Qin Ze relocated from the periphery of Pirate Island to the captain's quarters within the Skull Rock. Nevertheless, his training regimen remained relentless. Each day, he performed 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and ran 10 kilometers without interruption. Those pirates who had previously regarded Qin Ze as a fool now cast admiring glances at him during his workouts. In fact, during this period, many pirates began to emulate Qin Ze's exercise routine, hoping to glean the secrets to becoming stronger. Consequently, each morning on Hachinos, throngs of pirates could be seen jogging around the island, reminiscent of military drills, a sight both amusing and bewildering. Throughout this time, Qin Ze had nearly encountered all members of the Rock's pirate crew. However, aside from Whitebeard, there were few individuals worth forging a deeper bond with. The rest were either ruthlessly vicious, insatiably greedy, or somewhat dim-witted. Under the guidance of Rox, Qin Ze's mastery of the three types of hockey saw significant improvement that if one were to categorize these abilities by rank, beginner, intermediate, advanced, and high tier, Qin Ze had reached a position within the advanced tier. His mastery of armament hockey had begun to approach the threshold of internal destruction. Thus, amidst the repetitive training, supervising his subordinates, and indulging in camaraderie with other captains, a month swiftly elapsed on the morning of departure. Qin Ze donned his attire, tidied himself up, and burst forth from his quarters. Through the perception granted by observation hockey, he sensed that the various division leaders had gathered, upon hearing his name being called by the crew members. Qin Ze promptly organized his team and made his way toward the port. Upon arriving at Ichino's port, he beheld a vessel emblazoned with the iconic lettering of rocks, its red skull exuding an eerie aura. Qin Ze could only describe the ship in exaggerated terms. It was astonishingly immense, truly befitting a maritime overlord, radiating grandeur. Nearby, a number of giants were busily unloading cargo. Instead of boarding immediately, Qin Ze took a moment to observe. His curiosity piqued by the sight of giants for the first time. After some contemplation, he concluded that being excessively large might not be advantageous, as it often led to being conscripted for laborious tasks. Once aboard, Qin Ze arranged the crew before finding a spot to sit. Gulalala, Qin Ze, you finally made it. We've been waiting for you. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Qin Ze waved in acknowledgement. Today, Whitebeard appeared particularly dashing. Sporting a black hat, his yellow curls neatly cascading down his back, adorned in a custom white battle robe, wielding the formidable sword Song Yun Xia. His presence was both striking and captivating. Seeing this spectacle, Qin Ze, who had not adequately prepared himself for the occasion, felt somewhat disgruntled. In a pirate crew, where the average attractiveness barely hovered around a 3, dressing so sharply could easily invite trouble. Edward, you look particularly handsome today. Do they have smaller sizes? I'd like one too. It's merely a standard robe. Captains receive them for free. Edward replied nonchalantly. Just as their conversation grew lively, Rox approached, taking hold of Qin Ze's arm and leading him toward the bow of the ship. All the pirates assembled on deck, and Rox stood beside Qin Ze, addressing the crew with a commanding voice. This is our new captain, Qin Ze, whom I trust you are already familiar with. Aside from him, all other captains remain unchanged. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement. This the genius monster known as Qin Ze. Truly, his reputation does not do him justice. He ascended directly from a trainee to captain, an unprecedented feat in the history of the Rock's pirate crew. Captain Qin, I passed you water during your workout last time. Do you remember me? Qin Ze, amidst the uproar, could not decipher their words. The noise overwhelming, he found it perplexing why the captain felt the need to introduce him this way, as they had all met before, surveying the crowd. He noted the towering figures surrounding him, each easily exceeding 3 meters in height, with a variety of appearances that left him wondering what they had consumed during their upbringing, standing at 8 meters. Qin Ze felt diminutive beside them. Among these giants, he recognized many familiar faces, most of whom bore bounties exceeding 100 million. For instance, there was Kaido, who had recently been defeated by Qin Ze, with an official bounty of 500 million, making him the highest among the new generation. Qin Ze was well aware of the bounties of the other captains within the Rock's pirate crew, as bounties symbolized honor. Notably, the bounties were as follows: Rox D. Zebek, 2.4 billion berries, Edward Newgate, 1.25 billion berries, Shiki Rockin, 1.1 billion berries, Charlotte Linlin, 1.05 billion berries. In contrast, Qin Ze stood as the only captain without any bounty at all, a distinction shared by all pirates present. This was largely due to the Navy's unawareness of his existence. To rapidly elevate his bounty, he needed to undertake actions that would provoke the Navy's ire. Time flew swiftly, and the day of departure for the Rock's pirate crew approached. On that day, the crew gathered on the deck of the Rock's ship, where the captain delivered a final rallying speech. Standing at the bow, Rox drew his sword, an emblem of pirate ambition, and pointed it toward the sea. Listen up, the Rock's pirate crew shall rise above the world. All will kneel before us, and wealth shall eternally belong to us. At that moment, every pirate felt their blood surge with fervor, their spirits ignited. Who among them did not harbor ambitions of conquering the world? Wealth and fame were the treasures they pursued throughout their lives. The Rock's pirate crew offered them boundless possibilities that in this era. Only Rocks possessed the capability to satiate their ambitions. The colossal Rock ship distanced itself. Pacino shrank behind them. In the original narrative, this pirate island became a target for the Navy's onslaught following the departure of the Rock's pirate crew. And those pirates left aboard, lacking sufficient strength, faced almost total annihilation. When it re-emerged in the public eye, it had transformed into a desolate, derelict isle, a poignant reminder of past glory. Within a conference room aboard the Rock's ship, the captains convened, with Rocks occupying the head seat. News had arrived of celestial dragon activity in the eastern seas. The celestial dragon who embarked on a journey was a member of the Charlemagne family, visiting a nation in the East China Sea for leisure. Rocks directly unveiled this significant news. Celestial dragons, you say? Who would have thought that we would encounter such plump prey upon venturing out to sea? My greatest delight is in hunting down these so-called world aristocrats. The golden lion, cigar in mouth, was electrified at the mention of the celestial dragons by Rocks. Surely, there must be treasures pillaged from them aboard their vessel. The mere thought is exhilarating. John, a notorious miser, immediately envisioned riches upon hearing of the celestial dragons, involuntarily swallowing hard. Gulalala. John, look at your eager demeanor. You will inevitably meet your demise due to your avarice. Whitebeard mocked John, holding him in utter disdain. During every division of wealth, John was always the most fervent participant. On several occasions, he even drew his blade against fellow crew members over trifling treasures, slaying several of his own subordinates. Upon hearing this, Qin Ze nodded in quiet agreement. Indeed, John ultimately perished due to his insatiable greed, desiring to hoard all the riches for himself, only to be betrayed by his own crew. Captain, are we truly going to eliminate those celestial dragons? Qin Ze inquired directly, as Rocks gathered everyone and disseminated the news about the celestial dragons. The intention was crystal clear. No. Rocks grinned slyly. This time, we shall not target the celestial dragons. Instead, let us first swat that bothersome fly adjacent to Hakanosu. The fly refers to a small island next to the pirate haven Hakanosu. The Navy had established a base on this island to monitor the movements of the pirate island. After all, as the most formidable overlord in these waters, the Navy headquarters could not afford to remain indifferent to the Rock's pirates. The strength of this Navy base was formidable, boasting 6 admirals, 12 vice admirals, and an innumerable number of sailors, all well equipped with weapons and ammunition, supported by dozens of naval vessels. Such a force would send any pirate crew in this maritime domain fleeing in terror. Over the years, both parties had maintained a non-aggression stance on the side of the celestial dragons. The Navy undoubtedly deployed ample forces to protect them. They must also believe that pirate crews would set their sights on the celestial dragons. But this time, we shall surprise Marineford. Rocks grinned, his expression exceedingly sinister. As the Rocks pirates entered their waters, they were immediately detected by the vigilant Navy. Upon recognizing the flag aboard the pirate ship, they were filled with trepidation. The highest-ranking leader of the base promptly contacted the Navy headquarters at Marineford. Without delay, they organized all available forces to counter the impending assault by the Rocks pirates. A total of 26 high-spec Navy warships launched into action. Witnessing the Grand Naval Fleet advancing, the pirates were filled with exhilaration. Before Rocks could issue commands, the crew was already restless with impatience. This time, I shall ensure a swift and merciless slaughter. Let this be the first stop in my reign over the seas. My great blade is positively itching for action. Bang, bang. The Navy warships wasted no time, firing cannonballs directly at the Rocks ship. The sky was immediately filled with a multitude of black projectiles, yet not a single one struck the Rocks ship, as they were all obliterated mid-air by the crew. Thunder! Charlotte Linland directly infused her soul into the storm, summoning a colossal lightning bolt from above. Several warships were rendered incapacitated, with the Navy personnel aboard reduced to charred remains. Wave slash. The Golden Lion, unwilling to be overshadowed, wielded his famed blades, sakura tin and withered wood, cleaving through the air, parting the very sea. The colliding vessels were instantly split and two other captains followed suit, and before long, more than 20 warships had been utterly annihilated. Behind the captains, the other pirates erupted into wild cheers, reminiscent of fervent fans from a bygone era. Throughout this chaotic melee, Qin Ze remained on the sidelines, not due to a lack of desire to engage, but because in comparison to the extensive abilities of his fellow commanders, his single-target combat seemed somewhat lackluster. After liberating all surrounding vessels, the Rock's ship docked and the crew poured ashore. Rox led the charge, flanked by various division captains, with Qin Ze and Whitebeard walking side by side, followed by the remaining crew. Meanwhile, the Navy had already formed their battle lines in anticipation. At the forefront stood 4 Navy admirals, 2 of whom had already perished in the preceding naval skirmish. Following them were 8 vice admirals, 4 of whom had also been lost in earlier encounters. Thus commenced Qin Ze's inaugural direct confrontation with the Navy in this world, marking the Rox Pirates' declaration of war against the Navy. Lads, let these so-called just Navy personnel witness the might of the Rox Pirates. Rox snapped his fingers and shrugged. Upon uttering this, he unleashed his conqueror's haki. Instantly, a palpable aura of oppression surged forth, simultaneously, among the captains. Those possessing conqueror's haki activated their powers. In that moment, 5 distinct waves of conqueror's haki. Rox, Edward, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, and Qin Ze swept across the battlefield. This rare ability, possessed by only 1 in a million, was abundant within the Rox Pirates. Different manifestations of Conqueror's haki rippled outward like stones cast upon water, generating shockwaves that wreaked havoc. The overwhelming pressure bore down on the Navy, rendering them breathless. In an instant, a significant portion of the Navy collapsed, frothing at the mouth, eyes rolling back. The admirals at the front fared no better. None among them had awakened Conqueror's haki. They strained to resist, drenched in sweat, their expressions betraying their discomfort. Lads, our grand festivity has commenced. Rox gestured forward with his long blade, and amid the cheers of the pirates, they surged forth. The 2 factions clashed in a tumultuous melee. The cries of the Navy mingled with the raucous laughter of the pirates, creating a scene of carnage, limbs scattered across the ground. This time, Qin Ze did not hold back. He identified a Navy admiral wielding a large cleaver, a towering figure in middle age. With a swift movement, Qin Ze's foot struck the ground, creating a massive crater, sending dirt and stones flying. In an astonishing display of speed, Qin Ze appeared at the admiral's side in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the admiral's side. The admiral, sensing the impending blow, swiftly raised his cleaver to block. The resulting clash echoed loudly. The immense force sent shockwaves through the admiral's grip, causing the cleaver to fly from his hands, revealing a terrifying imprint of a fist upon its surface. The still thundering fist then struck the admiral's flank, propelling him several dozen meters away until he crashed into a rock, lifeless. Meanwhile, on another segment of the battlefield, other admirals and vice admirals were similarly dispatched by the captains. The disparity in strength between the Navy's base and the Rox Pirates was insurmountable. This battle was a complete one-sided massacre by the Rox Pirates. The Navy base had no capacity to retaliate. They are truly terrifying. They are monsters. Flee. Report to the Navy headquarters. In this surprise assault, the Navy's 6 admirals and 12 vice admirals. Instead, all 6 warships were utterly annihilated, save for a handful of fleeing naval soldiers. One could say it was a complete rout. Following the skirmish came the time for plundering the spoils that a throng of pirates scoured the island in search of wealth, with the headquarters being the prime gathering spot for these marauders. After all, the rules of the Rox Pirates clearly state that the first to discover treasure holds the right of first selection. Naturally, Qin Ze also took part in the fray. However, he was not particularly interested in the so-called treasures. Rather, he yearned for the devil fruits, even though he might not consume one himself. Still, he wished to behold one with his own eyes. Yet, during Qin Ze's aimless search, some pirates nearby were bickering over claims. Damn it, I found it first. I clearly saw it before you. Do you have any proof it belongs to you? You're just looking for trouble. Aren't you? The first to speak drew his scabbard and swung it at another, who immediately retaliated without hesitation. The two soon became embroiled in a fierce melee, each strike lethal, leaving no room for mercy. Just moments ago, They had fought side by side as comrades, but now, for the sake of treasure, they had turned into adversaries intent on taking each other's lives out of course. Qin Ze had no intention of intervening. In the world of the Rocks pirates, such occurrences were all too common. Indeed, in this pirate-infested realm, those who cannot keep pace with the strong are destined for abandonment. News of the complete annihilation of the naval division swiftly reached the Marine headquarters at Marineford, and the world government soon learned of it as well. In an instant, the entire naval force was profoundly shaken by this revelation. The fate of the Hakanosa division elicited feelings of anger, sorrow, and dread. Within a mere half-day, the largest naval division in the New World had been slaughtered by the Rocks pirates. Point one could only imagine the sheer terror of their might. The upper echelons of the Navy, along with the highest leaders of the world government, convened an urgent meeting. A massive round table. Numerous high-ranking officials gathered. Scattered across the table were photographs depicting the core members of the Rocks pirates. At the top lay the image of the captain of the Rocks pirates, Qin Ze, 2.4 billion berries. This individual is the leader of the Rocks pirates. I trust everyone here is familiar with him. He orchestrated the formation of the Rocks pirates and is the mastermind behind this raid. The Marine admiral picked up the photo and explained to those present. After placing it down, he picked up the second one. Edward Newgate. 1. 25 billion berries. The possessor of the tremor fruit, he serves as the second in command of the Rocks pirates. His abilities are formidable, with attacks that possess destructive potential, capable of triggering tsunamis and earthquakes. Then, there is Shiki the Golden Lion. 1 billion berries. The possessor of the float fruit, he is also a master swordsman and the first commander of the Rocks pirates. His strength rivals that of Edward, Charlotte Linlin. 1.05 billion berries. The possessor of the soul fruit. The four aforementioned individuals are undoubtedly well known to everyone. They share a common trait. They have all awakened the rare conqueror's haki, making them the pinnacle of power in this world. However, there was a troubling development. According to the reports from the fleeing naval personnel, 5 individuals on the island had awakened conqueror's haki. With that, the Marine admiral picked up another photograph. Qin Ze, the 8th captain of the Rocks pirates. With uncertain status regarding his potential as a devil fruit user, his exact strength remains unknown. The 5th pirate in the Rocks pirates to awaken conqueror's haki, and the youngest captain within the entire crew. The Marine admiral's expression turned grave, his grip on the photograph tightening as he struggled to contain his emotions. Not only he, but the others in attendance fell silent, acutely aware of the formidable individuals they had just discussed. These were the very ones that troubled the Navy and the world government the most. Now, they faced an additional captain-level figure. Is there any more information regarding this new pirate, Qin Ze, one of the 5 elders? Clad in a suit, furrowed his brow as he gazed at Qin Ze's photograph, his somber expression betraying his feelings. From the accounts of the escaping naval personnel, it was revealed that this individual had single-handedly slain a Marine vice admiral with a single punch. He is a character of considerable martial prowess. The Marine admiral relayed all the gathered intelligence. However, the rest of the information was scant, almost entirely derived from hearsay. A single punch. Upon hearing this, the others were expressions of disbelief. How powerful must this individual be to achieve such a lethal strike? It is known that the vice admiral stationed at Hakanosu, while not as strong as those at the headquarters, was still a seasoned warrior. Is the information reliable? One government official voiced skepticism, for the individual in the photograph appeared exceedingly youthful. I, too, considered this possibility, yet the reports have proven accurate. The Marine admiral voiced his hope that the individual was merely fabricating tales. But the facts remain stark. This person should now be listed as a world-renowned wanted criminal. One of the highest authorities within the world government declared, leaning on his cane. His gaze was profound, devoid of any visible emotional fluctuation. The fact that such a young individual could ascend to a captaincy implied one of two things. Either he possessed extraordinary strength comparable to that of other captains, or he harbored immense potential that could see him evolve into an absolute powerhouse. Perhaps he embodied both qualities. Regardless of the scenario, earning Rock's endorsement was indicative of significant merit. What bounty would be appropriate for him? Let us tentatively set it at 700 million. This meeting made it abundantly clear to those present the terrifying nature of the Rock's pirates. What had already been a formidable adversary now boasted an additional powerful contender. This was not a favorable development for the world government. The Rock's pirates represented a rebellion against the world, and they could not be allowed to continue their unchecked growth, lest it undermine the authority of the world government. You Marines must immediately devise a strategy to eradicate them. In extraordinary times, certain sacrifices may be necessary. The highest-ranking official of the world government asserted, applying pressure on the Navy. Very well, we shall deliberate extensively regarding the Rock's pirates. The Marine Admiral replied, his gaze flickering as he pondered, before softly adding, what I require is for you to act with swift and decisive measures. We must not allow them to invade the Holy Land. Mariehua. In response to the world government's pressure, the Navy's senior officials could only grit their teeth in acceptance, while inwardly cursing their misfortune. The personnel configuration of the Rock's pirates, with their primary members' combat capabilities rivaling those of the Navy's upper echelon, made it nearly impossible to eradicate them swiftly, in stark contrast to the Navy's sense of urgency. The Rock's pirates appeared far more at ease. The day after the Naval Division's downfall, at noon, under a cloudless sky, a sun hung high in the heavens, radiating intense heat on the placid sea. The Rock ship sailed steadily. I could see this moment. On the deck of the ship, a bare-chested man was engaged in a rigorous exercise regimen, running back and forth from the bow to the stern, having lost count of how many laps he had completed. Captain Qin Ze is at it again. The captain truly exemplifies self-discipline. It seemed that, according to the usual routine, they had now reached the final phase of their training. The crew observed their captain, Qin Ze, as he engaged in his workout, chattering amongst themselves with a sense of familiarity. Since setting sail, Qin Ze had discovered a rather pressing issue. Exercising aboard the ship was an exceedingly extravagant endeavor. While push-ups and sit-ups were manageable, a 10-kilometer run posed a significant challenge. To maintain his daily exercise regimen and break through his limitations, Qin Ze found himself compelled to sprint back and forth across the deck each day. However, this also brought about a dilemma. He often found himself the center of attention. Ha ha! Oh, Qin Ze, at it again with the running. As Qin Ze was drenched in sweat, a slightly gravelly voice broke through his focus. There was no need for guessing. The unmistakable laughter revealed that it was none other than the Golden Lion. Turning towards the sound, he saw Golden Lion approaching leisurely, a cigar perched between his lips and his arms crossed over his chest. But you really have to come watch me train every day? Aren't you tired of it? Is my physique really that captivating? Qin Ze shook his head in resignation, having grown accustomed to Golden Lion's daily visits ever since he first caught sight of him running on the ship. It seemed that ever since, Golden Lion had made it a habit to observe him for a spell each day. They say moderate exercise attracts the opposite sex, while excessive exercise draws the same. Yet, Qin Ze felt he wasn't even doing enough to warrant such attention. Get lost, Golden Lion retorted, puffing out a ring of smoke dismissively. His primary reason for watching Qin Ze's training was not to admire his muscles, but rather to satisfy his curiosity about the source of Qin Ze's formidable martial prowess and physical condition. Despite the simplicity of Qin Ze's routines, Golden Lion was determined to uncover the secret behind his strength. After several days of observation, however, he had yet to discern anything particularly extraordinary. I truly wonder how you developed such abilities. With his chin resting on his palm, Golden Lion paced before Qin Ze, as if pondering an exquisite piece of art. Feeling the intensity of Golden Lion's gaze, Qin Ze couldn't help but shiver. What on earth was going through that man's mind? Qin Ze, let us have a sparring match. Suddenly, Golden Lion blinked, his eyes shining with excitement as he made this audacious suggestion. The nearby crew members, upon hearing this, paused in disbelief. The shift in conversation had been so abrupt. Just moments ago, they were discussing training. And now a challenge was on the table. Get lost. Qin Ze rolled his eyes, casting a look of incredulity at him. Ha! Don't be so quick to refuse, Qin Ze. In the Rock's pirate crew, captains have the right to challenge one another. It is essential for maintaining our strength, Golden Lion continued, undeterred by Qin Ze's dismissive attitude. Indeed, since joining the Rock's pirate crew, Qin Ze's capabilities had often been called into question. although he had previously defeated Kaido in battle. That victory against a mere trainee did not reflect the prowess expected of a division captain. Moreover, his subsequent performances had been rather lackluster, leading to doubts about his strength that could potentially stir unnecessary trouble in a crew that revered power above all. Considering this, Qin Ze's eyes lit up as he posed a pivotal question. What are the terms? The condition is simple. If you lose, you must divulge the secret behind your strength. Golden Lion squinted slightly, revealing his ulterior motive that if he couldn't uncover the truth through observation, he would confront the source directly. And if I lose? Qin Ze's gaze shifted towards Golden Lion, refraining from providing a direct answer. Instead countering with a question. A joke. Me lose? Don't think that just because you defeated a vice admiral, you're invincible. I could easily take down several of those weaklings with a single strike. Golden Lion erupted into laughter, nearly doubling over with mirth. After a prolonged bout of laughter, he added, if I lose, you can set any condition you desire. Oh, Qin Ze raised an eyebrow at this enticing proposition, considering that his secret to becoming stronger lay in those very workouts, revealing it seemed inconsequential. Furthermore, his unique physique was something others could not replicate. After weighing the options in his mind, Qin Ze proclaimed, I accept your challenge. Ha! Kid, I eagerly await your secret. Golden Lion chuckled heartily, slapping Qin Ze on the shoulder. Fully confident in his victory, he had no doubt that, within the Rock's pirate crew, aside from Rox himself, no one could surpass him, not even Whitebeard. Thus, he was determined to uncover the secret behind Qin Ze's strength. Meanwhile, the crew members observing Qin Ze's workout were taken aback upon hearing the exchange between him and Golden Lion. A clash between the two captains was no mere skirmish, and soon, word of the impending confrontation spread throughout the ship on the deck. A throng of onlookers had gathered, their expressions brimming with anticipation as they watched Qin Ze and Golden Lion. Within the confines of a cabin aboard the Rock's ship, Wang Ji leaned against the window, gazing out towards the sea. Beside him, Silver Axe lounged in a chair of a tea that moment. John entered, a mischievous grin on his face. Wang Ji, Silver Axe, I just overheard something rather amusing on board. Amusing? Both Wang Ji and Silver Axe turned their heads in unison toward John. Intrigued, I just heard from the crew that Golden Lion and Qin Ze are gearing up for a serious showdown. John's excitement was palpable, his exuberance evident in his demeanor. Really? Wang Ji frowned in skepticism, unable to believe the news. Just earlier, Golden Lion had been keen on recruiting Qin Ze into his division. How had things escalated to a full-blown challenge? Silver Axe nodded in agreement. I was surprised too when I heard. But it's indeed true. Those crew members wouldn't dare joke about the captains. Well, this could be interesting. Wang Ji mused, his eyes narrowing in amusement. A battle between Golden Lion and Qin Ze was something all the captains were eager to witness. Life aboard the ship had grown dull, and a spectacle like this would provide a welcome diversion from their monotonous routine. Moreover, it would finally shed light on the true extent of Qin Ze's abilities. Through Golden Lion's challenge, they might catch a glimpse of his true strength. Let us go watch. Wang Ji, without further hesitation, grasped the silver axe and rushed towards the deck under John's guidance. The news spread rapidly, and many had already heard about it. Charlotte Lingling was indulging in sweets, while the tall figure of Kaido, striving to surpass Qin Ze, was still training. Shaki, with her short black hair and youthful radiance, was also present. A gathering of individuals had already formed in this place, including the towering figure of Whitebeard, who, in contrast to the onlookers, wore a serious expression, exuding an imposing aura. Gold Lion, do you not have any sense of shame? Whitebeard bellowed, directing his ire at the renowned captain who dared to challenge a newly appointed leader. The very thought of Gold Lion confronting Qin Ze infuriated Whitebeard. Was this not a blatant attempt to humiliate Qin Ze, a master swordsman and a user of a devil fruit, challenging a novice? The outcome was as predictable as night following day. Although Whitebeard believed that given sufficient time, Qin Ze could surpass Gold Lion, he could not help but feel that in this moment, even he, a steadfast supporter of Qin Ze, doubted the latter's chances against Gold Lion. Ha ha ha. Gold Lion scoffed, picking his nose, his face brimming with arrogance as he laughed heartily, presenting an air of invulnerability. Witnessing Gold Lion's reaction only fueled Whitebeard's fury. In the next instant, he prepared to strike with his weapon, Song Yun Xia. Edward, allow me to handle this, Qin Ze suddenly interjected, casting a confident smile towards Whitebeard. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard reluctantly sheathed his weapon. Grateful for Whitebeard's support at such a crucial moment, Qin Ze felt a surge of appreciation. However, the ship could not withstand the repercussions of a clash between Gold Lion and Qin Ze. As word spread among the crew, nearly everyone aboard the ship gathered to witness the impending duel. John began to set up betting odds, wagering on Qin Ze's victory on one side and Gold Lion's on the other. Having just plundered a naval branch, the pirates, their pockets bulging with loot, eagerly joined in. After a round of betting, the treasures on Qin Ze's side appeared scant. Wang Ji and several other captains had anticipated this outcome. Reflecting the general sentiment towards the duel, very few believed Qin Ze could emerge victorious, given the vast disparity between his inexperience and Gold Lion's formidable reputation. With the captain, Rox, granting his consent, they selected a small island as the battleground for this confrontation between captains. After all, a battle between two leaders could not transpire on their ship. Upon arriving at the island's center, the two stood on opposite sides, with other pirates flanking them several dozen meters away. At that moment, Rox also arrived, his interest piqued by the impending clash between captains. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Qin Ze and Gold Lion faced each other. Ha ha ha. Qin Ze, it's not too late to concede. Once the fight begins, it's a matter of blades not recognizing their masters, Gold Lion declared, arms crossed, his expression a mix of mockery and confidence. Let us settle it in combat, Qin Ze replied coolly. Refusing to engage in further verbal sparring, ha ha ha. Then don't blame my men for being merciless. Gold Lion's eyes sparkled with malice as he utilized his devil fruit ability to ascend into the air. Witnessing this, Qin Ze's gaze sharpened, his breathing steadying as he prepared for battle. Gold Lion was among the strongest of the Rox era, a figure to be reckoned with alongside Whitebeard and Roger. His power undeniable. Qin Ze, prepare yourself. As Gold Lion's voice fell, his aura erupted, his black cloak billowing in an unseen wind. In the next instant, he drew his twin blades, Sakuju and Karaki, which shimmered ominously under the sun. Crossing his arms in a decisive stance, he unleashed Slash Wave. With a fierce cry, two blades of golden energy tore through the air toward Qin Ze's fast. Qin Ze's eyes widened with intensity, realizing he was facing an opponent of an entirely different caliber. The next moment, rather than retreating, he surged forward, a powerful aura emanating from him. With a thrust of his toes, he leaped straight up, causing the ground to shatter beneath him, a crater 3 meters wide forming as cracks spiderwebbed outward. A figure soared through the air, akin to a cannonball being discharged. Good heavens! What speed! It's beyond the ken of the naked eye. The sound of his movement was like thunder, deafeningly resonant, observing the massive crater left in his wake. Onlookers gasped in disbelief. Is this the power of a human? As the battle commenced, the surrounding pirates erupted in awe, feeling the sheer might of the captain's confrontation. Not only the onlookers, but several captains wore grave expressions. Recognizing the terrifying explosive force at play on this windless island, beneath the blazing sun, the air around Qin Ze and Gold Lion crackled with energy, causing the pirates' clothes to flutter violently, in the sky. A golden blade of energy and a dark figure hurtled toward one another at blinding speed. Upon collision, Qin Ze's hands radiated a crimson glow in that fleeting moment of contact with the golden energy. He exerted his strength, as if summoning the vastness of a river or shaking a mountain, forcefully tearing the energy apart. Boom! At that instant, a tremendous sound erupted, akin to thunderclaps, reverberating as if a mountain had collapsed. Shaking the very earth, from the center, a blinding golden light erupted, descending like the sun, while the shattered energy rippled outward with a violent force. Wherever it passed, rocks, trees, and the ground were utterly obliterated, leaving deep fissures in its wake. The pirates watching the scene were left in shock, their expressions pale. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the captains, the residual force from this clash could have decimated a significant number of them. To tear through energy with sheer physical strength, What unparalleled ferocity! Whitebeard's face was one of astonishment. He witnessed Qin Ze standing firm against Gold Lion's slash wave instead of retreating, a display that left him deeply impressed. Having fought Gold Lion numerous times, Whitebeard knew well the devastating power of the slash wave. Each time he faced it, he had to rely on the abilities of his devil fruit to counter it. It was inconceivable to withstand it with mere flesh. The surrounding pirates were equally stunned. To barehandedly tear through Gold Lion's signature technique was utterly preposterous. The residual force alone felt insurmountable, let alone the full might of Gold Lion's attack. Meanwhile, amidst their astonishment, they began to discuss the crimson glow emanating from Qin Ze's hands. Wang Ji and the other captains were no exception, their brows furrowing as levity faded from their demeanor. This kid, Qin Ze, actually managed to block Gold Lion's slash wave with his bare hands. The ebony hands adorned with the essence of haki exude an intimidating presence. Yet, the crimson tendrils entwined around those hands seemed to signify a higher echelon of this formidable power. Luing, murmured a few, astounded by Qin Ze's recent display. While they were already aware of Qin Ze's prodigious physical prowess and combat aptitude, it was only now that they comprehended the true extent of his might. The mastery of the haki technique, Luing, had been witnessed under Captain Rock's tutelage, but never had they anticipated that Qin Ze would wield it with such finesse. This was a level of haki that even some captains had yet to master. At that moment, the Golden Lion stood in profound shock, his heart racing in awe. Luing, you say? I never imagined this young man possessed such formidable conqueror's haki, nor that his armament haki had reached such heights. Truly, he has concealed his capabilities well. His gaze fixed intensely upon Qin Ze. His expression grew grave. Qin Ze, you never cease to astonish me. But let us bring this to a close. With that, the Golden Lion harnessed the power of the float fruit, propelling himself upward for several dozen meters. His muscles rippled, and an overwhelming aura surged forth, creating an oppressive weight that washed over the arena. Lion's thousand cuts. With a thunderous roar, the Golden Lion spun through the air like a top, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp sword energies that could cleave mountains asunder. Faster, more numerous, and more powerful than before. Good heavens, has the Golden Lion lost his mind? He is resorting to the thousand cuts. At this rate, this island will be sunk. The captains, initially engrossed in their discussions about the duel, erupted in exclamations as they witnessed the Golden Lion's onslaught. Though they themselves were relatively safe, the crew members would surely suffer the consequences. Everyone, to your captains, Whitebeard bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, causing some ears to ring in pain. Ensure clarity for all. He utilized the Tremor Fruit's power, compelling the pirates on either side to hastily regroup behind their captains for protection. The fierce sword energies, imbued with terrifying pressure, surged toward Qin Ze in an instant. In that moment, he exhaled deeply, narrowing his eyes that a surge of indomitable spirit welled within him, a sensation only felt when facing a formidable adversary. Until now, he had merely been coasting along, yet it did not mean his blood did not boil with fervor. The image of Saitama from One Punch Man came to mind, particularly his fiery resolve against the subterranean king. Qin Ze felt a similar exhilaration. Now, confronted by the Golden Lion's thousand cuts, he did not flinch. His muscles, alive with anticipation, craved a thrilling battle. Clenching his fists tightly, Qin Ze's gaze sharpened like a lightning bolt, and the intensity of his haki surged even further. In the next moment, he lunged forward, swinging his fists with astonishing speed. The sound of sonic booms echoed through the air, so swift that even the captains could merely perceive a series of afterimages as he struck against the incoming sword energies. The previously radiant sword strikes began to dim under the relentless assault of his fists. In a heartbeat, the sound of shattering glass reverberated as the sword energies were brutally dismantled. The sword energies splintered. A ferocious whirlwind erupted, akin to the violent hand of an unseen giant, mercilessly ravaging the area. Observers from afar would perceive a localized weather anomaly as the sky above the island became significantly darker. High above, the Golden Lion, witnessing his sword energies obliterated by Qin Ze, felt his eyelids twitch incessantly, his expression grave. "What a remarkable young man. I wonder how long you could sustain this. Bring it on," he declared, and with a swift motion, unleashed another volley of sword energies, this time an even greater number and with augmented force. Just as Qin Ze had shattered several sword energies moments ago, he now fixed his gaze upon the incoming golden beams. His stance firm, he stood upon the fractured ground, feeling the crunch of rubble beneath him. In that instant, his bones crackled ominously as he enveloped his body in armament hockey, a radiant red glow illuminating every part of him. Back and forth, he roared, and in the next moment, he began to move with an extraordinary velocity, his movements creating deep gouges in the ground beneath him, debris flying in every direction. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding cacophony echoed, as if an earthquake had erupted from the depths of the earth. Clouds of dust swirling into the it was as though the very island trembled beneath his rapid leaps. The sword energies collided with Qin Ze's afterimages, producing a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal, creating colossal shockwaves that sent sparks flying, and a multitude of sword energies erupted in a dazzling display. As if countless incandescent bulbs had ignited simultaneously, the terrifying waves of energy sliced through the air, tearing the ground apart. The entire battleground sank several meters under the onslaught. All the golden sword energies shattered without a hint of reprieve, completely intercepted by Qin Ze, leaving no escape. Qin Ze exhaled a breath of relief, standing tall amidst the devastation surrounding him. Was this what it meant to be a powerful contender? Even the residual energy was beyond my capacity to withstand. The maneuver he had just executed was but a blur to my eyes. What incredible speed! The captains of the Rocks Pirates were indeed terrifying. I had thought the Golden Lion formidable, yet Qin Ze has truly expanded my horizons. To confront the 1,000 Cuts head-on with sheer physicality is simply absurd. The surrounding pirates, captivated by the cessation of this grand confrontation, gazed on with fervent admiration. Without exception, they were enthralled by the spectacle. Some had witnessed the Golden Lion's 1,000 Cuts for the first time, its devastating power enough to obliterate the very earth itself. As for Qin Ze's response, it left the crowd in awe. His agile movements constructed a wall against the incoming sword energies, utilizing the force of impact to dismantle them. What unparalleled speed and strength! Meanwhile, the observing captains bore expressions of shock, their eyes betraying a profound sense of unease. The might displayed by Qin Ze instilled in them a sense of impending danger. Wang Ji, adjusting his disheveled beard tousled by the wind, furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly. This Qin Ze is no ordinary adversary. The 1,000 Cuts of the Golden Lion possesses an immense power. Naturally, Wang Ji can follow suit, but he can never reach such a level. He must undoubtedly employ his unique skills to stand a chance. However, the likes of Qin Ze, who utilizes his physical prowess to dismantle his opponent's moves, are unheard of within the ranks of the Rocks Pirates. No, even in this pirate-infested world, he has never heard of anyone who could withstand the 1,000 Cuts of the Golden Lion using mere flesh. This is not merely a monster. It is akin to a primordial beast. Apart from him, Silver Axe also furrowed his brow, gripping his shield and battle axe tightly. He gazed at Qin Ze on the battlefield and slowly remarked, "It's not just extraordinary. It is truly reshaping my understanding." However, despite this, he still believed that this duel would end in defeat for him. The Golden Lion had yet to unleash his devil fruit powers. The float fruit is far more than merely granting flight. Upon hearing this, others nodded in agreement. John declared next the Golden Lion is likely to get serious. He can't afford to lose face after failing to subdue Qin Ze for so long. The situation indeed mirrored what the captains had said at that moment. The Golden Lion, aside from being astonished by Qin Ze's techniques, exhibited a face that alternated between green and pale. The prolonged inability to conquer Qin Ze was an unacceptable reality for him. A captain of the Rocks Pirates, Qin Ze, you never cease to surprise me. His gaze towards Qin Ze sparkled with intensity, reflecting both respect and newfound admiration. He had not anticipated that within Qin Ze's seemingly petite frame lay such explosive strength. His entire being resembled the hardest substance in existence, impervious even to the most lethal sword energy. Qin Ze, I admit I underestimated you before. I will grant you one more opportunity. Surrender voluntarily. From this point onward, I will be serious. The golden lion, cigar clenched in his mouth, spoke with a booming voice, exuding arrogance and disdain. Despite Qin Ze's earlier maneuvers that had shattered his slashing wave and thousand cuts techniques, he remained unconvinced that Qin Ze could surpass him. This was the pride of the golden lion. What do you say? Have you considered it? The crowd gasped in astonishment. At this juncture, would Qin Ze truly concede? Clearly, that was an impossibility. And indeed, it was as they thought. Qin Ze's expression was tranquil, his face as calm as still water, as he looked up at the golden lion hovering above. Let us battle. The two words resounded with conviction, articulating Qin Ze's intentions. Now, it was his turn to strike. Qin Ze's voice was not loud, yet everyone heard it distinctly. Each person's expression shifted dramatically. Qin Ze was about to take the initiative in the attack. His words reached the ears of the pirates below, igniting a wave of cheers. Finally, he is going to strike. Let us go, captains! Defeat the golden lion! Laughter erupted among the pirates, who relished the unfolding drama. Previously, the golden lion had been viewed as an unbeatable entity, yet now a rookie captain was fiercely contending with him, invigorating their spirits. That moment, many who had previously looked down upon Qin Ze found themselves rallying to his side. Among the crowd, Kaido's gaze burned with fervor. Ever since his defeat at the hands of Qin Ze, he had been relentlessly training, yearning for the day he could reclaim his honor. Yet now, Qin Ze stood as a formidable opponent capable of matching the golden lion. Kaido's youthful face was filled with resentment and indignation. Observing the cheers for Qin Ze only fueled his determination to grow stronger. Meanwhile, Wang Ji and the other officers disregarded the pirates' raucous cheers, their expressions solemn as they focused on Qin Ze, for what he had just declared could only signify one thing. Qin Ze had yet to unleash his full potential. Suddenly, Whitebeard, standing at the side, felt the entire island tremble beneath him. His eyes narrowed as he gazed up at the golden lion in the sky and spoke. It's coming. Simultaneously, the golden lion, who had previously been only 10 meters above the ground, now soared to a height of several dozen meters from a distance. He appeared as nothing more than a dark silhouette. Yet his boisterous laughter transcended distance, resonating deeply within the hearts of all present. Ha ha ha! You wish to strike me? Let us see if you can reach me first. Now, allow me to demonstrate my true strength. The golden lion bellowed, his voice reverberating powerfully down on the island. His laughter echoed, overwhelming even the sound of waves crashing against the shore. Suddenly, the golden lion ceased his laughter, his expression shifting, and his aura surged forth. His pupils constricted, his eyes radiating brilliance as his golden hair billowed in the air. In the next moment, he sheathed his two famed swords, Sakura, tin and dry wood, activating the powers of his devil fruit. With a swift motion of his hand, the entire island began to tremble. The pirates felt the tremors, their faces stricken with terror. Is this the true power of the float fruit? They wondered. In stark contrast, Qin Ze remained unfazed, his expression unchanged, though the crimson glow surrounding him intensified. A formidable pressure erupted from his body, causing the onlookers to hold their breath. The moment to reveal their true capabilities had arrived. That moment. On this island, aside from the crashing waves, there was not a single sound to be heard, like the calm before a storm. Suddenly, the golden lion let out a thunderous roar. Lion's might vortex. As his voice echoed, he swung his right hand down fiercely. In an instant, the sea surged violently, and mountains trembled. Boom! The colossal sound resembled a volcanic eruption, reverberating from all directions. Many pirates, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, turned pale with fear, convinced they were facing their demise. And yet, this is merely the beginning. In the next moment, behind the golden lion, the entire ground was upheaved. The earth within a radius of several hundred meters rose dramatically. Tons of soil, under the influence of the floating fruit, detached from the ground and soared into the sky, continually transforming in form. In an instant, dozens of terrifying earthen lions took shape, each towering at least 10 meters high, baring their fearsome jaws with an impressive might, charging towards Qin Ze like a stampede of wild horses. Meanwhile, Qin Ze stood resolutely upon the ground, his black hair billowing without a breeze, his eyes ablaze with martial fervor. As he stamped his right foot down, concentric cracks resembling spider webs radiated outward from his position, erupting into a massive pit with a diameter of over 10 meters. Amidst the swirling dust, only a slender figure could be seen darting swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before one of the earthen lions, unleashing a powerful right fist that struck the lion's head with tremendous force. In that moment, the earth and stone shattered. The gigantic earthen lion, standing 10 meters tall, was obliterated by a single punch from Qin Ze. Debris cascaded down, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Through the hazy fog, Qin Ze's figure darted nimbly between the remaining earthen lions. His speed was so extraordinary that he appeared as a mere flash of black lightning, disintegrating every earthen lion he touched, each impact bearing witness to the might of his fists. With a thunderous roar, dozens of earthen lions were obliterated in the blink of an eye. Yet it was not over. The golden lion did not relent, his brow furrowed as he clenched his fingers into his palm. Instantly, dozens more earthen lions sprung forth from the ground. Simultaneously, the golden lion bellowed, "I refuse to believe your stamina can last much longer." At this moment, under the influence of the floating fruit, even the surrounding seawater surged into towering waves, threatening to engulf the entire island. Captain Whitebeard, witnessing this, utilized the powers of the tremor fruit to counter the monstrous waves. In the next moment, the fate of these new earthen lions mirrored that of their predecessors, all obliterated by Qin Ze. By heavens! How can such massive earthen lions be shattered by a single punch from Qin Ze? Exclaimed the onlookers, marveling at the sheer brutality of the clash. Qin Ze is incredible. His stamina seems inexhaustible. With a formidable physique, astonishing explosive power, and relentless combat prowess, he exuded an aura of dominance. Goodness, does he not allow others to live? The pirates, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in exclamations of astonishment. In the next moment, the golden lion, employing his fruit's abilities, conjured even larger earthen lions from the ground. They charged forward, their massive forms causing the entire island to tremble. What once was a tranquil island was now riddled with craters. The land was molded into colossal lions. The terrain drastically dipped, allowing the sea to surge violently upward. This madman, the golden lion, he has gone completely insane, cried out a voice. "Quick, everyone aboard the ship. We cannot remain here any longer. For heaven's sake, this island is about to be sunk." The clash between the two titans was so monumental that even the captains had to retreat to their ships. Despite their protection, many pirates perished amidst the chaos. Yet, neither Qin Ze nor the Golden Lion paid heed to these losses. At this moment, the Golden Lion was intent on swiftly defeating Qin Ze, willing to exhaust him with his earthen lions until he was utterly spent. However, contrary to expectations, Qin Ze seemed to possess limitless stamina. As he darted between the newly formed earthen lions, they were all swiftly vanquished. "Golden Lion, these creations of yours are mere trifles." Qin Ze's voice resonated with an almost penetrating quality, echoing across the battlefield, even reaching the crew aboard the rocks. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion's anger surged. Yet at that moment, having dispatched the earthen lions, Qin Ze slightly bent his right leg, his piercing black eyes scanning through the swirling dust to lock onto the Golden Lion's position. In the next instant, Qin Ze's body vanished from sight. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, rivaling that of a massive bomb detonation. The sheer noise compelled many to cover their ears. The vast pit appeared where he once stood. From the ship, the crew gazed in awe as a blinding flash, akin to a radiant star piercing the heavens, streaked across the sky. Good heavens! What explosive power is this? "I only glimpsed a fleeting shadow," exclaimed one crew member. The speed was so incredible that it seemed as though Qin Ze had simply vanished. Even from the ship, the crew could sense the terrifying force unleashed on the island. Even the usually impassive rocks couldn't help but express astonishment at the sight of Qin Ze, his expression complex. "Gee la la la." Qin Ze's explosive power was truly unparalleled. It was astounding that after such a fierce battle, he could still maintain such stamina. Whitebeard laughed heartily, genuinely pleased by Qin Ze's performance. However, the other captains remained silent, their attention solely fixed on Qin Ze. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the Golden Lion, tauntingly asking, "Can't hit me, can you? How about now?" As he spoke, his fist was already swinging towards the Golden Lion. Though surprised, the Golden Lion quickly reacted, drawing the twin blades at his waist, both enveloped in haki, glinting ominously under the sun. "Let us see whose strength prevails, your fist or my blades," he declared. With that, he swung his dual blades toward Qin Ze, who stood resolute. Not flinching, he tightened his fist and struck the blades head-on. Clang! Sparks flew as the two forces collided. In less than a second, they exchanged dozens of blows, each side pushing against the other. Utilizing the rebounding force from their continuous clashes, Qin Ze adjusted his stance to avoid plummeting. However, the Golden Lion, seeing no advantage after numerous exchanges, swung down fiercely. With a clang, although Qin Ze blocked the attack, his body was sent spiraling downwards. Simultaneously, the Golden Lion seized the opportunity and roared, "Lion's might! Earth's wrath!" Hearing this, the captains aboard the ship felt their hearts race. Damn it! The Golden Lion has truly lost his mind. If he employs that technique, this duel will surely come to an end. To push the Golden Lion to this extent, Qin Ze has proven himself formidable. The captains were well aware that this was the Golden Lion's ultimate move, that in an instant, as the words of the Golden Lion echoed. The scarred ground heaved once more. However, this time, it was not merely the soil and stones that stirred. Even the sea trembled in response. The previously tranquil waters, under the influence of the floating fruit, suddenly swelled into tumultuous waves. The ocean was swept up, forming a colossal water lion in the air. The rock's ship swayed precariously upon the surface. Had it not been for the presence of several formidable figures aboard, it would have surely capsized by now. In the next moment, around the island, over 20 water lions materialized in an instant, joined by a dozen earth lions from the island, all charging toward Qin Ze. Boom! At that moment, the sky itself seemed to shift, as if narrating the sheer magnitude of this force. Meanwhile, the pirates aboard the ship were left in a state of astonishment, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Throughout the fierce confrontation between Qin Ze and the Golden Lion, they had been shocked too many times to count, leaving them numb to the unfolding spectacle. Simultaneously, Whitebeard and his crew cast their gazes towards the island, their expressions gradually turning grave. The captains understood the might of the Golden Lion's technique. Few could withstand it. Truly, what a formidable physique! They pondered whether Qin Ze could endure such a blow. Charlotte Linlin, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke, her eyes glinting with a unique emotion as they rested upon Qin Ze. The other captains exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads in unison that a man who drew her focused attention was likely to have captured her interest. However, Qin Ze, oblivious to the happenings beyond, had just plummeted to the ground. Before he could regain his footing, dozens of lions charged towards him with ferocious intent. Qin Ze crashed to the earth, creating a massive crater as soil and debris flew in all directions, dust swirling in the air. Yet before he could stabilize himself, the lions, driven by their wild energy, pounced upon his landing spot. In an instant, Qin Ze was engulfed, under the deluge of seawater and mud, a towering mound, several dozen meters high and 10 meters wide, formed where he had landed, completely obscuring his figure. Witnessing this scene, Whitebeard's heart sank, filled with foreboding. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast a small boat from the rock's ship, preparing to rescue Qin Ze. But suddenly, from beneath that mound, a terrifying force surged forth. Boom! The ominous sounds reverberated continuously, echoing like a harbinger from the depths of hell. The entire island trembled. In the next moment, from within the mound of earth, a familiar figure erupted, soaring into the air. None other than the buried Qin Ze. At this point, he was covered in mud, his body marred with numerous minor wounds, blood trickling down his fingers. This strike had finally breached the defenses of his formidable physique. Yet upon seeing Qin Ze emerge from the earth, Wang Ji's expression was one of sheer astonishment. He had presumed that Qin Ze, buried beneath, would be unable to escape. His surprise. Not only had Qin Ze emerged through sheer brute strength, but he bore only superficial injuries, though he appeared to be in a pitiful state. Blood oozing from various cuts. These were merely surface wounds, insufficient to inflict lasting damage. Is this even human? Wang Ji stood in a daze, gazing at the upright figure of Qin Ze, murmuring to himself. Despite his reluctance to admit it, considering Qin Ze's displayed prowess, he feared he stood little chance against him. Silver Axe sighed, expressing his helplessness. For a captain of the Rock's pirate crew, to utter such words was a testament to Qin Ze's might. Given his physical fortitude, not only was it difficult to land a blow, but even to breach Qin Ze's defenses was an exceedingly arduous task. Gulalala. Indeed, Qin Ze did not disappoint. Whitebeard, upon seeing Qin Ze re-emerge into view, withdrew the small boat he had just thrown and began to praise him profusely, his earlier worries vanishing. I always knew Qin Ze could do it. Charlotte Linlin remarked with a smile, her admiration for Qin Ze growing with each glance. Beside her, Longbread exchanged looks between Linlin and the distant Qin Ze, noting her tendency to fall for every man who caught her eye. Meanwhile, from the perspective of the Golden Lion, Qin Ze stood atop the ravaged mound, ragged and disheveled, bloodied from head to toe. Yet, the Golden Lion felt no joy in this sight, for that had been his most powerful strike, and it had failed to severely injure Qin Ze. This was a bitter pill for him to swallow. He had vanquished many strong foes with this move, those who had been consumed by it reduced to mere pulp. While the Golden Lion knew that Qin Ze's constitution was robust enough to withstand fatal harm, incapacitating him was entirely feasible. Yet the reality was meeting the Golden Lion's gaze. Qin Ze lifted his chin and smiled. In the next moment, he pressed down upon the colossal mound of earth, his body suddenly sinking as debris erupted around him, propelling him skyward. The mound exploded beneath him, sending shards of soil flying like bullets in every direction. At this point, the Golden Lion, drenched in sweat from his frequent exertions, was no longer the monster Qin Ze was. His stamina was rapidly depleting from the relentless use of his techniques. Seeing Qin Ze launch from the ground, he was struck with alarm, with the Conqueror's haki enveloping his dual blades. He crossed them defensively over his chest. In the next heartbeat, Qin Ze was upon him, shedding his armed haki, channeling all his energy into his fist. In the following second, a penetrating force surged from Qin Ze's spine through to his right fist, erupting with tremendous power. Clang! A thunderous sound echoed, resonating clearly even 100 meters away on the ship, causing the pirates to feel as though their eardrums might burst from the shock, accompanying the sound. The Golden Lion could no longer maintain his balance. The tremendous force coursed through his blades, and in an instant, he plummeted like a meteor from the sky, crashing to the earth. Boom! The sound reverberated, leaving behind a human-shaped crater in the ground, with cracks radiating outwards from it. Rising from the pit, the Golden Lion was a mere shadow of his former self. His golden hair was matted with dirt, his black cloak tattered by the fierce winds, and his prized cigar was nowhere to be found. Multiple wounds still bled, and his complexion was grim, dark enough to appear as if it could drip water. "You truly are a monster," he spat, followed by a violent cough. Unlike Qin Ze, he lacked such resilience. This blow had already pushed him to his limits. On the other side, Qin Ze fell to the ground. Although he appeared no better off than the Golden Lion, it was evident that he still had some strength left. Observing the disheveled Golden Lion, he slowly remarked, "It's not over yet. You had your fun just now. Now it's my turn." A strange smile crept across Qin Ze's face. Yes, soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly dashed towards the Golden Lion, his fists aimed directly at the latter's face. The Golden Lion, having experienced the might of Qin Ze's punches, was filled with dread. He was in a precarious state and had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation. His first thought was to utilize his fruit ability to leap into the air. But he soon realized that he lacked the stamina to execute in a moment of desperation. He could only raise his twin blades to defend himself, completely forgetting to use his haki. After waiting for a while, the Golden Lion felt no immense force against his blades at that moment. He felt a void in his hands and, upon opening his eyes, discovered that the sakura tin and withered wood had vanished without a trace. Looking back at Qin Ze, he found the two blades firmly grasped in his hands. On the rock ship, a group of pirates gazed towards the island. Once a lush and unremarkable isle, it had been submerged by the sea to the extent of 2/3 during the fierce battle between Qin Ze and the Golden Lion. And the tide continued to rise. To the center of the island, Qin Ze and the Golden Lion stood facing each other. "Damn it, Qin Ze, return my swords," the Golden Lion exclaimed, his face contorted with frustration. At this moment, he was utterly exasperated, practically jumping in place. In the throes of his intense emotions, he erupted into a violent cough. "Ha! Golden Lion, are you a 3-year-old child? As pirates, we seize what we desire with our strength. Do you really expect me to return it?" Qin Ze laughed uproariously, observing the anxious expression on the Golden Lion's face with a sense of amusement. In the heat of the previous attack, just as Qin Ze's fist was about to strike the Golden Lion's blades, he suddenly transformed his punch into a grasp, seizing both swords, and with a powerful motion of his arms, he yanked them from the Golden Lion's grip. "Brother Qin Ze, consider this a favor owed to you. Please return my swords." Knowing that it was impossible to reclaim the blades through sheer force, the Golden Lion could only plead desperately, nearly on the verge of kneeling before Qin Ze. The sakura tin and withered wood were the two swords to which he held the deepest emotional attachment. Having fought countless battles alongside them, he regarded them as if they were his wives. And now, in the hands of another, he felt as though he might burst into flames from embarrassment. For a great swordsman to have his blades snatched away was nothing short of a disgrace. "Very well. In light of our shared pirate crew, I shan't make it difficult for you. Did you not say that once you lose, I can make any request I desire? Then I shall have these two fine swords," Qin Ze declared, brandishing the blades in the air, finding them quite comfortable in his grip. The Golden Lion's face fell, nearly brimming with tears as he stammered. He was now filled with regret, wondering why he had provoked such a monstrous figure as Qin Ze. It was a self-inflicted torment. He wished he could return to the moment he had challenged this arrogant Golden Lion and deliver a few slaps. The Golden Lion was not someone who could not accept defeat. He had been bested by rocks before, but he could not accept losing to a youth. Moreover, the defeat came without deceit or underhanded tactics. He had fought honorably, yet was still vanquished, the thought of his illustrious reputation being tarnished, coupled with the loss of his blades, caused him to plop down onto the ground, his mental state crumbling. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ze erupted into laughter, leaving no room for discretion. Who would have thought that such a mighty aerial pirate would end up in such a state? As he looked toward the island, on the verge of obliteration, Qin Ze's laughter faded. The island was on the brink of submersion. In the midst of his words, he consolidated both swords into one hand, seized the seated Golden Lion, and took a step. Leaping directly from the island, he traced a parabolic arc through the air, plummeting straight towards the rock ship. Boom! As the massive ship, over 100 meters long, bore the weight of Qin Ze's descent, it tilted precariously to one side. Had it not been for Qin Ze's control over his strength, it might have been crushed entirely. Meanwhile, the already battered island, under the impact of Qin Ze's leap, quickened its descent into the depths of the in no time. The once inviting isle had vanished beneath the waves. The pirates aboard the ship, witnessing Qin Ze holding the Golden Lion while brandishing the sakura tin and withered wood as if they were cannonballs, were left utterly dumbfounded. "Qin Ze, he won. The Golden Lion has been defeated. Captain Qin Ze, I want to join your crew." The crew members erupted into exuberant cheers, their gazes toward Qin Ze filled with admiration. Those who had yet to choose a crew began to set their sights on Qin Ze's team. Golden Lion, weren't you quite arrogant? A great swordsman, and yet your blades have been taken from you. Where's your precious cigar now? Why aren't you smoking it?" Wang Zhijian, Silver Axe, and several other captains erupted into laughter, their ridicule reaching a fever pitch. However, in the face of their mockery, the Golden Lion remained silent. Slumped on the deck, utterly defeated. "Gulalala. Qin Ze, I never imagined you would grow to this extent. You had me worried for a good while," Whitebeard exclaimed, his face alight with excitement upon Qin Ze's return. not missing the chance to taunt the Golden Lion. Golden Lion, feeling a bit down now that you've challenged Qin Ze, your pride must be shattered. Remarkably, the Golden Lion refrained from retorting, instead silently observing Qin Ze. Or more precisely, the two blades in Qin Ze's possession. Enough, enough. I'll return your swords, Qin Ze declared impatiently, noticing the Golden Lion's unwavering gaze upon him. With a swift motion, he tossed the two famed blades in front of the Golden Lion. In truth, Qin Ze had never intended to keep the swords. He merely sought to irritate the Golden Lion. Initially, he had planned to return them in a few days, but seeing the Golden Lion in such disarray left him speechless. Upon receiving the swords back, the Golden Lion's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as he hastily retrieved them and secured them at his waist. Ahem. I, the Golden Lion, have always been a man of my word. You may now propose any terms you wish. With the two prize swords back in his possession, the Golden Lion seemed to come alive once more, standing upright and addressing Qin Ze. Observing his demeanor, Qin Ze cursed inwardly, suspecting that the Golden Lion had been feigning his earlier despair. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Ze could not decide on a suitable request. He paused and replied, "Let's discuss it later." At that moment, the voice of Captain Rox rang out, "Continue on our original course." With a deep glance at Qin Ze, he chose not to say anything further and turned back into the cabin. The others, upon hearing his words, also withdrew their expressions of amusement and returned to their quarters. Thus, the battle among the captains came to a close. Yet, the scene of that confrontation remained indelibly etched in the hearts of all present. After the fierce conflict aboard the rocks, the pirates engaged in animated discussions about the thrilling skirmish they had just witnessed. Exclamations of Qin Ze's prowess frequently punctuated their conversations, as if they were merely visiting one another's homes. Small groups of pirates formed, exchanging insights and reflections. Qin Ze, however, felt little interest in their chatter. Upon returning to his room, he secured the door and let out a sigh. Standing before the mirror, he examined his wounds. The reflection revealed a figure drenched in blood. Qin Ze turned to retrieve a basin and a towel, dampening them with clean water to wipe away the bloodstains from his skin. His bronze complexion was now fully visible, marred by numerous small cuts, the aftermath of the most powerful strike from the Golden Lion. Fortunately, despite their abundance, none had reached the bone. Suddenly, a rumbling sound emanated from his stomach, interrupting his thoughts. A wave of fatigue and hunger washed over him. The immense exertion during the battle had gone unnoticed amidst the chaos, but now that he had paused, exhaustion was apparent. At that moment, Qin Ze felt a dizzying hunger, a desperate urge to feast. If a sea beast had appeared before him, he felt he could devour it whole. He flung open his door and hurried to the dining area of the pirate ship. Inside, the restaurant was already filled to capacity. In the kitchen area, a short, stout man with a beak-like nose and a large hat tirelessly prepared food. This was the head chef of the Rocks, Long Mianbao. Upon noticing Qin Ze's arrival, the diners who had been eating immediately ceased their activities, their eyes filled with reverence. However, Qin Ze paid no heed to their intense gazes, casually choosing a seat close to Long Mianbao. That be why sheer coincidence. Kaido was seated nearby. Both men, seeking the quickest access to food, shared a mutual understanding. After ordering a substantial amount of food, Qin Ze began his feast. The moment he started eating, the others averted their gazes. At the table beside Long Mianbao, large chunks of meat were continuously dispatched into Qin Ze's mouth. As he ate, he reflected on the earlier battle. Through this confrontation, he gained a crystal-clear understanding of his own strength. At present, he stood amongst the pinnacle of power in this world, positioned between the Golden Lion and Rocks, confronting renowned figures from the Marine headquarters like Sengoku, Zephyr, or Garp should pose little challenge. Furthermore, aside from those encounters, Qin Ze had acquired invaluable combat experience and skills. Naturally, his mastery of armament haki and conqueror's haki had also improved to varying degrees, through insights gained in actual combat. His armament haki, Flowing Sakura, had become second nature, reflecting his elevation to a higher tier. In terms of conqueror's haki, even against the illustrious swordsman, the Golden Lion, there was little disparity. However, as Qin Ze grasped a piece of meat and sent it to his mouth, he contemplated despite being significantly stronger than other pirates, it was still insufficient. He must elevate his strength to formidable levels. Only then could he secure a sense of safety in this ruthless world where the strong prey upon the weak. After all, caution is the cornerstone of longevity. Before long, Qin Ze had devoured all the food before him, yet it was far from enough. Thus, he requested an entire table of food from Long Mianbao. Witnessing this, Kaido could no longer remain composed. He had arrived before Qin Ze, yet his own food remained uneaten. With Qin Ze choosing to sit beside him rather than elsewhere, Kaido perceived this as a blatant provocation. As the man known for the greatest appetite aboard the rocks, he could not accept someone surpassing him in consumption, especially not Qin Ze, whom he had long sought to surpass. Fueled by a fierce competitive spirit, Kaido resolved to out-eat Qin Ze before surpassing him in strength. In a flash, he annihilated the food on the table before him. After finishing, he slammed his hands on the table, his face fierce and menacing. Bellowing, "Is this enough for anyone? Bring me another portion." His voice echoed throughout the dining area, clear for all to hear. Many turned their heads in surprise, wondering if Kaido was preparing to consume a person instead of a meal. Moments later, a large basin of food was placed before Kaido. Meanwhile, Qin Ze was furiously stuffing food into his mouth. Without hesitation, Kaido joined in, grabbing handfuls of food and shoveling them in without chewing, sending them straight to his stomach. Observers began to grasp the nature of the unfolding scene, a contest of gluttony between the two that initially only a few had been watching, but as their eating speed escalated, the entire restaurant ceased their meals, turning their attention to Qin Ze. Yet, Qin Ze remained oblivious to Kaido's competition, consumed solely by an insatiable hunger that drove him to eat continuously, seeking to quell the gnawing emptiness within. Soon, the food on his table was depleted, but still he felt no sense of fullness. Thus, he requested yet another portion. Seeing Qin Ze's unyielding appetite, Kaido could not relent. "I'll have another serving too." Upon hearing this, Long Mianbao's face turned pale. What on earth? Have you not eaten for days? While he could quickly conjure food using his devil fruit powers, it still required considerable effort. Yet, faced with these two heavyweight figures, he could not refuse. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he resumed his culinary endeavors. Under Long Mianbao's diligent efforts, 2 large basins of food were swiftly prepared. Although the food lacked flavor, it served its purpose of satisfying hunger. Several perceptive crew members brought the dishes to the table of Qin Ze and Kaido. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Ze's right hand plunged into the food, devouring it ravenously. Kaido, witnessing this, let out a snort of disdain. Using both hands, they incessantly stuffed food into their mouths. The pirates in the restaurant lost all interest in their meals, utterly captivated by the spectacle before them. Cheers of encouragement erupted from the crowd. And soon, the entire establishment resonated with a tsunami of support that a few pirates even began to place bets, some wagering on Qin Ze's victory, while others backed Kaido. The fervor of the cheers overwhelmingly favored Qin Ze. However, their bets betrayed their true feelings, as they all placed their money on Kaido. After all, disregarding any other factors, their physical sizes alone made it evident that Kaido was destined to outlast the contest. Oblivious to the commotion, Qin Ze only began to register the cheers directed at him after glancing at Kaido and realizing his current state. A wave of incredulity washed over him. What a peculiar situation. Kaido must be suffering from some serious ailment to compete with me over a mere meal. Nevertheless, despite his bemusement, the consumption of food continued unabated. As time passed, their stomachs seemed like bottomless pits, voraciously accepting every morsel presented to them. Long loaves of bread were rapidly diminishing in the kitchen, and their table was cluttered with plates and large bowls. Yet the contest persisted, with neither participant pausing for breath. The gathering crowd only grew larger, with crew members who had initially remained outside drawn in by the spectacle. They gaped at the staggering amount of food laid before the competitors, incredulous at the sheer volume consumed. How can they eat so much? I couldn't possibly match their appetite. I knew Kaido had a hearty appetite, but I had no idea Captain Qin Ze could consume so much as well. Goodness, how do they grow up? Just how much food have they devoured? But who cared? It was all food conjured from the fruits. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Despite the prodigious quantity consumed, Qin Ze's belly showed no signs of expansion. Observers began to speculate about the two competitors, particularly Qin Ze. How can someone barely reaching 6 feet consume so much? It's simply unbelievable. Many expressed their disbelief, resorting to a two-word explanation. Monster. Suddenly, someone pointed out, "Look at the scars on Qin Ze. They seem to be healing." Indeed, astute pirates noticed that the multitude of wounds sustained during his earlier battle with the Golden Lion were fading, now resembling mere faint bloodstains. As others caught on to this phenomenon, gasps of astonishment filled the air. The food Qin Ze consumed was apparently transforming into energy, healing his body. Was this the secret behind his incredible appetite? What a terrifying physique he possessed. Yet, amidst the pirates saw, Qin Ze's pace remained unrelenting as he continued to devour his meal. In stark contrast, Kaido's initial ferocity had waned. The fierce expression on his face had been replaced by one of overindulgence. The look unique to those who had feasted to their limits. His hand movements slowed as he picked up a piece of meat, blinking as he attempted to shove it into his mouth, but suddenly experienced a wave of nausea, nearly regurgitating what he had just consumed. Glancing at the still voracious Qin Ze, Kaido felt a twinge of panic. This was a futile endeavor. It was clear he could not out-eat Qin Ze. With a spark of inspiration, Kaido devised a plan that if he could not win in eating, he would challenge him to a drinking contest instead. Aha! What skill is eating? Let's see who can drink better. With that, he tossed the meat aside and declared, to be a real man, one must drink. Kaido was determined. If he could not best Qin Ze in consumption, perhaps he could outdrink him. Hearing this challenge, Qin Ze paused mid-bite. Intrigued by the suggestion, it seemed like a splendid idea. Having already eaten so much, he felt parched. "All right, bring forth the drinks," he exclaimed, momentarily halting his feast. I could tea that moment. Qin Ze estimated he was about 6/10 full. A drink, followed by a bit more food, would satisfy him. The surrounding pirates erupted in cheers, for while anyone could eat, not everyone could hold their liquor. This contest was not merely about capacity, but about tolerance. Before long, 2 barrels of fragrant spirits were presented, accompanied by 2 large bowls, one for each competitor. However, Kaido disregarded the bowl entirely, lifting the barrel and drinking heartily. In contrast, Qin Ze's approach was far more refined. Without the urgency of ravenous hunger, he leisurely poured the liquor from the barrel, savoring it bowl after bowl. The restaurant soon filled with the delightful aroma of alcohol. Meanwhile, in a cabin aboard the rock's ship, Wang Ji, John, and Silver Axe, 3 old friends, were animatedly discussing the recent battle between the Golden Lion and Qin Ze, each boasting that had they faced Qin Ze, they would not have fared as poorly as the Golden Lion. Just as Wang Ji was passionately recounting his thoughts, a knock interrupted him. Upon opening the door, he found a crew member from his squad standing outside. "What is it?" Wang Ji resumed his authoritative demeanor. Furrowing his brow, "Captain, Qin Ze is currently competing against Kaido," the crew member exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement, oblivious to the sudden shift in Wang Ji's expression. "What? Qin Ze and Kaido?" Before Wang Ji could respond, John interjected, "Kaido's strength is hardly a match for Qin Ze. They're not competing in strength. They're having a drinking contest after finishing their eating challenge." It was a sight to behold, as if they had never eaten before. Before the crew member could elaborate further, the 3 men rushed past him, hastening towards the source of the commotion. Meanwhile, at Charlotte Linlin's location, she exclaimed, "Captain Linlin, the restaurant is bustling with excitement. A competition is underway." What is so remarkable about a contest in there? What a fuss! Qin Ze and Kaido are simply competing in drinking. Having just heard the name Qin Ze, Charlotte Linlin swiftly dashed out of the room. Disappearing in an instant, a similar scene unfolded in the rooms of other captains. In no time, all the captains hurried towards the dining hall tea that moment, enticed by the aroma of wine in the restaurant. Some onlooking pirates could no longer restrain themselves. Observing Kaido and Qin Ze indulging in copious drinks, they fetched fine wines from the kitchen and joined in their revelry. The atmosphere in the dining hall was infectious, filled with the sounds of clinking cups, cheers, and raucous shouts. Upon witnessing such a spectacle, the arriving captains stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the scene before them. What on earth was happening? Were they hosting a banquet? Seeing Qin Ze and Kaido left them utterly speechless. As the table before them overflowed with bowls and barrels, the ground littered with dishes that it was a staggering sight. How much food had they consumed? Even more alarming was the fact that neither seemed inclined to cease their merriment. Qin Ze continued to pour drink after drink, while Kaido swayed, holding a wooden barrel, drinking and dancing with a dazed expression. Clearly intoxicated. Gulilu, Qin Ze, how can you drink without calling me? Come, this kid Kaido is done for. I'll drink with you. With that, he grabbed several barrels of wine from the kitchen and sat down beside Qin Ze, drinking heartily. The other captains, witnessing this, eagerly joined in, raising their cups and downing their drinks in unison. That moment, Charlotte Linlin arrived, and her eyes lit up upon spotting Qin Ze. She strode over and squeezed herself between Qin Ze and Whitebeard. The captains, seeing this unfold, suppressed their laughter, eager to observe how Qin Ze would respond. Qin Ze, how about becoming my man? Linlin boldly stated, diving straight into the subject without any preamble. Qin Ze, who had just downed a mouthful of wine, spat it out upon hearing her words, his body jolting in shock. What the hell? I see you as a big mom, yet you consider me as a partner. No way. Forget it. That's impossible. Without a moment's hesitation. Qin Ze rejected her. Suddenly struck by an idea, he pointed to the still drunken Kaido and suggested, how about giving that Kaido a try? His words were a playful jab, yet they held a kernel of sincerity. The two were a match in physique, strength, and potential. It would be a remarkable pairing if the future Yonko could be united. In a way, I want Qin Ze. Linlin wailed, her voice tinged with desperation. I want Qin Ze. I want Qin Ze. As her state began to spiral out of control, her eyes glinted with fury and madness. Recognizing her condition, Qin Ze was momentarily taken aback. Damn it. Does she think I'm a dessert? Ugh, this is infuriating. Without further ado, Qin Ze coated his fist with hockey. He glanced at Whitebeard, who immediately understood the unspoken cue. They both struck simultaneously, not holding back. Whitebeard, fearing insufficient force, even employed the powers of the tremor fruit. Bang! With Charlotte Linlin collapsing, the entire world descended into silence. The ruckus in the dining hall transformed into a serene melody. Well done! The crew members simultaneously gave Qin Ze a thumbs up. Get a few people to carry her out. Let us continue drinking. Qin Ze raised his bowl, unfazed by the earlier incident, and ordered a few to take Linlin away before returning to his revelry. Meanwhile, in a chamber nearby, Rox furrowed his brow. Through the use of his observation hockey, he had been monitoring the situation in the dining hall. He was astonished to see Qin Ze consume so much food and drink, all while healing from his injuries. The sight of Qin Ze knocking out Charlotte Linlin left him genuinely alarmed. If he was considered a monster due to his formidable strength, then Qin Ze truly embodied the essence of the term. The competition in the dining hall had concluded with Kaido's collapse. That moment, no one cared about the outcome of the contest. Under the leadership of Qin Ze and Kaido, what began as a simple meal had transformed into a grand feast. Amidst the sounds of waves and the veil of night, laughter echoed joyously. The next day aboard the Rock's ship, the warmth of the banquet lingered. Within the Rock's pirates, the crew had more tales to share. Captain Qin Ze was not only immensely powerful, but also possessed an astonishing appetite, able to drink countless cups without faltering. His standing among the pirates soared to new heights, earning him the moniker of Monster. However, amidst the revelry, one individual was far from pleased. After succumbing to inebriation, Kaido was carried back to his quarters. Upon awakening, he discovered the sun was nearly setting. Rubbing his belly, Kaido realized he had suffered a resounding defeat. His memories only reached the moment he was drinking with Qin Ze, leaving him entirely oblivious to what transpired afterward, save for the certainty that he had been drinking until he fell. In truth, after knocking Kaido out, Qin Ze continued to drink with Whitebeard and the others for quite some time until the entire dining hall was subdued. Only then did Qin Ze find it tedious and cease his indulgence. Kaido, reflecting on the fact that not only was he outmatched by Qin Ze in strength, but he had also thoroughly lost in his long-prided ability to consume copious amounts at a surge of fury ignited within him. With a powerful punch, he struck the wall, expressing his frustration with visceral intensity, Dusk, Qin Ze perched atop the flagpole of the rock ship, savoring the sea breeze while admiring the sunset. The top of the flagpole had become Qin Ze's personal retreat, where he often found solace in the beauty of the setting sun. As the banquet concluded the previous night, he noticed a remarkable change in himself. The wounds inflicted by the Golden Lion during his attack had completely healed after a night's rest. His bronze skin bore no trace of the injuries. It was not hard to surmise that this was a result of the previous day's feasting. It astonished him to discover that his unique physique possessed such a function. He had not anticipated that his Saitama-like constitution could facilitate rapid healing through constant nourishment. And no wonder he had such an insatiable appetite, coupled with the distinct nature of meat and plants in the pirate world. It all seemed quite reasonable. Furthermore, a robust physique and intense exertion would necessitate an equivalent intake of sustenance. Just as Qin Ze was lost in thought, he noticed Whitebeard had taken a seat beside him. "The view here is splendid. No wonder you come here every day," Whitebeard remarked, gazing at the enormous setting sun, its fiery rays casting a radiant glow upon the sea. "Huh," Qin Ze chuckled in response. "If you like it, you can come up here every day." "Gulilu, let us skip that," the iconic laughter of Whitebeard echoed, dismissing the proposal. "I never expected you to not only eat well, but also drink so heartily. I always thought you were somewhat like me." "Huh? Do you wish to know why?" Qin Ze winked, his lips curling upwards as he replied with a smile, retracting his gaze from the setting sun. He turned to face Whitebeard. "Oh, do tell." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard paused momentarily. He held no interest in other secrets, yet he was immensely curious about Qin Ze's claim of being able to drink without yielding. Leaning in closer, he feared missing any detail. "Because I am a monster." "Ha ha." Qin Ze hesitated for a moment, pondering before bursting into laughter. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard realized that Qin Ze was merely brushing him off. A fist the size of a sandbag swung towards him, yet it only landed with a gentle tap. Looking at Whitebeard, Qin Ze chuckled, only to notice a sorrowful expression on Whitebeard's face. The usual exuberance was absent, hinting at some hidden concern. Slowly, Qin Ze began, "What's wrong? If there's something, you can share it." After a brief silence, Whitebeard finally spoke. "Qin Ze, I once believed that joining the Rocks Pirates would grant me a family of my own. Yet, among these people, loyalty seems to hold no value. Forget about family. Within the Rocks Pirates, even the most basic friendship is non-existent. For mere treasure or trivial disputes, these individuals are capable of turning against each other, seeking to destroy one another. While it may appear as though we belong to a pirate crew, in reality, it is merely a facade." Like Whitebeard, Qin Ze felt a profound lack of belonging on this ship. Expressing his true feelings lifted a weight off Whitebeard's shoulders. "Honestly, had I known it would be like this aboard the ship, I would never have boarded. I wonder how much longer this path will last." Not long. Qin Ze recalled the fate of the Rocks Pirates during the battle at God Valley. After that, Whitebeard established his own crew, which was what he truly desired. Gulalala. Who knows? Whitebeard laughed heartily, patting Qin Ze on the shoulder. Suddenly, Qin Ze sprang up and delivered a playful punch to Whitebeard's arm, chiding him. "Rest assured, on this journey, you have me by your side." Understanding the underlying meaning behind Qin Ze's words, Whitebeard smiled knowingly. With a friend at his side, he felt far from lonely. On this ship, Qin Ze was the only person whom Whitebeard deemed a true friend. "Gulalala, then you must keep up with me on this journey. Don't fall behind. Were you saying? Clearly, I am in the lead. You should be the one to quicken your pace. Then let us have a little competition and see who walks faster." Whitebeard extended his fist towards Qin Ze, who reciprocated. Under the golden hues of the setting sun, the two fists met in a pact, a promise made. Life at sea was marked by the repetition of daily routines. The sun shone brightly, and everything seemed as usual. The sudden sound of running footsteps broke the tranquility, only to vanish swiftly. Inside Whitebeard's quarters, he sat in a massive chair, with Qin Ze beside him. "Is Charlotte Linlin really that terrifying?" Whitebeard directly addressed Qin Ze, who had just moments ago been fleeing from Linlin's relentless pursuit aboard the Rock's ship. After shaking her off, he dared not return to his own quarters and made a beeline for Whitebeard's room. It was hard to comprehend that someone as powerful and often referred to as a monster like Qin Ze could be chased by a commander like Lin. Don't even mention it. She nearly pinned me to the bed, Qin Ze replied, looking rather disheveled and panting heavily. This isn't due to exhaustion. It's sheer fright. He had been sleeping soundly in his room when abruptly awakened by the sound of footsteps. Upon opening his eyes, he found Charlotte Linlin staring directly at him in his chamber. Just by imagining her intentions, Qin Ze could already foresee the trouble that awaited him. Thankfully, with his agility and strength, he managed to escape through the door, fleeing like the wind that, I must say, Linlin isn't bad looking. She is both beauty and figure. I wonder, could it be that you have a preference for men? Whitebeard's voice trailed off, lowering his tone as if afraid of being overheard. A peculiar smile plastered across his face. Get out of here! Qin Ze, am a staunch heterosexual, Qin Ze retorted, quickly adding, if it were Robin, Nami, or Hancock from the original story, if you try to force me, I would have no choice but to comply. But with Big Mom, I genuinely cannot handle it. Upon hearing Qin Ze's fervent declaration, Whitebeard chuckled, clearly unconvinced that, no worries. This remains between us. As brothers, I will keep your secret. What nonsense! Qin Ze exclaimed, exasperated by Whitebeard's expression. He was taken aback that Whitebeard, with his thick eyebrows and large eyes, would even entertain such thoughts. In matters like this, Qin Ze could not afford to be careless. Otherwise, if rumors began to circulate that he had peculiar inclinations, it would be quite the scandal, with so many muscular men aboard the Rock's ship. Who knows how many might be inclined that way? The mere thought sent a chill up Qin Ze's spine. Edward, is there any entertainment venue in this area? For the sake of his reputation, he resolved to seek out a few wayward maidens for some proper company. Without further explanation, Qin Ze concluded that the only way to prove his normal sexual orientation was through tangible actions. Not only would this allow him to evade the Rock's ship and Charlotte Linlin, but it would also provide a glimpse into the unique culture of the pirate world, perhaps revealing whether the local maidens possessed some hidden charm. This idea was nothing short of a trifecta. Gulalala. Of course there is, not far from our Rock ship's route. There's a perfect spot. There's such establishments thrive. Whitebeard chuckled, as if he were quite knowledgeable about the matter. Oh, do tell. Qin Ze's curiosity was piqued by this remark, prompting him to inquire eagerly. After Whitebeard's description, Qin Ze gained a clearer understanding of the location and its customs. Essentially, it was akin to a brothel. With wealth, one could indulge in any whim. Once Whitebeard had finished detailing the place, he shifted the topic. Qin Ze, you are now a commander. Have you thought about assembling your own crew? Upon hearing these words, Qin Ze was taken aback. It seemed he had not previously contemplated this matter, evidently having grown accustomed to a life of leisure. Within the Rock's pirates, each squad captain had the autonomy to establish their own faction, with the intent of leveraging the captain's influence to bolster the crew's strength. Furthermore, this initiative served to educate the squad members, thereby enhancing the overall competency of the group. Since Qin Ze ascended to the role of captain, he had neglected to manage his squad effectively. The last time he selected members was shortly after assuming command, when he chose a handful of sycophants who flattered him the most. Consequently, his squad now possessed the weakest capabilities among all the teams, being not only woefully understaffed but also characterized by a wide disparity in strength, in stark contrast to other crews, which were predominantly comprised of pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Qin Ze's squad was sorely lacking. Indeed, I had not given this matter the proper thought before. Your words have awakened me. It is high time I meticulously plan for the expansion of my crew. Qin Ze spoke slowly, expressing his strong agreement with Whitebeard's suggestion that a well-structured team could not only secure a greater share of treasure in the future, but, more importantly, significantly reduce the frequency with which he would need to intervene personally. It would be rather tiresome to confront every provocation directly. Upon hearing this, a light flickered in his eyes. Yes, why had I not considered utilizing this approach before? With formidable crew members at my disposal, I could indeed afford to take things more leisurely. Delegating certain tasks to these members would be exceedingly effortless. You make a valid point. Do you have any suitable candidates in mind? Whitebeard inquired. There's Kaido, Qin Ze's mind immediately conjured the image of the future emperor of the SEA. In terms of strength and potential, he was undoubtedly the prime candidate within the Rocks Pirates. Kaido, Whitebeard remarked, his gaze shifting slightly. Kaido had long harbored ambitions of becoming a squad captain, making the prospect of recruiting him fraught with challenges. Where there's a will, there's a way. Qin Ze let out a hearty laugh, patting Whitebeard on the shoulder with confidence. So, what has Captain Qin Ze been up to lately? Not much, really. Just indulging the usual pleasures of eating and drinking, engaging in casual conversations with some captains, then hastily fleeing the room in a panic, disappearing without a trace. The first to speak was the trainee crew member, Kaido. After his previous defeat, he devised a plan to employ one of the ship's crew members with some treasure to gather intelligence on Qin Ze and report back to him. The purpose of this was to keep himself informed of Qin Ze's movements, enabling him to surpass him in the future. Knowing oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in every battle. What use is money if it doesn't yield any valuable information? You are utterly useless. Kaido glared at the crew member standing outside the door, his expression fierce. The other party trembled in fear, his legs shaking. If it weren't for his gambling debts, he would never have been willing to run errands for Kaido. Qin Ze truly spends his days engaging in such trivialities. I can't help it. The crew member attempted to offer an explanation. Kaido interrupted him abruptly. Enough, just scram, he said impatiently, waving his hand to dismiss him. But the money, the crew member stammered, a bitter expression on his face, speaking in a hushed tone. Just get lost. Kaido fished out a small pouch of coins from his waist and tossed it to the other man. After receiving the money, the crew member bolted away as if his life depended on it. Fearing that Kaido might change his mind and not only withhold payment, but also deliver a fatal blow to that moment. Not far away. Qin Ze smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth lifting. After parting ways with Whitebeard, he had come to visit Kaido. With his observation haki, he had been monitoring the entire exchange between Kaido and the crew member. He was surprised to see that Kaido had actually paid him. This was unexpected. In the original narrative, Kaido would never have been so accommodating to offer money. The fact that he hadn't knocked the man out already was a sign of mercy. It seemed that the youthful Kaido was vastly different from the one he would become 40 years hence. Indeed, 40 years is ample time for a person to change. This sparked Qin Ze's curiosity. Under his leadership, what transformation would the Kaido of 40 years later undergo? After the crew member was dismissed, Kaido was about to close the door to return to his room when he noticed a figure approaching in the distance, with black hair and eyes, clad in a captain's uniform obtained from the logistics team. Qin Ze, alarm surged within Kaido, prompting him to hasten the door shut. However, in the next instant, Qin Ze, who had been strolling leisurely, stood directly before Kaido. One hand rested on the door, while the other was tucked casually in his pocket. No matter how hard Kaido pushed, the door would not budge. Oh, Kaido, you've been keeping quite an eye on me lately. Now that I'm here, aren't you going to give me a warm welcome? Qin Ze raised an eyebrow, his tone light and breezy, akin to a gentle breeze wafting through the air. Yet to Kaido's ears, it resonated entirely differently. Not at all. I have matters to attend to. You may leave. Although Kaido had been monitoring Qin Ze's recent movements, that did not mean he wished to see him. Despite his ambition to surpass Qin Ze, the memories of their initial confrontation, where he was swiftly defeated, along with the subsequent battles against Qin Ze and Captain Shiki, weighed heavily on his mind, leaving him with a psychological shadow. Until he attained the strength to defeat Qin Ze, Kaido had no desire to encounter him, for he found himself outmatched in every regard, unable to strike back, eat, or drink with any semblance of success. Even so, you ought to at least invite me in for a seat. After all, I am a captain. With that, disregarding Kaido's consent, he exerted his arm, forcefully pulling the door open. Realizing he could not overpower Qin Ze, Kaido lazily ceased his attempts to obstruct him. As Qin Ze stepped into the room, he surveyed his surroundings. The first thing that caught his eye was an array of massive exercise equipment. There was no denying their presence. Each piece appeared to weigh several tons. The gleaming surfaces bore the marks of frequent use, evidencing Kaido's rigorous training regimen. In addition to the workout gear, there was a massive stone slab serving as a bed. And Kaido's weapon, A kanabo rested at its side. Several wooden treasure chests were haphazardly positioned in a corner, likely filled with the spoils Kaido had amassed over the years. The entire room was decorated in an exceedingly simple manner. Qin Ze casually chose a spot to sit, leisurely remarking, "Kaido, it seems you harbor quite a few grievances against me." Upon hearing this, Kaido's expression grew complex as he regarded Qin Ze in silence. At this moment, he found himself at an impasse. Affirming Qin Ze's suspicion would be unwise, yet denying it would also be futile. Given their prior exchange, Qin Ze had undoubtedly heard everything. Thus, he chose to remain mute. "We are both part of the same pirate crew. If you have any objections, feel free to voice them, and I shall guide you on how to amend them. If that proves insufficient, we can settle it with a duel. Any grievances can be resolved with our fists." As he spoke, he clenched his fists and gestured in the air. Upon hearing this, Kaido's eyes twitched, and he thought to himself, "Fight you? Engaging with you now would merely be an exercise in self-abuse." The silence lingered, and Qin Ze regarded the taciturn figure before him, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Internally, he mused, what sort of creature is this, with a mouth seemingly fashioned solely for consuming food? It became evident that a gentle approach would yield no results with this individual. Thus, a firmer method was warranted. Consequently, amidst Kaido's expression of disdain, reminiscent of someone owed an exorbitant sum, Qin Ze delivered another thrashing. "Tomorrow, accompany me for an outing. I shall show you a good time. Should you refuse, every encounter henceforth will result in a beating." With those parting words, Qin Ze departed. The room was left in disarray, occupied only by the battered Kaido, who sulked alone in the corner on the following morn. The rock ship embarked into uncharted waters. From Whitebeard's earlier remarks, it was deduced that they were nearing the fabled region. Thus, Qin Ze, with an unwilling Kaido in tow, prepared for a leisurely excursion. After conferring with Captain Rocks and securing his consent, they procured a small boat, provisions, and a navigational guide from the logistics department. Under Whitebeard's watchful gaze, Qin Ze and Kaido set sail upon the vessel of camaraderie, swiftly gliding across the azure sea beneath the vast, clear sky. Qin Ze reveled in the invigorating sea breeze, reflecting that this was his inaugural venture into the ocean, a sensation starkly different from his time aboard the Rock's pirate ship. It was a feeling of freedom, relaxation, and buoyancy. The small boat skimmed the surface at remarkable speed, with frothy white waves cascading behind it. The propulsion was entirely manual, relying on Kaido's formidable strength rather than machinery. That a glance at Kaido, who valiantly wielded the oars, prompted Qin Ze to chide, "Row faster. What use is your considerable size if not for such tasks?" At this, Kaido, who had been laboring tirelessly since boarding, felt an urge to hurl the oar at Qin Ze. However, despite his indignation, Kaido quickened his pace, recognizing the necessity of acquiescence under the circumstances. With Kaido's exertions, the already swift boat seemed to propel itself as if equipped with a propeller, darting across the water like an arrow. Kaido, endowed with extraordinary physical prowess, though not quite a match for Qin Ze, remained a formidable force in this era. This was merely a routine display of his capabilities. "Excellent," Qin Ze acknowledged, observing the increased velocity of the vessel. "At this rate, we should arrive in just a few hours." He then shifted the conversation. "Kaido, do you know why I brought you along?" The wind tousled Qin Ze's garments as he spoke, prompting him to raise his voice against the gusts. "To have me toil like a laborer, I presume." Kaido's unexpected retort caught Qin Ze off guard. Rolling his eyes, Qin Ze replied, "Spending all day on the ship must feel dreary. I brought you specifically to enjoy the company of beautiful women." At the mention of beautiful women, Kaido's paddling slowed, his eyes alight with intrigue. Really? As a 19-year-old in the throes of youthful exuberance, he naturally harbored a fascination for the opposite sex. Previously, aboard the pirate ship, the scarcity of females had rendered the few present, most of whom bore a more intimidating appearance than the men, unappealing. "Are you genuinely so benevolent?" Despite the allure of Qin Ze's words, Kaido remained skeptical. "Of course, you'll know soon enough. Just exercise some restraint. Don't return unable to row." Qin Ze dangled the prospect of delightful sights before Kaido, choosing not to elaborate further. Such intrigue would undoubtedly pique his curiosity. Indeed, although Kaido retained some doubts, his stroke quickened once more. Meanwhile, aboard the rock ship, Whitebeard stood at the rail, gazing pensively at the sea when a sudden voice intruded. "Edward, where have Qin Ze and Kaido gone?" The speaker, with flowing golden locks and a cigar clenched between his teeth, was none other than Shiki the Golden Lion. "Gulalala! Shiki, I see you've returned to the land of the living since his defeat by Qin Ze." Shiki had all but vanished from the public eye. Upon learning of Qin Ze's departure in a small boat, he promptly emerged to inquire further. "Humph, the quarters were stifling. I sought some fresh air." Whitebeard, recognizing Shiki's wounded pride, chose not to mock him further. Instead, he produced a map from his coat and indicated a particular location. "They've gone off to indulge themselves here." Thus Shiki's interest was piqued as he leaned closer to scrutinize the map. "What is so enticing about this place?" he queried, his brow furrowing. "Gulalala, you're unaware? It is a veritable paradise for men." Whitebeard chuckled. "When was the last time you visited this locale?" Shiki asked, confusion etched across his face. "Approximately 6 years ago." The memories remained vivid. Upon hearing this, Shiki fell silent for a moment before erupting into raucous laughter. "Huh, that place is hardly what it once was. After the Navy's cleansing, there are no women left. It's as desolate as a wasteland. Qin Ze is off seeking survival in the wilderness." "Huh." The Golden Lion clutched his belly, laughing so heartily that his entire body shook, causing his cigar to tumble to the ground. Meanwhile, Shiki's words fell upon Whitebeard's ears, rendering him utterly petrified. Witnessing Whitebeard's demeanor only amplified the Golden Lion's laughter, which intertwined with the sea breeze that had swept by. Upon the mirror-like calm of the ocean, golden sunlight spilled over the waters, shimmering brilliantly at intervals. A gust of salty sea air wafted through, but a solitary boat was moored beside a stretch of coastline. Like a tea that moment, 2 figures emerged from the shore, one with an exaggerated physique and bulging muscles, sporting a pair of horns atop his head, the other possessing a well-proportioned frame, with black hair and dark eyes. They were none other than Qin Ze and Kaido. However, the duo now found themselves in a rather disheveled state, their attire tattered and their faces etched with distress. Recalling their arrival at the shore, both had been filled with anticipation and excitement, eager to experience the beauty that lay ahead. Their steps had unconsciously quickened at the thought of the enchanting women awaiting them. Yet, upon their thorough inspection of the area, they discovered that there were no beauties to be found, not even a soul to breathe. The surroundings were littered with the remnants of destroyed buildings, an expanse of desolation. Only overgrown vegetation spoke of the past that once thrived here. Thus, upon witnessing this scene, the 2 spirited youths felt as if a bucket of cold water had been doused over them. The light in their eyes extinguished. "Qin Ze, is this what you referred to as a land of beauty?" Kaido felt like a jester, manipulated by Qin Ze. Despite the risk of incurring Qin Ze's wrath, Kaido felt compelled to challenge him. "Damn it, how would I know? I want to ask too. What the hell is this wretched place?" Not only Kaido, but even Qin Ze's morale had crumbled. Initially brimming with expectation, he had envisioned immersing himself in the local customs, only to be met with disappointment. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Recalling Whitebeard's words, Qin Ze consulted the record guide once more. The location was accurate. It was indeed the place Whitebeard had mentioned. How could this be? Given Whitebeard's character, he would never deceive him. It left only one possibility. This place may have once been as Whitebeard described. However, time had passed, and the past was no more. "What bad luck!" he exclaimed. "Let us get back on the ship, back to the rocks." Qin Ze sighed. For now, returning seemed the only viable option, for there was nothing to be found here. Fortunately, they had brought some provisions. Otherwise, they would have faced starvation. Upon hearing this, Kaido, too, felt disinclined to complain. Once back on the ship, he accepted the food offered by Qin Ze and devoured it hungrily, as if venting his inner frustrations upon the sustenance. During their return journey, under Kaido's insistence and Qin Ze's acknowledgement of his own faults, they took turns rowing the boat, Qin Ze in the first half and Kaido in the latter, following the course charted by rocks and the record guide. Qin Ze swiftly maneuvered the boat towards their destination, maintaining a pace that was decidedly quicker than Kaido's. Were it not for the fear of the vessel's limitations, Qin Ze could have rowed even faster. Meanwhile, in a nearby stretch of ocean, a luxurious cruise ship, towering at several dozen meters, glided forward majestically. The vessel was colossal, boasting 14 decks, each adorned with an array of extravagant items: pearls, jade, gemstones, and priceless artworks. Any single item taken from this ship could finance a typical family's expenses for a lifetime. The topmost deck glittered resplendently under the sun, made entirely of pure gold. A flagpole displayed a white banner emblazoned with the red emblem of the celestial dragons, a unique insignia featuring 3 triangles and a circle. This ship was a luxurious cruiser belonging to the celestial dragons, tasked with transporting heavenly gold. On the deck stood a contingent of Navy personnel clad in sailor uniforms, their expressions grave and alert. Gripping their firearms as they remained vigilant of their surroundings, the tension was palpable, with beads of sweat forming on their brows. Typically, they would not be so on edge, but this time, aboard the ship laden with heavenly gold, a celestial dragon was present, indulging in leisurely explorations across various nations. The celestial dragons, who stood above the law, commanded a fearsome reputation. Should any mishap befall them, all aboard would meet a grim fate. The mildest punishment could result in the infamous celestial dragon hoof mark, followed by a grim fate on the treacherous island of Tequila Wolf, tirelessly laboring to construct the bridge kingdom in the middle of the deck. A man with a square glass dome perched atop his head stood out conspicuously, a T-shaped hairstyle framing an unattractive visage. He sat upon a massive slave, wielding an opulent firearm. This was Charlemagne, the world noble whose very presence instilled trepidation among the Navy. Before him stood several individuals, targets for his marksmanship practice, all commoners seized from various nations. Raising his firearm, he aimed, ready to pull the trigger when a shadow darted into his field of vision. Charlemagne furrowed his brow, lowering his weapon as a servant promptly presented a telescope. Peering through the lens, Charlemagne spotted a small boat racing across the water, a young man rowing while another sat back, admiring the scenery so swift. He sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. How dare they disregard the celestial dragons? Full speed ahead. Run those 2 down. As soon as he finished speaking, the senior naval officers at the helm wasted no time in accelerating. For celestial dragons' command was not to be trifled with. Thus, the luxurious cruiser surged forward, showing no signs of slowing as it barreled straight towards the small boat, showcasing its top-tier propulsion capabilities. Meanwhile, a naval vice-admiral, City, tucked away a newly received bounty notice, glancing through the telescope at the distant boat. Suddenly, his expression shifted, focusing intently on the previously stowed bounty notice. He scrutinized the 2 young men, his heart racing in alarm. "Hurry!" he shouted. "Stop the ship!" Upon hearing City's frantic calls, Charlemagne's countenance darkened. "Who do you think you are? Speak another word, and I'll shoot you down." The tone of the conversation was exceedingly arrogant, completely disregarding the presence of the vice-admiral. After all, he was a celestial dragon. It mattered little whether he was merely a vice-admiral from a branch office or a grand admiral from the headquarters. They were all but watchdogs for the celestial dragons. That it was evident that the Navy was aware of this fact, as they paid no heed to Vice-Admiral City's commands and continued to accelerate forward. Witnessing this scene, City's expression darkened considerably. If the individuals before him had been ordinary folk, he might have attributed it to mere misfortune in crossing paths with a celestial dragon. However, these 2 were notorious pirates on the Navy's wanted list. Kaido, with a bounty of 500 million berries, and Qin Ze, with a bounty of 700 million berries. Both were members of the Rock Pirates. It was crucial to note that this pirate crew, unlike other factions, showed no fear in the presence of celestial dragons. Rather, they would ruthlessly strike them down. That moment, City felt utterly trapped, his heart heavy with despair. Seeing City's expression, Charlemagne mockingly patted the head of the slave beneath him and approached with a tone laden with disdain. "What is there to be afraid of? Truly pathetic. Do you think you are worthy of protecting me?" With that, Charlemagne stood and delivered a kick to City, who dared not evade that a Navy vice-admiral was publicly humiliated in such a manner. Yet, none of those present reacted. Although the young Navy soldiers felt a deep sense of humiliation, they could only endure in silence. After all, The man before them was a world noble, a celestial dragon. The duty of a navy was to protect these self-proclaimed descendants of gods. Simultaneously, after receiving the kick, City felt his mind go blank. The celestial dragon, Qin Ze, he could not afford to offend either side. Clenching his fists tightly, he struggled to suppress the fury within him that he recalled his childhood aspiration to join the navy and safeguard the people's property. The justice cloak draped over him in an instant. The thought of rebellion flickered within him. However, upon raising his gaze to Charlemagne's grotesque visage and the celestial dragon flag fluttering atop the towering flagpole, he remembered his bright future and the wife waiting at home. Ultimately, he could only lower his head and endure in silence. Yet at that very moment, Charlemagne, sensing a hint of defiance in City's raised head, revealed a sinister smile and beckoned behind him. The next second, 3 mysterious figures appeared at their side, and one could discern how they had materialized. Clad in white suits with matching ties and wearing bizarre masks, they exuded an air of enigma. CP0. A flicker of shock crossed City's face. After being aboard to protect the celestial dragons for so long, he had not even realized that CP0 was present on the ship, let alone 3 of them. CP0, an organization solely dedicated to the celestial dragons. Comprised of members with formidable strength, the lowest among them could rival a rear admiral, while their captain could contend with grand admirals of the navy, heralded as the strongest shield of the celestial dragons and the world's most powerful intelligence agency. They were the personal bodyguards of the celestial dragons. Gazing coldly at City, the 3 CP0 agents exchanged no words, and the next moment, their figures vanished from sight. A fierce gust of wind swept through. And suddenly, 3 figures materialized beside City. 2 of them seized his arms tightly, while one thrust his fist through City's chest. Blood cascaded down the navy uniform as City clutched his punctured torso, violently coughing up blood. Staring in shock at Charlemagne, whose eyes were filled with contempt, he wanted to ask why. But before he could utter a word, his towering body collapsed to the ground with a thud, the sound echoing on the deck. Witnessing this scene, the faces of the surrounding navy personnel turned pale, their eyes fixed on the 3 mysterious figures, bodies trembling uncontrollably. The CP0 agents, however, paid no mind to the gazes of the navy. From their cold demeanor, it was clear that killing a Navy vice admiral was as trivial as swatting a fly, devoid of any emotional upheaval. This was CP0, the gatekeepers of the celestial dragons, with but one duty: to ensure the safety of the celestial dragons, regardless of the depths of their actions, and no matter the identity of their adversary, be it noble, navy, or even a king from another nation. Should they defy the will of the celestial dragons, they would be mercilessly slain. Humph! Useless trash! Clean up this mess! Charlemagne pinched his nose, seemingly repulsed by the scent of blood. Upon hearing this, the 3 CP0 agents surveyed the surrounding navy personnel, their intent unmistakable. The navy members swept by their gaze trembled, their earlier anger extinguished. The overwhelming pressure they exerted was too great. If they could eliminate a vice admiral in an instant, dispatching them would be as simple as crushing ants. Soon, those caught in a line of sight scrambled to the fallen body of their commander, dragging it away. The blood-stained cloak of justice was treated as a mere rag, while several Navy personnel frantically wiped the blood from the deck. Observing the spectacle, Charlemagne burst into laughter, then turned his gaze towards the sea. The luxury cruise ship was drawing closer to the small boat. Hurry! Increase the speed! Crash into them! On the small boat, Qin Ze ceased rowing. The vessel gradually came to a halt due to inertia. Rising to his feet, he beheld the luxury cruise ship advancing directly towards him at full speed and smiled. The big one is coming. His tone was devoid of fear, instead tinged with excitement. He had long since identified the luxury cruise ship as a treasure transport vessel, ferrying gold from the heavens. After all, in this boundless ocean, it was hard not to notice it. During the earlier assault on the Navy branch, Rox had mentioned in a captain's meeting that the celestial dragons were patrolling a nation, likely referring to the luxury cruise ship before him. He never anticipated that after all this time, this foolish pig would still be wandering at sea, indicating that it had not visited just one nation, but had traversed multiple countries to collect wealth. Now that he had encountered it, he certainly intended to make a move. After all, how could he justify his presence in this world without slaying a celestial dragon? Initially, Qin Ze had thought to toy with them at sea a little longer. But now that the celestial dragons were charging directly at him, he had no inclination to row anymore. Damn it, Qin Ze quickly changed direction. The ship is about to collide. Beside him, Kaido caught sight of Qin Ze and abruptly set down the wooden pulp. His gaze shifted towards the magnificent cruise ship hurtling towards them. In a fit of urgency, he shouted, "It was the celestial dragons he feared." Rather, it was the colossal vessel looming before him. A ship of such immense size, approaching with terrifying velocity. Should it collide, the outcome was all too predictable. Meanwhile, on the deck of the cruise ship, Charlemagne could see the impending crash. A twisted smile crept across his face. "Ha ha! Crush them! Filthy lower-class scum! Worthless trash!" He shook the iron chain in his hand, and the slaves beneath him understood the command, scrambling towards the highest point of the deck. The massive chain scraped against the ground with a jarring sound. He yearned to witness the scene of these two inferior beings being obliterated by the ship's impact. Nearby, 3 CP0 agents stood respectfully aside, maintaining a cautious distance from Charlemagne. Yet suddenly, their expressions shifted, the change evident even through their masks. Qin Ze, Kaido, CP0, they recognized not only the strongest shield, but also the world's most formidable intelligence agency. They were well aware of this individual, who had recently garnered the attention of the world government. A man who had once single-handedly slain a Marine branch vice admiral and was the captain of the Rock's pirates. Categorized as an extremely dangerous person, Kaido, standing adjacent, was no less formidable. "What nonsense is this?" Charlemagne said, a hint of impatience in his tone to him. Everyone besides the celestial dragons was merely despicable refuse. He showed no sign of restraint despite the change in CP0's demeanor. The CP0 agents, tasked with ensuring his safety, knew that if anything displeased him, they would face dire consequences. My lord. This Kaido is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 500 million, while that Qin Ze boasts an even higher bounty of 700 million. We cannot guarantee victory. Please step aside, and we will immediately contact Mary Geos to ensure your safety. One CP0 agent said respectfully. "Worthless. You are all just foolish pigs wasting resources, just like the Marines." Charlemagne seethed with anger upon hearing that CP0 suggested he retreat. He raised his luxurious firearm, aiming at the head of the CP0 agent. At that moment, the 3 CP0 agents exchanged glances. Swiftly reaching a consensus point, one would escort the Lord to safety, while the other 2 would hold back Qin Ze and Kaido, ordinary members of CP0. Their strength was comparable to that of a rear admiral, and they had no absolute assurance of victory against the 2 on the small boat. Thus, their primary objective was to protect the celestial dragoness' safety, without contemplating the repercussions they might face upon returning. This was the essence of CP0, a group of indoctrinated zealots. However, they ultimately underestimated Qin Ze's strength. As the cruise ship was about to collide with the small vessel, a thunderous boom resonated from the ship's bow, akin to a bomb detonating ahead. The small boat was immediately sent splintering into the air, propelled several meters away. Charlemagne's face twisted into a deranged grin at the sight. Yet, in the next moment, his smile froze, for Qin Ze and Kaido had somehow appeared right before him. It turned out that just as the cruise ship was about to make contact, Qin Ze had leaped up, pulling a terrified Kaido along with him. Initially, Qin Ze intended to halt the cruise ship with a single punch, but reconsidered, realizing it would cause significant damage to the vessel, complicating their return. Thus, he swiftly altered his strategy. Now, seeing Qin Ze and Kaido before them, the 3 CP0 agents halted their previous plan, each on high alert. "Why the tension? We mean no harm. We merely wish to hitch a ride." As he spoke, Qin Ze's eyes fell upon the debris floating on the surface of the sea, as if to say, "You've damaged my boat, so it's only reasonable to ask for a ride." The CP0 agents remained cautious, prioritizing the safety of the celestial dragon, ready to react should a moment arise where they could decisively eliminate their opponents. Upon hearing Qin Ze's words, the 3 CP0 agents exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend his intentions. Was this an act, or did he genuinely wish to avoid conflict? Should it be the latter, they would consider acquiescing, as it would serve the best interests of protecting the celestial dragon. They could then call for reinforcements from Mary Geos and subsequently eliminate Qin Ze. Not only the CP0 agents were bewildered, the surrounding Marines were equally perplexed. When Qin Ze and Kaido stood upon the ship, they braced for an impending battle. However, Qin Ze's words left them in confusion. Was he jesting? A notorious pirate with a bounty of 700 million from the Rocks Pirates, seeking to board a celestial dragon's ship? Even the more seasoned Marines were left incredulous, unsure of how to proceed. Should they open fire? Gripping their firearms tightly, they furrowed their brows as they assessed the situation. Yet, seeing the CP0 agents remain motionless, they abandoned the idea of shooting. Ha! Foolish lower beings! You despicable creatures wish to board our celestial dragon's ship. Charlemagne found the notion laughably absurd, his eyes filled with disdain. Celestial dragons, arrogant and foolish. Watch how I smash your pig brains to bits. Kaido, too, failed to grasp the meaning behind Qin Ze's words. However, he had no intention of indulging the celestial dragons. He longed for the opportunity to slay one without hesitation. He cursed aloud, his spiked club already raised in defiance. Observing this, Qin Ze swiftly intervened. Kaido, how dare you speak like that? Please be mindful of your demeanor. Before you stands the pinnacle of nobility, a descendant of the Creator, a god above mere mortals, the immensely revered celestial dragon. To speak thus could lead to dire consequences. Qin Ze shot Kaido a disapproving glance, his tone laced with mock reverence, as if the celestial dragons were his utmost idols. The three CP0 agents, upon hearing Qin Ze's words, were not the least bit pleased. Their confusion deepened. It appeared that Qin Ze exhibited great respect towards the celestial dragons, yet they could not ascertain the sincerity behind his words. Thus, they remained vigilant, refraining from any impulsive actions. Meanwhile, Charlemagne, upon hearing their exchange, disregarded Qin Ze's comments entirely. His mind was consumed by Kaido's insult. Foolish pig, causing him to tremble with rage. How dare these lowly beings insult him? They must perish. He envisioned shattering their teeth, extracting their tongues, and ultimately torturing them to death. With a sudden burst of fury, Charlemagne rose, his body quaking uncontrollably as he shouted, "You three worthless fools! Why aren't you capturing them at once? Having grown up as a noble celestial dragon, I have always lived a life of privilege, revered by countless individuals wherever I go. I have never endured insults, let alone being called a foolish pig by those of lower status." As Charlemagne shouted, his body trembled, and in a moment of instability, he toppled backward. Observing this, one of the three CP0 members reacted swiftly, darting forward. However, another figure was even quicker, catching Charlemagne before he fell. Qin Ze? The CP0 member gasped in horror upon recognizing him. "Hello." Qin Ze responded with his signature smile, greeting the CP0 member before distancing himself and returning to Kaido's side. How fast? The three CP0 members were taken aback, realizing that Qin Ze's strength likely exceeded the rumors. How dare these lowly beings use their filthy hands to touch me? This is unforgivable. Charlemagne felt no gratitude for Qin Ze's assistance. Instead, he wore a look of utter revulsion, as if tainted by something vile. With that, he raised his firearm, aiming at Qin Ze, prepared to pull the trigger. Suddenly, the expression on Charlemagne's face froze, only to be replaced by agonizing pain. His eyes bulged as he began to spout blood uncontrollably. In the next moment, he collapsed to the ground. Boom! His lifeless body struck the deck, producing a dull thud, reminiscent of the previous Vice Admiral's city. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene. A deathly stillness. The three CP0 members, Navy soldiers, and even Kaido stared wide-eyed. The celestial dragon is dead. It's over. Despair washed over the faces of the Navy and CP0 alike. The celestial dragon had perished before their eyes. Each person aboard the ship now faced impending punishment. The world government would unleash its wrath upon them. What has happened? Why did the celestial dragon suddenly die? It must be Qin Ze. Some Navy soldiers trembled uncontrollably, their voices strained with shock and terror. They recalled the sequence of events: the celestial dragon's impending fall, Qin Ze's appearance, and then the dragon's demise. Only Qin Ze had come into contact with him. Thus, all eyes turned to Qin Ze. Sensing the gazes upon him, Qin Ze let out a cold smirk. In the instant he touched the celestial dragon, he had infused dark energy into his body, an advanced application of armament hockey. Causing internal destruction to it was perfectly executed in this scenario. Yet, on his face, Qin Ze wore a mask of innocence. What the hell? This celestial dragon just dropped dead? You all must testify that I did nothing. Everyone saw that I was merely trying to help him. Qin Ze's voice was filled with feigned grievance, portraying himself as the biggest victim of the dragon's death, his expression a blend of panic and fear. But none of that mattered now, for the celestial dragon was dead. The 3 CP0 members were driven to a frenzy with rage. And no matter what, Qin Ze must in the next moment, they charged towards him, ready for battle. The death of a celestial dragon had crossed the greatest taboo for CP0 to them. The safety of the celestial dragon surpassed all, even their own lives. They would kill Qin Ze, even at the cost of their existence, in the blink of an eye. They reached Qin Ze. One shorter CP0 member swung a fist imbued with force towards him, while the other 2 appeared behind Qin Ze, brandishing blades aimed at his heart. Seeing this, Qin Ze sneered. He met the punch of the CP0 member head-on. While leaving the 2 behind to Kaido this moment, he observed Kaido, raising his spike club, preparing to strike the 2 CP0 members from behind as Kaido attacked. The 2 CP0 members reacted instantly, abandoning their assault and swiftly twisting their wrists to block the dark club in that instant. 2 distinct sounds erupted. The club collided with the daggers, sending sparks flying. The piercing noise resonated in people's minds, akin to the wail of a vengeful spirit. It must be said, Kaido's formidable physique and explosive power were impressive. The immense force caused the arms of the 2 CP0 members to shudder, nearly dislodging their daggers. Subsequently, the 2 exchanged glances, quickly retreating, abandoning their plan to encircle him from behind. The CP0 member who had faced Qin Ze was not as fortunate. Qin Ze's strength surged through his punch, penetrating the entirety of the arm. The force sent him sprawling 10 meters away, his arm hanging uselessly at his side, rendered incapacitated. It's just a dead, foolish pig. You lapdogs are in quite a tizzy. Rest assured, the 3 of you will soon join him. Kaido was elated by the sudden demise of the celestial dragon, although this foolish pig did not perish by his hand. It did not diminish his joy. Hey, you all are being utterly unreasonable. I have always approached you with the utmost respect. Yet, you not only damaged our ship, but also sought to kill us. Qin Ze retracted his fist, which had been poised in the air, and spoke with a calm demeanor. From his earlier encounter with the CP0 member, Qin Ze had gauged their strength, slightly superior to the recently defeated Navy Vice Admiral. Yet still lacking. You scoundrels! The celestial dragon's death is linked to you. How dare you slay a god? You shall all perish. The CP0 member who had lost his arm gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred. If looks could kill, Qin Ze would have been subjected to 1,000 tortures. TCH, do you have any evidence? The eyes of the public are sharp. He died suddenly. What does that have to do with me? Could it be that the celestial dragon suffered from a grave illness? Qin Ze surveyed the surrounding Navy personnel, resting his chin on his hand in feigned contemplation, as if genuinely searching for the cause of the celestial dragon's demise. The Navy members whom Qin Ze's gaze swept over lowered their heads, afraid to make any movements. They, too, were perplexed by the bizarre events that had just unfolded, surpassing their comprehension. Perhaps, as Qin Ze suggested. It truly was the case. Upon hearing those words, the 3 CP0 agents exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Among them, a tall and slender Caesar nodded slightly. In the next instant, he prepared to retreat. It was evident that these 3 CP0 agents understood that they lacked the strength to eliminate Qin Ze. Thus, the fastest among them intended to call for reinforcements from the Holy Land, Mary Geos, to dispatch the headquarters admirals to deal with Qin Ze, while the remaining 2 would stay behind to hold the line. Observing this, Qin Ze raised an eyebrow. Planning to flee? In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the tall CP0 agent. Before the latter could react, Qin Ze's fist pierced through his chest. Blood erupted forth, spraying onto the deck as if a bucket of red dye had been thrown. Beneath the mask, The light in the CP-0 agent's eyes gradually dimmed, eventually vanishing completely, a lethal strike. The other two CP-0 agents, witnessing this scene, hesitated not for a moment. With a resolve to meet their end, they attacked simultaneously from both sides. However, to such speed, Qin Ze merely cast a cold glance. In an instant, a large crater formed on the deck as two dull thuds echoed across the luxurious cruise ship. Massive wounds appeared on the two CP-0 agents, their chests drenched in crimson, with the floorboards visible beneath them. Blood pooled across the deck. The Navy personnel present were utterly stunned. The oppressive aura the three CP-0 agents had exuded had yet to dissipate from their hearts, and they could hardly believe that in the blink of an eye, they had become three lifeless corpses. Qin Ze's power was terrifying beyond measure. His bounty surely exceeded 700 million berries. The intelligence from the world government was gravely mistaken. You all witnessed it. They attacked first. I was merely acting in self-defense. Qin Ze spread his arms and shrugged helplessly, as if he had been forced into the act of killing them. There's no helping it now. They are dead. We can't leave their bodies on the ship. Let's have some people toss them into the sea to feed the fish. At this, the Navy fell silent, each person frozen in place. Afraid to take a single step forward, the luxurious cruise ship, adorned with gold from the heavens, was enveloped in a deathly stillness. Qin Ze's words resonated within them, causing each individual to stiffen and lower their heads in silence. In a world ruled by the celestial dragons for over 800 years, they were indeed regarded as the true elite. Ordinary folk had long been brainwashed, perceiving themselves as nothing more than lowly peasants. Even now, with the celestial dragon lying dead, they still dared not approach, their hearts filled with dread. The ideology imprinted in their minds acted as a prison, confining them tightly within. Even with the locks of their cages gone, the psychological chains remained. They could not step outside their prison even once. Noticing the lack of response, Qin Ze shook his head. Just as he was about to take action, a youthful voice broke through the tension. I will do it. Following the sound, all eyes turned in unison to a young Navy officer, appearing to be just over 10 years old, tears welling in his eyes, as if he had just been crying. Without uttering a word, Qin Ze nodded slightly. The young officer stepped forward, approaching the fallen celestial dragon, his small hands clutching the clothing and pulling with all his might. Yet he was unable to budge the body. Time ticked away, and Qin Ze leaned against the ship's railing, observing coldly. Finally, a young Navy officer could no longer bear the sight and stepped forward, with the first taking action, soon a second, a third. And within moments, dozens of Navy personnel stood up. With their assistance, the four corpses were cast into the depths of the vast ocean with 4 resounding splashes. The blood on the deck was promptly cleaned away. Once these tasks were completed, Qin Ze smiled. Well done. To those who had just stepped forward, he remarked, You may leave now. These individuals had not been intimidated by the corpses. They still retained some semblance of courage. Thus, Qin Ze decided to grant them a reprieve. As for the remaining crowd, Qin Ze turned his gaze upon them. Unable to discern any signs of life in their dulled expressions, he felt that they had lost even their humanity. Allowing them to go free would merely result in them becoming the celestial dragon's lapdogs. As for the rest, Kaido, I leave them to you. Qin Ze said to Kaido beside him. Understood. Kaido's expression was rebellious. Fully comprehending Qin Ze's intent, he showed no mercy towards the Navy. Consequently, amidst a chorus of anguished cries, the remaining individuals were swiftly dealt with, leaving a scene of utter carnage. Those who had stepped forward felt a chill creep down their spines, all expressing relief for their earlier decision. With Qin Ze's permission, they retrieved a boat from the cruise ship. However, when it was brought out, Qin Ze was taken aback. This vessel was far more luxurious than many pirate ships. One could only imagine the extravagance of the celestial dragon. Soon, the boat was lowered into the water. If escaping from death, the Navy rushed aboard, seemingly fearful of Qin Ze changing his mind. As they departed, their eyes darted nervously. In response, Qin Ze scoffed, standing at the bow of the cruise ship, watching as the vessel gradually receded into the distance. In the far-off view, a small boy suddenly climbed to the bow and waved at Qin Ze. Observing this, Qin Ze smiled and waved back. The sea breeze brushed against him, a warmth enveloping his being. Qin Ze was uncertain of the fate that awaited this group. Perhaps they would encounter other pirates along the way. Or perhaps they would face punishment from the world government upon their return. Yet, these matters were of no concern to him. Why spare them? Kaido questioned, perplexed that as pirates, was it not customary to eliminate any Navy personnel encountered? If they were let go, they would surely report back to the world government. Are you trying to teach me how to conduct myself? Qin Ze withdrew his gaze and cast a fleeting glance at him, speaking in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Kaido was taken aback. At this moment, there remained one individual on the ship who had yet to be addressed, the slave mounted by the celestial dragon. Approaching him, Qin Ze observed the figure before him, a male of considerable stature, his muscular physique accentuated by long hair that obscured his eyes, clad merely in shorts, with a massive iron chain encircling his neck. Judging by his formidable build, he belonged to the race of giants. "What is your name?" Qin Ze inquired slowly. After a brief pause, the slave, realizing the question was directed at him, gradually lifted his head. His eyes, devoid of life, gazed vacantly through his long hair at Qin Ze. Hojaliba Fu. It seemed he had not spoken in a long time, nor had anyone inquired about his name recently. After some time, those few words finally tumbled from his lips, only for him to lower his head once more. "How about joining the Rocks Pirates and becoming my crew member?" From the very first glance at this slave, Qin Ze had conceived this notion. Recruiting a giant into the crew seemed an excellent choice. In the original narrative, the giants, particularly those from Elbaf, were known to belong to the world's mightiest nation, each individual possessing immense strength. Once part of his crew, they would undoubtedly provide significant assistance in various endeavors. All right, Hojaliba Fu's response was succinct, just a single word, but that sufficed. Suddenly, Qin Ze unleashed his conqueror's haki, and in the next instant, the lock on Hojaliba Fu's neck was removed. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a violent explosion erupted upon the surface of the sea. The chain had appeared in the original story, allowing Qin Ze to recognize it instantly. The moment it was removed, or once it was outside a certain proximity from its master, it would detonate spontaneously as the sound of the explosion echoed. Qin Ze remarked nonchalantly, "You are free." However, upon the removal of the collar, Hojaliba Fu exhibited no reaction, remaining on all fours, sprawled upon the deck. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ze sighed. It seemed the torment inflicted by the celestial dragons had rendered him numb. Damn it, those celestial dragons are truly despicable. It appeared that perhaps his previous actions had been too lenient. Though, upon external observation, the celestial dragon did not seem to have sustained any visible injuries. Internally, all his organs had been mercilessly shattered under Qin Ze's hidden strength, reduced to a pulpy mass. Before his demise, he must have endured excruciating agony. Reflecting on this, Qin Ze felt that the duration of suffering had been far too brief. Gazing at Hojaliba Fu once more, he reiterated, "The celestial dragon is dead. You are free." This time, he made a point to emphasize the celestial dragon's demise. After a prolonged silence, it remained uncertain whether it was the phrase "the celestial dragon is dead" that shattered the deepest shackles within him. Hojaliba Fu's body trembled uncontrollably, perhaps from excitement or perhaps from liberation. Gradually, he rose to his feet. Due to having been prone for so long, he wobbled unsteadily as he stood, yet he managed to do so. Through his black hair, a glimmer of light emerged in his eyes. Observing this transformation, Qin Ze nodded in satisfaction. There was still hope for this individual. Had he remained as he was before, eyes void of life and spirit, it would have signified that the terror instilled by the celestial dragons had penetrated his very soul, or perhaps that he had lost all hope in life. Should that have been the case, Qin Ze certainly would not have wanted him. After all, he had no desire to harbor a soulless husk within his crude, kind-hearted Qin Ze might even have considered aiding him in a physical liberation. Next, the moment of exhilaration had arrived. It was time to see just how much treasure was contained within the heavenly gold. Having resolved all matters, Qin Ze's thoughts turned to the renowned heavenly gold, and he became increasingly exhilarated. Plunder the wealth of several nations would amount to an extraordinary fortune. Beside him, Kaido too was filled with excitement. After all, what was the essence of being a pirate, if not for treasure? This heavenly gold had always been spoken of in hushed tones among pirates. Who could have anticipated encountering a vessel laden with heavenly gold, and that it was now right before their eyes? Without further ado, Qin Ze and Kaido hastened their steps towards the rear, with Hojaliba, Fu trailing behind Qin Ze, still somewhat unaccustomed to walking on two legs. However, thanks to his large strides, he managed to keep pace with Qin Ze. Moments later, within the opulent cruise ship, Qin Ze's voice rang out in astonishment. Holy crap! The exclamation echoed in the gusting sea breeze. Before the trio lay an abundant array of treasures, gems, emeralds, pearls, and jade, radiating with a kaleidoscope of hues. Everything one could possibly imagine was present. Even though Qin Ze had mentally prepared himself, the sight of such splendor still left him awestruck. Is this truly the heavenly gold? With these riches, who would even bother being a pirate? Taking a moment to compose himself, Qin Ze exhaled deeply. Kaido, how much do you think these treasures are worth? Lacking familiarity with the value of wealth in this world, Qin Ze turned to Kaido, a renowned figure from the original narrative, for insight. It should be worth a lot, right? Kaido, caught off guard by Qin Ze's sudden inquiry, stumbled over his words, unable to articulate a clear response. How could he know? As a youth of less than 20 years, he had never encountered such an abundance of wealth before. Even in the treasure vault aboard the rock ship, he had never laid eyes on anything like this. Such a lack of experience was truly embarrassing for a pirate. Qin Ze couldn't help but remark sarcastically. Upon hearing this, Kaido fell silent, thinking, do you have experience? If you had experience, why would you ask me? However, he dared not voice his thoughts aloud. Just then, Qin Ze's brow furrowed in concentration. He noticed a wooden chest placed beside the treasures. Amidst the radiant wealth, the plain wooden box appeared conspicuously out of place. Driven by curiosity, Qin Ze approached and examined it closely. The chest appeared entirely unremarkable, devoid of any distinguishing features. Could it possibly contain some kind of secret? Shaking his head, Qin Ze thought, why not just open it and see what's inside? No need to overthink things. Thus, Qin Ze ceased his contemplations and reached forth to unveil the wooden chest. However, upon gazing inside, he found himself momentarily entranced. There were no treasures within, but rather, a solitary fruit lay quietly nestled. The twisted vines of the fruit resembled the horns of a dragon, connected to an oddly shaped fruit beneath. Its exterior, akin to azure dragon scales, bore peculiar curves upon its surface. In an instant, Qin Ze recognized it. This was the fish fruit, a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit destined for Kaido, one of the future 4 emperors. To his astonishment, he had encountered it here. In the original narrative, this fruit did not appear until after the God Valley incident, gifted to Kaido by Big Mom. Now, due to his presence, he had fortuitously stumbled upon it first. Suddenly struck by a thought, Qin Ze turned to observe Kaido, who was still admiring the treasures not far away. Without a moment's hesitation, he discreetly pocketed the fruit and returned to Kaido's side as if nothing had occurred. What are you up to? Kaido inquired, casting a quizzical glance at the approaching Qin Ze. Oh, nothing much. I was merely checking to see if there was anything of worth in that chest. Qin Ze replied nonchalantly, his demeanor calm and unflustered. He then shifted the topic, continuing, just watch me. I'm heading up. It feels rather stifling down here. The deck is far more comfortable. With that, he clasped his hands behind his head and ambled towards the staircase leading to the deck, followed closely by Jorobafu. Upon witnessing Qin Ze's departure, Kaido chose not to linger. The initial thrill of the treasures had faded, losing its sense of awe after prolonged observation. Once back on the deck, the trio stood in a line, relishing the sea breeze. It feels delightful out here. The air is so refreshing. Qin Ze stretched lazily and remarked, indeed, it is quite pleasant, but where exactly is this ship headed? Kaido suddenly pondered aloud, bemused. The luxurious cruise liner's course surely diverged from that of the rock ship. Where could it possibly be going? Upon hearing Kaido's words, Qin Ze realized the gravity of the question. He retrieved the navigation guide and a map, scrutinizing them intently, glancing this way and that. This appears to be in the direction of Mariehua. He exclaimed. Kaido's expression shifted dramatically. What the hell? We need to change course immediately. Damn it, I forgot to leave someone at the helm. On the opulent cruise liner, Qin Ze and Kaido exchanged glances, their minds racing. What now? Shall we directly assault Mariewa? Kaido chuckled ruefully, his words brimming with bravado, yet his tone carried an air of playful despair. What else can we do? If we continue on this course, we might as well wait for the Rocks pirates to collect our corpses. Go figure out how to operate the ship's helm. Qin Ze shot him a glare, silently thinking, Kaido, you've changed. You've taken to making cold jokes. But they are far from amusing. With that, he made his way toward the helm. At the tea that moment, Jorobafu, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Perhaps I could give it a try. Hearing this, both Qin Ze and Kaido's expressions shifted. You can steer the ship? Qin Ze regarded him, skepticism evident in his voice. Before I was captured as a slave by the Celestial Dragons, I was the captain of a pirate crew. After encountering the Celestial Dragons, they slaughtered my crew, leaving me as their captive. During my time as captain, I occasionally took the helm, so I have some experience. Jorobafu's initial hesitance faded as he conveyed the essence of his past before becoming a slave. Ah! Qin Ze exclaimed, surprised. I had no idea you were once a captain. Since you say so, go ahead and give it a shot. I'll direct you from here. A smile spread across Qin Ze's face. He hadn't anticipated that his first recruited ally would prove useful so quickly. Truly, there is strength in numbers. He patted Jorobafu on the back, urging him to proceed. Once Jorobafu took his place at the helm, a dull thud reverberated through the ship, accompanied by a sudden tremor, a sign that the vessel's direction had shifted. Ha ha ha! I can't believe it. This fellow actually knows what he's doing. Kaido laughed heartily, giving Jorobafu a thumbs up. Thus, under Qin Ze's guidance, and with Jorobafu at the helm, the luxurious cruise liner, exclusive to the Celestial Dragons, sailed toward the direction of the Rock's pirate ship. Though grand in size, the vessel's top-tier propulsion system granted it remarkable speed, surpassing that of the Rock's ship. Given their current velocity, they would soon encounter the Rock's pirates. The opulent cruise liner, belonging to the Celestial Dragons, traversed the sea with the assurance of a smooth voyage. For any pirate ship that beheld it would steer clear, avoiding it as one would a plague. After all, not everyone possesses the audacity of Qin Ze, who slaughters celestial dragons without a second thought. As if butchering livestock, this was also why the celestial dragons dared to act so brazenly upon these waters. Perched atop the mast, Qin Ze gazed out toward the horizon, while Kaido sat beside him, equally scanning the distance. That is the scenery truly that captivating? Kaido queried. Puzzled, he had observed Qin Ze perched atop the mast, seemingly transfixed by something remarkable. Yet all he saw were the sun and the sea, nothing more, leaving him somewhat disappointed. You brute! How could you possibly comprehend its profundity? Qin Ze retorted, a hint of derision in his voice. Profundity? Kaido paused, pondering. Speaking of profundity, I have a question. When you killed the celestial dragons, was there some hidden depth to it? At this, Qin Ze withdrew his gaze from the view and turned to Kaido. Curious, are we? He inquired coolly. Indeed, Kaido replied without hesitation. Although he understood that the demise of the celestial dragons was orchestrated by Qin Ze, he could not discern the methods employed, leaving him perpetually curious. That I could enlighten you, even teach you. However, the condition is that you must join my crew. What say you? Qin Ze proposed, seizing upon Kaido's eagerness. TCH, I aspire to be a captain. I shall not join any crew. Kaido remained unmoved, rebuffing Qin Ze's invitation. Indeed, with Kaido's prowess, he could join any crew he desired, yet his ambition to lead prevented him from doing so. Kaido, your vision is too narrow. Joining my crew comes with numerous benefits. That I shall appoint you as my vice captain, and I assure you, you may challenge me at any time. Should you defeat me, I will gladly relinquish the captaincy, without complaint. Qin Ze laid out his terms, speaking slowly. Kaido paused, taken aback. Vice captain? Indeed, vice captain. If you defeat me, you can become captain? I, Qin Ze, have always been a man of my word. After receiving a firm response, Kaido fell silent for a moment, his mind racing with thoughts. The vice captain appeared to be quite capable, and being part of Qin Ze's crew would allow for close observation of him, thus enabling a more comprehensive understanding that could lead to a swifter defeat in the future. Most importantly, after vanquishing him, The vice captain could ascend to the position of captain. With this in mind, it seemed to be a rather enticing proposition. Observing Kaido deep in thought, Qin Ze inquired, "So, have you given it some thought?" "Very well. If your words ring true, I shall join," Kaido declared resolutely, no longer hesitating. In truth, had it been in the past, Kaido would have never acquiesced, as he harbored a strong dislike for Qin Ze. However, during this period of interaction, Kaido's perspective on Qin Ze had undergone a transformation. Although his ultimate goal remained to surpass Qin Ze, witnessing Qin Ze slay the celestial dragons ignited a flicker of respect within him. After all, while many spoke of killing celestial dragons, very few actually had the audacity to do so. Yet, Kaido himself was unaware of this shift in his opinion of Qin Ze. Of course it counts. You are now the vice captain of my crew. Make sure to perform well in the future." Qin Ze laughed heartily, patting Kaido's shoulder. With that, he produced a devil fruit from seemingly nowhere and tossed it to Kaido. "Is this a devil fruit?" Kaido asked, his expression shifting to one of astonishment as he caught the fruit and examined it closely. Having navigated the seas for many years, Kaido had heard tales of the devil fruits on numerous occasions. Although he had never seen one in person, their appearance was distinctly different from that of ordinary fruits, adorned with peculiar patterns. Thus, Kaido recognized it immediately, though he could not discern its type. "This is indeed a devil fruit. A welcoming gift for your joining my crew," Qin Ze stated, resting his chin on his hand, a smile gracing his lips, when he had first laid eyes on this fruit in the hold of the ship. He had felt a fleeting thrill at the thought of consuming a devil fruit, but he quickly dismissed the idea. After all, having inherited Saitama's physique, he believed that with proper training, he would ultimately become invincible. Therefore, the significance of this devil fruit was minimal for Qin Ze. The reason he had not given it to Kaido upon first seeing it was that he wanted to gauge whether Kaido would join his crew. If he did, then bestowing the devil fruit upon him would be the most prudent choice. However, if he chose not to join, Qin Ze certainly wouldn't be generous enough to give it away for free. After all, even if sold, it would fetch a considerable sum of several 100 million berries. What the hell? "Qin Ze, are you certain you wish to give this to me?" Kaido exclaimed, momentarily believing he had misheard. In his mind, devil fruits were rare commodities. Some individuals could spend their entire lives at sea without ever encountering one, as they were fiercely contested. Yet now, in Qin Ze's eyes, it seemed like a mere toy, casually offered without a second thought, leaving Kaido feeling incredulous. "Look at your lack of ambition. It's merely a devil fruit. No need to be so dramatic. Kid, if you work hard in my crew, I promise you'll enjoy the finest of luxuries." Qin Ze replied nonchalantly. Kaido observed this demeanor and felt Qin Ze's presence looming large, radiating an almost ethereal glow in the sunlight. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he inquired, "Do you know what type of devil fruit this is?" There are many classifications of devil fruits, and while most significantly enhance the abilities of the consumer, some are rather lackluster, providing little power while also instilling a fear of the SEAS. This thought crossed Kaido's mind. His expression shifted slightly, contemplating whether Qin Ze had merely handed him a worthless fruit. "Damn it, would I give you a worthless fruit? This is the fish fruit, a mythical zoan. Once fully developed, you can transform into a dragon. Commanding the winds and rains will be a trivial feat. It is perfectly suited for you." Qin Ze, having discerned Kaido's skepticism, swiftly retorted, giving him a light slap and adding, "In decades to come, the Kaido who consumes the fish fruit will be hailed as the strongest being across land, sea, and sky, proving its immense value in augmenting your strength. That it is no exaggeration to say it is ideal for you." "I see. It indeed sounds like a fruit of tremendous potential. But wait, how do you know so much about it? And where did you acquire this fruit?" Kaido's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the devil fruit in his hand, unable to suppress the smile creeping onto his face. Recognizing that good fruits are fiercely contested, Kaido's expression faltered momentarily as he pondered the key question. How did Qin Ze come by this fruit? And how was he so well informed, even knowing it could transform into a dragon and summon storms? "Why all the questions? Just tell me. Do you want it or not?" Qin Ze replied, somewhat impatiently, rolling his eyes and changing the subject. "Surely he couldn't confess. I've read the One Piece manga." Upon hearing this, Kaido promptly responded, "Of course I want it. Of course I want it. Just take it and enjoy. Don't think about unnecessary things. Focus on enhancing your strength and strive to one day defeat me." Qin Ze returned to his indifferent demeanor, yawning and speaking slowly. Aren't you afraid that if I consume this fruit, I'll pin you to the ground and pummel you?" Kaido asked, lowering his voice as he gazed at Qin Ze. Kaido found it perplexing that Qin Ze would offer him such a powerful fruit, seemingly unconcerned that he might become vastly stronger and challenge him for the captaincy. Or perhaps Qin Ze was so confident in his own strength that he felt no fear. Observing Qin Ze's unconcerned expression, Kaido mused that this possibility was quite likely. However, rather than feeling daunted by this thought, he found himself even more eager to surpass Qin Ze, for only such a formidable opponent warranted his utmost effort. I look forward to your performance." Qin Ze completely disregarded Kaido's words, casually responding and shifting his gaze to the horizon, opting not to pursue the topic further. In the distance, the sun was nearing its descent, casting a golden hue upon the sea, resembling a picturesque landscape. According to the timeline, the rock ship should soon be within reach. In an unknown sea, the rock ship was steadily advancing across the surface of the water. On the deck, Whitebeard leaned against the stern, gazing into the distance. After realizing that he had provided Qin Ze with incorrect information, Whitebeard felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, having offered his brother a piece of advice, only to discover it was a blunder, left him feeling deeply remorseful towards Qin Ze. His gaze towards the horizon grew increasingly melancholic. Edward, is Qin Ze not back yet?" The Golden Lion leisurely strolled over to the white-bearded man, a cigar clutched between his teeth, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. Upon learning that Qin Ze had sought out a woman, only to find himself in a desolate area, the Golden Lion's spirit soared. The frustration of having been bested by Qin Ze was instantly swept away. Much like the white-bearded man, the Golden Lion would occasionally come to the deck during Qin Ze's absence, not to warmly welcome him, but rather to witness the disheveled state he would return in, relishing the opportunity to mock him, eager to see his chagrin and silence. The mere thought of Qin Ze returning in a small boat, having accomplished nothing and wearing a look of dejection, brought an uncontrollable grin to the Golden Lion's face. His reasoning was simple. Since he could not reclaim his dignity through strength, finding discomfort for Qin Ze in these minor affairs was quite an amusing pursuit. Alas, what could Qin Ze and his companions be encountering there? Logically, if they had not spotted any beauties, they would have returned home by now. Why had they not shown up for such an extended period? The white-bearded man voiced his concerns, sensing something amiss with Qin Ze and the others' prolonged absence. Could they possibly have lost their way at sea? Perhaps Qin Ze and Kaido are frolicking with the local wildlife in some corner. The Golden Lion remarked, his expression grotesque enough for anyone to discern the thoughts swirling in his mind. "Get lost," the white-bearded man retorted, seemingly unimpressed, while not neglecting to offer his own jibe. Upon hearing the white-bearded man bring up the subject, the Golden Lion's previously joyous demeanor abruptly halted. He could hardly bear anyone mentioning it aboard the ship. Should anyone dare to speak of it in his presence, he would be sure to attend to them with a measure of hostility. At that moment, rage surged within the Golden Lion. "Humph! If you're so skilled with words, let us settle this with a contest of strength. I'm not afraid of you, just because I can't best Qin Ze." With that declaration, the Golden Lion reached for his weapons, the Sakura, tin, and the withered wood. However, a sudden exclamation from the white-bearded man halted his actions. "Look over there! A ship is approaching. It's the celestial dragons." The white-bearded man exclaimed, his face etched with concern. Following his gaze, they saw an opulently decorated luxury cruiser racing towards the rock ship with alarming speed. The grandeur of the vessel was such that, even from a distance, one could discern it was a luxury liner belonging to the celestial dragons, for no one else dared to sail such an extravagant ship across these waters. "Quick! Notify all crew members to prepare for battle." As soon as the white-bearded man finished speaking, the Golden Lion sprang into action. This was not a time for idle threats. Moments later, the deck was alive with the rustling of activity as crew members, division leaders, and Captain Rocks gathered. Upon hearing of the celestial dragon's impending assault, they quickly abandoned their previous tasks. Standing on the deck, Rox gazed into the distance, his expression devoid of fear, instead adorned with a mocking smile. Typically, the celestial dragons would avoid the Rox pirate crew, as Rox had a reputation for eliminating them on sight. The fact that they were now daring to attack indicated that they must have brought formidable naval forces aboard, confident in their ability to subdue the Rox pirates. Yet, despite this realization, Rox regarded them with disdain, eager to see what kind of strength the Navy had dispatched, and whether it was sufficient to warrant his full power. As he observed the approaching luxury liner, Rox beckoned to a nearby pirate, who promptly handed him a telescope. Rox pressed his eye to the lens, peering through the circular viewfinder at the immense cruiser, which sparkled brilliantly under the sun, exuding opulence. However, he noticed there was not a single naval officer in sight. After searching the ship for a while, he found no one. Rox's expression turned peculiar. He then lifted his gaze, and his face froze in disbelief. Qin Ze? Kaido? The incredulous shout of Captain Rox left the crew members perplexed. What could have prompted Rox to suddenly invoke the names of these two? The white-bearded man, taken aback, quickly seized the telescope from one of the crew members to scan the distance. Holy smokes! How did Qin Ze and Kaido end up on the celestial dragon ship? Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grave. What on earth was happening? How could Kaido and Qin Ze be aboard that vessel? They had set out on a small wooden boat, and yet they returned on a luxury liner belonging to the celestial dragons. Could it be that, during this time, Qin Ze had plundered the celestial dragons? Such a possibility seemed plausible. Otherwise, nothing else made sense. Incredible. Captain Qin Ze truly was remarkable. The pirates were astounded as they witnessed Qin Ze's appearance on the cruiser. To them, it was a jarring sight, two pirates aboard a celestial dragon's vessel. The only explanation for such an occurrence was that Qin Ze and his companions had robbed the celestial dragons. Oh wow. I didn't expect such a warm welcome. Upon my return, it seems the entire crew has come out to greet me. What an honor! During the crew's astonishment, the luxury cruiser had already docked beside the stationary Rox ship. Qin Ze jumped down from the mast, all smiles as he addressed the crew. Kaido leapt down beside him, and amidst the shocked gazes of the crew, Qin Ze approached the deck of the Rox ship. Standing before Rox, where did this ship come from? Rox inquired slowly, articulating the question that lingered in every crew member's mind. It's a celestial dragon ship. On our way back, we happened to encounter the celestial dragons patrolling the seas aboard this luxury liner. So, we took the opportunity to give them a thrashing and seize the ship. Qin Ze recounted the events with a smile, as if narrating something utterly mundane. And what are the celestial dragons aboard the ship? Rox's eyes gleamed with curiosity, pressing on. That foolish pig? I fed him to the fish, Qin Ze replied nonchalantly, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he recalled the fate of the four individuals. At this, the nearby pirates gasped in shock. Not only had Qin Ze commandeered the celestial dragon ship, but he had also killed one of them. Many had boasted of their desire to slay the celestial dragons. Yet when faced with them, their demeanor shifted entirely, often resulting in retreat. Yet for Qin Ze, the act of killing a celestial dragon was as casual as a meal. Qin Ze. Splendid work. The celestial dragons deserve to perish. Well done. Upon hearing that Qin Ze had vanquished the celestial dragons, Rox could not help but erupt into a fit of boisterous laughter. His utmost disdain was reserved for those who proclaimed themselves the aristocrats of the world, the celestial dragons. Rox harbored ambitions of world domination, and his open defiance of the world government was fueled by the desire to annihilate the celestial dragons in due course. Gulalala! Qin Ze, I never anticipated that your return would bestow upon us such an astounding surprise. At this moment, Whitebeard cast aside his earlier concerns, giving Qin Ze a thumbs up as he approached, eager to say more. Sensing his intent, Qin Ze waved his hand dismissively, understanding the unspoken words in his expression. We are brothers. I comprehend. If it were not for your guidance, I would not have encountered the celestial dragons. Qin Ze lightly thumped his chest and spoke. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Gulalala. He clapped Qin Ze on the shoulder, Realizing that extensive explanations were unnecessary, he then shifted his gaze to the now visibly stiffened figure of the Golden Lion, exclaiming loudly, "Gulalala! Golden Lion, your expression appears quite dismal. Is there something that has disappointed you?" At this remark, the Golden Lion was on the verge of cursing. Damn it! Why summon me at such a moment? Whitebeard is clearly being deliberate, initially intending to mock Qin Ze. The Golden Lion had sensed something amiss upon hearing Captain Rock's words. When Qin Ze confirmed it, he understood that he had once again become the fool. As Qin Ze returned aboard the very ship of the Celestial Dragons. What was there to mock? No. I've been experiencing some stomach troubles lately. Oh dear, it seems to have flared up again. I must take my leave. The Golden Lion clutched his abdomen, feigning a pained expression, and turned to depart. But just as he began to move, Qin Ze called out to him. Golden Lion, don't be so hasty to leave. I have something remarkable to show everyone. What could possibly be so remarkable? The Golden Lion halted, gazing at Qin Ze with a hint of annoyance. Sky gold. Would you say that is impressive enough? At the mere mention of sky gold, a profound silence enveloped the room, with all eyes fixated on Qin Ze, including the halted Golden Lion. The Celestial Dragons, sky gold. It was at this moment that the crowd finally grasped the implication. Previously distracted by Qin Ze's slaying of the Celestial Dragons, failing to recognize this critical point. Surely, aboard the opulent cruise ship of the Celestial Dragons, there must be sky gold. Sky gold? Quick, take me to see it. Before the Golden Lion could respond, the greedy old miser John interjected, his eyes gleaming with avarice, akin to a lecher gazing upon a disrobed maiden. Feeling the weight of their eager gazes, Qin Ze turned slightly, directing his voice towards the luxurious cruiser. Drew Bufu, cease steering and come over here. Amidst the puzzled stares of the onlookers, after a brief interval, a giant male emerged from within the ship's hull. His hair obscured his eyes, and his gait was somewhat awkward as he ambled over to Qin Ze. Qin Ze gestured toward Jufu, slowly introducing, "Allow me to present my newest crew member, Drew Bufu." The crowd regarded him briefly, appraising him before promptly losing interest. Giants were not an uncommon sight aboard Rock's ship. Comparatively, sky gold was the focal point of their curiosity. "Oh dear, Qin Ze, we understand. Let us hasten to see the sky gold," John exclaimed, his impatience palpable as he jumped up and down. "Who cares about your new crew member at this moment?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ze raised an eyebrow, internally lamenting their lack of patience, that if he did not lead them soon, he feared these pirates would storm ahead. "Then let us proceed." Thus, under Qin Ze's guidance, they ventured to the location where the sky gold was stored. Upon their initial glimpse of the sky gold, all present were utterly astonished, their expressions mirroring that of Qin Ze. Greed was etched across the faces of several pirates, while even Rox found his eyelids twitching, awestruck by the sight of the sky gold. Truly, it was sky gold. How much could this possibly be worth? I have never beheld such a treasure in my life. It feels as though I am dreaming. The legend of sky gold had long circulated as immense wealth, and though they had imagined its grandeur countless times, witnessing it firsthand left them speechless, constrained by their own impoverished imaginations. Damn it, how could that foolish celestial dragon possess such vast riches without lifting a finger? Yes, the celestial dragons deserve their fate. Qin Ze, our captain, has slain the celestial dragons and seized the sky gold. He is indeed a paragon for us pirates. A chorus of astonished exclamations erupted from the gathered pirates as they beheld the gleaming treasures before them. Even those who had amassed considerable wealth felt inadequate in comparison. When juxtaposed against this bounty, their riches seemed trivial, akin to a mere drop in the ocean. Among the crowd, a few pirates, blinded by greed, contemplated sneaking off with some treasures while the group was distracted. However, they were swiftly dealt with by Kaido, who shattered their ambitions with a single blow. Observing this scene, the surrounding pirates gradually regained their composure. "Well done, Vice Captain," Qin Ze remarked with a faint smile. Offering praise, he held a deep disdain for pirates who lost their reason in the face of treasure, as such individuals would stop at nothing to acquire wealth. In his address, Qin Ze referred to Kaido as Vice Captain. "What? Vice Captain?" Whitebeard exclaimed, taken aback by Qin Ze's words. Others were similarly astonished upon hearing Qin Ze's designation for Kaido, The notion of Kaido becoming a captain was well known among the crew. Yet it was surprising to see him join Qin Ze's ranks and assume the role of vice captain. Kaido, why don't you explain? Qin Ze refrained from elaborating, instead prompting Kaido to clarify, clearly indicating that he wished Kaido to announce it before everyone. Kaido, understanding Qin Ze's intent, did not hesitate to speak. Kaido have officially joined Qin Ze's crew and become the vice captain. Upon hearing Kaido's confirmation, the crowd was momentarily stunned before erupting into laughter. Ha ha! Kaido, I never imagined you would become someone else's subordinate. It seems that even the wicked must be tempered by the wicked. Qin Ze, you're truly impressive. Even this proud lad Kaido has joined your ranks. I tried persuading him for days to no avail. I wonder what methods you employed. Wang Ji and Silver Axe remarked, genuinely impressed by Qin Ze. He had not only slain the celestial dragons and seized the sky gold, but had also recruited Kaido, a feat they found astonishing. Gulalala! Qin Ze, I never expected you would truly accomplish this. You have once again surpassed my expectations. Whitebeard recalled their previous conversation, where Qin Ze expressed his intent to recruit Kaido, and he could hardly believe it had come to fruition so swiftly. Ha ha! Merely fortunate. Qin Ze chuckled in response. That moment, Qin Ze felt the weight of a gaze fixed upon him. While other pirates were also looking his way, this particular stare felt entirely different. Furrowing his brow, Qin Ze turned to meet the source of the gaze. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine. Good grief, Charlotte Linlin, he thought, a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Indeed, being an exceptional man comes with its own set of troubles. Though somewhat uncomfortable, Qin Ze could only endure in silence, pondering a way to resolve this situation, as continuing in this manner was simply unbearable. With a flicker of inspiration, an idea suddenly struck him. The heavenly gold aboard the Celestial Dragon's luxurious cruise ship had been divided into 4 portions upon Rock's suggestion. Initially, Qin Ze believed that since he had discovered these treasures himself, they rightfully belonged to him alone. However, he was taken aback to learn that the rules of the Rock's pirates dictated that when a significant treasure was found, each member of the crew would receive a share. Inwardly, Qin Ze could not help but curse. Had he known this beforehand, he would have simply sailed away. Moreover, observing Rock's insidious grin, Qin Ze had ample reason to suspect that this rule had been concocted by the captain after laying eyes on the heavenly gold. The distribution of the heavenly gold was as follows. Qin Ze received 60%. Rox took 20%. The other captains claimed another 20%, while the remaining crew members shared the final 10%. Even that 10% was significant, given the volume of heavenly gold, thus bestowing each pirate a considerable fortune. The fortunate pirates who received their shares cheered exuberantly, filled with exultation, amidst the jubilant clamor. Qin Ze momentarily felt as though he had transformed into a hero among the pirates, garnering immense popularity within the Rock's pirates. Stepping out from the opulent cruise ship, the Golden Lion could hardly contain his delight. Having unexpectedly benefited from Qin Ze's fortune, that he felt no shame in this. Seizing an advantage from Qin Ze was something he had long desired. The wealth acquired from the heavenly gold would suffice for him to thrive for several years. Just as he was about to retreat to his quarters with the treasure, Qin Ze's figure abruptly obstructed his path. Instantly, the Golden Lion was taken aback, fearing that Qin Ze had come to reclaim the treasure. Without a moment's hesitation, he clutched the riches and attempted to flee to his room. Yet, Qin Ze's presence loomed like an immovable mountain, blocking him regardless of the direction he chose to escape. Golden Lion, why are you in such a panic? Is it merely because you lost to me once? Fear not, I shall not take back your treasure. Qin Ze placed a hand on the Golden Lion's shoulder. Speaking in a measured tone, observing the Golden Lion's tight grip on the heavenly gold, Qin Ze quickly understood what he was evading. What? Am I panicking? What a joke! It was just a stroke of luck that you won this time. What's there to show off? I will reclaim my honor soon enough. Upon hearing that Qin Ze would not reclaim his treasure, the Golden Lion transformed, his demeanor shifting to one of agitation. Yes. No need to panic. I actually came to speak with you about something. After you lost to me last time, I haven't yet mentioned that condition, since Qin Ze had business with him at the moment. He refrained from provoking him further and followed his lead. He had never brought up the terms of their previous wager, but now it occurred to him prompting his visit. Well then, what are the terms? Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion's expression stiffened. Realizing he could not evade the topic, with a sigh, he inquired, I do not require any of your treasures or possessions. I only need you to assist me in keeping Charlotte Linlin from bothering me. Qin Ze shot the Golden Lion a knowing glance, articulating his demand. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion was momentarily taken aback. He had felt a flicker of joy upon hearing the first part of the statement, but dread washed over him upon hearing the latter. In a way, I have no desire to provoke that mad woman. You'll have to seek another solution. Charlotte Linlin was notorious within the Rocks Pirates for her volatile temperament. People avoided her like the plague. Although the Golden Lion was not afraid of her and could overpower her in a rampage, it would undoubtedly be a thankless endeavor. I see. Qin Ze's tone turned icy. His gaze fixed on the Golden Lion as he spoke slowly, that I do not favor coercing others. Since you are unwilling, I shall not insist. Let us change the terms. Produce your Yoru and Kakudo for me. Qin Ze's voice resonated like an echo from a frozen cavern, sending a shiver down the Golden Lion's spine. The Golden Lion understood that Qin Ze was forcing him to choose between the two options. And if he rejected both, Qin Ze would resort to more aggressive means. With a bitter smile, his expression morphed into one of despair. What a miscalculation. Why did I challenge Qin Ze in the first place? The more I think about it, the more I regret it. Sigh. I suppose I'll have to choose Charlotte Linlin. The Golden Lion hesitated no longer. Relinquishing those legendary swords was out of the question. Thus, when Qin Ze made his statement, the Golden Lion's choice had already been made. That's right. It's just a matter of blocking someone. ISNT it. For you, the great swordsman and world-class powerhouse. That should be a trivial task. Qin Ze patted the Golden Lion on the back, smiling. The Golden Lion, upon hearing this, felt a pang of regret and cursed Qin Ze internally countless times. However, this was of little concern to Qin Ze. As long as the Golden Lion acquiesced, his objective would be achieved. Just as he was about to depart, Qin Ze's gaze fell upon Charlotte Linlin, who had been observing him from afar and was now approaching. With a slight smirk, Qin Ze remarked, Golden Lion, your business is coming. Under the assistance of Jorobafu, the 60% of the heavenly gold filled Qin Ze's room to the brim, even spilling onto the bed. And it still wasn't enough. Consequently, he had to request a larger room from Rox. However, Rox informed him that aside from his current room, the largest chamber on the Rox ship was under the ownership of Wang Ji. This arrangement had been made according to the order of arrival to the Rox Pirates. Those who arrived earlier claimed the better rooms. This rule applied only among the captains, while crew members had to rely on their strength to secure a good room. Even if a crew member occupied a more favorable room, they could still be ousted by someone stronger. It was important to note that Rox and the captains rarely intervened in the squabbles among crew members. Nevertheless, securing a room was not a daunting challenge for Qin Ze. As the saying goes, money can make the world go round. With his financial clout, Wang Ji readily relinquished that room and, in turn, Qin Ze also secured an adjacent room for Jorobafu. Wang Ji's room was considerably more spacious than the previous one, allowing Qin Ze to store his treasures and still have a bed to sleep on. Seated at the edge of his bed, Qin Ze gazed at Jorobafu, whose long hair obscured his face, rendering it impossible to discern his features. Jorobafu, it's high time you got a haircut. When I see you next. I hope your hair isn't this long. The room next door will be your new abode. So go rest now. Qin Ze tossed a key to Jorobafu. After Jorobafu left, Qin Ze stretched, reclined on the bed, and recalled that he had yet to complete his training for the day. Shaking his head, he loosened his muscles and then rose to dedicate himself to his exercises. Outside, the night sky was deep and vast, the silver moon casting delicate beams of silvery light. After ensuring the window and door were securely closed, Qin Ze prepared to rest, shedding his outer garments before settling into bed, just as he was on the verge of falling asleep. A series of loud knocks jolted him back to reality. What could Whitebeard want at this late hour? Qin Ze furrowed his brow, pondering. Rising from the bed, he donned a simple garment and opened the door. Standing outside was a pirate. Upon seeing him, Qin Ze's frown deepened. He did not recognize this individual. Studying the man's face, he noted his burly build and scruffy beard. He seemed vaguely familiar. yet his name eluded Qin Ze. "Captain Qin, I'm a member of John's crew." The bearded man quickly introduced himself upon meeting Qin Ze. "Come in." Qin Ze carefully closed the door, seated himself by the bedside, and gazed at him as he spoke. "What brings you here? Has Wang Ji sent you on an errand?" No, I came of my own volition," the man with a scruffy beard replied, his face beaming with a humble smile. "You came here on your own? That surely indicates you have something to discuss." Qin Ze observed him with mild surprise, his curiosity piqued. What could a member of another team want with him? "Captain Qin Ze, having taken in Kaido, and now Jorobafu. It seems you are in need of personnel and are recruiting new members. Ever since your arrival at the Rocks Pirates, I have longed to join your crew. Today, upon learning of your recruitment, I came to ask if I might be permitted to join your ranks." The bearded man articulated slowly, his tone respectful and his demeanor earnest. Upon hearing this, Qin Ze's expression shifted. He had not anticipated such a request. A sudden thought struck him. Could this be a ploy by Wang Ji to toy with him? Yet, observing the man's earnestness, it seemed he genuinely wished to be part of his crew. However, just as Qin Ze was about to respond, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Qin Ze stepped away from the bed and opened the door to reveal a tall, lean pirate standing outside. "Captain Qin Ze, I am a member of John's crew. I need to speak with you." Qin Ze ushered him inside, closed the door, and returned to his place by the bed. "Oh, you're here too. What a coincidence." The two appeared to recognize each other. Both surprised at the meeting, they exchanged awkward yet polite smiles before falling silent. "Captain Qin Ze, I hear you are currently recruiting new members. Do you think I could be of service? My abilities are quite commendable within the Rocks Pirates," the tall pirate declared, simultaneously boasting about his own prowess. Witnessing this, Qin Ze began to understand. They were not here to toy with him, but indeed wished to join his crew. Knock, knock, knock. Another round of knocks resounded. Qin Ze scratched his head, refraining from answering this time, instead gesturing towards the more socially adept bearded man, who promptly went to open the door. "Hey, what are you doing in Captain Qin Ze's room? Where is he?" The pirate outside was visibly startled upon seeing the bearded man and inquired, "He is inside." Thus, the third pirate approached Qin Ze and, upon seeing the tall pirate, was taken aback once more. However, he said nothing further and turned to Qin Ze, ready to speak. "Wait, you're not here to join my crew too, are you? Which crew do you belong to?" Qin Ze interjected, getting straight to the point. Yes, I am from the Golden Lion crew," the third pirate stammered, clearly caught off guard by Qin Ze's question. But upon noticing the expressions of the other two pirates, he quickly grasped the situation. "Goodness!" After receiving a confirming response, Qin Ze slapped his forehead, his emotions a chaotic blend of joy and discomfort. He had not expected such a sudden influx of individuals wishing to join his team. Could it be that his charisma had drawn them in? Yet, he had not seen such eagerness before. Could it be they were after his treasures? The thought sent a chill down his spine. He could not allow such opportunists into his crew. "I appreciate your kind intentions, gentlemen, but I am currently not considering adding any new members to my team." Qin Ze smiled politely, subtly declining their requests. "Oh, what a pity! My admiration for Captain Qin Ze is heartfelt. Indeed. Who wouldn't he feel that way? Captain Qin Ze's charm is undeniable. Absolutely. Captain Qin Ze is indeed a remarkable individual, destined for greatness." The three men, upon hearing Qin Ze's words, wore expressions of regret, each taking turns to heap praise upon him. As the flattery continued, even Qin Ze, known for his thick skin, found it hard to endure. Eventually, realizing that Qin Ze remained unmoved and showed no inclination to retain them, they resignedly took their leave. However, before departing, each one reiterated a similar sentiment. "Captain Qin Ze, please don't inform my captain about my visit." As they exited, Qin Ze shook his head. There truly were too many rebellious spirits within the Rocks Pirates. After securely closing the door, he returned to bed. Knock, knock, knock. Another round of knocks echoed. This night was destined to be sleepless for Qin Ze. The following day, Qin Ze rubbed the lingering sleep from his eyes and rose from bed. Upon opening the door, the glaring sunlight swiftly dispelled his drowsiness. It was already midday. He removed a notice affixed to the door. "Not recruiting at this time." Do not disturb. Qin Ze rubbed his eyes and tossed it aside. Last night, he had been incessantly disturbed by pirates knocking at his door, which had become unbearable. Ultimately, he had resorted to writing a note and affixing it to the doorframe, allowing him to finally get some much-needed rest. Outside, Jorobafu was standing, seemingly waiting for Qin Ze, his once long hair now conspicuously absent. Observing his appearance, Qin Ze nodded. Although the haircut was clearly self-done and highly uncoordinated, it was a marked improvement compared to before. Suddenly, Qin Ze seemed to recall something and reached up to touch his own head. Thank goodness, still thick. He then approached Jorobafu, who stood like a statue. You needn't wait for me specifically, nor follow me around. Go about your own business. It was evident that he had yet to shake off the servile mindset imposed by the celestial dragons. Rather than viewing Qin Ze as a captain, he seemed to regard him as a master, which made Qin Ze feel somewhat uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Jorobafu paused, taking a moment before managing to utter a few words. Understood, Captain. Gololalala. Qin Ze, why are you up so late today? This isn't like you, who usually rises early for training. Whitebeard approached, grinning as he addressed Qin Ze. Don't mention it. I had a terrible night. Qin Ze sighed, expressing his frustration. Was it a group of pirates seeking to join your ranks? Whitebeard leaned closer, lowering his voice, his expression laden with meaning. Earlier that morning, he had sought out Qin Ze, intending to call on him, but upon seeing the note on the door, he had understood the situation. Do you really need to ask? Qin Ze shot Whitebeard a sidelong glance, smiling as he replied. Gololalala, you are quite the figure in the Rocks Pirates now. There are many who view you as their target. Among them are those who harbor ill intentions, so be on your guard. Now, as the wealthiest individual within the Rocks Pirates, it was widely known, and while many admired Qin Ze, jealousy was inevitable. After all, the taller the tree, the more it attracts the wind. Whitebeard offered this friendly warning. I understand the adage. The king is hard to protect, but the small fry are troublesome, but I am well aware. Qin Ze replied slowly, not overly concerned about the pirates. The king? The small fry? Which pirate does that refer to? I don't believe I've heard of them. Whitebeard furrowed his brow. Just a little story from my hometown. Qin Ze replied, slightly embarrassed. Whitebeard nodded, choosing not to press further. The two then made their way toward the dining hall. Inside the dining hall, a roar echoed. Damn that long loaf of bread. Bringing this stuff to fool me again. Damn it, Whitebeard, go check the kitchen. That fellow must be sneaking a bite. Qin Ze exclaimed in exasperation after tasting the food before him. The edible creations from the devil fruit were merely filling. Their flavor was virtually non-existent. The last time he had indulged, it had been on this very fare. However, at that moment, I was simply too famished to care. Yet this time, Qin Ze could no longer tolerate such nonsense. If one cannot even enjoy a decent meal, what right do they have to call themselves a pirate? The two rose swiftly, hurrying towards the kitchen. Upon reaching the corridor, Qin Ze spotted a cloud and a small sun floating from the ceiling. They were the homies created by Charlotte Linlin, her loyal companions, the sun Prometheus and the thundercloud Zeus. Damn it, that wretched woman is here too. Qin Ze cursed under his breath, as soon as he laid eyes on them. They too noticed him, their faces instantly paling as they turned to flee. However, Qin Ze's speed surpassed theirs. In a fleeting moment, he grasped Prometheus with his left hand and Zeus with his right. Charlotte Linlin and the Long Bread were secretly indulging inside. Were you two acting as lookouts for her? Yes. The two homies nodded in terror. Bang! Whitebeard kicked the door open and strode in, only to find Charlotte Linlin devouring cakes and desserts, while Long Bread was munching on a chicken leg, grease dripping from his mouth, with a mountain of food piled before them. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Ze erupted into a furious tirade. I wondered why the ship's provisions were running low. It turns out you've been pilfering food while using your devil fruit to deceive us. Speak up. How do you intend to handle this matter? Qin Ze and Whitebeard were taken aback. Long Bread, as the head chef of the Rock's ship, secretly feasting was an utterly disgraceful act. If this were to come to light, the crew would surely flay him alive. Charlotte Linlin was not in a much better position. Despite being the captain, she found herself outmatched by the two before her. Wait, my esteemed brothers, allow me to explain. Long Bread was sweating profusely. There are far too many people aboard, and their appetites are insatiable. Supplies vanish almost immediately. Lin Lin suffers from a compulsive eating disorder. If we didn't do this, she would have an episode. Oh, is that so? That seems to be quite reasonable. Now tell me, how do you wish to meet your end? Longbread trembled at the question, but suddenly a light bulb went off in his mind. Captain Qin Ze, the ship's reserves are limited, rather than letting the crew feast for a few days. Wouldn't it be better if just the three of us indulged for months? Qin Ze and Whitebeard exchanged glances and chuckled. If only you had said so earlier, at this moment, Charlotte Linlin. In tears, said Qin Ze. Hearing this, Qin Ze frowned, cursing under his breath. Realizing trouble was brewing, he hurriedly fetched a pile of food and fine wine from within. Bang. He slammed the door shut and dashed out like the wind. At the depths of Marineford, a colossal military fortress shaped like a seagull stood tall, with the words Marine prominently displayed near the top. The structure was adorned with countless heavy artillery, and several massive naval ships were anchored in the surrounding waters. At the pinnacle of the Red Line, within a circular council chamber, 5 elderly men were scattered throughout the hall, some seated, others standing. They bore no names, yet held a title that instilled mystery and reverence across the globe. The Gorosei, the highest rulers of the world government, the very pillars of its authority. Before them knelt several individuals clad in naval uniforms, soldiers who had previously been spared by Qin Ze aboard the Celestial Dragon's luxurious cruise ship. One of the Celestial Dragons has been slain. The celestial gold has been stolen. What were you doing? Roared one of the Gorosei, clad in a black suit and wielding a cane, his voice filled with fury. The other 4 wore expressions of utmost distress. The death of a celestial dragon carried immense repercussions, severely damaging the world government's prestige. Relate the events to us in their entirety, commanded another Gorosei. His long beard giving him an air of authority that compelled submission. The trembling naval officers, drenched in sweat, struggled to steady their voices. One officer, regaining a semblance of composure, recounted, Lord Charlemagne was collecting celestial gold from several nations. En route back to Marioa when a small boat appeared in the distance, moving at remarkable speed, showing no intention of yielding to the luxurious cruise. Upon noticing this, Lord Charlemagne ordered the crews to ram into the small vessel. As the ships collided and the smaller boat was obliterated, its 2 occupants did not drown in the sea. Instead, they suddenly appeared aboard the cruise. According to the bounty notice, they were Qin Ze and Kaido of the Rock's pirates. Upon hearing this, the Gorosei furrowed their brows. Qin Ze, a rising star in the Rock's pirates, the youngest captain of a division, had already displayed formidable strength during the previous assault on the naval base. Qin Ze expressed a desire to board Lord Charlemagne's vessel, his demeanor markedly different from that of other pirates. He showed profound respect for both Lord Charlemagne and the Celestial Dragons, even reprimanding Kaido when he insulted Lord Charlemagne, calling him a fool. At this, the naval officer hesitated, casting a furtive glance at the Gorosei, who remained silent, allowing him to continue. Following the insult, Lord Charlemagne was infuriated, nearly losing his balance. At that moment, Qin Ze kindly assisted him, preventing him from falling. But then, for reasons unknown, Lord Charlemagne suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed. He merely bumped into him, and then Lord Charlemagne perished. One of the Gorosei's expressions darkened, his face shadowed with malice as he inquired, each word dripping with gravity. Yes, I witnessed it with my own eyes. I too saw it. The other naval officers chimed in, corroborating the account's authenticity. The Gorosei exchanged alarmed glances. Suddenly, one of them recalled something. His brow furrowed as he spoke. That IT must have been a high-level application of armament hockey, causing internal damage. The death of the Celestial Dragon was directly attributable to him. The other 4 were momentarily taken aback. The advanced use of armament hockey was not beyond their comprehension, for they too wielded such abilities. Yet, none had anticipated that a youth of such tender years would possess the skill to cause internal damage. Qin Ze's strength may be far more terrifying than we have presumed. One of the 3 CP0 agents assigned to protect Lord Charlemagne. At this, the bearded Gorosei, still in shock, recalled that 3 CP0 agents were present and inquired. CP0. The naval officer appeared puzzled. struggling to grasp the significance. After a moment's reflection, he realized they referred to the three-mast Min. One was incapacitated by a single punch from Qin Ze, while the others were swiftly dispatched. Each pierced through the chest by a single blow. What? The Gorosei gasped in disbelief, fully aware that the three CP0 agents could only have met their demise. After all, the crews would not have been seized by others if they had survived. However, they were astonished at how easily they had fallen. Each dispatched by a single strike from Qin Ze. It is worth noting that these three CP0 agents were of a caliber akin to a rear admiral. Trained together from a young age, their synergy was exceptional. Even a vice admiral would find it challenging to defeat them. This Qin Ze possesses formidable strength. We cannot allow him to grow unchecked. He must be eradicated. Moreover, we must devise a means to eliminate the Rock's pirates. You and the Navy cannot escape blame for this. However, the immediate priority is to eliminate the Rock's pirates and Qin Ze. Seal off all news regarding the death of the Celestial Dragon and raise Qin Ze's bounty to 1.3 billion. Increase Kaido's to 700 million. The five rulers of the world government, after deliberating on the matter, contacted Admiral Steel Bone Kong at the naval headquarters, exchanging words of reproach, followed by discussions of their apprehension regarding Qin Ze and the Rock's pirates, culminating in a call for action. All right, understood. A succinct yet impactful response echoed from the phone before the line was abruptly disconnected. In the Navy headquarters, after receiving a stern reprimand from the five elders, Steel Bone Kong wore an ashen expression. Taking a deep breath, he realized that dealing with the Rock's pirates required patience. Annihilating them entirely necessitated careful planning. Time flew swiftly, and news spread even faster. Within days, the word of the Celestial Dragon's death at the hands of the pirate Qin Ze had reverberated throughout the seas, rapidly expanding to surrounding areas. The bearers of this news were those who had narrowly escaped death at Qin Ze's hands. It turned out that not all of the Navy personnel released by Qin Ze returned to the Navy headquarters. As members of the world government's Navy, they understood the implications of a Celestial Dragon's death, knowing they would inevitably face the wrath of the world government, likely leading to secret executions to silence them. Consequently, upon reaching land, the Navy split into two factions. One group still held faith in the Navy and returned to report, while the few who spoke at Mary Geos were part of this faction. The other faction, upon returning to their quarters, disseminated the news of the Celestial Dragon's murder, hoping to incite chaos and buy time for their escape. The upper echelons of the world government were incensed, issuing a clear directive to apprehend all fleeing Navy personnel and impose severe penalties. Yet, even such measures could not restore their lost dignity. Naturally, the Rock's pirates were also informed of these developments. Captain Qin Ze's bounty had soared to an astounding 13 billion. It had risen at an astonishing rate, more than doubling from 7 billion. The young Captain Qin Ze had become the second highest bounty pirate in the Rock's pirates. Indeed, however, I find it quite reasonable, considering he killed a celestial dragon. It certainly has boosted our reputation within the Rock's pirates. What other pirate crew could achieve such a feat, in comparison to us? Other pirate crews are merely playing house. On the deck of the Rocks, upon hearing of Qin Ze's bounty reaching 13 billion, the pirates could not restrain their discussions. At that moment, Qin Ze leaned against the ship's railing, utilizing his observation hockey to eavesdrop on their conversation, a slight smirk forming on his lips. He was not particularly concerned about his bounty, as it merely served as an external reference and did not equate to his actual strength. Sometimes a lower bounty could even be advantageous, allowing opponents to lower their guard. However, he appreciated their compliments. Seeing these ruthless pirates praising him made Qin Ze feel they had elevated their stature, as learning to give praise is indeed a virtue. Just as Qin Ze reveled in the pirates' admiration, the sound of approaching footsteps caught his attention. The man clad in a red robe, wielding a western sword, approached him. "Captain John." Qin Ze, you are quite the celebrity now. Nearly the entire sea knows your name. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just a few months as a pirate, and your bounty has reached 13 billion. John remarked with a smile as he reached Qin Ze's side. Are you envious? Qin Ze raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him, and he found it peculiar that John had sought him out, recalling that they were not particularly familiar. Could it truly be merely to discuss bounties? Hardly. John scratched his nose, chuckling awkwardly. Ever since you raided the Celestial Dragon's ship and seized the heavenly gold, you have become the wealthiest member of our pirate crew. It's quite enviable. Upon hearing this, Qin Ze furrowed his brow. Why was this old miser discussing wealth with him? With so much money on hand, it must be spent. Keeping it on a ship serves no purpose. Only by spending can one prove that the wealth is truly theirs. Dante, you agree? John blinked, speaking slowly. Indeed, that makes sense. So, just be forthright and say what you mean. Qin Ze was not inclined to dance around the subject. It was evident John had something to discuss. So he cut straight to the chase. You are refreshingly straightforward. Qin Ze, I appreciate that. John replied without offense. Then continued, adjacent to this sea, there lies an island with an underground casino, after being cooped up on the ship. How about we go and gamble a bit? John's tone was earnest as he looked at Qin Ze, awaiting his response. Upon hearing this, Qin Ze quickly understood. A casino. This old miser must be eyeing his treasures. Hoping to win his money. Why not seek out Wang Ji and Yinfu instead? They would surely be eager to join. They don't gamble at all. It would be no fun. I believe you and I are kindred spirits. So I came specifically to invite you. John sighed, seemingly lamenting the two captains' lack of interest. This visit to Qin Ze was indeed motivated by John's desire to enjoy a bit of fun. Ever since acquiring a portion of the heavenly gold, he had felt an itch to spend, and since they were passing through a gambling area, he could no longer contain his excitement. Additionally, he wished to foster a good relationship with Qin Ze, perhaps to win a bit of money from him at some point, as Qin Ze's financial capacity would likely allow for such losses. Hearing this, Qin Ze mused that he was indeed the perfect candidate. He glanced at John, his words laden with meaning that he was not entirely resistant to John's invitation. In truth, he was curious to see what a pirate world's casino might be like. Would there be alluring dealers? Dealing cards online. What do you say? Shall we indulge in a bit of gambling? John inquired again, his curiosity piqued as he observed Qin Ze deep in thought. Very well, since Captain John extends such a warm invitation. How could I possibly refuse? Qin Ze collected his thoughts, cleared his throat, and said, You are indeed a man of character. Qin Ze, it's settled then. When the time comes, remember to bring plenty of treasures. John's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he hurriedly advised Qin Ze on several matters. After exchanging pleasantries, he swiftly took his leave, eager to prepare for their outing. Watching John's departing figure, Qin Ze smiled faintly. The old miser wishes to win my money. I shall see if he possesses the ability to do so. The sky was clear, and the sea was calm, as usual. Aboard the rocks, Qin Ze retrieved some jewels from his quarters and, after discussing certain matters with Jorabaf, he accompanied John to the location of the lifeboats on the rocks. Compared to the last outing, this time Qin Ze was far more extravagant, for he would not be taking a small wooden boat, but a luxurious lifeboat. Previously, the lifeboats from the Celestial Dragon's luxurious cruise ship had been largely commandeered by the Rock's pirates. Had it not been for a few excessively large boats that could not be accommodated, Qin Ze could have chosen an even more comfortable option this time. As for the luxurious cruise ship, its fate had been grim. After the pirates stripped it of all valuable items, it had been cast aside, drifting aimlessly in the sea, concluding its service to the Celestial Dragons. Gulalala! The iconic laughter of Whitebeard resonated on the deck. Upon hearing of Qin Ze's outing, he rushed over, accompanied by Qin Ze's newly appointed vice captain. Kaido, this ship is far superior to the last one, Whitebeard exclaimed, gazing at Qin Ze, who had already boarded the lifeboat. Indeed, Edward, would you care to join me for a little experience? Gulalala, no, thank you, I have no interest in that gambling den. Whitebeard replied, waving his hands vigorously. He would not part with his money to those gamblers. Beside him, Kaido chimed in. Qin Ze, I feel the same. Upon hearing this, Qin Ze was taken aback. How had Kaido become so self-absorbed? I summoned Whitebeard aboard, and it was not you I called. However, upon observing his appearance, it is evident he has already consumed a devil fruit, as he emanates an explosive sense of power. Such a remarkable enhancement within merely a few days, truly. It is the pinnacle of mythical Zoan fruits. After exchanging pleasantries with them, Qin Ze wasted no time and departed with John, while Kaido and Whitebeard gazed at the receding vessel, each lost in their own thoughts. Having consumed the fruit, Kaido felt a comprehensive enhancement of his strength, contemplating the necessity to train diligently during this period to unlock the abilities of the devil fruit and ultimately defeat Qin Ze. Meanwhile, Whitebeard pondered keeping a close watch over Qin Ze's quarters during his absence, lest anyone seize the opportunity to engage in nefarious activities. This voyage, being orchestrated by John, was entirely under his guidance. He held a map and a log pointer, navigating the vast ocean. "Are you done staring?" Qin Ze remarked, exasperation evident in his tone. "Can the ship really drift off course on its own?" Ever since the lifeboat departed from the rocks, John had intermittently consulted the map and log, despite having already set the course of departure. Yet, John's anxiety lingered. "It never hurts to double-check. If we misstep even slightly, we could end up leagues away from our destination." John replied, setting aside the map and log. "Your concerns are unwarranted. What warrants more attention is the fact that the ship seems to be moving rather slowly," Qin Ze remarked, reclining on the boat with his hands behind his head. Crossing his legs, suddenly, John's gaze sharpened as he furrowed his brow. "Wait, why are there so many fish heading towards us?" "Fish," Qin Ze echoed, momentarily taken aback. Rising to his feet, he followed John's line of sight and beheld a multitude of unfamiliar fish approaching. They leaped from the water into the air, reminiscent of the dolphin migrations Qin Ze had observed in his previous life. "Is it the season for fish migration?" he inquired. No, John exclaimed. "They appear to be fleeing from something." "What the hell? Is it a sea king?" Just as John's words left his mouth, a colossal fish, resembling a monstrous creature, breached the surface nearby, crashing down with a resounding splash that sent waves crashing against the lifeboat. "Goodness, that is immensely large." Qin Ze marveled at the astonishing sight, his eyes alight with wonder that he had only glimpsed sea kings in anime before, their massive forms reigning as the mightiest species of the ocean. Yet now, standing in the pirate world and witnessing it firsthand, he was profoundly awed, thinking that anyone with a fear of gigantic creatures would surely faint at the sight. Amid his astonishment, excitement bubbled within him. "Fortunately, it seems to be a smaller variety of sea king," John remarked, having assessed the situation. "Smaller? Are you serious?" Qin Ze responded incredulously. However, recalling the comparisons of colossal sea kings to ships depicted in the manga, he conceded that the creature before them was indeed much smaller. "Yes, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune, but this is fortuitous. I have yet to showcase my prowess, so allow me to demonstrate how I will subdue this sea king." As he spoke, John unsheathed his rapier, preparing to strike the oncoming sea king. Just as he was about to leap and deliver a blow, Qin Ze interrupted him. "Wait, I have a better idea." Qin Ze smiled faintly, raising an eyebrow at John. "A better idea?" John faltered, frowning in confusion. "What do you think about riding the Sea King?" As soon as the words left Qin Ze's mouth, he vanished from the boat. In the next instant, he appeared atop the Sea King's head, delivering a powerful punch directly to its skull. Thud! A deep sound resonated from the Sea King's head as immense force surged from Qin Ze's fist into its body, causing it to thrash wildly on the surface, attempting to dive beneath the waves. However, standing atop its head, Qin Ze merely smiled. Each time the creature attempted to submerge, he would deliver another strike, the ensuing pain compelling it to continue struggling on the surface. Thus, through repeated blows, the Sea King gradually grasped the lesson. As long as it refrained from diving, it would avoid further punishment. Consequently, it surrendered, floating placidly on the water's surface. Recognizing the opportune moment, Qin Ze turned to John and called out, "Bring over the steel rope. Attach it to the lifeboat." At this moment, John, having been rendered speechless, was nearly slack-jawed. Could one truly engage in such a manner? After a pause, he snapped back to reality, securing one end of the rope to the bow of the boat before leaping onto the Sea King's back to fasten the other end to its fin. With everything in place, Qin Ze patted the Sea King's head, and the intelligent creature immediately understood, propelling itself forward at remarkable speed across the water. The sound of the wind rushing past Qin Ze's ears was exhilarating. "Yahoo!" Qin Ze shouted, reveling in the brisk wind that enveloped him. This speed far surpassed that of the lifeboat. Thus, on the surface of the sea, Qin Ze steered with his fists, the Sea King serving as his vessel. Racing towards their destination, with the Sea King's assistance, they swiftly arrived at the island, docking the lifeboat at the shore. After untying the steel rope from the Sea King, Qin Ze waved goodbye, watching as it gracefully vanished beneath the waves. You never cease to amaze, Qin Ze. Only you could manage to ride a Sea King, John admitted, a hint of admiration creeping into his tone after witnessing the spectacle. While he could slay a Sea King, the thought of taming one with mere fists was beyond his imagination. Indeed, this is what we call adaptability. Qin Ze shrugged, wearing a confident smile as he retrieved the treasures from the boat and made his way inland. Observing the sack on Qin Ze's back, John's eyes twinkled with mischief as he followed suit. On this outing, Qin Ze was fortunate, avoiding the harrowing experiences of his prior venture, and instead, he encountered a bustling locale. Within this island, throngs of people filled the streets, showcasing a vibrant atmosphere with various shops selling pastries, garments, and fresh produce, yet conspicuously absent of any casinos. Goodness, John, did you lead us astray? Qin Ze remarked, surveying his surroundings with furrowed brows. They had wandered for nearly an hour since entering this area, yet not a single casino or entertainment venue was in sight. This is perplexing. The map indicates we are precisely in the right location. John exclaimed, scrutinizing the map, which confirmed their position. How strange. I learned of this casino from one of my subordinates. Could it be that the lad deceived me? John's expression darkened at the thought, contemplating the potential consequences for the subordinate should this prove true. Wait, what is that? Qin Ze pointed at a red arrow symbol on the wall ahead, directing them toward a certain location. Following its guidance, he discovered another arrow on the ground. Exchanging glances with John, they followed the arrows until they arrived at an underground entrance, where the red arrow transformed into a square. Could it be that the casino lies beneath? John murmured, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Shall we venture inside to find out? Qin Ze casually remarked as he strode directly inside, with John following closely behind. Moments later, the two arrived at the end of the path, where a door stood before them. Flanked by two imposing men, each towering nearly 4 meters tall, their muscles rippling. Were these two here to enter the casino? As Qin Ze caught sight of them, the men also noticed him and John. One of them inquiring, "Are you here to gamble?" "Indeed." Qin Ze replied succinctly, his eyes flickering. "I wonder if you two have brought sufficient capital? Entering empty-handed is strictly forbidden here." The other man interjected, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the bags the two carried. "Ha! Of course, it's the rules of the casino, after all." "Understood." With that, John removed his bag and opened its mouth, and Qin Ze mimicked his actions. The two men leaned in to inspect the contents, momentarily taken aback as their expressions shifted to one of utmost respect. "Please come in," they urged, simultaneously pushing the door open, one to the left and one to the right. Upon entering, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to the outside world. The casino was lavishly adorned, filled with an array of gaming equipment that bestowed upon Qin Ze the sensation of stepping into a modern-day casino. The cacophony of sounds reverberated through the air, lights flickered, and a throng of people bustled about a massive gaming table. Individuals were placing their bets with chips in hand, while various other tables offered games of pai gow, dice, and poker, each showcasing an assortment of betting styles. As newcomers entered, the gamblers merely glanced their way before returning their focus to the pursuit of fortune. In this establishment, new faces appeared daily, rendering the presence of two unfamiliar individuals a commonplace occurrence. Damn it! Why is this casino so tightly secured, making me wander aimlessly outside for so long? John muttered under his breath upon realizing the true nature of the establishment. Qin Ze, on the other hand, felt a slight change in expression as he surveyed the casino's interior, his heart sinking in disappointment. He had expected to encounter alluring croupiers, yet instead found himself surrounded by rugged men. Shaking his head, he deemed the establishment to be of inferior quality, recalling the vibrant casinos depicted in anime where Luffy had encountered numerous enchanting figures. That moment, a casino attendant approached, having noticed Qin Ze and John S. arrival. "Would you two like to exchange for chips?" Qin Ze nodded, and under the attendant's guidance, he and John made their way to the exchange area, ready to trade their treasures. However, upon seeing the valuables presented by Qin Ze, the staff member was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "Please wait a moment, I will fetch our expert appraiser." In this casino, treasures could not be directly converted into chips due to the absence of a standardized valuation system. They needed to be appraised first and then converted into belly before proceeding. Shortly after the staff member departed, an elderly man with a white beard and a stooped posture approached. "Are you two here for an appraisal?" He rasped, his voice as if hindered by some obstruction in his throat. "Yes, could you assess how much these are worth?" Qin Ze inquired, producing several gemstones and pearls from his bag. The old man accepted the treasures, producing a lens with his right hand to scrutinize them closely, nodding in approval as he examined. Quite good. These are all top-quality items." At this, Qin Ze and John exchanged smiles, knowing that such treasures could hardly be of inferior quality. Eventually, after haggling with the appraiser, both Qin Ze and John exchanged their treasures for 1 million belly in chips each. Although they were aware that the value had likely been intentionally undercut, it still met their psychological expectations, as they had only exchanged a portion of their treasures, retaining the rest. Exchanging glances, Qin Ze and John, chips in hand, turned towards the gaming area, ready to engage in a thrilling venture. Meanwhile, the appraiser, having cheerfully seen them off, experienced a subtle shift in expression. "Let us keep to our own games in the casino. I certainly don't wish to find myself at the same table." "Winning your money," John remarked as they walked, casting a glance at Qin Ze. "Agreed. Each to their own," Qin Ze replied with a smirk, unconvinced by John's words about not wanting to win his money. Nonetheless, he brushed it off, intent on enjoying his time in the casino. With chips in hand, Qin Ze wandered around the casino before eventually settling at a table playing 3-card brag. "Is it all right if I sit here?" he inquired, placing his chips before him. "Absolutely, no problem," the other players responded, their faces lighting up at the sight of the chips Qin Ze possessed. A few gazed at his chips with glimmers of greed in their eyes, as if envisioning those chips transforming into their own. Before Qin Ze lay chips of 3 colors, blue, red, and white. The blue chips, the most valuable, were worth 100,000 belly each, followed by the red chips at 10,000 belly, and the white chips at 1,000 belly each. In total, he possessed 5 blue chips, 30 red chips, and the remainder were white chips, indicating that the minimum bet in this casino was 1,000 belly, with no upper limit set, relying solely on the gambler's wealth. "Let us begin," one eager gambler exclaimed, tapping the table with his fingers. Upon hearing no objections, the attendant commenced dealing cards to each player. The rules of the casino in this world were quite similar to those Qin Ze was familiar with from his previous life, although the game bore a different name here, called 3-Card Monte. The mechanics were fundamentally the same. Without even glancing at his cards, Qin Ze tossed 2 white chips into the center, prompting others to follow suit. This phase, known as the blind bet, aimed to maximize the pot on the table. Almost every round included this phase, with the amount wagered varying based on the player's moods and financial capabilities. Players could opt to look at their cards, but should they wish to continue after peaking, they would be required to double their bet. Before long, a man in a black hat could no longer contain himself and opted to look at his cards as he furrowed his brow, clearly hesitating on whether to call, his hand likely not containing a losing hand. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to call with 5,000 belly. Observing his expression, Qin Ze chuckled inwardly. This was a significant faux pas in 3-card brag, as one could deduce the strength of the man's hand simply from his demeanor. However, Qin Ze himself had no intention of looking, for with his observation hockey, he knew precisely what cards he held without needing to peek. A pair of kings accompanied by an ace, this hand was already formidable in 3-card brag. Using his observation hockey out of curiosity, Qin Ze glanced at the cards held by the man in the black hat. A king, a jack, and a 9, all in clubs. Clubs! Damn it! Qin Ze cursed inwardly. What was there to hesitate about? He had mistakenly perceived the man as a novice, only to discover he was a seasoned player. Had it not been for his observation hockey, he would have fallen victim to the man's deceitful expression. Without hesitation, Qin Ze discarded his hand. Simultaneously, he utilized his observation hockey to probe the hands of the other players. None held a stronger hand than that of the man in the black hat. Thus, he emerged victorious this round with the highest hand, as the rounds progressed. Qin Ze, having warmed up, made it a point to check his hand with observation hockey each time the attendant dealt cards. In this manner of open play, even the most skilled of players were left humbled. Consequently, after several rounds, Qin Ze's pile of chips grew ever larger, while the chips of the other players dwindled, nearly all being claimed by him. In between, Qin Ze intentionally lost a few hands, choosing to follow through with poor card against those with superior hands, primarily to cultivate the impression that his success was merely due to luck. Otherwise, an unbroken winning streak would inevitably raise suspicions. Under the perceptive gaze of Qin Ze, who possessed an innate ability to see through the game, he triumphed at the table of Zhajiang and continued his winning streak at several more tables. His initial stake of 1 million chips had now multiplied to a staggering 8 million. Meanwhile, John, seated nearby, was also enjoying a bountiful victory, his grin stretching almost to his ears. Although his winnings were not as substantial as Qin Ze's, he had amassed roughly 6 million that moment. The casino owner, observing the continuous wins of the two players, cast a cold glance before retreating to a back room. Shortly thereafter, two individuals emerged from that room. One was sharp-eyed and lean, while the other was bald and of diminutive stature. Both were masters of gambling within the casino. Returning to Qin Ze, he was presently engaged at the large central table, where the game of shuaha was in play. In truth, Qin Ze had never played shuaha before, but he had gleaned a basic understanding of the rules from the film Gambling Hero, in which Stephen Chow starred. Each player receives a hidden card, which is only revealed at the decisive moment. From the second card onward, players place bets after each card is dealt, with the option to fold mid-game. Totaling 5 cards. "May I join the table?" inquired the lean man, who approached Qin Ze and politely addressed the 4 other players present. "Indeed, we're just 1 player short," Qin Ze replied with a smile, gesturing to an empty seat across from him. Under the influence of his formidable perception, he had observed the casino owner's movements and understood that this individual had been sent to deal with him. Yet he felt no fear. Once seated, the dealer began to distribute the cards. Qin Ze received a spade 9, while the lean man held a diamond queen. The other 3 players had spade king, club 7, and club jack respectively, with each player also possessing a hidden card. The first round of betting commenced, and without hesitation, Qin Ze tossed in a red chip. It was not that he deemed the white chips too small, but rather that the minimum bet in this establishment was 10,000 Bailey. Consequently, he had exchanged all his previous white chips for red and blue ones. Seeing this, the others followed suit, betting accordingly. As a single card could not reveal the strength of one's hand, no player chose to fold. After the second card was dealt, Qin Ze bet another 10,000, holding a spade 9 and a diamond 10, with a hidden card of diamond jack, creating the potential for a straight. The lean man, however, had a diamond queen and a club 4, with a hidden card of club 7. Among the other 3 players, one possessed the strongest visible hand, a pair of kings, with a hidden card of club 6. As the second round concluded, 2 players folded, intimidated by the formidable pair of kings. After 3 rounds of dealing, Qin Ze's 4th card was a club 7 that he smiled and chose to fold, recognizing that the possibility of straight was no longer viable, with the best outcome now being merely a pair of jacks. Thus, only the player with the pair of kings and the lean man remained in the game. After the 4th round, the lean man's hand consisted of a diamond queen, club 4, and a hidden club 7, while the man in black held spade king, diamond king, and a hidden club 6. Judging by the visible cards, the man with the kings had a significantly higher chance of winning, as a pair of kings far outweighed a pair of 4s. At this point, the chips on the table had swelled to nearly 300,000. As the 5th round commenced, the lean man received a diamond 6, and the man in black drew a spade ace. The lean man's hand was Q4-4-6 with a hidden 7, while the man in black had K9 and a hidden 6. It was evident that the lean man had lost, with his highest hand merely a pair of 4s, while the other boasted a pair of kings. Yet surprisingly, the lean man did not fold but instead continued to bet, tossing in 2 blue chips. Seeing this, Qin Ze furrowed his brow. The lean man's willingness to bet at this juncture indicated 2 possibilities. Either he was unaware of his hidden card, gambling on it being a 4 to make 3, or he was fully aware of his card yet remained confident. Qin Ze leaned toward the latter hypothesis, given that this professional gambler had been deployed to counter him. Observing the lean man's composed demeanor and piercing gaze only reinforced Qin Ze's suspicions, leaving him curious about the man's next move. The man in black glanced at his cards, then at his opponents, and decided to call with 200,000 chips, acknowledging the overwhelming odds in his favor. For the opponent to win, he could only hope that the hidden card was a 4, an exceedingly rare scenario. Thus, as both players continued to wager, the total pot quickly swelled to 1 million chips. Eventually, the man in black, feeling the pressure, opted to reveal his hand, driven by both his financial means and the intimidation he felt from his opponent. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, the lean man revealed his hidden card, and at that moment, Qin Ze's formidable presence surged forth. Just as the lean man exposed his card, Qin Ze perceived the hidden 7 shifting unexpectedly. And upon the reveal, it transformed into a spade 4. The man in black was taken aback, rendered speechless by the unforeseen turn of events, his expression a complex tapestry of disbelief. His only hope now rested on his hidden card being a king, the sole chance to defeat his rival. However, this was clearly an impossible outcome, for his hidden card was a 6, unchanged since the beginning. Through this gambling episode, Qin Ze discerned that the lean man's greatest asset was cheating. At the moment the cards were revealed, he had swiftly replaced his hidden card with one concealed in his sleeve, an act imperceptible to the naked eye. Qin Ze smirked inwardly, reflecting on the audacity of the casino to engage in such deception. The game continued for another 10 rounds at the table, during which Qin Ze meticulously observed the lean man's actions and demeanor. Out of the 10 rounds, the lean man folded twice, cheated 3 times, and adhered to proper betting protocols 5 times. Meanwhile, the other 3 players had nearly lost all their chips to the lean man, while Qin Ze, having remained observant and folding early, had not incurred significant losses, maintaining a balance of approximately 8 million chips. Only the 2 of us remain. Shall we continue? The lean man inquired softly, directing his question at Qin Ze. Certainly, I am far from finished, Qin Ze replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of enthusiasm, a smile gracing his lips. The other 3 players, witnessing the unfolding tension, chose to remain as spectators. Deal the cards, Qin Ze commanded, and the dealer complied with precision. Distributing the cards before the 2 players, Qin Ze, Diamond 7, Hidden Spade 8. Lean man, Club 9, Hidden Spade Ace, I'll raise 10,000, Qin Ze declared, tossing a blue chip into the center. Very well, I call. The lean man responded, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he matched the bet with a blue chip of his own. The second round of betting concluded, and the dealer dealt the 3rd round of cards. Qin Ze received a spade 5, while the lean man was dealt a diamond queen 8. This juncture, both players had the potential to form straight, but the lean man's combination would yield a stronger hand should they both succeed. As he possessed more suited cards, while Qin Ze held none, your hand appears rather weak, the lean man remarked with a hint of condescension, tossing 5 blue chips into the pot, until the final card is revealed. One can never be certain, Qin Ze replied with a smile, confidently throwing a substantial amount of chips, red and blue alike, into the center, totaling at least 70 to 80,000. And upon witnessing this, the lean man's expression sharpened, his eyes narrowing as he remained silent, ultimately matching the bet with an additional several tens of thousands. Qin Ze's strategy was to project the image of a reckless gambler, thereby prompting his opponent to lower his guard and cheat without hesitation. After the 4th round of dealing, Qin Ze regarded the cards in his hand with satisfaction, fully aware that he had the situation under control. In fact, from the very first card dealt, Qin Ze had utilized his keen perception to ascertain the value of the cards. Not only do they hold their own and their opponent's whole cards, but also the stack of cards in the hands of the attendant. If dealt in this order, Qin Ze's final hand would be a straight, for 5, 6, 7, 8, with the whole card being an 8, while the emaciated man's hand would consist of 8, 9, JQ, A, with the whole card being an 8. This is precisely why Qin Ze dared to gamble against him. Although he claimed he would never cheat, it did not hinder his ability to assess the likelihood of victory at that moment. The opponent would certainly wish to exchange his whole card to complete the straight. After the 4 cards were dealt, the hands were as follows. Qin Ze, Diamond 7, Spade 5, diamond 6, whole card spade 8, emaciated man, club 9, diamond Q, club J, whole card spade A, as both continued to raise the stakes. The chips on the table had accumulated to nearly 3 million belly. Nearby onlookers had gathered, their excitement palpable as they anticipated which player would emerge victorious. After the fourth round of betting concluded, the fifth round of cards was dealt. Qin Ze, diamond 7, spade 5, diamond 6, club 4, whole card spade 8, emaciated man, club 9, diamond Q, club J, heart 8, whole card spade. The stakes were too low. This was becoming tedious. Qin Ze yawned and said flippantly, "I go all in." As soon as the words left his mouth, he pushed all his chips forward, his gaze provocatively fixed on the emaciated man. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, marveling at his audacity. Such a young individual making such a bold move clearly indicated a wealthy background, and they gazed at Qin Ze with envy. The emaciated man, however, grew grim at this unexpected turn of events. To his surprise, Qin Ze would go all in on the very first hand. His expression shifted, and he suddenly burst into laughter. "Huh. Youth is synonymous with fervor. How nostalgic. I'll go all in too," he declared, forcefully pushing nearly 10 million belly worth of chips into the pot. "Wow. Both sides are all in. It's a do-or-die gamble. Huh. The total chips must be nearing 20 million. The crowd, witnessing the simultaneous all-ins, couldn't help but engage in fervent discussions. Qin Ze, upon seeing his opponents all in, smiled. "Then I shall reveal my cards." As the words resounded, he flipped over his whole card, revealing the spade 8. Holy cow. A straight 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This hand is promising. The chances of winning are quite substantial. It all hinges on the opponent's cards. For the emaciated man to win, his whole card would need to be a 10, wouldn't it? Upon seeing Qin Ze's whole card, the emaciated man sneered coldly. Simultaneously, he grasped his whole card and forcefully slammed it onto the table. "What the hell is this? What the heck?" Under the gaze of the spectators, the emaciated man's whole card was completely blank, the face of the playing card a pristine white. "Damn it! You're cheating!" Qin Ze erupted, rushing to the emaciated man's side, seizing his arm and shaking it vigorously. Clatter! Cards tumbled from his sleeve. In that moment, the emaciated man stood frozen, utterly stunned. The next instant, Qin Ze snatched the rapier from John, who was still gambling, and dragged the already pale-faced, emaciated man to the table, pinning his arm down before delivering a swift blow. Thud! Cheating! Hand severed! Ah! A scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, reverberated through the casino, causing some gamblers to abandon their games and hastily converge towards the commotion. "Everyone come and see. This man is cheating in the casino. Look at these playing cards. They are all evidence of his deceit." Qin Ze returned the rapier to John and approached the man, picking up the severed arm from the ground and extracting the scattered cards, displaying them to the crowd. Goodness, he must have concealed an entire deck in there. This cheat is exceedingly bold. I loathe cheaters more than anything. Severing a hand is too lenient. Such individuals deserve death. They should be swiftly dragged out and executed. Thank goodness he was caught. If I had encountered him later, I would have surely lost everything. Many in the crowd, upon witnessing Qin Ze extract the card from the severed arm and the scattered playing cards on the floor, quickly grasped the situation. At this moment, the emaciated man had ceased his cries. His lips pale and beaded with sweat, desperately pressing on the stump of his severed arm with the other hand. However, just as he believed the severed arm would be the end of his ordeal, the three gamblers who had initially joined him in the all-in rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks while hurling insults. "Damn! Cheating caused me to lose all my money. I swear. I'll beat you to death today. I knew it. With a pair of 4S, how dare you challenge my pair of kings? Turns out you were cheating." At that moment, the casino owner arrived, pushing through the crowd. Upon witnessing the three men pummeling the emaciated man and the onlookers reveling in the spectacle, he quickly understood the situation. However, he could only stand by, stupefied, afraid to intervene if it became known that this cheat was one of his subordinates. His casino would be doomed. In fact, he secretly hoped the emaciated man would be beaten to death to avoid any future leaks. As the emaciated man's cries grew weaker, The three assailants finally ceased their assault. One stepped forward to check for signs of life, stating, "He's dead. Damn. He really couldn't take a beating. Ha ha. My sincerest apologies, everyone. I never anticipated such a scoundrel would emerge from my casino. I regret interrupting your enjoyment. It's my negligence. Someone, take this cheat out and dispose of him." The casino owner, having learned of the man's demise, declared. Afterwards, several individuals approached and dragged the emaciated man away, watching him being hauled off like a lifeless carcass. Qin Ze felt no remorse. Cheating in a casino is a grave taboo. Suddenly reflecting on himself, Qin Ze mused that the use of Kinbunchika hockey should not be considered cheating. Rather, it was a unique ability. As for why the emaciated man's whole card had transformed into such a state, that was Qin Ze's doing. Earlier, when the emaciated man prepared to exchange cards, Qin Ze activated his Busashoka hockey, applying pressure with his hand resting on the table, manipulating the power of flow to initiate from his fingers, using the table as a medium to transfer force into the man's arm. Coupled with Kinbunchika hockey, he precisely directed the force onto the card face, employing a touch of internal destruction to erase the patterns on the playing card's front. This entire sequence of actions occurred in an instant, synchronizing perfectly as the emaciated man lifted his hand to exchange cards. That it was Qin Ze's first time utilizing both Busashoka hockey and Kinbunchika hockey for such meticulous operations, though the scene was not grand. It showcased Qin Ze's precise control over both techniques at this moment. My deepest apologies. Please continue. The casino owner, after the man was disposed of, offered the crowd a smile, and as he turned, inadvertently cast a glance at Qin Ze before departing with a shorter companion. What a buzzkill. Damn, the casino owner is so stingy. He only offers empty words without any real gesture. As the gamblers grumbled, they returned to their seats, immersing themselves once more in their grand endeavors. Sigh, the skills of the people here are rather lacking. This is no fun. Qin Ze, shall we play a few hands? John, who had returned the rapier to his waist, now looked at Qin Ze, raising an eyebrow. Qin Ze remained silent, walking to the all-in table and collecting the chips scattered across the surface. Some bore traces of the emaciated man's blood, prompting him to call for an attendant to clean up. Afterward, he returned to John's side and said, "Sure, what do you suggest we play?" "Well, having played most of these cards, how about we try dice?" John observed Qin Ze, who had amassed nearly 20 million from mere 1 million, all through the game of poker. Lacking confidence in his ability to triumph in this arena, he suggested they engage in a different game. The reason for choosing dice was that John felt assured in this endeavor. "Certainly," Qin Ze replied without a moment's hesitation, secretly thinking to himself that John, the old rascal, could no longer contain his eagerness. "Excellent. Let us exchange our chips for blue chips of 100,000 each. That will surely ignite some excitement." Upon hearing Qin Ze's agreement, John beamed with delight and hastily added that the modest winnings from the casino were beneath his notice, merely a few tens of millions. However, Qin Ze, being a veritable treasure trove, could effortlessly procure billions. I agree. Carrying such a multitude of chips can be quite exhausting. Qin Ze shrugged, and the two made their way toward the chip exchange area. Within the opulent confines of the casino, a conversation unfolded. "What? You say that gambler is a notorious pirate?" the casino owner exclaimed, astonished, glancing at the elderly appraiser beside him, whose hair was a mix of white and gray and whose posture was stooped with age. "What is this pirate's name?" the casino owner continued, striving to regain his composure. "His name is Qin Ze," the appraiser replied, his countenance bleak and his words hesitant. "Qin Ze? That name seems familiar." The casino owner's brow furrowed as he scratched his head in thought, struggling to recall. "Qin Ze, the one who slaughtered the celestial dragons and seized the treasure from the heavens. The Navy has placed a bounty of 1.3 billion berries on his head," as the appraiser uttered these words. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead, betraying his palpable fear. By heavens! The casino owner leapt to his feet, utterly dumbfounded. Qin Ze was a name known throughout these waters, a slayer of celestial dragons and the captain of the Rock's pirates. How could such a figure possibly set foot in his modest casino? It was a mystery he could not fathom. "Why the hell are you only telling me this now?" the casino owner bellowed at the appraiser. I had no inkling at first. When he came for appraisal, I merely thought he was an ordinary pirate. The treasures were clearly pilfered from elsewhere. The appraiser's face was a mask of distress. His voice trembling slightly. "We're done for. We cannot handle this situation. Quickly, contact the Navy. We must not provoke them before then." The casino owner shook his head with a bitter smile, berating himself for his earlier actions. Wishing he could slap himself for not realizing that the gaunt man he had sent was indeed Qin Ze. "Contact the Navy? If we do that, our casino," the appraiser began, attempting to caution. "Nonsense. We've provided such crucial intelligence to the Navy. They should not trouble us," the casino owner asserted. With that, he hurriedly picked up the din-din mushy and dialed a number. Somewhere in the vast azure sea, in an uncharted territory, a colossal blue and white ship glided smoothly across the water surface. Atop its towering mast, a simple white banner fluttered in the wind, emblazoned with a soaring seagull and the capital letters Marine. Indeed, this was the Navy's warship, the mightiest force in this world. On the deck stood hundreds of sailors clad in naval uniforms. In the next moment, a resounding voice erupted from their ranks, a spirited chant accompanied by perfectly synchronized movements as they engaged in training. At the forefront of this assembly stood a striking figure, draped in a coat emblazoned with the word justice, his purple hair shimmering under the sun's rays. This was none other than Vice Admiral Zifa of the Navy headquarters. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, a sailor hurriedly approached with a din-din mushy in hand. "Vice Admiral Zifa, your call." Taking the offered din-din mushy, Zifa furrowed his brow. "How many times must I remind you that as a Navy officer, one must maintain composure?" "What?" "The information is credible." Zifa's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing the urgent message from the Rear Admiral on the other end. "The information comes from a casino owner in my jurisdiction. Our operatives have verified it. It is absolutely reliable, and the individual is still at the casino." The voice on the other end was insistent yet assured. "Very well. Do not act recklessly. I will head over," Zifa concluded before promptly hanging up. In the wake of the Celestial Dragon's demise, the world government had exerted tremendous pressure on the Navy, demanding the complete eradication of the Rock's pirates. Or, at the very least, the elimination of Qin Ze, the one responsible for slaying a celestial dragon. However, the Navy headquarters deemed the timing premature and had refrained from engaging the Rock's pirates directly. Yet, under duress, they could not remain idle. Thus, they dispatched Zifa to patrol the Rock's route, hoping to obtain valuable intelligence. Zifa had undertaken such missions numerous times before, believing this would be no different, merely a routine inspection. However, he could scarcely believe his luck at encountering the captain of the Rock's pirates, the very target designated for execution. Qin Ze. This was an opportunity he would not let slip by. Eager to gauge whether this newly emerged pirate was as formidable as the legend suggested, Zifa was prepared to eliminate Qin Ze on the spot if he was not. After instructing his crew to prepare for battle, Zifa's gaze sharpened as he commanded the ship to accelerate toward the casino. Inside the casino, at a dice table, Qin Ze and John sat across from one another after exchanging their chips. Before Qin Ze lay nearly 200 blue chips, while John had over 100. A circle of onlookers surrounded them, captivated by the grand scale of the wager. The minimum bet was 100,000 berries. And many who stood by felt a thrill surpassing that of participating themselves. "How do we play?" Qin Ze casually inquired while fiddling with his chips. "That we bet on high or low. Let's keep it simple. 3 dice. If the total is above 9, that S high. If it is 9 or below, that S low. The attendants will roll the dice. We shall not touch them at any time. Once the dice are rolled, we will place our bets on high or low, and the winning side takes all. If the total is 18 or 3, the loser pays triple." John succinctly explained the rules, winking at Qin Ze. "All right, the rules are clear. It seems you are quite experienced." Qin Ze raised an eyebrow, smiling. "Ha, just a bit of luck," John replied, not wanting to boast of his expertise. "Let the games begin," Qin Ze declared, weighing his chips before turning to the attendant. The crisp sound of dice echoed from the black container the attendant held. Thud! A heavy sound resonated as the container was overturned on the table. Qin Ze glanced casually at the result. 2, 3, 6, a total of 11, which is high. I'll go first. 1 million on high. Qin Ze produced 10 blue chips, tossing them into the center's high area, stacking them perfectly under his precise toss. Wow. That's wealth, straight out the gate with 1,000,000 berries. This is gambling. Back where I come from, we barely play for peanuts. Truly, they don't treat money as money. As Qin Ze boldly wagered 1,000,000, the surrounding gamblers felt their breaths quicken, realizing that the game had escalated before it had even truly begun. Since you are betting high, I shall bet low. John cast a penetrating glance at Qin Ze before tossing the 10 chips before him. Simultaneously, he tapped his hand gently on the table, causing the dice hidden beneath the black container to jolt as though struck by an unseen force. At that moment, the numbers on the dice shifted, summing to a total of 8, a small score. Qin Ze observed the dice with a faint smile, realizing that this was John's cunning technique, employing observation hockey to discern the numbers within the dice, then skillfully manipulating the force of his tap to alter their outcome. "Let us reveal them," Qin Ze said slowly. Upon hearing this, the attendant lifted the black container, and in that instant, John glanced again with his observation hockey. Discovering that the dice remained unchanged, the displayed numbers were still 2, 1, and 4. The attendant announced loudly, 8 points small. John furrowed his brow slightly as he swept the chips on the table towards himself. The ease of his victories left him feeling somewhat suspicious. He had anticipated a fierce struggle. Could it be that Qin Ze was not as formidable as he had imagined? As the second round commenced, the attendant's voice echoed as he shook the dice, and the black container was placed down. The count reached 1, 2, 3, yielding a total of 6, also small. Qin Ze wagered 2,000,000 berries on the small outcome, while John employed his previous tactic, altering the numbers to 3, 5, and 3, betting 2,000,000 on the large outcome. The total was 11, large. This time, John's suspicion had diminished considerably, as Qin Ze appeared to be less troublesome than anticipated. In subsequent rounds, John triumphed several more times, his laughter growing louder with each victory. During this period, he deliberately conceded 2 rounds to Qin Ze, allowing him a taste of success. Meanwhile, Qin Ze's emotions fluctuated wildly, transitioning from composed to helpless, then to anger, and finally to defiance. Damn it. I refuse to believe that my luck can be this dismal today. One more round. Qin Ze roared, rising from his seat as he noted that only 5,000,000 in chips remained on the table. Calm down. Luck is unpredictable. Perhaps your fortune will turn the next round. John feigned consolation, now fully convinced that Qin Ze was but a novice at dice, a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The 2 consecutive wins Qin Ze had enjoyed were merely gifts from John, who felt he had the situation firmly in control. "Attendant, hurry up," Qin Ze urged, revealing his impatience. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated as the black container was flipped onto the table. "This time, I refuse to lose. I'm betting all on large, plus this bag of treasures." Qin Ze pushed all his chips forward, including the sack brimming with riches. "Brother, don't get carried away. Your luck has indeed been poor today. Impulsiveness is the enemy of gambling. Take a moment to steady your mind." "Indeed. Indeed." The surrounding gamblers began to chime in, seeing Qin Ze wager everything he had, as though persuading a wayward soul to reform. "Ha! If that is the case, I'll join you in this grand wager. I'll bet on small. Although my bag of treasures may not match yours, combined with my total chips, it's still substantial." John rose as well, placing his entire bet on small. He was elated, eagerly anticipating this moment, having drawn out Qin Ze's tension until it was ripe for the taking. This time, John intended to deliver a final blow to Qin Ze, transforming the dice into 3 ones to triple his winnings. The current numbers on the table were 4, 5, and 6, totaling 15, large. Under John's control, the 3 dice instantly morphed into 3 ones. "Let us reveal them," John exclaimed excitedly, his gaze fixed intently on the container. The attendant reached out, preparing to unveil the black container. Simultaneously, Qin Ze's hand, resting on the table, exerted a force without any physical strike. The dice shifted to 6, 6, 6. John's face paled in shock as he fixated on Qin Ze, hastily pounding the table in desperation. Yet it was futile, as an invisible force countered all his attempts. In the next instant, the attendant revealed the container. 3 sixes. A full house. Boom! John felt his mind go blank. 3 sixes, totaling 18 points. This time he had made an accurate bet, after losing so many times. He had finally guessed right in this decisive round. It was a dramatic reversal. When luck dips to a certain degree, it can indeed rebound spectacularly. Incredible, he had truly bet correctly. What a stroke of fortune. All his previous misfortunes seemed to have accumulated to erupt at this moment. Wait, according to the previously stated rules, the dice numbers will triple. Oh no. If that is the case, I'll be ruined. The onlookers, witnessing the reveal of the 3 sixes, erupted into animated discussions. Such moments of miraculous comebacks were precisely what these gamblers relished, showcasing the unpredictable nature of chance and the inherent fairness of luck, which never favored one individual for long. Some gamblers recalled John's earlier stipulation. If 3 sixes or 3 ones appeared, the loser would owe 3 times the wager amount. This meant that John would have to cover double the stakes on the table. Realizing this, the crowd turned their gaze toward John, who now sat slumped in his chair, gripped by an overwhelming sensation of having been outmaneuvered by a mere sparrow after a lifetime of hunting hawks. Wait, throughout this ordeal, he had been the sparrow, easily ensnared. John glanced at Qin Ze, recalling the dice's sudden shift and that invisible force, and a flicker of fear crept into his heart, for not only was Qin Ze stronger than him, but his intellect was terrifyingly sharp. From the very moment Qin Ze entered the gambling fray, he had devised a plan to resolve the outcome in one decisive blow. The earlier victories he allowed John were merely to lower his guard. The emotional fluctuations led John to believe he had no recourse but to rely on luck. Only in this manner would John eventually take the bait. Otherwise, had Qin Ze wagered all his assets and that bag of treasures from the outset, John's cautious nature would have compelled him to forego that round entirely. You have a point. Luck is indeed fickle. Perhaps it will suddenly turn in our favor next time. I owe your boldness for my willingness to wager so heavily. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared. Qin Ze chuckled, casting a grateful look toward John, striking at the heart. Upon hearing Qin Ze's words and observing his expression, John felt an avalanche of frustration surge within him. Yet he could not express it, for he too had resorted to underhanded tactics, only to be outwitted and unwittingly fall into Qin Ze's trap that you've won. I have no retort. John's face was ashen. Initially intending to invite Qin Ze out for a feast, but now he found himself the one being feasted upon. This was a hard pill to swallow, yet he had no choice but to concede. With other gamblers, he could resort to tricks, threats, or even violence. But against Qin Ze, he felt utterly powerless. A luck, that fickle mistress, it ebbs and flows. Perhaps we shall meet again for another round. Then regarding the tripling of your wager, I wonder how much that bag of treasures is truly worth. Qin Ze raised an eyebrow, his gaze drifting to the sack of treasures and nearly 30 million in chips, speaking slowly. Let us discuss this later. Let us discuss this later. John forced a bitter smile, wishing he could slap himself for setting such a treacherous threefold reward. As he regarded Qin Ze, his enigmatic expression, he silently cursed, thinking, with such a dirty heart, who would want to play with you again? Fine, let us return and deliberate further. Qin Ze remained unperturbed, emphasizing the last 4 words with great force. He was entirely unfazed by the prospect of John defaulting. Having uttered this, he rose to gather the treasures and chips scattered across the table. At tea that moment, a figure rushed in from the entrance of the casino, exclaiming loudly, "You too, hurry and cease your activities. The Navy is outside." What? The Navy could not possibly come here. You better not be lying, or I'll have your skin. Observing the man's demeanor, it seemed he spoke the truth. Had someone betrayed them? This casino was hidden so well that it shouldn't have been discovered. Damn it, whatever the case, we need to flee. Upon hearing the Navy had surrounded the establishment, the onlookers among the gamblers were momentarily stunned, but they quickly reacted, dispersing in a frenzy, their interest in the spectacle abruptly extinguished. Yet before long, their figures returned, for the Navy had already entered the casino. Leading the charge was a tall man with striking purple hair, black-armed Zephyr. In an instant, Qin Ze recognized the adversary. Zephyr, a formidable admiral of the Navy headquarters, renowned for his powerful hockey and his reputation as the non-killing admiral, had traversed the seas battling countless pirates without ever taking a life. However, according to the timeline, Zephyr should not yet have attained the rank of admiral. He was still a vice admiral, though. I did not expect you to know me, Zephyr exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. He was surprised that Qin Ze, this rising pirate, could call his name, recalling that this was their first encounter. Yet, compared to Zephyr's astonishment, their exchange sent shockwaves through the ears of the gamblers, akin to a thunderclap resonating in their minds. The vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, Zephyr, Qin Ze, was he not the youngest captain of the Rock's pirates with a bounty of 3 billion for slaying celestial dragons? Good heavens! What fortune this place possessed to host two world-class figures simultaneously. The individual we had been gambling with turned out to be the infamous pirate, Qin Ze. He was nothing like the fearsome image I'd conjured in my mind. The gamblers, now utterly astonished, realized they had come to this casino for a mere game and encountered two legendary figures. Especially Qin Ze, whose name echoed even louder than that of the vice admiral in this sea region. They had envisioned him as a towering, muscular figure with a terrifying countenance, but to their surprise, he was merely a fair-skinned youth standing at around 1.80 meters, leading them to initially mistake him for a wealthy heir. What? John, you are here too. At that moment, Zephyr noticed John, another captain of the Rock's pirates, whom the casino owner did not recognize, but whom Zephyr was well aware of. In that instant, Zephyr sensed an impending crisis. The intelligence had been gravely flawed. Point 1 Qin Ze was already a formidable challenge. And now another captain-level opponent had appeared. He had no confidence in subduing both simultaneously. Quickly, the intelligence is erroneous. Contact Navy headquarters. Zephyr's voice was low, yet it did not escape Qin Ze's ears. However, it mattered little, for by the time the Navy personnel arrived, the situation would likely have been resolved. In this vicinity, Zephyr was the only one with significant combat prowess. Otherwise, knowing of his presence, there would not have been just him seeking to apprehend Qin Ze. Ha ha ha! I did not expect my fame to be so grand, to be noted by the likes of you from Navy headquarters. I wonder if this is my good fortune or misfortune. John, now devoid of the pained expression he wore after losing money, rested his right hand on the hilt of his western sword and sauntered over to Qin Ze's side, casting a glance at Zephyr filled with malice. Humph! Captain John of the Rock's pirates. A notorious criminal. Your infamy is such that it is hard to imagine anyone unaware of it, Zephyr remarked, narrowing his eyes as he regarded John approaching. The onlookers were once again stunned. This man in the crimson robe wielding a western sword was also a captain of the Rock's pirates. Another great pirate? I had assumed he was merely a minor character. I am utterly perplexed. Why are two notorious pirates gambling here? Surely, this amount of money is trivial to them. I can only hope that the Navy manages to apprehend these two pirates swiftly, allowing me to return home. Even being captured by the Navy would be preferable to facing two formidable pirates. The spectators, now observing Qin Ze and John, no longer bore the expressions of amusement they once had. Two pirates from the Rock's pirates, both of captain rank, signified extreme danger for these commoners. They fervently wished for the Navy to eliminate the pirates swiftly, restoring them to a state of peace. Yet, I have heard of you. It seems your strength is considerable. As a captain of the Rock's pirates, I am keen to test my mettle against you. Surely, if I defeat you, my infamy, oh no, my notoriety, will ascend to new heights. John chuckled maliciously, his gaze towards Zephyr filled with provocation. Having lost to Qin Ze at the gambling table, John was eager to vent his frustration. Qin Ze, last time you showcased your prowess against the Sea Kings. Now, it is my turn to demonstrate my strength. As for those Navy underlings, I shall leave them to you. John unsheathed his western sword, turning to Qin Ze. Oh, taking the lead, are we? Best of luck? Qin Ze replied with a smile. John's eagerness to engage was precisely what Qin Ze desired, as it allowed him to stand aside and let events unfold. Meanwhile, Zephyr, hearing John's declaration, smiled faintly. A one-on-one confrontation suited him perfectly. It was evidently easier to defeat opponents one at a time rather than simultaneously, and it would also buy him time for reinforcements. Let us step outside. There is little room to maneuver here. Qin Ze hastily packed up the chips and treasures, as he still needed to exchange them for cash. If they were to wreck the place, all his winnings would be for naught. With that, the group surged towards the exit, appearing remarkably harmonious and silent throughout. Outside the casino, crowds surged, and upon noticing the arrival of the Navy, local citizens turned to observe. Hundreds of Navy personnel, clad in uniforms and gripping their rifles tightly, aimed their weapons at Qin Ze and John. Amidst the crowd, a few citizens recognized Qin Ze as a notorious pirate of the Rocks Pirates and shouted his name. Instantly, the crowd erupted in chaos and vanished from sight. Seeing the populace disperse, Zephyr wasted no time. He leaped forward, propelled as if by a catapult, while John followed with a cold smirk, to avoid harming Navy soldiers during the ensuing conflict. Zephyr specifically chose a more secluded location. I did not expect you to choose to face me one-on-one. Your choice is bold, yet rather foolish. Zephyr stood atop a rock, gazing at the approaching John, his aura radiating with intensity. Foolish or not, we shall see once we engage. As he spoke, John had already reached Zephyr's side, his crimson robe billowing in the wind, the blade of his western sword glinting ominously in the sunlight as he swung it forward. In that instant, Zephyr crossed his arms over his chest, then suddenly widened them, his robust arms swelling with power. Feeling the fierce energy rushing towards him, he narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Armament hockey," hardening before his words could settle. Zephyr's arms transformed into a striking black hue, gleaming with a metallic sheen under the sun. Clang! In the silence, a roar seemed to erupt, deafening to the ears as John's rapier struck Zepha's arms as if cleaving through steel, sending forth scorching sparks, while the stones beneath Zepha's feet shattered into countless fragments due to the tremendous force. The flying debris struck the trees nearby, piercing them effortlessly. Impressive accuracy. Alas, the power still falls short. Zepha abruptly lifted his head, squinting with a playful expression. In the next instant, the muscles in his arms surged as if an ancient power flowed from within, grasping the rapier with a violent tremor. An overwhelming force surged forth. Clang! Under the immense tremor, the rapier trembled violently, seemingly howling in anguish to its master. What a formidable strength! John's expression shifted in shock, and he swiftly withdrew his hand from Zepha's arms, gripping the still quivering rapier tightly. Retreating 10 meters, in the blink of an eye, John flicked his wrist, lifting the rapier from below in a sweeping motion, but a massive wave of sword energy sliced forth from his position, carrying a terrifying aura, etching a deep scar into the ground, aimed directly at Zepha. Sensing the impending onslaught of the lethal sword energy, Zepha remained utterly unperturbed, instead advancing, letting out a low growl. .6 forms. Finger gun. Zepha's arms, radiating a dark glow, swiftly propelled countless finger guns forward, leaving afterimages in their wake, as the sonic booms erupted at his fingertips due to their terrifying speed and power. Boom! The sound roared like thunder, resonating clearly even several kilometers away. The point of contact between the sword energy and the tips of his fingers, a blinding white light erupted. The residual brightness was so intense that it rendered one unable to open their eyes, as if a multitude of white lanterns had been ignited simultaneously. Standing firm, Zepha remained unmoved, his calves deeply entrenched in the earth, his expression one of indifference. The mud clinging to his legs did not hinder Zepha's movements. He slowly lifted his right leg, sending dirt flying without any resistance, as effortlessly as if he were raising it in the air. That John's seemingly grand attack bore no substantial harm to Zepha. Locking eyes with John, Zepha let out a cold laugh. In the next second, Zepha moved. His towering figure shot forth like a cannonball, the ground trembling behind him, fists clenched, the sound of wind howling in the blink of an eye. Zepha appeared before John, his arms swinging fiercely towards John's face, fists glowing with dark energy, growing larger in John's vision. Starfire! John shouted lowly. Just as the fist was about to strike him, a surge of sword energy erupted from the rapier, dense and imposing, sweeping towards Zepha in a frenzy. Simultaneously, John's body propelled backward with a forceful push against the ground. Aware of his disadvantage in close combat, John chose not to confront Zepha's punch head-on. On the other side, sensing the impending assault of the hundreds of sword energies, Zepha's brow furrowed slightly, prompting a shift in strategy from offense to defense. his black fist crashing down upon the sword energies. Bang, bang, the roaring sounds of collision echoed, accompanied by bursts of white light, shockwaves radiating outward in layers, resembling blades slicing through air, severing trees in half from a distance. In the next moment, amidst the white light, all fell silent. The epicenter where Zephas stood, the ground appeared as though it had been struck by a cannon, debris flying in all directions, a massive crater forming several meters wide. Yet, Zephas' clothing lay tattered, a charred scent wafting from the edges, presenting an image of disarray. However, beneath the ragged garments, there was not a single scratch on Zephas' exposed skin. Was this attack merely a tickle? Zepha brushed off the dust from his attire, speaking with an air of authority in the distance. John's expression darkened upon witnessing Zepha, who had taken his blow without a hint of injury, gripping the rapier even tighter. "Let us see how you fare against this," John declared, his expression resolute. Raging inferno. Accompanied by a shout, two enormous waves of sword energy surged forth, imbued with a cataclysmic force, seemingly disregarding distance. In the next instant, they hurtled towards Zepha. John unleashed the sword energy. Zepha's aura deepened, his armed hockey darkening further, so dark it could absorb even the sun. Correlatively, the intimidation and striking power of his arms intensified. Black arm, his eyes glinted fiercely, as if his arms could shake mountains and stir seas. Channeling terrifying energy towards the sword energies, boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, rivaling the detonation of a massive bomb. The sheer sound urged one to instinctively cover their ears. In the midst of the explosion, terrifying shock waves slashed outward, the ground torn apart, leaving a desolate wasteland within a 100-meter radius. The residual shock waves reached John, affecting him, while the use of Raging Inferno had already drained at least half of his stamina. Yet, Zepha remained unscathed. John now had to devise a plan, hoping to strike a decisive blow through stealth. As he contemplated his next move, Zepha, now adorned with fresh bloodstains, had already zeroed in on John's position. In the next moment, he appeared at John's side, his right fist coalescing as he swung it toward John with a sound that pierced the air. Realizing Zepha had closed the distance, John was struck with alarm. Hastily raising his sword to block the attack, clang! The sound reverberated as if iron were being struck. Yet in the next instant, at the moment of impact, Zepha's left fist swung directly towards John's chest. Boom! With no means to defend, John spat blood, his body propelled like a cannonball, in stark contrast to their fierce battle. Qin Ze's situation was markedly better. The naval soldiers, brandishing their firearms, stared intently at Qin Ze, yet hesitated to pull the trigger, fully aware of who stood before them. Qin Ze, the one who dared to slay celestial dragons. Sweat dripped from their brows, their hands trembling as they gripped their weapons. Qin Ze stood there calmly, yet his presence was suffocating. Bang! Bang! Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves. As one soldier fired, a chain reaction ensued, a cacophony of gunfire echoing through the air. The next moment, they beheld an inconceivable sight. The bullets that were fired struck Qin Ze as if hitting steel, ringing out without leaving a single mark upon him. Instantly, the Navy soldiers were filled with horror, their eyes wide in disbelief. How could they fight when their bullets couldn't even breach his defenses? On the other side, observing their expressions, Qin Ze raised an eyebrow, the darkness surrounding him slowly dissipating. The moment they opened fire, Qin Ze had already enveloped himself in armed hockey. Dealing with these mere pests was exceedingly dull. He could have dispatched them in an instant, but that would have been too trivial. Thus, he decided to test the effect of receiving bullets with his body. To avoid any missteps, he had utilized armed hockey, and the outcome was quite satisfactory. The bullets had no effect upon him. Much like a character from a film in his previous life, Qin Ze mused that even without armed hockey, those bullets would have posed no threat to him. Casting a glance at the bewildered Navy soldiers, a smirk played at the corners of Qin Ze's mouth. The entertainment was over. In the next moment, his conqueror's hockey erupted forth. Buzz! In a state of utter shock, the Navy soldiers suddenly began to froth at the mouth, their eyelids rolling back as the strength to wield their weapons slipped from their grasp, causing their firearms to clatter to the ground. Alongside them, Many bodies of fallen comrades lay strewn about. In that fleeting moment, hundreds of Navy personnel collapsed. It is no wonder that the Conqueror's Haki is deemed the most effective method for eliminating weaklings. Among the remaining fewer than 10 Navy soldiers, each clung to their muskets with great effort, their faces contorted in grim determination as they struggled to maintain their footing. At that moment, a tremendous explosion erupted from the vicinity of John and Zephyr. Following the sound, Qin Ze turned his gaze to behold an individual soaring through the air like a hurled cannonball, tracing a perfect arc before landing beside him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than John, sent flying by Zephyr. There he lay, disheveled and bleeding, his crimson robe in tatters, the sword resting beside him. With great difficulty, he raised his right hand, stammering words that tumbled from his lips. "Relay, I can't hold on any longer." Hearing this, Qin Ze was taken aback. He extended his right hand, and with a sharp clap, the sound echoed, "I've already witnessed your strength." Qin Ze shook his head. After ensuring John's safety, he did not linger, instead directing his gaze toward the battleground where John had previously fought. In the next instant, Qin Ze's figure vanished from sight, moving with such speed that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he materialized before Zephyr, who displayed no surprise upon seeing him, arms crossed defiantly. "The strength of your rocks pirates, all that impressive. It seems to be greatly exaggerated." After sending John hurtling away, Zephyr had awaited this encounter, fully anticipating Qin Ze's arrival. And indeed, it unfolded just as he had expected. You do not realize the vast disparity between individuals, do you? Qin Ze, unhurried in his approach, regarded Zephyr with a measured tone. It appears you are quite confident in your abilities. I wonder if you can compel me to unleash my full strength." Upon hearing Qin Ze's words, Zephyr chuckled, aware that Qin Ze's prowess would undoubtedly surpass John's. Yet, as the captain of the Rocks Pirates, how formidable could he truly be? His confidence surged, bolstered by having already incapacitated one opponent. Surely, the next would not be far behind. "I've heard tales of your formidable armament hockey and skills. How fortuitous. Let us engage in a true clash of men." Qin Ze smiled, fully cognizant of Zephyr's capabilities and strengths. "It seems you know quite a bit about me." Zephyr assessed Qin Ze, recognizing his own reputation and understanding his mastery of armament hockey, which elicited a mix of surprise and ridicule. Be aware that his greatest strength lies in armament hockey, yet still wished to confront him was a fool's errand. In response, Qin Ze merely shrugged, opting for silence. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from his being as he bellowed, "Armament hockey!" Hardening, instantly his arms were enveloped in a black sheen, and with a powerful thrust of his left foot, his seemingly frail form surged forward with remarkable explosiveness, targeting Zephyr with a dual assault aimed at his chin and groin. "Attempting to strike my two vulnerable points? It shall not be so simple." Zephyr's eyes flickered, discerning Qin Ze's intentions. Yet he chose neither to evade nor retreat, maintaining his aggressive momentum. In an instant, their bodies collided like cannonballs, unleashing a wave of invisible force. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated as one figure was propelled from the eye of the storm. Zephyr himself. "I did not aim for your chin or groin. I declared we would engage in a true clash." As Qin Ze's body settled upon the ground, he spoke slowly. In that brief moment of contact, his fists converged and struck directly at Zephyr's own fist. Zephyr, caught off guard with his fists raised defensively at his chin and navel, had no time to react as Qin Ze's dual fists crashed down upon his right hand with the weight of a mountain. Feeling the overwhelming force above, Zephyr was sent careening backward. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Navy soldiers who had been incapacitated by Qin Ze's Conqueror's Haki began to regain consciousness after the thunderous noise. Following the sound, they gazed into the distance, speculating that their instructor Zephyr was surely engaged in a fierce battle. But a few leaders exchanged glances and promptly led the soldiers in a hurried dash towards the source of the commotion. By fortuitous coincidence, they arrived just in time to witness Zephyr emerging from a large crater. What is happening? How could Instructor Zephyr be in that pit? It appears he was struck down. Impossible. Instructor Zephyr's armament hockey is among the finest in the Navy. It cannot be. He must have been careless. Is it Qin Ze? His armament hockey seems formidable as well. As the Navy personnel observed their revered instructor, Zephyr, climbing from the pit, they were struck with disbelief. And upon glancing at Qin Ze, the events of the prior encounter became painfully clear. Recalling how Qin Ze had enveloped himself in armament hockey to deflect bullets, they could not help but feel a surge of concern. At that moment, Zephyr, having risen from the crater, shook his arms to regain composure. The force of that blow had exceeded his expectations, yet he remained undaunted. Zephyr did not attribute this to a deficiency in his abilities. Rather, he recognized his earlier lapse in caution. Unprepared for Qin Ze's unorthodox tactics, in the next instant, Zephyr's arms darkened further, the manifestation of the black wrist becoming evident as he propelled himself toward Qin Ze with a powerful leap. Simultaneously, the crimson glow surrounding Qin Ze's arms flared, his black-red fist shining brightly in the sunlight. Zephyr's arms surged with power, launching a direct strike toward Qin Ze's hands, while simultaneously, his right leg kicked forward with force. Qin Ze, quick to react, raised his right leg to collide with Zephyr's robust limb. Neither combatant yielded in their assault. Clang, clang. The sound of heavy impacts echoed as they engaged in a flurry of strikes, utilizing hands and feet in a relentless exchange that spanned mere breaths, resulting in no fewer than a dozen clashes. Boom! With a deafening sound, the two combatants finally created distance between them. This the flowing cherry blossom technique. During their altercation, Zephyr grew increasingly astonished, sensing an enigmatic energy coursing through his arms. Beneath the surface's overwhelming force lay a hidden power, prompting him to marvel, though he betrayed no outward signs of shock. Prior to confronting Qin Ze, he had been forewarned by the Navy headquarters about this very phenomenon. Had he not employed the black wrist technique, he might have suffered a grievous defeat. However, regardless of whether it is flowing cherry blossom or whatever else, it is merely a method of utilizing armament hockey. At this level, you are still insufficient. As Zephyr's body sank slightly, a surge of heated energy escaped his lips, channeling all his strength into his palms. Boom! His already formidable arms expanded further, fingers curling as he brought his palms together, the once blackened fingers now gleaming with a flash of crimson light. "Finger gun. 10-finger shot," he announced as his feet propelled him into action. 6 styles, shave. The robust figure vanished from sight. In the next moment, Zephyr materialized behind Qin Ze, unleashing a terrifying barrage of finger strikes aimed at his flanks. At this juncture, with his observation hockey activated, Qin Ze was acutely aware of Zephyr's location and the technique he was employing. The 6 styles, a martial art that transcends human physical limits, wielding immense power. Mastering all its facets allows even a devil fruit user to contend with it. Although the techniques may appear simple and unadorned, many individuals can practice them. However, the vast majority fail to master even 1 or 2 moves. Zephyr, as a seasoned instructor among the naval soldiers, not only possesses the knowledge but wields formidable power that cannot be underestimated. Coupled with his supreme mastery of armament hockey, even Qin Ze would not dare to be reckless. With a low growl, Qin Ze enveloped himself in armament hockey, his body instantly transforming into a deep black hue under the sun. Were it not for the flickers of red light glimmering upon his surface, he would resemble a perfect insulator against light itself. In the next moment, Zephyr's finger thrust pierced the air, grazing Qin Ze's skin, prompting him to pivot sharply, his fists swinging violently toward the thrust. Clash, clash, clash. In that brief encounter, Zephyr's finger bones struck Qin Ze's fists with a sound akin to gunfire, compared to the bullets fired from the Navy's firearms. This force was terrifyingly magnified several dozen times. However, as Qin Ze's punches accelerated, Zephyr began to sense a hint of strain in his thrust. In an instant, Zephyr's arms faltered, while this moment was almost negligible. In the realm of martial experts, particularly against a physical prodigy like Qin Ze with observation hockey, it became crucial. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Qin Ze transformed his punch into a palm, seizing Zephyr's arms. And with a force akin to shaking mountains, he flung Zephyr outward with a violent heave. Like a shot put, the off-balance Zephyr was hurled to the ground. Boom! a thunderous sound erupted from the earth. Clouds of dust billowing into the air, obscuring the sky. The watching Navy personnel were left utterly speechless. Zephyr, the instructor, had been tossed aside by Qin Ze, as if he were a mere shot put. The sound that reverberated upon impact was akin to thunderclaps, deafening in its intensity. What kind of strength could accomplish such a feat? How could Zephyr, the esteemed instructor, be at a disadvantage against Qin Ze? Could this truly be the youngest captain of the Rocks Pirates, bold enough to slay celestial dragons? Surely, Zephyr must be unharmed. The Navy personnel remained fixated on the battle, holding their breath as they watched Zephyr engage Qin Ze up close, initiating an attack. However, after a brief skirmish, Zephyr, who had charged at Qin Ze, was thrown back, shocking them and raising concern for Zephyr's well-being. Yet, as the thick smoke dissipated, they beheld Zephyr standing firmly in a perfect horse stance. Steady upon the ground? No, he appeared to be standing within a crater. His already tattered garments were further shredded, revealing the solid, well-defined muscles concealed beneath. Bathed in the aura of armament hockey, he resembled a piece of wrought iron. It was one of the 6 styles. Iron body. Zephyr, with that physique, you would surely excel in a bodybuilding competition. From a distance, Qin Ze quipped upon seeing Zephyr's muscles, though he was secretly astonished. The fact that Zephyr could regain his balance and employ the iron body technique in the instant of being hurled was undeniably impressive. That it was no wonder he could train future admirals of the Navy. Upon hearing Qin Ze's words, Zephyr remained silent, slowly lifting his head, blood vessels visible in his eyes. Though he appeared at ease, Qin Ze's earlier strike had inflicted some damage. Zephyr now recognized that Qin Ze was far stronger than John. Another captain from the Rocks Pirates. Among his peers across the world, he believed there was no one, aside from Carp, who could rival him in pure close-quarters combat. Now, he had added another name to that list. Despite this, Zephyr maintained his composure, for as an instructor, he understood the importance of remaining calm in battle. Only then could he unleash his full potential, and Qin Ze was indeed worthy of such an effort. In the next moment, Zephyr closed his eyes, paper drawing. Martial God. With a sudden contraction, Zephyr's previously tense body and excessively muscular arms shrank in an instant, his physique tightening, his body glistening with sweat. His hearing, smell, touch, and taste, 4 of his 5 senses, amplified tenfold at that moment. He could distinctly perceive the breathing of the Navy and the heartbeat of Qin Ze. Everything seemed to fall within his grasp. Simultaneously, as he activated observation hockey, the visual loss from his closed eyes materialized. All around him lost color, reduced to stark black and white. Utilizing the extension of the 6 styles, paper drawing, martial God. Enhanced by both techniques, Zephyr entered a remarkable state of heightened awareness. In his perception, even without his eyes, the world became extraordinarily clear, and time seemed to slow down. Put it simply, Zephyr himself had accelerated, making the external world appear to move in slow motion. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, Zephyr abruptly opened his eyes, locking on a Qin Ze. Simultaneously, he propelled himself through the air, enveloped in black armament hockey, his top muscles resembling iron blocks that had been hammered 1,000 times over. Boom! He vanished, so fast. Observing Zephyr's movements, Qin Ze was startled to find him suddenly absent from sight, eluding his perception. This marked the first time in his confrontations in this world that he could not track his opponent, causing a surge of alarm within him. Yet before he could ponder further, a powerful gust struck his left side, slicing through the air like a blade, sending tingles across his body. Almost instinctively, Qin Ze raised his arm in defense. Immediately, a tremendous force surged through his arm. Rumble! Qin Ze's body was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a massive rock, shattering it to pieces. The impact reduced the stone beneath him to dust. Not only did the rock shatter, but the ground also cracked like a spider's web. A testament to the sheer magnitude of the force. I knew it. Zephyr must have been careless earlier. Now he is truly serious. As a high-tier combatant of the Navy headquarters, he would not be so easily defeated. Qin Ze, despite his remarkable talent, could only yield when faced with such a formidable opponent. Witnessing Qin Ze being blasted away by Zephyr, The Navy personnel who had previously worried for Zephyr swiftly shifted their perspective. Their faith in Zephyr's impending victory was renewed. He was worthy of their complete trust. And indeed, the current reality affirmed this. Undoubtedly, Zephyr was the most challenging adversary Qin Ze had encountered thus far. While it was difficult to declare who was stronger overall compared to the Golden Lion as opponents, Zephyr posed a significantly greater pressure. The reason was simple. Both Zephyr and Qin Ze were melee fighters. Engaging in direct combat where each strike landed with palpable force, in terms of raw power and physical prowess, Qin Ze surpassed Zephyr. However, in terms of combat experience and technique, Zephyr held the advantage. Unlike his encounter with the Golden Lion, where Qin Ze merely needed to contend with sword energy, which posed no great challenge, the moment the Golden Lion was within close range, his inferior physicality would lead to swift defeat. Yet against Zephyr, close quarters did not afford him the same advantage. This realization led Qin Ze to silently reflect on the necessity of distinguishing between swordsmen and warriors. Emerging from the crevice, Qin Ze, cloaked in armament haki, rose to his feet, brushing off the debris from his tattered garments. His muscles tensed, resonating with the sounds of bones and sinew compressing. At this moment, Qin Ze was prepared to unleash his full strength. As the strong winds whipped around him, the tattered edges of his clothing fluttered, and his black hair danced in the breeze. Raising his gaze, a brilliant light emanated from his eyes. "I've spotted you." In an instant, Qin Ze's feet touched the ground, soaring upwards like a tempest, and came to an abrupt halt before Zephyr. His speed and strength surged dramatically, his crimson fists resembling two meteors hurtling towards the earth. A terrifying energy swept forth, as if it could rend the very air asunder. Zephyr, in his combat state, sensed the impending strike even before the fists arrived, his senses remarkably acute, absorbing the potential energy contained within them. Without a moment's hesitation, Zephyr propelled himself backward, retreating several dozen meters with astonishing speed, akin to teleportation. In the next heartbeat, Qin Ze lunged forward. The two shadowy figures engaged in a fierce aerial duel. Moving so swiftly that they appeared as mere afterimages, like bolts of black lightning, they flickered through the sky, and with each collision, a deafening roar erupted, accompanied by the shock waves that ravaged the land beneath them. If this continued, the very ground would surely crumble beneath their might. It was utterly terrifying. This was no mere human conflict. Retreat. Maintain a safe distance from the battlefield with Instructor Zephyr. The onlooking Navy personnel gasped in awe, hastily withdrawing to safer ground. To witness such a battle up close would be akin to courting death. Yet, once they distanced themselves, the unfolding chaos became indistinct to the naked eye. They hastily grabbed the binoculars provided by the military, intent on closely monitoring the fierce clash. Boom! At long last, a tremendous sound erupted between the two black lightning figures, one of them crashing into the earth, akin to a meteorite descending, creating a massive crater. The surrounding seawater, disturbed by the tremors, surged into towering waves, sweeping toward the island. The waves crashed against the shore with unstoppable force, inundating a significant portion of the land, as if a colossal beast were devouring everything in its path. Meanwhile, Qin Ze stood perched atop a massive rock, his gaze lowered, quietly surveying the earth below, his eyes resting on Zephyr, submerged in the crater. Splosh! Suddenly, a sound of splashing water echoed, and Zephyr's figure arced gracefully through the air, landing steadily on a rock opposite Qin Ze. His purple hair, dampened by seawater, glimmered under the sun, while his clothing lay in tatters, his body enveloped in a dark cloak of haki, yet numerous wounds marred his form. Blood flowing freely, this power. Zephyr reflected on the last, horrifying blow delivered by Qin Ze, a silent lament resounding in his heart. He felt as though his bones were on the verge of shattering. The combat state fading from him, his mind clouded, consciousness growing heavier, and his breath weakening, even his haki dimming considerably. He was on the brink of collapse. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity, and the once feeble aura surged back to life. It became even more robust, the light gray haki transforming into a deep black. Moreover, it did not stop there. Whoosh! Accompanied by a soft sound, a torrent of energy erupted forth, enveloping his wounded body in a dense black mist. From a distance, Zifa appeared to be shrouded in an ominous fog. Qin Ze observed this spectacle, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. In the next breath, a steady, composed voice resonated. .6 dials, 6 king pistol, boom. In an instant, Zifa vanished from sight, the ground beneath him sinking slightly, allowing seawater to rush in. Qin Ze swiftly turned around, only to find Zifa hovering parallel to him in the air. A frown creased Qin Ze's brow, though he felt no surprise. After all, this was that moment. Zifa's speed was not as swift as in his combat state, yet he could sense the power had multiplied several times. Qin Ze scrutinized Zifa, now nearly 100 meters away, observing his upper body nearly bare, adorned with multiple wounds, blood trickling down. Yet the haki enveloping him was a deep, foreboding black. With each heartbeat, his robust chest heaved, contracting deeply, his feet occasionally propelling him against the air. This was the moonwalk from the 6 dials. Here it comes. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the 100-meter distance, crashing into Qin Ze with colossal force. Akin to a human cannonball, the air around them crackling with a searing heat. That moment, Qin Ze's entire being tensed, the crimson radiance emanating from him intensified, as though the blood coursing through his veins manifested upon the surface. Vividly visible, bang! An earth-shattering noise reverberated across the island, causing the distant Navy personnel to cover their ears, their binoculars cast aside. The shockwave from their collision surged forth, shooting up to the heavens, dispersing the clouds above. Nearby buildings crumbled under the force of the gust, raising clouds of dust, while islanders, hearing the cataclysmic sound, feared a natural disaster had befallen them. As for Qin Ze and Zifa, they had already separated upon impact, and beneath their feet lay a landscape of ruin. You are formidable. Among peers, he could be regarded as one of the best. Zifa's chest heaved violently, blood trickling from his fingertips as he gazed at Qin Ze, offering a genuine compliment. Throughout his years in the Navy, he had encountered countless talented adversaries, but none had pushed him to this extent at such a young age. However, this also signified danger, especially since his opponent was a notorious pirate from the Rocks Pirates. Again, Zifa growled, his eyes gleaming with intensity, standing resolutely, exuding an aura of lethal intent, sharp and unyielding like an unparalleled blade. Noticing Qin Ze's gaze, Zifa slightly turned his neck, steeling himself, his body bending slightly, fists clenched together. The muscles on his shoulders bulging ominously, radiating a dark glow, each fiber taut, the air around his palms swirling in an incredible spiral. Compress, further compress. Under immense pressure, the once intangible air solidified, taking on a faint purplish-black hue. 6 dials, 6 king barrage. In an instant, at Zifa's cold command, air bullets the size of fists erupted forth. His eyes narrowed, the surrounding air distorted violently. Boom! 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 The relentless thudding echoed as a series of high-pressure air bullets were launched, creating a stunning spectacle reminiscent of a peacock spreading its tail. Yet devoid of vibrant colors, these air bullets were all of a singular hue, a deep purplish black. These formidable air bullets homed in on a singular target, Qin Ze. Simultaneously, on the other side, Qin Ze unleashed the full spectrum of his powers, his aura surging dramatically, a furious energy pushing outward in invisible waves. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Qin Ze's gaze was electric, his hands plunging into the ground, veins protruding as he bellowed. Serious table flip, boom. The very ground trembled under Qin Ze's titanic might, sending soil and stone flying as if the apocalypse had arrived. Gigantic chunks of earth soaring into the air. With a powerful motion, Qin Ze hurled the debris at incredible speed, aiming directly at Zifa. What on earth is this creature? He has literally uprooted the ground. It was as simple as flipping a table during a meal. What kind of strength does it take to achieve such a feat? He was nothing short of a walking monstrosity. Zifa had also unleashed his signature move. Who could say who was truly stronger? Enough with the comparisons. The outcome would soon reveal itself. On the other side, Zifa gazed at the colossal mound of earth hurtling towards him, in the blink of an eye. A purplish-black air bullet surged forth, crashing into the immense earth block like a meteor. Instantly, a cacophony of explosions erupted, sending shards of rock spiraling into the air, while clouds of dust billowed chaotically. Engulfing everything in a shroud of destruction, the dust settled. A pungent scent of earth lingered in the air, and several meters of ash accumulated on the ground. In the distance, Zifa remained suspended in mid-air. What sorcery is this? Such an unexpected maneuver. What other tricks do you possess? Cloaked in an aura of dark, armed hockey, his presence was chillingly formidable, devoid of hesitation. Zifa's form flickered as he steadied his resolve, his heart pulsating fiercely. The obsidian energy radiating from his being sent forth ominous waves of power, causing the surrounding black mist to expand outward. Clenching his fists tightly, the very fabric of space warped around him. 6 Styles Ultimate Technique. Maximum Circular 6 Kings Spear. In an instant, countless purplish-black air bullets erupted forth, coalescing into a cylindrical wave of light. With a mighty roar, Zifa's muscles bulged nearly 10 centimeters, his violet hair standing on end. As he alternated between tightening and loosening his arms, causing the purple-black beam to widen further. The terrifying energy twisted the space around him, resembling the emergence of a black hole. Simultaneously, Qin Ze's figure flickered. Retreating swiftly, his body now submerged in the sea, as his aura suddenly diffused, creating wave-like ripples in the air, as though he were being scorched by intense heat. Fixing his gaze, Qin Ze uttered a low command. Serious water gun. A colossal stream of water shot towards Zifa. One from the left, one from the right, one white, one black. The light beam collided with the water column, and for a moment, neither could claim victory, as both combatants poured their strength into the clash. A vacuum formed at the center of the light beam, swallowing the sound of their collision, rendering everything eerily silent. Yet, beneath this tranquility, both Qin Ze and Zifa wore expressions of profound solemnity. Suddenly, both their eyelids twitched. The energy was on the verge of imbalance. Whoosh! They simultaneously withdrew their power, leaping upwards. The next moment, a thunderous boom resonated between the light beam and the water column. An overwhelming force radiating outward, in an instant. Amidst the colossal energy release, the seawater evaporated, transforming into steam that filled the air, creating a surreal, ethereal landscape. Not only that, but the surging seawater was drawn into the epicenter of the explosive energy. And along with the evaporated mist, the water from above plummeted towards the ground, creating a terrifying spectacle akin to an enraged demon unleashing its fury. In the distance, the sailors were thrown into a state of panic, their eyes wide with disbelief. The seawater has ascended to the heavens. Is this a scene from the depths of hell? How can it be so powerful? What level of strength do the titans of this world truly possess? Before them, they felt like mere ants. When will we ever attain such power? This terrifying spectacle struck a chord deep within the hearts of the sailors, not only astonished by Qin Ze's unfathomable strength, but also acutely aware of the chasm separating them from the true titans of this world. A burning desire to grow stronger ignited within each of them, hoping that one day they too could ascend to such heights. Your technique is indeed peculiar. Even the name is quite strange, Zifa remarked, his expression a mix of bewilderment upon hearing Qin Ze's declared technique and witnessing its capabilities. These moves lack any semblance of combat finesse. They rely solely on sheer physical prowess and brute strength. Water gun, such childish antics. And yet in Qin Ze's hands, they wield such formidable power, leaving Zifa utterly astonished. Truly a monster. At this moment, Zifa could only label his opponent thus, for without the 6 styles and his combat techniques, he might have been vanquished in mere moments. Compared to those self-proclaimed paragons of physical prowess and innate talent back at Marine headquarters, they ought to be brought forth to witness what it truly means to be surpassed. You are indeed strong, but justice shall prevail. Cast aside his thoughts, Zifa sank his body, tensing once more, enveloping himself in armed hackai. In the instant he vanished, his right leg lashed out with tremendous force, unleashing a searing kick that scorched the air around it. His entire right leg ignited in flames. Is that not Sanji's technique? Feeling the scorching wave of heat wash over him, Qin Ze furrowed his brow, unable to suppress a remark. In the next moment, his leg, enveloped in flowing cherry blossoms, met the oncoming attack head-on. Neither combatant paused, morphing into a streak of black lightning, engaging in a relentless barrage of strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The battle raged on for an extended period, the two beams of light intertwining, separating, merging again. In this chaotic dance, the four cardinal directions erupted with ferocity. Waves of terrifying shockwaves radiated outward, tearing through the atmosphere, while the ocean surged, producing towering waves of over 10 meters. Earth and stone were sent flying, with a significant portion of the island reduced to ruins amidst the conflict. The intensity of their struggle soared. As the combat intensified, Zifa found himself increasingly astonished. Just how far can Qin Ze's physical limits extend? Although it is known that the strong in the pirate world possess terrifying stamina, reminiscent of the later encounters between Marine Admirals Akiji and Qin Ze, who battled for nearly 10 days over the title of Fleet Admiral, it was evident that their skirmishes did not involve unrelenting full power. However, Zifa was different. As a master of close-quarters combat, his physical capabilities rivaled those of the formidable Devil Fruit Admirals. Yet employing the utmost armed haki, life return, and the Six Styles' ultimate techniques demanded tremendous stamina. Under such conditions, Zifa would be at his limit after just 2 days of fighting. Yet, what baffled him was that his opponent, Qin Ze, seemed to possess an inexhaustible reserve of stamina. Although he had been sent flying moments prior, he appeared to suffer no significant injuries, and throughout their exchanges, Zifa could distinctly sense that his opponent's strength and speed had not diminished. Instead, they seemed to surge with exhilaration as the battle progressed. Zifa, after a valiant strike, seized the opportunity to leap aside. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, and previous wounds reopened from the exertion, blood streaming forth. Why is it like this? Can his stamina truly be inexhaustible? Has Qin Ze surpassed me? Contemplating this, Zifa gazed at Qin Ze's youthful visage, marveling at how such a slender frame could harbor such terrifying energy, seemingly with an endless supply of stamina, but a wave of helplessness washed over him. Meanwhile, Qin Ze wrestled with similar thoughts. The stamina of the strong in this world is indeed terrifying. From their initial brawl to the present flurry of strikes, Zifa, despite his injuries, could still exchange blows with him at such a rapid pace. Even employing the serious series, he had yet to defeat his opponent. While he acknowledged that his lack of training time and subpar strength played a role, he still believed that compared to Saitama sensei, his techniques held considerable power, and it was no small feat to withstand them in this pirate world. Yet he hadn't anticipated that Zifa could neutralize 2 of his 6 styles moves effortlessly, showing no signs of fatigue, and in an instant he erupted back into action, matching Qin Ze blow for blow. It appears he has underestimated the strength of this world. He had initially thought he could easily handle the likes of Carp from the Marines. However, when faced with Zephyr, they fought fiercely, neither willing to yield. Strength was still necessary, and time was required. This moment, both individuals harbored their own thoughts. After parting ways, they tacitly refrained from making further moves. Zephyr flexed the muscles of his body to staunch the flow of blood from his wounds. His imposing aura retracting, that he realized that capturing Qin Ze within a short time frame was an impossibility. Continuing the battle in his current state would not only be futile, but could also lead to the arrival of reinforcements from the Navy headquarters. Yet, as he gazed upon the ravaged island, all that met his eyes was a desolate ruin, a testament to the devastation wrought by their previous conflict. Should the battle persist, this island might very well be sunk, leaving no survivor among its inhabitants. This was a sight a naval commander could not bear to witness. Faced with the lives of Qin Ze and the island's residents, he would unhesitatingly choose the latter. With this thought, he raised his gaze to Qin Ze, his eyes revealing a calm resolve, and spoke slowly. "Qin Ze, shall we agree to a truce?" At that moment, Qin Ze was still contemplating the course of the ensuing battle. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, he was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that a vice admiral of the Navy would seek a peaceful resolution with a pirate. Observing Zephyr's current demeanor, Qin Ze furrowed his brow, analyzing the underlying reasons. There were two possibilities. One was physical exhaustion. Zephyr's apparent condition masked a deeper fatigue that could not sustain him in combat any longer, at least not against Qin Ze. The second was a reluctance to continue fighting, as the disadvantages of prolonging the battle outweighed the benefits, particularly concerning the state of the island and the safety of its inhabitants. Of course, it was also possible that both factors were at play, though which one mattered little to Qin Ze, as he was already disinclined to continue the fight. The prospect of defeating Zephyr was overshadowed by the imminent arrival of Navy reinforcements. After all, there was no deep-seated enmity between Qin Ze and Zephyr. There was no need for a life-or-death struggle. The conflict had escalated purely due to circumstance. Moreover, he had yet to exchange the winnings from his previous gamble. If the battle were to continue and the island were to be sunk, all prior efforts would be in vain. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Ze lifted his head, his voice calm and indifferent. "All right, I agree to a truce." With that declaration, all traces of his haki dissipated, signaling his intent for a ceasefire. Qin Ze's attire was tattered, and as the darkness faded, his bronze skin was exposed to the sunlight, exuding a unique allure. Meanwhile, in a distant, unnamed area, the Navy personnel were closely monitoring what is happening. "Zephyr and Qin Ze have both ceased their attacks," one soldier exclaimed. "Wait, the haki on Qin Ze has vanished. And Zephyr's haki seems to have disappeared as well. What is going on? Has a victor emerged from the battle?" No, neither had fallen. It appeared they had both halted their combat. They had actually called for a truce. Seeing the two refrain from further aggression after an intense clash left the Navy in a state of confusion. But upon noticing the absence of their haki, they deduced a likely scenario: a truce. "Excellent." Zephyr, slightly surprised by Qin Ze's immediate agreement, chose not to dwell on the reasons behind it. "When we meet again, I shall personally ensure you are confined within impelled down." With that parting threat, he wasted no time, activating his observation haki to sense the Navy's position before leaping toward them. In no time, Zephyr stood before the Navy personnel. "Zephyr, Commander!" one soldier exclaimed, still clutching his binoculars, startled to see Zephyr had arrived. He nearly dropped the binoculars in shock. Zephyr nodded, surveying the gathered troops, and was about to speak when suddenly a mouthful of blood spurted from his lips, and his expression instantly became weary. This was a residual effect of his life being returned. Now that he was no longer in combat, he relaxed completely, and the unpleasant sensations surged upon him like a tide. "Zephyr, Commander!" the soldiers called out once more, their voices now filled with concern and unease. The once steadfast and commanding figure who effortlessly dealt with any pirate now appeared so disheveled before them, causing each heart to ache with distress. "Retreat." Zephyr wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, offering no further words, his voice resonating with authority. Initially, he intended to remain on the island until reinforcement from the Navy headquarters arrived. However, considering his current state, lingering too long might alert Qin Ze, potentially leading to another confrontation. At his command, the Navy swiftly organized themselves, forming ranks and heading toward their ships. Seeing Zephyr depart, Qin Ze exhaled a sigh of relief, retracting his aura and stretching his muscles. A wave of soreness washed over him, a symptom of his muscles after intense anaerobic exertion. Glancing at the battlefield, he shook his head. The devastation could only be described in 4 words: a scene of ruin. Fortunately, this had occurred in the outskirts. Had it been in a bustling city, the aftermath of his battle with Zephyr alone would have been enough to obliterate every structure. Recollecting his thoughts, Qin Ze directed his gaze toward the direction of the casino. There were still matters left unresolved. And that old fellow John. Bending his knees, he leapt into the air, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, within a lavishly decorated room at the casino, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Zephyr had arrived. Surely, no matter how formidable Qin Ze was, he was bound for destruction. The sounds of combat echoed from afar, indicating a gruesome scene. Qin Ze could not possibly escape. He deserved to die. A notorious pirate dared to invade my casino and cause the demise of a highly priced gambling expert I had hired. Yet, I did not expect that when I called a rear admiral, it would be Zephyr who came. I wonder if the Navy will offer us a reward once Qin Ze is captured. Perhaps they might grant us legitimate operating rights for our casino. A possibility worth striving for. As the casino owner, the gem appraiser, and the shorter man engaged in animated discussion, they had eagerly awaited a powerful Navy presence ever since making that tip-off call. After all, they were dealing with Qin Ze, the captain of the Rock's pirates. If the arriving personnel lacked sufficient strength and were defeated by Qin Ze, they would not fare well either, as it would be easy to trace back to them as the informants. When they learned that Zephyr was the one coming, they were elated. His strength and status within the Navy were well known to those who dwelled in the underbelly of society. He was undoubtedly capable of subduing Qin Ze. At that moment, as they envisioned how to gain favor with the Navy and even contemplated the legalization of their casino, the heavy door of the opulent room was suddenly blasted open with tremendous force. The resounding crash startling the three men. They turned to see Qin Ze. The three, who had been enjoying their conversation, were struck dumb, their minds blank. "How fortunate to find you here. I wonder if it's convenient for us to have a little chat," Qin Ze remarked, glancing at the three men, who were now pale and speechless in shock, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. "What are you doing here? We were discussing those Navy personnel. Those damn Navy must have had a snitch among us. We must unearth and deal with them." The casino owner, feigning calmness, was reminded of ominous implications by Qin Ze's presence, but regardless of the circumstances, he understood the necessity of maintaining composure as anxiety heightened. The likelihood of making grave mistakes increased. Yet upon gazing at the formidable pirate Qin Ze, my body trembled uncontrollably, causing my speech to stutter. "Do. Is that so? Steady yourself. There's nothing to fear from the Navy. Rest assured, those individuals have already fled," Qin Ze remarked with a smile that failed to reach his eyes, exuding an air of calm confidence. Upon hearing this revelation, the casino owner felt as if a thunderous explosion had erupted in his mind. His eyes widened in shock, rendering him momentarily speechless, while the expressions of the other two were scarcely better. The news of the Navy's retreat felt like a sudden plunge from paradise into the depths of despair. Suddenly recalling something, the casino owner hastily inquired, "What of Ze Fa? Where is he?" "I sent par the Navy," Qin Ze replied coolly. Abruptly, his demeanor shifted. His expression turned icy, and he continued, "You were the ones who alerted the Navy, weren't you?" Qin Ze scrutinized the trio, no longer mincing words. "And no, we, as casino operators, would never reach out to the Navy." "You must be mistaken." The casino owner's face turned ashen as he desperately attempted to explain. "The cheater is one of your own." Ignoring the casino owner's protests, Qin Ze directed his gaze at the short man. His meaning unmistakable. At that moment, all three fell silent, as if robbed of their strength, slumping into their chairs. The truth was laid bare. It turned out that Qin Ze had always known they were the clowns in this charade. Observing their despondent expressions, Qin Ze's countenance shifted once more, and he slowly declared, "Exchange my winnings for chips. Fear not. If this task is executed well, I shall not harm you." As he spoke, Qin Ze tossed the neatly packaged chips before the trio. Hearing this, the casino owner, sensing a glimmer of hope, quickly replied, "Very well. Follow me. I shall personally fetch them for you." He hurriedly made his way outside, nearly stumbling on the flat ground due to his overwhelming fear, while the other two hastily followed suit. Qin Ze strolled leisurely towards the chip exchange area, awaiting the casino owner's return, where John was also present, albeit still unconscious. Shortly thereafter, the casino owner and the other two returned, carrying a large bag of money. "Your total winnings amount to 27 million berries. It's all here, not a single berry missing." "Oh," Qin Ze exclaimed with a smile as he accepted the money. He then clapped his hand on the chair where John leaned, the force of his palm transmitting through John's body. "Awaken! Get to work!" John, still dazed, suddenly felt something jolt in his mind, startling him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he found Qin Ze staring at him, causing him to spring to his feet. Glancing around, he realized he was back in the casino. The only explanation for this situation was that Qin Ze had defeated Ze Fa and brought him back to the casino. Suddenly, John recalled Qin Ze's earlier words and frowned. "Get to work? Following Qin Ze's gaze, he noticed the three casino operators standing there, and understanding dawned upon him. In an instant, John's sword gleamed ominously as it swiftly traced across the necks of the three men, leaving behind 3 crimson gashes. In no time, the three, clutching their throats, toppled backward. Thud! Thud! The dull thud of their lifeless bodies hitting the ground marked their final sounds in this world. Humph! Playing tricks with me and alerting the authorities. Such audacity! John muttered, shaking the droplets of blood from his sword. As a seasoned gambler, he had long suspected the short man of underhanded dealings during their game, yet lacked concrete evidence. The Navy's arrival was evidently linked to the casino owner. After dealing with the three, Qin Ze gestured for John to leave. John chuckled, not in a hurry to depart, and vanished before Qin Ze's eyes. Moments later, he emerged from a room, carrying a large bag. It was evident what lay within. Shaking his head, Qin Ze said nothing and turned to exit the casino, with John promptly following suit, bag in hand. Along the coastline of the island, a luxurious lifeboat lay anchored quietly. Exiting the casino, John and Qin Ze now found themselves aboard the lifeboat. Initially, Qin Ze had intended to procure some items on the island, as the winnings would be of little use aboard the ship. However, his notoriety had made him a well-known figure, and every door was firmly shut against him. Furthermore, considering the timing, the Navy personnel were likely to arrive imminently. To avoid unnecessary conflict, Qin Ze decided to leave at once. After securing the treasures won from gambling, Qin Ze pulled up the anchor and glanced at John, who was seated at the bow of the boat. Plot a course back to the rocks. Upon hearing this, John sighed, retrieving a navigation guide and map from his pocket. Examining them closely, he glanced at Qin Ze and said, "If I navigate the entire way, can I reduce my debt?" Qin Ze, feeling a wave of annoyance wash over him, shot John a disdainful look. He had been overly eager to take charge of the route on the way here, yet now he was attempting to negotiate a fee for the return journey. "You have 2 choices. Either navigate now, or I'll toss you overboard and take that bag of money for my navigation." As he spoke, Qin Ze waved his fist in the air. Witnessing this, John chuckled awkwardly and quickly replied, "Just a joke." With that, he started the boat, steering towards the direction of the rocks on the azure sea. A naval warship was making its way across the waters. Hundreds of naval soldiers stood solemnly on the deck, their faces marked by desolation. At the forefront, Vice Admiral Ze sat in a chair, while a ship's doctor tended to his wounds. The mission to capture Qin Ze had ended in failure, and Ze, along with everyone present, bore responsibility. However, the situation needed to be reported accurately to the Navy headquarters, especially concerning Qin Ze's current strength. Cough, Ze, his body wrapped in bandages and his spirit flagging, coughed a few times, his chest heaving with exertion. He beckoned to a nearby officer, his voice low and hoarse. "Get the phone bug for Admiral Kong." The scene shifted to the Navy headquarters in Marineford, where a large conference table was surrounded by Steelbone Kong, Crane, Sengoku, and various high-ranking naval officials, each face etched with gravity. The news of Ze's retreat had reached them. Though it was labeled a peaceful ceasefire, for the Navy, failing to apprehend a pirate constituted a defeat. Summon Carp back. There's no need for him to proceed any further. Qin Ze is undoubtedly no longer on the island. Steelbone Kong supported his head with a hand, his expression somber and his voice steady. Upon receiving news from Ze at the Navy headquarters, Steelbone Kong had promptly taken action. Dispatching personnel for support, the 2 captains of the Rocks pirates needed to be addressed by powerful naval commanders, and with Carp's volunteerism, he had set off with a contingent of naval soldiers towards the island housing the casino. However, given the current circumstances, the mission had failed, and with Ze's retreat and Qin Ze's departure, further support was rendered unnecessary. Hearing this, a high-ranking naval officer picked up Carp's phone bug and relayed Steelbone Kong's message. Steelbone Kong then addressed the assembly, stating, "Ze is on his way back to headquarters. His injuries are not severe, and he will recover with a few days of rest." Upon hearing this, the solemn expressions of Sengoku, Crane, and the other high-ranking officials eased considerably. It was reassuring that Ze's injuries were not critical. Furthermore, the information gleaned from Ze's battle with Qin Ze could provide a clearer understanding of his strength. Qin Ze, the captain of the Rocks Pirates, a master of the three types of haki. His conqueror's haki is formidable, exuding a tremendous sense of oppression, surpassing even Zephyr by a significant margin. His observation haki, while currently at an advanced beginner level, has yet to reach the stage of foreseeing the future. In terms of armament haki, he operates at a high level, adeptly utilizing flowing cherry blossoms and internal destruction techniques. Making it the most practiced of the three haki types, his skills include Serious Table Flip and Serious Water Gun. His physical stamina is nothing short of monstrous. During his battle with Zephyr, he exhibited no signs of fatigue and seemed to grow stronger as the fight progressed. In terms of physical prowess, he surpasses Zephyr in speed, strength, and explosive power. Steelbone Kong's every word resonated with authority, leaving all present in utter clarity. And, as the conversation unfolded, the expressions on their faces grew increasingly astonished. As a wielder of the three types of haki, nearly mastered, and with physical attributes more formidable than Zephyr's, Qin Ze has undeniably evolved into an exceedingly dangerous entity. Sengoku furrowed his brow, his eyes behind round glasses betraying a palpable sense of wariness. He was acutely aware of Zephyr's capabilities, a paragon of the Navy during their era, whose close combat skills even made Garp wary. In this confrontation, according to Zephyr's account, he utilized Life Return, the Six Powers ultimate technique, and Arm Body, yet still failed to gain the upper hand. His opponent relied solely on two moves throughout the battle. Steelbone Kong continued. Two moves? It must be Serious Table Flip and Serious Water Gun. These two sound rather unimpressive. At this moment, the strategic genius Crane interjected, having pondered the nature of these two techniques as soon as Steelbone Kong mentioned them. Indeed, they do sound like a child's play. Yet their power is astonishing. Serious Table Flip. With hands plunged in the ground, he uproots an enormous section of the earth, using it as a projectile. In combat, Qin Ze employed this technique to counter Zephyr's Six Powers, Six Kings Gun, Serious Water Gun. Literally meaning what it implies, it shoots forth a colossal jet of water under high pressure, successfully defending against Zephyr's Six Powers Light Beam. As Steelbone Kong recounted this, he found it somewhat hard to believe himself. Had it not been for Zephyr's first-hand account, he would have thought the individual had lost his mind. Conjuring such illusions, how utterly simplistic and brutal. To achieve this without any devil fruit abilities, what sort of monster is this? If Qin Ze were to learn combat techniques, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to an entirely new echelon. Crane, upon hearing Steelbone Kong's explanation of these two techniques, momentarily paused, before continuing, yes, it can be said that his current potential and the fame gained from slaying celestial dragons arguably render him comparable only to Rocks within the Rocks Pirates. Steelbone Kong's words were laden with profound resignation. A single Rocks was already a thorn in the side of the world government and the Navy, and now another monster of similar caliber had emerged. Complicating matters further, the others, upon hearing Steelbone Kong's assessment of Qin Ze, collectively gasped in astonishment. For Steelbone Kong to utter such words indicated that Qin Ze's threat level was at least on par with, if not exceeding, that of Rocks. Nevertheless, upon reflection, they understood. Given Qin Ze's age and the decisiveness he had displayed, he indeed warranted such an evaluation. Boroburu. At that moment, the long-dormant transponder snail on the round table suddenly rang. Steelbone Kong shook his head. Without a doubt, he knew who it was. He reached out to answer it, and the transponder snail sprang to life in his hands as if electrified, its furious tone and grim expression vividly conveying the rage from the other end. This was one of the transponder snail's functions. Not only could it facilitate communication, but it also accurately portrayed the speaker's tone and demeanor. Steelbone Kong frowned. This was indeed a rather unfortunate feature. On the other end was the world government's authority. The Five Elders, what on earth is your Navy headquarters doing? Qin Ze has managed to separate from the Rocks Pirates, and you allowed him to escape. Quickly devise a plan to apprehend Qin Ze. He must not be permitted to continue his growth. By now, Qin Ze has garnered a certain level of notoriety, which is a disgrace to the world government. It is the same for your Navy. A brazen individual daring to slay celestial dragons must not be allowed to survive for long. And what about the Rock's pirates? Why have you not taken action? They are sailing without any obstruction. The voice of the 5 elders roared as if firing a machine gun, relentlessly bombarding Steelbone Kong, who could scarcely interject, completely indifferent to the reactions of others. After a while, the fury from the other end seemed to dissipate somewhat. Organize the details of this clash between Qin Ze and Zephyr and report back. Understood. All right. After briefly summarizing the events, Steelbone Kong hung up the phone. Internally grumbling, given the current strength of the Rock's pirates, the Navy headquarters would struggle to prevail. You speak so freely, as if closing your mouth could resolve everything. This matter requires careful deliberation. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Steelbone Kong. If the Navy headquarters lacked the strength to eradicate the Rock's pirates, what if they sought collaboration with other factions? In an unknown region of the vast ocean, a massive pirate ship advanced steadily, its flag prompting every pirate crew in sight to flee in terror, for it bore the notorious name of the Rock's pirates. Within a cabin aboard the Rock's ship, Wang Ji and Silver Axe were indulging in some fine liquor. Engaged in light-hearted conversation, I wonder when John and Qin Ze will return. Silver Axe poured himself a generous serving of liquor. Return. What do you think John invited Qin Ze for? Wang Ji raised a bowl of liquor to his lips, taking a small sip before continuing. Given John's avaricious nature, he certainly has no noble intentions. Ha ha. Indeed, the mere fact that he went out with Qin Ze, leaving us here, implies one thing. Money. I wager he is currently trying his utmost to milk Qin Ze dry. It is not every day one encounters a big benefactor. After all, Wang Ji set down his bowl, stroking his long beard with a grin. John is indeed someone who cannot resist the allure of wealth, forever fixated on the prospect of gain. However, it is for the best. Qin Ze has been in the limelight recently, and it is time he faced some setbacks to temper his fervor. After all, young people should not be too impetuous. Silver Axe downed his drink in one gulp. Slamming the bowl onto the table with a hearty laugh, he then picked up his enormous battle axe and headed for the door. But just as he was about to open it, a knock echoed from the other side. Upon opening the door, he found a member of Wang Ji's crew standing there. Captain Silver Axe, Captain Wang Ji. We have breaking news. Captain Qin Ze fought against Vice Admiral Zephyr and emerged victorious. The crew member spoke with uncontainable excitement, his enthusiasm palpable, as if he were the protagonist himself. What? Both Wang Ji and John exclaimed in disbelief. How could Qin Ze possibly engage in battle with Vice Admiral Zephyr, let alone win? Quickly, relay every detail you know in a short span of time. The news spread throughout the Rock's ship, and several of Qin Ze's admirers congregated on the deck, fervently discussing the matter. Did you hear? Captain Qin Ze managed to take down Vice Admiral Zephyr. The battle was reportedly incredibly intense, lasting for quite a while. No, I heard that during the fight, Captain Qin Ze was remarkably at ease. It took less than an hour for Zephyr to be unable to rise. It didn't even take an hour. I heard Captain Qin Ze used only 3 moves, and Zephyr was left reeling, spitting blood. Such nonsense. What you say is utterly false. I possess first-hand information. Captain Qin Ze used but a single punch throughout the entire ordeal, sending Ze into a pit from which he could not emerge. The murmurs of the crowd reached the ears of Jin Shitsi and Bai Huzi at the end of the deck, causing them to furrow their brows. The power of rumors is indeed fearsome. Can this truly be believed? Jin Shitsi, cigar in mouth, shook his head in disbelief. This is indeed an exaggeration. After all, we are all too aware of Ze-Fa's prowess as captains. Bai Huzi, unusually quiet, slowly responded, Indeed, but what is your perspective on this matter? Hearing Bai Huzi's words, Jin Shitsi replied, There is certainly truth to the matter, though the events may not have unfolded as dramatically as portrayed. Nevertheless, it is shocking. He first defeated you and then overcame Rear Admiral Ze-Fa.Gu la. Captain Qin Ze has truly accomplished something unexpected on this outing. As Bai Huzi spoke, he erupted in a hearty laughter. However, to Jin Shitsi, it sounded somewhat grating. Why mention me in the context of Ze-Fa? What significance does he hold? Should I encounter him, I too would pin him to the ground. In response, Baihuzi merely shot him a sidelong glance, saying nothing, yet the implication was unmistakable. You are incapable. Qin Ze could hardly tolerate this slight and was about to retort when other pirates' voices rang out from the deck. Look, it seems Captain Qin Ze and the others are returning. It's Captain Qin Ze and Captain John. Upon hearing the commotion, Qin Ze and Baihuzi followed the gazes of the pirates, spotting a luxurious lifeboat swiftly approaching the rock as Qin Ze piloted the lifeboat towards them. The rocks came to a halt. From Qin Ze's vantage point, he could see a throng of people on the deck waving at him. Previously, he had returned aboard a luxurious cruise ship belonging to the Celestial Dragons. Yet this time felt rather lackluster. He had hoped to encounter a sea king on his journey, subduing it for an impressive entrance. Yet the waters remained tranquil. Qin Ze harbored serious doubts that the previous sea king had fled to relay the events. The boat docked alongside the rocks, and Qin Ze and John grabbed 2 large bags. Leaping onto the deck, as the pair appeared, the crew erupted into fervent cheers, showering them with passionate glances. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ze and John exchanged puzzled frowns. What is this? We returned with nothing of value. Why such excitement? Gulalala. Qin Ze, welcome back. Everyone aboard is aware of your encounter with Ze Fa. The discussion is quite lively. What a fortuitous moment for your return. Baihuzi, perceiving Qin Ze's confusion, greeted him while elucidating the situation. Upon hearing this, Qin Ze's understanding dawned. Do we not agree that good news travels slowly while bad news spreads like wildfire? How did this reach the rocks so swiftly? It seems this is not good news for the Navy. I am taken aback by how fast this information traveled. To think I could tussle with a rear admiral over a gamble. I am at a loss. Qin Ze shrugged, placing the bags down. Beside him, John's expression shifted as he processed the implications of Qin Ze's victory over Ze Fa. What of his own defeat at Ze Fa's hands? Yet, observing the crew's expressions, it appeared they were unaware of his circumstances, only focused on the battle between Qin Ze and Ze Fa. A weight lifted from John's chest. Thankfully, no one seemed to know. However, a moment's reflection brought forth a deeper discomfort. As the captain of the rocks, he was not even deemed worthy of mention. This realization stung. The expressions exchanged between Wang Ji and Yin Fu hinted at their amusement. Prompting a smirk, John, your complexion seems rather poor. Where were you while Qin Ze and Ze Fa clashed? Wang Ji inquired, a playful glint in his eyes. John stammered, I was occupied dealing with those weaker foes. Though the Navy lackeys are not formidable, their numbers required some time. Oh really? Wang Ji continued, sarcasm lacing his words. I heard that before engaging Qin Ze, Ze Fa had sent another individual flying like a ball, soaring through the air in utter disarray. That person wouldn't be you, would it? Shut your mouth, John retorted angrily, but his demeanor, along with Qin Ze's indifference, revealed the truth. Wang Ji and Yin Fu erupted into laughter, relishing John's embarrassment, while other captains and crew members stifled their amusement, attempting to contain their laughter. Seeing himself become the subject of ridicule ignited a fire within John. However, he could not vent his frustration upon them. So he kicked the large bag with force, sending it skidding across the deck. The laughter only intensified as John, visibly flustered, silently retrieved the bag and vanished from sight. Ha ha ha. John truly is incapable. Getting bested by Ze Fa. If I were present, there would be no need for Qin Ze to intervene. At that moment, Qin Ze observed John's hasty departure and laughed heartily. If anyone here relished John's misfortune, it was undoubtedly him. Reflecting on his past defeat at Qin Ze's hands, he felt a sense of vindication in John's predicament. After all, he had been defeated by the very person who had now been defeated by Qin Ze. Why should I find joy in such trivial matters? Gu la la la. Qin Ze, no one can rival you in boasting. Why not challenge John to see where you stand? Baihuzi mocked, observing Qin Ze's arrogance. Qin Ze refrained from engaging, letting out a derisive snort, unwilling to prolong the conversation, and turn away. By the way, where is that brat Kaido? Qin Ze suddenly realized that his newly appointed vice captain was absent from the gathering. It was rather impolite of him not to come forward and greet his captain upon his return. I am unsure. He has been rather elusive lately. It has been quite some time since anyone has seen him. Qin Ze replied. Since your departure, Kaido has rarely made appearances. I cannot say for certain what he occupies himself with daily, though. Qin Ze remarked, curiosity piqued. Ju-la-la-la. Just go find him. Qin Ze gestured towards Kaido's quarters. By the way, I have several barrels of fine wine here, gifted by pirates who have cherished them for years. I have been longing for company to enjoy them with. Now that you are back, you cannot escape tonight. Haha, I look forward to it. Gula-la-la. With a pat on Qin Ze's back, Qin Ze departed. After exchanging pleasantries with Qin Ze, the other captains also took their leave. Qin Ze scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of Charlotte Linlin and Long Mianbao. Suspecting they were up to mischief, the remaining crew approached him. They eagerly inquired, Captain Qin Ze, is it true that you defeated Ze Fa with a single punch? Captain Qin Ze, may I inquire if your team is still accepting new members? I have yet to join any team officially, and I wonder if I might be allowed to join yours. Captain Qin Ze, inside a cabin aboard the rock ship, Kaido was admiring himself in front of a mirror. Ever since he consumed the fish fruit, he felt significantly more attractive. Not only had his muscles grown larger and harder, but he had also gained some height. Reflecting on the taste of that devil fruit, Kaido shuddered. It was undoubtedly the most repugnant thing he had ever ingested. He could assert with absolute certainty that even the taste of feces could not compare. Were it not for the fruit's formidable reputation and the allure described by Qin Ze, he would have immediately expelled the previous meal from his stomach. Fortunately, after enduring the bitterness, the sweetness came swiftly. The enhancement provided by the devil fruit to a person's capabilities was remarkably rapid. Through relentless training and introspection during this period, Kaido had begun to unlock his fruit's abilities, experiencing a palpable increase in stamina, endurance, and strength that he speculated that even the current Qin Ze might not possess significantly greater strength than himself. Indeed, impressive and formidable, towering and powerful. Gazing at his reflection, Kaido evaluated himself. During this time, he had made it a habit to observe his transformation in the mirror after each workout. However, just as he was about to turn and inspect his back muscles, a sudden sound erupted. Boom! Abruptly, the door swung open with a loud crash. Kaido, startled, turned to see Qin Ze at the threshold, his expression shifting instantly. What is Qin Ze doing back so soon? Having secluded himself in the cabin, Kaido was oblivious to the happenings outside. Previously, when others sought him out, he had dismissed them, unwilling to disrupt his training, which left him in a state of ignorance. Now, with Qin Ze's return, he was completely unaware. Damn it! I return as captain, and you, brat, are in here admiring yourself in the mirror. Qin Ze glared at Kaido, who stood before an enormous floor-length mirror, his face darkening with discontent. Captain, I had no knowledge of this. No one informed me. Upon witnessing Qin Ze's furious demeanor, Kaido wilted, his earlier bravado evaporating. That if he were to name the person he most wished to defeat within the Rock's pirate crew, it would undoubtedly be Qin Ze. Conversely, the individual he feared the most, aside from Rocks, would also be Qin Ze. Noticing Kaido's apparent ignorance of the situation, Qin Ze's expression softened somewhat as he spoke. I have heard you've been cooped up in here. Report to me about your recent activities. I have been training daily, awakening my fruit's abilities, and enhancing my strength. Kaido replied slowly, sensing that Qin Ze's inquiry was merely a routine check, and his anxiety began to dissipate. Oh, then what were you just doing? Qin Ze raised an eyebrow at Kaido's words. It is reasonable to want to develop the abilities of the devil fruit promptly. But recalling that Kaido had not been training when he first entered, instead posing before the mirror, he found it somewhat amusing. Well, having consumed the fruit, I simply wish to observe the changes in my physique. Kaido explained, which was indeed true. After consuming the fruit, he felt more attractive, a tangible transformation. Qin Ze nodded in understanding. Indeed, it appears your muscles have gained a more powerful presence. Your explosiveness has likely improved significantly. Qin Ze assessed Kaido with a discerning gaze, acknowledging the subtle changes brought on by the fruit. However, the true extent of these developments could only be ascertained through combat. Withdrawing his gaze, Qin Ze cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. Your training is certainly commendable. Yet, As the vice captain, could you not engage in some proper duties? Did I appoint you as vice captain merely for you to remain idle in your quarters during my absence? I had anticipated that you would assume the responsibilities of the crew leader, organizing the members effectively. However, upon my return, I find that nothing has transpired. Although Qin Ze had never undertaken such tasks when present, he felt justified in his expectations. After all, who else would fulfill these roles if not the vice captain? Engaging in proper duties. Is training not a legitimate responsibility? Kaido inquired, perplexed in the Rock's pirate crew. What could be more essential than enhancing one's strength? Training the crew members. The capabilities of our team are woefully inadequate. As vice captain, you should dedicate time to training them, boosting their strength. Qin Ze earnestly advised Kaido. Upon hearing this, Kaido frowned and promptly rejected the notion. Absolutely not. I'm focused on my training. I have no time to manage them. Assisting Qin Ze in training the crew means laboring for him without recompense, a task Kaido was unwilling to undertake. Perceiving Kaido's reluctance, Qin Ze sighed and continued, Consider this. By training these crew members, once they become stronger, they can handle certain matters independently. This would save you time and allow you to focus on what truly requires your attention. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that when you eventually surpass me to become captain, everything you do now will contribute to building your crew's strength. At that point, I would be your subordinate. What would you have to worry about? As Qin Ze articulated this, Kaido's expression gradually relaxed. It seemed he had a valid point. Having consumed the devil fruit and diligently training, catching up to Qin Ze would ultimately be a matter of time. Eventually, when he replaced Qin Ze, the entire crew would be his, and by training the members now, he could also garner some goodwill. Realizing this, Kaido found the proposal entirely in line with his interests. You make a compelling argument. I will take charge of this matter moving forward. Upon hearing Kaido's agreement, Qin Ze smiled, pleased that he had found a teachable subordinate. If Kaido could train even Luffy, he was confident that managing a few pirates would pose no challenge. Just then, Kaido seemed to recall something and suddenly furrowed his brow, stating, Captain, should we not consider expanding our roster? Our current numbers are insufficient, and the overall strength of the crew is lacking. Hearing this, Qin Ze paused momentarily, but inwardly he was elated. Excellent. You are beginning to anticipate my thoughts. I was just about to raise this issue. Externally, Qin Ze maintained a contemplative demeanor, resting his chin on his hand as he responded slowly. Indeed, that is a splendid suggestion. It seems I did not err in appointing you as vice captain. You are already considering the collective's welfare. Since you have brought this up, I shall entrust you with the task of managing it. Upon hearing this, Kaido smiled, having achieved his objective. Strengthening the crew's capabilities would allow him to inherit a formidable team after defeating Qin Ze. Establishing another pirate crew would be a trivial endeavor. With this thought, Kaido's laughter grew more boisterous. Qin Ze, noticing Kaido's sudden mirth, could not help but join in, albeit for different reasons. Their laughter echoed through the cabin. Lingering and unyielding. Once their amusement subsided, Qin Ze squinted at the still laughing Kaido and remarked, Since you have consumed the devil fruit and have been training diligently, why not evaluate your progress? Upon hearing Qin Ze's words, Kaido's laughter abruptly ceased, his eyes flickering. Perhaps not. I have only been training for a short while, and I doubt the results will be discernible. Let us discuss this later. Although Kaido believed he might not fall far behind Qin Ze in strength, the thought of actually confronting him filled him with uncertainty. He could very well receive a thorough beating. Thus, he hastily concocted an excuse to decline. Rest assured, I'm not here to quarrel with you. Aboard the rocks, if I were to engage in combat, one must consider the structural integrity of the vessel. How about we engage in an arm wrestling match? Qin Ze raised an eyebrow at Kaido. His arms swaying in the air. Arm wrestling? Kaido was taken aback by Qin Ze's suggestion of a purely strength-based contest, pondering for a moment before responding. Sure, it will be a good opportunity to gauge the extent of my strength after consuming the devil fruit. As Kaido spoke, he loosened his muscles, feeling his physical prowess has been steadily increasing, with each day yielding significant gains. This competition would allow him to assess the gap between himself and Qin Ze. Perhaps he could indeed match him in strength. All right, since we are competing, we should add some stakes. If I win, you shall train the crew starting tomorrow, Qin Ze smiled upon hearing Kaido's agreement. Fine, but what if you lose? The conditions proposed by Qin Ze were entirely acceptable to Kaido, as he had already resolved to train the crew. It was merely a matter of time. However, if Qin Ze were to lose, the conditions must be clearly established beforehand. Upon hearing this, Qin Ze paused, contemplating a condition when suddenly the words of the Golden Lion echoed in his mind. If you win, feel free to propose any condition. Ha! All right. As soon as Qin Ze uttered these words, Kaido became visibly excited. With the freedom to propose any condition, it seemed he would not need to elaborate further on taking the role of captain. The two then prepared for their contest of strength. Due to the absence of an appropriate table in Kaido's quarters, they resorted to using a massive piece of exercise equipment as a substitute. Given their considerable height difference, Qin Ze placed some weight plates beneath his elbow. Their wrists, clenched in fists, met firmly. Just as Qin Ze was about to call for the match to commence, Kaido unexpectedly exerted force. His veins bulging as his presence surged dramatically. Damn! Qin Ze cursed inwardly, slowly beginning to apply his own strength. In the next instant, a distinct cracking sound echoed as fissures appeared on the surface of the equipment beneath Kaido's elbow, while the weight plates under Qin Ze's arm also creaked ominously. For a moment, their arms remained locked in a stalemate, neither yielding to the other. During this struggle, Qin Ze contemplated deeply. Victory was imperative. Yet he believed it unwise to defeat Kaido outright. Doing so would severely undermine his confidence. To cultivate a competent vice-captain willing to work diligently, Qin Ze needed Kaido to perceive that the disparity in their strengths was not insurmountable. Only then could Kaido view surpassing him as a tangible goal, thus fueling his motivation to progress. Reflecting on this, Qin Ze couldn't help but lament how much he truly cared for Kaido. Kaido, I shall unleash my full strength now. You better brace yourself. With those words, a surge of power emanated from Qin Ze's arm. Feeling this immense force, Kaido's expression twisted as all his strength flowed into his arm, making it seem as though his limb had swelled in size. Simultaneously, Qin Ze, to convey his exertion, allowed his expression to become increasingly complex. Crack! A sharp sound resonated from beneath their arms as both pieces of equipment shattered simultaneously. In that moment, the victor was revealed. Under the weight of Qin Ze's colossal strength, Kaido's arm gradually bent until he could no longer withstand it and ultimately capitulated. I concede. Kaido exhaled deeply, stating decisively, I end this contest with Qin Ze. He accepted his defeat wholeheartedly, yet he felt no disappointment that I end this bout of arm wrestling. He had discerned from Qin Ze's expression that he too was straining, and that alone was sufficient. Your strength is rising rapidly. I believe you shall soon catch up to me. Qin Ze's features softened as he also released a sigh. He regarded Kaido's earlier remark as an objective observation. Indeed, Kaido's displayed power was formidable, a considerable enhancement compared to their previous encounter. However, in comparison to himself, there remained ample room for further growth. As for the latter part of Qin Ze's response, it was merely a motivational boost for Kaido. As for when soon would be, he could not say. Since I have lost, I shall honor our wager and commence training them tomorrow, Kaido exclaimed with a hearty laugh, during his time consuming the devil fruit. His strength had surged to such formidable levels, nearing that of Qin Ze, and he believed that soon, surpassing Qin Ze would be within reach. This notion served as a source of reassurance for Kaido. Excellent. I look forward to your performance. After bidding farewell to Kaido, Qin Ze returned to his chamber, casually surveying the treasures within, noting that nothing appeared to be amiss. It seemed that during his absence, no thieves had intruded. Job well done, Jorobafu. Lying on his bed, Qin Ze's thoughts drifted back to his battle with Zephyr. Unlike his previous encounter with the Golden Lion, he did not feel a significant hunger pang after this fight. Likely due to the absence of injuries, in terms of strength, he felt it necessary to reassess his capabilities. After the battle with the Golden Lion, he had confidently believed that he could contend with Sengoku and Garp without issue. However, based on his encounter with Zephyr, it seemed he had somewhat underestimated these top-tier powers. Though he could secure a victory, it was not as effortless as with Master Saitama, requiring considerable time and effort. Thinking of Master Saitama, Qin Ze recalled his bald head and absent-mindedly touched his own lush hair, still as abundant as ever. This led Qin Ze to ponder a question. Was his lack of hair loss due to the brevity of his training duration? Or was there some other reason? Aboard the rocks, in the captain's quarters, John was organizing the money he had seized from the casino, estimating it to be around 20 million berries, as he neatly bundled the cash for storage. A sudden knocking echoed from outside. Knock? Knock. Upon hearing the sound, John panicked, his first thought being that Qin Ze was here to collect a debt. He quickly packed the money haphazardly and concealed it. Quickening his steps, he approached the door, exhaled, and pulled it open to find Wang Ji and Silver Axe standing there. Seeing that the visitors were not Qin Ze, but rather the two of them, John felt momentarily stunned. However, recalling how they had exposed him in front of so many people earlier, he couldn't help but bristle with anger and coldly inquired, "What do you want?" Upon observing John's expression, the two exchanged knowing smiles, instantly understanding the cause of his demeanor. Wang Ji stroked his beard with a grin, cheerily stating, "Oh, John, that was merely a casual remark. Our relationship is beyond such trivial matters." "Isn't it? Indeed, indeed," Silver Axe chimed in, nodding in agreement. "Humph," John snorted coldly. It was easy for them to say since they weren't the ones being laughed at. "Come in." Wang Ji and Silver Axe stepped into John's room. Gathered around a table, Wang Ji produced a barrel of strong liquor and set it down, pouring each of them a bowlful. Observing Wang Ji's actions, John couldn't help but furrow his brow. "What do you want?" "Just say it." "Huh? John, you are quite straightforward. We actually just wanted to ask how much you earned from your outing with Qin Ze this time," Silver Axe stated, directly getting to the point as he handed a bowl of liquor to John. Initially, he had planned to engage in some small talk with John before broaching the subject. After all, directly asking someone how much money they have earned can be somewhat impolite. However, since John broached the subject without hesitation, it was only natural to follow suit. Upon hearing this, John's expression shifted slightly. These two truly had a knack for bringing up the most inappropriate topics. He was drowning in debt from his losses, and yet they dared to inquire about his winnings. He was about to divulge a situation, but the words caught in his throat. If these two were to learn the truth, he could easily foresee them bursting into laughter, and with their proclivity for gossip, it wouldn't be long before the entire ship was in on it. With a quick flash of inspiration, John concocted a plan. Since he had lost money, he would ensure that they wouldn't fare any better. "Well, I merely won around 500 million Bailey," John proclaimed with a relaxed demeanor, as if discussing an ordinary matter. "What? That much?" they exclaimed in astonishment. Share the details. Although they suspected John had indeed won, they couldn't help but gasp at the figure he presented. This sum was nearly double their bounty, and no doubt about it. Despite Qin Ze's formidable skills, he was utterly inept at cards. I haven't even had to unleash my secret weapon, and he was already on the brink of losing. The latter part was particularly exhilarating, betting 100 million Bailey without batting an eye. John raised a large bowl in front of him, downing its contents in one gulp, while animatedly recounting his tale, punctuating his words with enthusiastic gestures as if he were recounting an absolute truth. Meanwhile, Insu poured him more wine with unwavering diligence. After a considerable time, John's narrative came to a close, and both Wang Ji and Insu exchanged glances. "Listening to you, it appears that Qin Ze is indeed a prime target for exploitation. However, when I saw Qin Ze return, his expression didn't seem to reflect such massive losses. He appeared rather pleased, despite John's compelling storytelling. Wang Ji was well aware of his character, knowing him to be greedy and prone to exaggeration. Recalling how Qin Ze had returned, he couldn't help but ask, could it be that he has to wear his losses of 600 million like a badge of shame? John retorted with irritation. At this, Wang Ji faltered for a moment, realizing that such a disreputable embarrassment was indeed not something that many would wish to broadcast. However, can your bag truly hold 500 million? I find that hard to believe. Wang Ji pressed on, determined to clarify his doubts. I can't hold that much. Qin Ze didn't bring that kind of money with him. Most of it is what he owes me, John replied without a hint of embarrassment. Deftly flipping the narrative, I see. But John did bring back a bag, didn't he? Wang Ji continued to inquire. Upon hearing this, John's brow furrowed, and he inwardly cursed, thinking, damn, there are so many questions and such suspicion. Qin Ze, in his desire to avoid returning empty-handed, specifically asked me to pack the money into 2 bags. If he took one, he wouldn't appear so desperate. I believe Qin Ze is simply too concerned about appearances. Insu interjected, now fully convinced of John's claims. Given Qin Ze's penchant for pride, that certainly fits. By the way, John, could you perhaps show me the money you supposedly won? Wang Ji still pressed, unconvinced, after sharing so much. You still doubt me? I have nothing more to say. If you don't believe me, why not just ask Qin Ze directly? John replied, his expression cooling. He was confident that these two would not dare to confront Qin Ze. How would they even ask? Would they inquire if he had indeed lost 500 million Bailey? Just as he anticipated, Wang Ji burst into laughter upon hearing this. John, how can I not believe you? I simply want to see if the cash in that bag is fresh. Realizing that if he didn't show it, they would remain skeptical, John retrieved the bag, opened it, and revealed it was filled with cash. Ha! This money is far easier to acquire than plundering as a pirate, Wang Ji exclaimed, fully convinced by John's words. Indeed. By the way, don't you want to win some money yourselves? John, seeing their belief, revealed his ultimate aim. Oh, Wang Ji paused momentarily, quickly grasping what John implied. Just as you think. This matter needs careful planning. As the moon shone faintly, casting scattered starlight across the ground, Qin Ze leaned against the window, feeling invigorated by the cool evening breeze after a nap in the afternoon. Knock, knock, knock. A familiar sound echoed, and without a doubt, Qin Ze knew it was Whitebeard. Opening the door revealed the striking figure of the man, who stood with 2 large barrels of liquor. Wow, those barrels are massive. Qin Ze remarked as he ushered Whitebeard inside. The barrels thudded heavily onto the table, releasing a creaking sound. Gulalala. This is a fine liquor my crew has cherished for years. Today, we shall drink it all. Whitebeard exclaimed excitedly, opening the barrels and filling 2 large bowls to the brim. Wait. Qin Ze interjected. We need some food. Who can handle drinking on an empty stomach, despite the enticing aroma of the liquor? It wouldn't do to drink it straight. Even a bowl of peanuts would suffice. Understanding, Whitebeard soon returned with a large barrel of food, placing it on the table while saying, "This long loaf is perfect for snacking while we lament." With that, he raised his bowl and drank it all in one go. He seemed intent on devouring everything himself. Damn it, someday we'll have to teach him a lesson. Qin Ze chuckled as he lifted his own bowl of liquor and downed it. So, what did you bring back from your outing? Care to share? He poured another bowl of liquor as Whitebeard grabbed some food. Well, you all probably know, I managed to fend off Zephyr and won a bit of money at the gambling house. That guy John is buried in debt to me. I'll be going after him for my money tomorrow. Gulalala. Qin Ze, I was worried you might suffer losses, but it seems my concerns were unfounded. I never expected that old gambler would fall short against you. You don't know me. Those who wish to take advantage of me haven't even been born yet, Qin Ze boasted, clinking his bowl against Whitebeard's. That may be true. Regardless of strength or any other aspect, you consistently surprise me. I can hardly fathom how you have grown to this point. Suddenly, Whitebeard seemed to recall something, resting his chin on his hand. Speaking of which, I do have a question. Oh, Qin Ze raised an eyebrow in response. Where's your hometown? I am quite curious about the place that could produce someone as extraordinary as you. Whitebeard had long wished to ask this, having never heard Qin Ze mention his homeland, as if he had completely severed ties with it. This left him puzzled regarding someone who often seemed to ponder about their roots. My hometown, it lies in a faraway place. Prompted by Whitebeard's question, Qin Ze suddenly recalled his past life and his family, wondering what they were doing at that moment and if his sudden disappearance had caused them any distress. Far away. Distance is hardly an issue in this world. Just how far can it be? Whitebeard reflected on his own homeland, realizing he hadn't returned in quite some time. Perhaps it feels as distant as a dream. Qin Ze mused, gazing out at the moon, contemplating whether the moon in this pirate world bore any resemblance to that of his homeland. When the time is right, I shall inform you, but that moment has yet to arrive. With a smile, Qin Ze remarked, observing the perplexed expression on Whitebeard's face. Enough about me. What are your hometown? From what Qin Ze gathered, Whitebeard hailed from a modest village, which, despite being under the protection of Marco, A captain of the Whitebeard pirates after the Great War and Whitebeard's demise, still languished in poverty. This indicated a troubling reality. The financial aid Whitebeard had sent home over the years had failed to address the root issues of poverty in his homeland. My hometown, it is but a small place, a tranquil and harmonious little village. As he sipped his drink, Whitebeard began to recount his story, from being a mischievous child in the village to losing his parents at a young age, and eventually becoming a pirate and acquiring the powers of the Gura no Mi. So, your wealth is devoted to your hometown, Qin Ze interjected. Indeed, having such riches serves little purpose if not to assist those in need. But have you pondered a question? This could foster a sense of complacency among them, hindering the true development of your hometown. After all, teaching a man to fish is far more beneficial than merely giving him a fish. At this, Qin Ze spoke thoughtfully that I have considered that, but my capabilities are limited. I merely wish for them to have a slightly better life. The rest must be left to them. Whitebeard lifted a bowl of liquor, drinking slowly, his earlier bravado replaced by a hint of melancholy. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Qin Ze chose to remain silent. Perhaps, in some instances, poverty could indeed be a blessing, for in this pirate-laden world, wealth might attract calamity. Nonetheless, if the opportunity arose, Qin Ze was keen to visit Whitebeard's homeland and offer assistance to its people. Should he find the chance? Ha ha ha. As long as it's within your means, Qin Ze chuckled. By the way, why do you not seek a partner? Such a tall and dashing figure as you should not remain single. Noticing the somber atmosphere, Qin Ze abruptly changed the subject. I am the world of One Piece. Whitebeard was known for adopting sons, yet he seemed to lead a solitary life. With your stature, how could you possibly be single? It seems illogical. I haven't given it much thought, Whitebeard replied. You don't have any unspeakable troubles, do you? Qin Ze inquired. Curiosity etched on his face as he regarded Whitebeard. Get lost. Aren't you also alone? How dare you say anything? Whitebeard retorted, somewhat irked. As for me, I would like to find someone, yet suitable candidates are scarce. What can I do? Qin Ze shrugged helplessly. Perhaps one day I could take you out to meet a woman? Not interested. I'm broke. Your perspective is rather narrowed at a man of your stature, with your charm. Surely doesn't need to worry about finances. Besides, if you're short on funds, simply take from here. As he spoke, Qin Ze gestured towards the golden treasure stacked behind them, suggesting they could take what they needed. Forget it. If I were to take your money, it would merely be to aid my family back home. I consider you a brother, and thus, family. Taking your money would be akin to returning it to you. Hence, whether I take it or not, it remains the same. Thus, my wealth is, in essence, your wealth? Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Qin Ze paused, taken aback for a moment before slapping his thigh. You truly are a genius of logic. The next day, aboard the rock's ship, within Qin Ze's quarters, he lay slumped over the table, bleary-eyed from a night of revelry. Suddenly, a cacophony from outside roused him from his stupor. Rubbing his eyes, he peered out the window to find the sun already high in the sky. Nearing noon, across from him, Whitebeard had not returned and was sprawled on the table, lost in slumber. Shaking his head, Qin Ze rose and approached Whitebeard, attempting to embrace him. However, due to their significant size difference, this method proved impractical. Instead, Qin Ze hoisted Whitebeard effortlessly and placed him on the bed. Throughout the entire process, Whitebeard remained blissfully unaware, continuing to sleep soundly, having overindulged in drink the previous night. Given Whitebeard's considerable size, the bed could barely accommodate him, with much of his legs dangling off the side. Nonetheless, it was a preferable situation compared to his slumbering on the table. Approaching the door, Qin Ze pulled it open, and the raucous noise intensified. Raising an eyebrow at the scene before him, he observed several crew members engaged in physical training on the deck. Some were lifting weights, others were doing push-ups with large iron weights on their backs. Grunting with effort as they exercised, in front of them stood the organizer of this training session, Kaido, the vice-captain of Qin Ze's crew. He was not idle, lifting two massive iron blocks that seemed to weigh several tons. A group of pirates from other crews gathered nearby, quietly discussing amongst themselves. Such a scene of organized training was indeed rare on the rock's ship, for apart from Whitebeard's crew, most captains adopted a laissez-faire approach towards their crew's development. Observing the spectacle, Qin Ze smiled, pleasantly surprised by Kaido's adherence to his word. Despite losing the previous day, he had taken the initiative to arrange this training. Though it differed from his expectations, he was heartened to see the crew in action. At that moment, upon noticing Qin Ze's emergence, the crew members halted their activities. "Captain Qin Ze," they greeted in unison. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Ze replied, "Excellent. Continue your training. Do not mind me." With that, the crew resumed their exercises, albeit with renewed vigor. Turning to Kaido, Qin Ze approached him and said, "Kaido, I appreciate your attitude and enthusiasm. It is commendable." Kaido, upon hearing this, set down the enormous iron blocks and grinned. "Ha. What do you think of my training method?" "I can only say it aligns with your tastes." Qin Ze responded nonchalantly, glancing back at the exercising crew. Although they appeared to be putting in effort, the disparity in their strengths was evident. Qin Ze couldn't help but reflect on the aftermath of the battle at God Valley, where the Rocks pirates would ultimately disband. This also signified the conclusion of his pact with Rocks, allowing him to form his own pirate crew. This led Qin Ze to consider a pressing question. The crew members he recruited now would likely become his own subordinates in the future. It was imperative that he ensure they were not a ragtag bunch of misfits. In the forthcoming days, a rigorous evaluation would be necessary to weed out the unworthy, retaining only those with both strength and potential. He would then seek suitable candidates within the pirate world to bolster his crew. Returning to the present, Qin Ze declared, "Continue, train hard." With that, he turned to leave, but after a couple of steps, he suddenly recalled something and called back to Kaido. "Next time, choose a different location." Qin Ze's destination was none other than John's quarters. There was no other choice. The old man was utterly clueless and required Qin Ze to visit him directly. Strolling leisurely across the deck, Qin Ze rested his hands behind his head, gazing ahead. Suddenly, he noticed an individual approaching him, a man clad in a red robe, a western sword at his waist. "John, just as I was about to seek you out," Qin Ze exclaimed upon spotting him. Qin Ze, I was just looking for you. What a coincidence." John replied, equally surprised at their encounter. "Well, if you're looking for me, I suppose I won't need to visit you after all," Qin Ze remarked, realizing that John likely intended to settle a debt. It seemed he had misjudged him. The old man was indeed a man of his word. However, upon hearing this, John's expression shifted slightly as he placed a hand on Qin Ze's shoulder and said, "Qin Ze, may I have a word?" Upon hearing John's words, Qin Ze furrowed his brows, yet he still followed him. Under John's guidance, Qin Ze was led to a secluded corner of the rocks, where silence reigned, save for the gentle lapping of the waves against the ship. What is the meaning of this secrecy over a mere repayment? Qin Ze found John's behavior somewhat perplexing, unable to comprehend his intentions. "Let's set aside the matter of repayment for now." John chuckled awkwardly. "Damn it, are you trying to dodge your debts?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ze felt a surge of anger, realizing that John was indeed attempting to evade his obligations. His fists instinctively clenching in preparation. No. Can I, John, possibly owe you that little amount? You see, the last time we gambled, Wang Ji and Silver Axe came to inquire about it. John blinked, lowering his voice conspiratorially. And then, Qin Ze relaxed his tense fists and inquired, "I told them I won 500 million from you," and their jaws dropped in disbelief. Their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. They immediately decided to challenge you to another round. "Furthermore, I would serve as the intermediary for your wager." As John spoke, a cunning smile crept across his face. Hearing this, a slight smirk graced Qin Ze's lips. He had already discerned John's ulterior motive, using his winnings as bait to portray himself as a hapless gambler, making it easy for those with a modicum of gambling skill to profit off him. Furthermore, he aimed to set up a game that would entice Wang Ji and Silver Axe to approach him. This is nothing short of betraying a brother. Qin Ze cursed inwardly, realizing that despite their seemingly close camaraderie, they were merely a group of superficial brothers. Indeed, within the Rocks pirate crew, brotherhood seemed to serve as a guise for betrayal. "So what?" Qin Ze narrowed his eyes and asked. "Silver Axe and Wang Ji will come looking for you to play. Their gambling skills are decent, but they are still inferior to mine, so you should have no trouble handling them." "At that point, you will be able to," John continued, seemingly already envisioning the expressions of the two as they lost their money, and he couldn't help but chuckle. They should indeed be grateful to have such a good brother like you. Ha ha! Spare me the mockery. I'm merely creating a lucrative opportunity for you. John bore no qualms about betraying his so-called brother, as long as it led to his own gain. All right, Qin Ze readily accepted John's proposition. Without incurring any costs, he could win money from the two captains. It was akin to having someone deliver money to him. As for the aftermath of the winnings, that was John's concern. What is your ulterior motive in this? Qin Ze suspected that John could not possibly be so altruistic as to offer himself as a lamb for slaughter. Haha. So, as the intermediary, can I perhaps take a cut? John rubbed his hands together, grinning broadly, and spoke languidly. This time, in deceiving Wang Ji and Silver Axe, John not only sought to witness their embarrassment, but also aimed to profit from the occasion, knowing full well it was a rare opportunity. Do your best, Qin Ze replied slowly, patting John's shoulder. Ha, splendid. I will soon bring Wang Ji and Silver Axe to you with that. John turned to leave. What do you think? Does Qin Ze have any thoughts? In a nearby room, Wang Ji, John, and Silver Axe were seated together. Silver Axe, clad in silver armor, inquired, eager to discern the details after learning that John had met with Qin Ze. Fear not, with me as the intermediary. How could anything possibly go awry? John cast a glance at Silver Axe, his confidence evident. So what does Qin Ze think? Wang Ji chimed in, unable to suppress his curiosity. The trio had previously devised a plan where John would first approach Qin Ze regarding the gambling affair, after which Wang Ji and Silver Axe would follow suit to negotiate with him. This approach would allow them to gauge Qin Ze's attitude. If he was inclined to continue playing, they would seize the opportunity without hesitation. If he was disinterested, John could persuade him. Regardless, the money was as good as theirs. You see, during our last gamble, Qin Ze was still keen on continuing. Had I not intervened, he would have gambled on endlessly. As soon as I broached the topic again, he was immediately hooked. You two can simply go find him, John said slowly, casting a knowing glance at the two. Indeed, gambling is addictive. Qin Ze, with his wealth and youth, naturally harbors thoughts of recouping his losses, Silver Axe agreed. Echoing John's sentiments, by the way, John, are you planning to join this time? Wang Ji pondered before asking that, of course. I want to be joining. Does Qin Ze seem likely to gamble with me again? P.S. No fool, John replied with exasperation. Wang Ji nodded, realizing his oversight. Having lost 500 million to John, it was unlikely that Qin Ze would wish to gamble with him again. Only someone with an abundance of money would be foolish enough to fall for the same trick twice. By the way, I told him that your gambling skills are quite poor. Make sure you don't give yourselves away. John added, Understood. We shall seek him out now and see how he reacts. Let us go. With that, Silver Axe and Wang Ji stood and made their way toward Qin Ze's location. John, however, chose not to follow. He had complete faith in Qin Ze. After all, with such a duplicitous nature, performing a charade should pose no challenge for him. Out on the deck, Qin Ze leaned against the ship's railing, enjoying the sea breeze and observing the waves rise and fall, while he awaited the arrival of Wang Ji and John. As expected, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Qin Ze, enjoying such leisure are we, Wang Ji remarked, noticing Qin Ze gazing at the scenery. Turning his head, Qin Ze responded, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, what brings you two captains to this place to enjoy the view? Ha ha! It has indeed been a long time since I felt the pleasure of the sea. I never expected to run into you here. Wang Ji laughed heartily, moving closer to Qin Ze, flanking him on either side. Observing this, Qin Ze furrowed his brow. Were they afraid he might flee? Last time you and John went out, I heard your stories. It sounded quite interesting. I truly regret not joining you. Wang Ji initiated small talk, steering the conversation toward the subject of Qin Ze's previous outing. In truth, it was nothing of great significance. Had I known it would lead to such an outcome, I would not have gone. Qin Ze shook his head slowly. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji frowned slightly and inquired, Oh, what do you mean by that? Alas, to be frank, I lost quite a sum during my outing with John, a staggering 30 million berries. Qin Ze sighed, shaking his head, his voice laced with helplessness and regret. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji and Silver Axe nearly burst into laughter. 30 million, when it was clearly 500 million berries. However, they refrained from exposing Qin Ze's fib. Understanding that he was merely saving face by downplaying the amount that I didn't expect that, in addition to driving Zephyr back, you would also have this to contend with. But gambling, after all, relies heavily on luck. Having lost this time, perhaps your fortune will turn around next time. Wang Ji stroked his beard, chuckling. Silver Axe chimed in, yes, such matters are entirely dependent on luck. After a significant loss, fortune must surely favor you next time. Who knows? It's only after playing that one can truly understand. Regrettably, I find myself aboard the ship now, unable to venture out for leisure. Qin Ze, without even glancing at the two individuals, gazed wistfully at the sea and remarked, "Oh, it seems you are quite troubled by your recent losses." Wang Ji slowly responded, "Not to that extent. After all, I, Qin Ze, am the wealthiest pirate on this vessel. A mere 30 million berries hardly phases me. It is simply the monotony that weighs upon me." Qin Ze turned to Wang Ji and said thoughtfully, "How about we indulge in a game? Being cooped up on the ship for so long has indeed been dull. My hands are itching for something to do. Since you have recently suffered a loss, perhaps you could win back some of that money from us?" Wang Ji revealed his intentions, fully aware that Qin Ze was already intrigued, just a few bets away from taking the bait. "You too?" Qin Ze furrowed his brow and inquired, "You wouldn't be thinking of winning my money, would you?" "How could that be? Without playing, how could one know?" "It's all a matter of luck," Silver Axe interjected. "Indeed, it is reliant on chance. Just ensure that whoever wins does not turn against us afterward." Qin Ze hesitated for a while before feigning reluctance, and finally nodded. "Ha ha! Of course," Wang Ji exclaimed joyfully upon receiving Qin Ze's agreement, his face lighting up with glee. Satisfied that their objective had been achieved, the two felt no need to linger, as they were not genuinely interested in sightseeing. After exchanging a few casual remarks with Qin Ze, they bid him farewell and departed. Watching their retreating figures, Qin Ze couldn't help but smile, turning his gaze back to the sea. The fish had indeed taken the bait. In this world, it seems that the trick is to win hearts. That a day later, on the deck of the rock ship, several pirates gathered, engaged in earnest conversation. Should anyone approach, they would overhear the intriguing discussions. "Have you heard? Captain Qin Ze is setting up a wager with Captain Wang Ji and Silver Axe." "Is that so? Who told you?" "The word is spreading among the crew. Furthermore, I learned that Captain Qin Ze lost 30 million berries last time." Captain Qin Ze lost 30 million berries? I never expected someone so formidable to falter in this regard. That's not surprising. After all, Captain John is quite the seasoned veteran in such matters. I must witness this wager between the captains. I have yet to see such a spectacle. I wonder who will emerge victorious. That's a foregone conclusion. It will surely be Captain Wang Ji, but I wonder how much Captain Qin Ze will lose this time. The news of the impending gambling match between Qin Ze, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe circulated swiftly among the crew, leaving Qin Ze distressed. It was not merely the rampant rumors of his losses that troubled him, but the overwhelming attention to the wager made him feel as though he had lost billions. Initially, Qin Ze had hoped to quietly amass wealth after defeating Wang Ji and Silver Axe, continuing to exploit this skill to reap the rewards from others. However, this plan was now in jeopardy. The crew's astonishment was palpable upon hearing the news. Gambling was a common pastime within the Rock's pirates, as the treasures seized by pirates were often squandered on board, with a significant portion circulating through various games. Gambling, in essence, served as a form of entertainment on the high seas, a means to alleviate boredom. Consequently, nearly half of the crew had dabbled in such activities. Now, with Qin Ze's recent losses and his continued bets against Silver Axe and Wang Ji, curiosity peaked among those who enjoyed gambling and those eager to witness Qin Ze's potential downfall. Particularly, the Golden Lion, upon learning of Qin Ze's 30 million berry loss, indulged in a few more puffs of his cigar. He understood that for someone of Qin Ze's financial stature, such an amount was trivial. Yet, witnessing Qin Ze's misfortune brought him inexplicable delight. The prospect of seeing Qin Ze humbled in his next gambling endeavor filled him with anticipation. With this thought in mind, the Golden Lion could hardly contain his excitement and decided to pay Qin Ze a visit to taunt him. At that moment, Qin Ze had just finished his training on the ship and intended to relax when he spotted the Golden Lion approaching. "Huh. Qin Ze, I hear you lost over 30 million berries last time. The Golden Lion wasted no time bringing up the matter, his expression filled with amusement, though. I must say, your information travels fast. How did you learn of it so soon? Are you here to offer me some consolation funds? Qin Ze chose not to defend himself against the allegations of his losses, opting instead to play along, confident that after winning a match, the matter would resolve itself. You, the richest person on the ship, need my charity? The Golden Lion snorted, shaking his head. Even with your wealth, do you really need to go up against Wang Ji and Silver Axe? Do you think you can outplay them? You might as well just hand your money over to me. I promise I'll lose it slower than you. The Golden Lion took a deep drag from his cigar, a mocking grin on his face as he laughed heartily. Oh, you know why you lost to me last time? Qin Ze ignored the Golden Lion's jibes and calmly replied. Why? The Golden Lion frowned, perplexed. Because you were too idle. With all that time, why not use it to hone your skills? Qin Ze rolled his eyes, slightly irritated. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion's expression changed, and he contemplated retaliating but thought better of it. Realizing he couldn't best Qin Ze's, he stormed off, leaving a parting remark. I'll be eager to see how badly you lose this time. Qin Ze could only shake his head at the Golden Lion's antics. The scheduled time for the game between Qin Ze, Wang Ji, and the Silver Axe was set for that afternoon. The sun was now descending towards the western horizon, signaling that the moment was nearly upon them. Initially, Qin Ze had intended to play casually in his quarters, but due to the crew's overwhelming interest, he had acquiesced and agreed to host the match on a centrally located deck of the rock ship. The choice of location was purely practical, as it allowed for ample spectators to gather and enjoy the view. The rock ship boasted an array of gambling paraphernalia, dice, cards, roulette, and darts. Everything one might find in a casino was essentially available here. If all these items were assembled, it could easily operate as a full-fledged gambling establishment. For this occasion, the trio opted to play poker, specifically a variant of the game Qin Ze was well acquainted with, Do Di Zhu. While the name may differ in this world, the mechanics remained identical. Setting up a gambling table at the center of the deck, Qin Ze, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe gathered around, exchanging knowing smiles, each harboring their own ulterior motives. I can't believe that a simple card game could draw such a crowd. It's truly beyond comprehension. Wang Ji began, producing a large bag filled with treasures and berries. The crew knew of this event because Wang Ji had circulated the news, aiming to attract an audience. Fearing that Qin Ze might renege on his losses, he orchestrated this spectacle, believing that with so many eyes watching, Qin Ze would be less likely to cheat. Qin Ze scanned the two. He sensed that either one or both had been responsible for the leak of information, particularly since John had nonchalantly mentioned the 30 million berries. Wang Ji was momentarily at a loss for words, as if caught off guard by Qin Ze's perceptiveness. Ahem, let us get started. After clearing his throat twice, Wang Ji picked up a stack of playing cards, simultaneously the other individuals on the deck. Upon noticing Qin Ze and his companions, hurriedly made their way over on the Rock's pirate ship. Several pirates, upon seeing Qin Ze, Wang Ji, and In Su gathered together on the deck, understood that the gambling game was about to commence. At their urging, those pirates who had previously remained off the deck began to join in the excitement. Before long, several circles of onlookers surrounded Qin Ze, with some crew members even bringing over makeshift stools. While the captain stood in the inner circle, Whitebeard observed the eager expressions of Wang Ji and In Su as they prepared for the gamble, sensing their confidence was already at an all-time high. He chuckled, knowing that Qin Ze had not lost a single bet, and had even put John deeply in debt. The thought made his laughter even more boisterous, drawing the attention of the nearby Golden Lion, who couldn't help but join the mirth. Ha, Edward, your good brother Qin Ze hasn't even started yet. You don't really think he can win, do you? Jested the Golden Lion, a cigar dangling from his mouth. Mind your own business. I simply recalled something joyous, Whitebeard retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the Golden Lion, completely unfazed by his mockery. For when the true game concluded, it would be apparent who the fool was. As their banter continued, the atmosphere in the vicinity began to shift subtly. Qin Ze, lay out all the money you brought. Let everyone have a clear understanding, Wang Ji declared, placing the playing cards at the center before opening a bag filled with treasures. Instantly, the glimmering wealth on the table captured the fervent gazes of the pirates. In response, Qin Ze smiled. The money displayed was primarily the heavenly gold he had seized that day. He intended to win all back. Returning it to its rightful owner, he picked up a bag and tossed it onto the table, skillfully controlling the force so that the bag gradually opened. Inside were notes and treasures, remnants of his previous victory against John, which he had yet to properly organize, now conveniently ready for use. Beside him, Insu did the same, laying out his share on the table. In no time, 3 large bags of treasures were arranged before them. The sound of coins cascading igniting a palpable excitement among the pirates. The captains are on a different level. This treasure could sustain me for a lifetime. One pirate exclaimed. Indeed, since I became a pirate, I've never witnessed such grand stakes, another chimed in. Being a captain certainly has its perks. Treasures are in abundance. I wonder if I could ever rise to captaincy myself. Dream on, a captain could easily handle 10 of you. Another scoffed. Enough chatter. Let us watch how the captains play. The surrounding pirates gazed in awe at the displayed treasures. In any other gambling den, they would have charged in with swords drawn to seize such wealth. For the treasures laid out before them surpassed what most pirates could hope to acquire in a lifetime. The allure was undeniable. However, they collectively retained their wits and refrained from any thoughts of robbery. Let us cut the pleasantries and get started, Wang Ji urged, unable to contain his impatience as he eyed the treasures Qin Ze had presented. Wait, we need someone to deal the cards. Are we expected to do it ourselves? Qin Ze remarked, scanning the crowd until his gaze settled on the towering figure of Kaido. Kaido stepped forward. At being summoned, Kaido hesitated, his facial muscles twitching in disbelief. It was clear that Qin Ze intended for him to serve as the dealer, which felt like an affront to his self-image. Reluctant to comply, he finally approached Qin Ze, picking up the card from the table with a despondent expression, dealing them in order as the cards began to stack in front of the captains. The onlooking pirates gradually quieted down. The Golden Lion wore a smirk, while Whitebeard crossed his arms in anticipation, and John had yet to arrive. Before long, the cards were dealt, leaving 3 final cards on the table as they prepared to call for the landlord. The first to call was Insu, who opted to pass. Qin Ze, like him, refrained from making a call during the first round, as his observation through Kinbunchikahaki revealed the bottom cards to be 2, 6, and 9, poorly aligned with his own hand. With both players opting out, Wang Ji called for the landlord. The opening bet was 1 million berries, with a potential doubling if a bomb was played. With a strong hand, Wang Ji triumphed in the first round, winning 2 million berries within mere minutes. This success even sparked envy in the Golden Lion, who marveled at how effortlessly the money was flowing. The second round commenced shortly thereafter, yet Qin Ze still chose not to call. Although his hand and the bottom cards were decent, he preferred to allow his opponents to win a little before unleashing his full potential. Wang Ji again took the landlord position, winning 4 million berries this time. During the card game, Qin Ze observed a telling detail. Wang Ji and Insu rarely played cards that would allow him an easy victory. Whenever such cards appeared, it signaled the nearing end of the game. This implied they could discern their hands, possessing the ability of Kinbunchikahaki. However, this was to be expected for his captains of the Rock's pirate crew. Lacking such abilities would have rendered their positions untenable as time passed. Qin Ze found himself down 15 million berries, while Insu lost over 7 million. The latter's expression soured, as he and Wang Ji were rivals, each hoping to outdo the other against Qin Ze, resulting in a lack of effective cooperation. Losing such a substantial amount weighed heavily on Insu's mind. Qin Ze noted this dynamic, recognizing that the two were playing with a competitive spirit. In this game of Dodiju, all 3 were playing with their cards visible, fully aware of each other's holdings. Yet Wang Ji continued to prevail. He was now certain that Qin Ze was merely a novice who enjoyed the game, incapable of grasping even the most basic strategies, consistently losing substantial sums. Captain Qin Ze truly lacks skill. I could undoubtedly perform better than him, one pirate exclaimed. Indeed, with money to spare, he plays recklessly. It's as if he's giving it away, another added, wishing they were seated across from Qin Ze. Envisioning the wealth they could amass, some pirates observed Qin Ze's continuous losses, the The previously tranquil atmosphere erupted into lively discussions, filled with critiques of his poor card-playing skills, with many wishing to take his place at the table to claim a share of his apparent fortune. For Qin Ze, however, the time to unleash his true prowess had only just begun. "Ha, Edward, I bet you're not laughing now." The golden lion cackled, reveling in the sight of Qin Ze losing over 10 million in such a short span. His gaze turned to Whitebeard, filled with mockery. Whitebeard, upon hearing this, merely glanced at him before dismissing him entirely. Although he too wondered why Qin Ze had begun the game so poorly, he noted Qin Ze's calm demeanor. Coupled with the words Qin Ze had spoken earlier, Whitebeard felt no concern. He did not believe anyone could gain the upper hand over Qin Ze, confident that the latter would have a plan in motion. And indeed, as Whitebeard anticipated, Qin Ze refused to retreat any further at the gambling table. The current situation has become quite evident. It is clear that Wang Ji and John are at odds with each other, while one's cards appear utterly transparent in the eyes of the two opponents. Given this, the objective is to ensure that the opposing players cannot discern one's cards. In the next moment, Qin Ze enveloped the back of his playing cards with a faint layer of armament hockey, simultaneously pressing his hand against the back of the cards. Under the influence of this advanced armament hockey, the low-level observation hockey of Wang Ji and Yin Fu became ineffective. Concurrently, Qin Ze transmitted this ability through the table to Wang Ji and Yin Fu. In an instant, not only could they not see Qin Ze's cards, but they were equally unable to perceive each other's cards, including the 3 hidden cards. Witnessing this scene, both men frowned slightly, their expressions shifting as they immediately deduced that Qin Ze was up to something. Although they did not understand why they could not see the opponent's cards either, they would not attribute this occurrence to a flaw in their own observation hockey. They quickly surmised that Qin Ze had applied armament hockey to the backs of the cards, thus rendering their observation hockey incapable of penetrating the paper surface. Consequently, both men followed suit, similarly applying a layer of armament hockey to the backs of their cards, a faint black hue emerging on the reverse side. However, this had little effect against the level of Qin Ze's observation hockey, which still allowed him to see their cards with perfect clarity. This gambling game, ostensibly a mere card game, fundamentally revolved around a contest of strength. Yet, the two remained oblivious to the true nature of Qin Ze's observation hockey, as he had never demonstrated it aboard the rock ship. Even if they suspected its existence, they did not believe it could surpass their own level significantly. From Wang Ji and Yin Fu's perspective, the current scenario resembled blind play, yet they harbored no concerns. Based on Qin Ze's previously displayed skills, they believed he could still dominate even under such circumstances. In truth, while Qin Ze could clearly see their cards, they were under the impression that he could not see theirs in this context. Qin Ze's advantage was strikingly apparent to gain their trust. Qin Ze subsequently lost a few rounds, further bolstering their confidence. However, after this, Qin Ze's fortunes began to turn. Finally, in the 12th round, Qin Ze won for the first time, albeit the process was fraught with difficulties and not without its challenges. His play allowed Wang Ji and Yin Fu to discard smaller cards, yet he steadfastly guarded against critical plays. Wow, Qin Ze has won. This is his first time, right? After losing so many rounds, he finally struck gold. Noticing Qin Ze's demeanor, which remained remarkably unperturbed, it was evident that the sum he lost was utterly inconsequential to him. What does winning one hand signify? Merely a stroke of luck. The outcome of the next round remains uncertain. The onlooking pirates, upon witnessing Qin Ze's victory, began to murmur among themselves. The Golden Lion observed this with a sneer, dismissing it as just a single win, which bore no significant implications. However, Whitebeard's expression was markedly different. He recognized that the moment had arrived for Qin Ze to sound the horn of counterattack. Indeed, in the ensuing 10 rounds, Qin Ze lost only once. Although each of his victories was precarious, it did not prevent Wang Ji and John from steadily losing their funds. Throughout this process, both Wang Ji and Yin Fu felt increasingly frustrated, as they sensed they were perpetually one step away from victory. If only we played that card earlier, we would have undoubtedly won. If you'd let me go big just now, I could have made my escape. In such a state of mind, they eagerly anticipated the next round, convinced they would not lose again. Thus, with this psychological inclination, they found themselves sinking deeper into the game. Before long, the money they had previously won was reclaimed by Qin Ze. And this trend continued. Although they initially started to lose, Wang Ji and Yin Fu were now committed to the gambling table, unwilling to withdraw even if pulled by 9 oxen. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the treasures before them dwindled, while those at Qin Ze's side piled high. Captain Qin Ze has won so much. Wow, just a moment ago, we were saying he couldn't play. How did he become so formidable all of a sudden? I'm starting to doubt the authenticity of the rumor that he lost 30 million. That's not necessarily false. I still believe it was luck. Despite winning several hands, each victory was precarious. One wrong move, and it would all be lost. The pirates, upon seeing Qin Ze's winnings, resumed their chatter. Damn it! Wang Ji and Yin Fu are truly incompetent. They cannot even grasp a simple card game. Allowing Qin Ze to win is a tremendous disgrace. The Golden Lion, observing Qin Ze's successive victories, muttered to himself, expressing his discontent with Wang Ji and Yin Fu's performance. Gulalala, Golden Lion, weren't you quite pleased earlier? If you think they're lacking, why not step in yourself? Upon witnessing Qin Ze's success, Whitebeard realized his earlier thoughts were entirely correct. He had been biding his time to unveil his true capabilities at a crucial moment. This compelled him to admire Qin Ze's patience and intellect. Anyone who opposed such a person, possessing both strength and intellect, would surely find the prospect daunting. Hearing Whitebeard's words, the Golden Lion paused, contemplating. It indeed seemed feasible, since he could not currently match Qin Ze's strength. Winning in this manner could also be a form of surpassing. Humph, you think I am afraid? If it weren't for the fact that this game can only accommodate 3 players, Qin Ze would have already lost his money back. The Golden Lion took a deep puff from his cigar. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the gambling match came to an end, for at that moment, Yin Fu had lost all his money. Since he had joined the game, he had not won even once, whether as the landlord or the farmer, and now he sat there utterly dazed. This perfectly exemplified the saying, both lacking skill and yet eager to play. Wang Ji, upon seeing Yin Fu's losses, felt a surge of anger. Not merely because Yin Fu had lost money, but because with one less participant, the game could not continue. But I still haven't reclaimed my funds. Is anyone willing to take over? Glancing around at those outside the table, Wang Ji scanned the crowd, his voice tinged with urgency and anticipation. I'll do it. Soon, a voice emerged from the throng, and the crowd turned to see the source that it was none other than the Golden Lion. Did I hear that correctly? Captain Golden Lion is stepping in. What had initially seemed a contest solely between Qin Ze, Wang Ji, and Yin Fu was now turning into a battle of rotation. Wow, this is about to get interesting, with Captain Golden Lion taking over for Captain Yin Fu. However, it appears that Captain Golden Lion has no funds at this moment. Indeed, it seemed to be the case. The onlooking pirates, upon hearing that the Golden Lion would enter the fray, fixed their gazes upon him that moment. The Golden Lion, cigar in mouth, emanated an air of arrogance. Arms crossed over his chest, yet devoid of any funds, he heard the pirates' comments clearly. Oh, you think I lack money? You ignorant fools. Just wait for me to procure it. Under the influence of the float fruit's ability, it was not long before the Golden Lion returned with a large bag of treasures, significantly more than what Wang Ji and his companions possessed. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Yin Fu reluctantly relinquished his position, and the Golden Lion unceremoniously took his place, tossing the bag onto the table. Clatter, clatter, the treasures spilled across the table, producing a cacophony of sound. Observing the Golden Lion now, he exuded an air of arrogance reminiscent of the earlier Yin Fu. Qin Ze, Wang Ji, I am stepping in. You have no objections, I trust? The Golden Lion raised an eyebrow. Addressing the 2 men, he did not believe that Qin Ze's victories stemmed from any extraordinary skill, but rather from mere luck and seizing the opportune moment. However, he was skeptical that Qin Ze's good fortune could persist indefinitely. Of course, no objections, Qin Ze replied with a smile. With someone willingly stepping in to provide funds, he certainly would not refuse. Since he was determined to win this time, maximizing his gains was essential. Wang Ji, too, had no reason to decline. He was eager for a replacement, delighted by the Golden Lion's appearance. He nodded slightly in agreement. Bring it on. The Golden Lion extinguished his cigar, only to light another one anew. Kaido, deal the cards. Qin Ze said nothing further, merely gazing at Kaido, who stood like a wooden figure at that moment. Upon hearing this, Kaido cast a sidelong glance at Qin Ze, exhaling a sigh as he shuffled the cards in his hands. Soon, 3 sets of cards were dealt before the 3 captains for the Golden Lion. Qin Ze employed the same strategy he had used against Silver Axe previously. However, this time, Qin Ze refrained from probing, for he was acutely aware of the Golden Lion's nature through their last confrontation. It was evident that the Golden Lion, whether in terms of armament haki or observation haki, was at a significant disadvantage compared to his current self. Moreover, his relationship with Wang Ji was one of rivalry. Thus, it was imperative to conclude this swiftly, to harvest the Golden Lion's wealth in the shortest time possible. Given his formidable strength, he would quickly discern Qin Ze's little tricks. As the rounds progressed, the Golden Lion's treasure dwindled by 20 million berries. Wang Ji fared no better. Even when the Golden Lion realized the underlying scheme and employed armament haki to counter Qin Ze's observation haki, he continued to face losses. What the hell? Captain Qin Ze seems to have transformed into a different person. Indeed, he wins every hand with such precision, as if he knows the cards in his opponent's hand. What is going on? This is completely unlike the beginning, when he was losing so badly. He has already won over 40 million berries in just a few rounds. Is Captain Qin Ze's learning speed truly that rapid? Could it be that this is his true nature, and he was merely feigning incompetence at first? This possibility seemed quite plausible. Some pirates gasped at the unfolding scene. If Qin Ze's earlier victories resembled a gentle stream, then now it was akin to a waterfall, unrestrained and rapidly overwhelming his opponents. This transition marked a stark contrast to the earlier stages of the game, from the initial naval resulting in constant losses, to a tumultuous phase of wins and losses, and now to a commanding dominance with consecutive victories. This led the pirates to contemplate 2 possibilities. 1, that Qin Ze had indeed started as a novice, but after several rounds of practice, he had fully mastered the game and could now time his plays with precision. The other, that Qin Ze had always been acting, that he had held the upper hand from the very beginning, merely performing for his opponent's benefit to let them believe he was a novice, thus allowing them to lower their guard and gradually dismantling their confidence. While it was difficult for them to believe such a rapid transition could occur, the notion that Qin Ze had deliberately concealed his abilities seemed far more likely, for they now recognized that throughout the game, Qin Ze's expression had remained unchanged, embodying an air of calm control over the situation. This realization prompted them to wonder about another question. How could someone with such skill lose 30 million berries? The pirates observing the game were not the only ones pondering this. The Golden Lion and Wang Ji were equally consumed by their suspicions. As the game progressed, their certainty about their conjectures deepened. Qin Ze was not relying on luck, nor was he a novice. They could distinctly sense that their cards appeared transparent in his eyes. A shared confusion arose within both men. Why could Qin Ze see their cards while they could not see his? Their eyes met, and soon they arrived at a possible explanation. Qin Ze's armament haki not only reached the pinnacle, but also possessed a significantly stronger observation haki than theirs. The moment this thought emerged, it detonated in their minds like an explosion. This was the only explanation for why their cards felt as though they had been laid bare before him. Instantly, a wave of dread surged through them. Gazing at the unfazed Qin Ze, they recognized their grave miscalculation. He was not merely their opponent, but a force that dominated them, only now revealing his full prowess. With this realization, the Golden Lion felt himself transformed into a fool once more, while Wang Ji perceived himself as a fish, one that had taken the bait. Meanwhile, Silver Axe, observing from the sidelines, also recognized the anomaly in Qin Ze's behavior. If he could previously attribute his own luck to chance, now Qin Ze's performance could only be explained by a singular possibility. In an instant, feelings of regret surged within the 3 of them, as engaging in a card game with Qin Ze was not just unwise. It was utterly foolish. Suddenly, Wang Ji seemed to recall something, lifting his head to survey the surroundings. Where's John? Upon hearing Wang Ji's inquiry, everyone instinctively glanced around. Captain John was nowhere to be found. A pirate confirmed this situation aloud. Simultaneously, a question arose within the hearts of the crowd. Why was Captain Wang Ji seeking John amidst the gambling? Could it be that he intended to borrow money from him? The absence of John further solidified Wang Ji's suspicions. John had been deceiving him from the start. Claims of winning 500 million berries and that Qin Ze was merely a lamb waiting for slaughter were all fabrications. Wang Ji was all too familiar with John's skill level, which was barely superior to his own. Yet if someone of such caliber aimed to win 500 million berries from Qin Ze, it was akin to chasing a pipe dream. It would be fortunate enough not to lose 500 million berries in the process. Hence, everything was a fabrication spun by John, aimed at ensnaring both himself and Silver Axe. With this thought, Wang Ji's anger surged, rendering him motionless, akin to the calm before a storm. Witnessing this, Qin Ze picked up a gemstone and weighed it in his hand. Hey, are you still in a daze? Shall we continue playing? Upon hearing these words, Wang Ji erupted. What the hell? Where is that scoundrel John? The sudden outburst startled the surrounding pirates, causing them to step back. They were left wondering what had prompted Wang Ji's fury. Was he losing to Qin Ze and now calling for John? Observing the scene, Qin Ze smiled, realizing that the gambling session had reached its conclusion. Yet the ensuing drama promised to be entertaining. At that moment, Wang Ji must have uncovered John's deceit, or else he would not have mentioned his name so abruptly. Hey, Wang Ji, what do you need John for? The Golden Lion, no longer willing to continue, had already lost over 20 million berries. Continuing would undoubtedly result in even greater losses at Qin Ze's hands. However, he was puzzled by Wang Ji's fixation on John. Wouldn't it make more sense to seek out Qin Ze after losing? Silver Axe, standing nearby, shared this confusion. Equally curious about Wang Ji's actions, suddenly, it dawned on him. He exchanged glances with Wang Ji, and the fiery intensity in Wang Ji's eyes confirmed Silver Axe's suspicions. This was a trap, a scheme targeting both himself and Wang Ji. Instantly, Silver Axe's ire surged. Where the hell is John? Amidst the crowd's confusion, Silver Axe began searching for John as well. Thus, the focus of the card game shifted entirely. The expressions of the captains varied. Wang Ji and Silver Axe were on the brink of exploding. The Golden Lion appeared perplexed, while Qin Ze watched with a smile. What was happening? How had a simple card game escalated to this? Were the captains truly incapable of handling their losses? I don't know, but why is everyone looking for John? The Golden Lion, growing increasingly impatient with the lack of answers, pressed for clarification once more. What is going on? Why is a mere outsider influencing the gamblers at the table? Upon hearing the Golden Lion's inquiry, Wang Ji suppressed his inner turmoil and replied, "It's John who claimed Qin Ze was losing." The Golden Lion furrowed his brow at this revelation, and then his expression shifted dramatically as he grasped the implications. John was lying, having just personally verified Qin Ze's skills with a loss of 20 million berries. He knew that the rumors about Qin Ze's incompetence were grossly exaggerated. He claimed Qin Ze lost 500 million to him. As soon as the words were uttered, a profound silence enveloped the venue, with everyone left utterly astounded. This was soon followed by an eruption of fervent discussions among the pirates. What the hell is going on? 30 million one moment, then 5 billion the next. I can't comprehend this at all. What on earth is happening? The situation seems so convoluted. I merely wish to observe the captains playing cards, but it feels like my brain is starting to overheat. My curiosity has been thoroughly piqued. Upon hearing Wang Ji announce the staggering sum of 5 billion, Qin Ze was momentarily taken aback. This John truly dares to speak so boldly. To claim he lost 5 billion is one thing. I knew he would lie, but I never anticipated such an astronomical figure. The critical point is that these two captains actually believed him. Qin Ze thought he was quite adept at manipulation. Yet John proved to be even more skilled. John should be in his quarters now. You can go seek him out. At that moment, Qin Ze assisted them by providing an address, alleviating their concerns promptly. What are you still dawdling for? Go on. The Golden Lion's temper flared as he slammed his cards onto the table, shouting loudly. Consequently, with the three captains leading the charge, a throng of pirates eager to witness the spectacle followed suit, marching toward John's room with great fervor. Meanwhile, in an exquisitely furnished cabin aboard the ship, a man clad in a long crimson robe and sporting long, Flowing curls sat polishing his rapier. Yes, he polished. His mind wandered to what would transpire after Qin Ze's victory, that I wonder how much Qin Ze will win this time. How much of a cut will he be able to claim? If this money is used to settle debts, it should offset a portion, right? I wonder what the situation outside is like. Had it not been for my desire to avoid seeing Qin Ze revel in his winnings, I would have certainly ventured out to observe how Wang Ji and Silver Axe, the two brilliant minds, ended up losing everything before long. The rapier gleamed brilliantly, resembling a mirror capable of reflecting John's face. He brandished the sword in the air a few times. Out of the corner of his eye, he seemed to notice a group of individuals hastening toward his vicinity outside the window. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition surged within him. Before he could ponder further, a tremendous noise erupted. Boom! Glancing toward the source of the sound, he found the Golden Lion, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and a multitude of pirates standing at his door. The fury radiating from the captains at John's entrance was palpable, as if it could manifest physically. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the three captains, John felt a jolt of realization. He immediately surmised their purpose for coming. Such a fierce approach could only indicate one possibility. The three of them had lost money and were already suspecting him. Damn it, John, did you intentionally set us up? Upon laying eyes on John, Wang Ji's anger ignited, and he clenched his fists, demanding an explanation. What did you say? I can't seem to comprehend you. John hurriedly attempted to defend himself, fully aware that admitting to this predicament at this juncture would spell his doom. Yet, how could these captains possibly trust John's words? Damn it, why waste time talking? Let's beat him up first and get the truth later. As soon as the Golden Lion's words fell, he lunged straight at John, with Wang Ji and Silver Axe swiftly following suit. John could fend off one opponent, but was utterly overwhelmed by the subsequent two. Thus, it wasn't long before Captain John found himself apprehended by the three captains. The two men held him in place while one unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. Amid the blows, they interrogated him, demanding, "Will you confess? Damn it! If you don't reveal the truth today, you might as well take a swim in the sea." Wang Ji, fueled by rage, struck without mercy, employing both fists and feet, causing John to wail in agony. The bizarre scene left the following pirates utterly dumbfounded. What in the world has Captain John done to incite the wrath of three captains? Witnessing multiple captains gang up on one is truly a spectacle. This is remarkable. It's my first time seeing a captain getting pummeled like this. How fortunate I am to be here. Should we call the captain over? Captain John is being beaten rather severely. Don't interfere. This is a matter between captains, and frankly, the captain wouldn't care less about such disputes within our pirate crew. The pirates observed the spectacle of John being brutally beaten by the three captains. Their expressions varied. Some were concerned, others puzzled, and many exhilarated. However, the majority were merely there for entertainment, cheering on the captains, urging them to strike even harder. In stark contrast to the onlookers, John's crew remained silent, retreating to the back in trepidation. They feared that the three captains might become so engrossed in their frenzy that they would pull them into the melee as well. Inside John's quarters, the sounds of his cries echoed like a slaughtered pig, reverberating throughout the rock ship. Even on the deck, Qin Ze could feel the intensity of the three captains' assault, without needing to witness it firsthand. Qin Ze could ascertain John's predicament through his observation hockey. Under the relentless interrogation of the three captains, John ultimately succumbed, divulging the entire truth. The gathered pirates erupted in an uproar. Who would have thought that Captain John would boast about winning $5 billion from Qin Ze? He truly spoke without fear of repercussions. Damn, how could he dare say such a thing? Captains, make sure to hit him harder. It turns out that while claiming Qin Ze lost, he was the one who actually lost nearly 100 million berries to Qin Ze. What an audacious display of shamelessness. Ha ha ha. He even schemed to entrap Wang Ji and Silver Axe. It's no wonder he received such a thrashing. I knew it. Captain Qin Ze is no ordinary person. He must have been deliberately toying with them. And to think he lost 30 million berries. Who would believe that? Surely no one genuinely bought into that rumor. Damn it. You were the loudest one, boasting that you could become rich overnight. And so, all of John's misdeeds were laid bare for all to see. From gambling with Qin Ze on the island, and losing nearly 100 million berries, to returning and boasting to Wang Ji and Silver Axe about winning 5 billion, culminating in the scheme that led them to seek out Qin Ze for more gambling that in the Rock's pirate crew. Treachery among comrades is not uncommon, yet such matters being brought to light, especially between captains, is indeed rare. Within John's room, after the three captains had extracted all the confessions from him, they continued their assault for a while longer until their tempers cooled. Finally ceasing the one-sided beating at this point, John was in a pitiful state, his clothing torn and tattered, revealing bruises beneath. His face was smeared with blood, and he had succumbed to unconsciousness. The once polished rapier now lay discarded. Covered in dust, its blade marked with various footprints. Get a few ship's doctors to take John to the infirmary. Wang Ji called out to the surrounding pirates, glancing at the unconscious John, although John had fainted. The three captains had refrained from inflicting life-threatening injuries. They had merely dealt him wounds that would heal in due time. After all, as captains of the Rock's pirate crew, no one dared make decisions regarding life and death without Rock's consent. For while it is acceptable to slay ordinary crew members, allowing a captain to perish or suffer irreparable harm would significantly diminish the crew's overall combat effectiveness. Responding to Wang Ji's command, several pirates emerged from the crowd, lifting John and carrying him away under the watchful eyes of the three captains. Simultaneously, in an expansive chamber at the top of the ship, sat a man with an octopus head. He had been keenly observing everything that transpired through his advanced observation hockey, from the beginning of the gambling to the conclusion, and finally to John's beating. However, in contrast to the incident of John being assaulted, Rock seemed far more intrigued by Qin Ze's current prowess. In such a brief span of time, his mastery of armament hockey had already reached its zenith, and there were also signs of breakthroughs in observation hockey. He truly was a veritable monster. Rox murmured in a tone audible only to himself, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as a peculiar smile crept across his lips. How fascinating. John's removal did not entirely quell the fury of the three captains. Under the watchful eyes of many, they ransacked John's residence, leaving no stone unturned. Ultimately, they unearthed a substantial bag of money hidden within a hole in the wall. A bounty taken from the casino. The once lavishly adorned room had been dismantled with reckless abandon. Witnessing the captain's actions, the pirates could only exclaim their admiration. They had engaged in such plundering countless times. But compared to the captains, their efforts felt trivial. The captains were not only swift and ruthless, but their robbery was executed with remarkable efficiency. Captain John had truly suffered. Not only was he beaten into submission, but his very foundation had been stripped away. Damn it! No wonder they could hold the title of captain. It turned out we were simply too inexperienced, thinking a good beating would suffice. Let us observe how the captains conduct their home invasion. It might come in handy in the future. The captains certainly taught me a lesson. The actions of the three captains, rather than eliciting disdain from the pirates, were deemed entirely reasonable and worthy of emulation. Over the years, they had spent ages seeking treasures. Yet the captains accomplished the entire process in under a minute with remarkable efficiency. Some audacious and meticulous pirates, seizing the moment while the captains were occupied with John, managed to swipe a few valuable items from within. However, unlike the exuberance of the pirates, the three captains now wore expressions of confusion as they gazed at the hefty sack. It made no sense. Where had John's wealth vanished to? Surely, he possessed more than this. Damn it, where was the gold from the heavens that he had promised? Forget it. Let us go. He got lucky this time. As they spoke, the three captains hoisted the large sack and departed from John's abode. This scene did not escape the keen eyes of Qin Ze, who observed from the deck. The captains were indeed merciless. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard, who had remained nearby, folded his arms and chuckled. Gulalala. Qin Ze, this game you set up is quite impressive. In response, Qin Ze shrugged. Haha, I was merely passive. They came seeking me out for a game. Since returning, Qin Ze had never contemplated gambling with the other captains. It was simply that John had approached him, and seeing an opportunity for profit, he seized the moment. After all, money that could be earned should not be squandered. As for concerns about the three captains seeking trouble with him, that was entirely outside of Qin Ze's considerations. If trouble were to arise, it would be directed at John. Gulalala. Regardless, witnessing their infighting is a rare occurrence. It truly opens my eyes. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Throughout the years, he had never quite seen eye to eye with the other captains, their philosophies starkly contrasting. They prioritized profit above all, while Whitebeard valued familial bonds. Thus, to observe them losing money and embroiled in conflict brought him immense satisfaction, and he felt a deeper admiration for Qin Ze, who, despite not performing any earth-shattering feats, managed to incite discord among the captains while remaining aloof. Raising an eyebrow at Whitebeard's words, Qin Ze mused, "Well, I senti this merely their greed at play. All right, the show is concluded. Let us tidy up and head back. Kaido, pack up all this money and take it to my quarters." Rising from his seat, Qin Ze brushed off his clothes and turned to Kaido. "Ain't this?" Kaido's expression darkened, feeling utterly dejected. Having just finished serving, he now had to engage in manual labor. He felt that this role of captain was merely a means for Qin Ze to delegate tasks. Nonetheless, despite his inner complaints, he swiftly complied with Qin Ze's orders. With John's costly misfortune, this matter reached a conclusion. Previously, on the ship, Qin Ze had been referred to as a monster, after demonstrating his remarkable skills. He had acquired a new moniker within the Rocks Pirates, the Gambling Monster. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 10 days had passed aboard the ship. During this time, Qin Ze continued his daily regimen of training. Realizing it had been nearly 5 months since he arrived in this pirate world, in terms of strength, Qin Ze had made significant progress since his bout with Zifa. Firstly, regarding the 3 types of haki. His observation haki had now, through rigorous testing, nearly reached a high tier, just a step away from predicting the future. His armament haki remained at the initial stage of the high tier, exhibiting a tendency to push towards the intermediate level. The Conqueror's haki, however, was the slowest to advance, likely because it could not be cultivated through mere effort, rendering tangible progress elusive. Secondly, in terms of speed and power, following the previous battle and through diligent training over the past days, there had been notable improvements. Almost daily, he found himself significantly stronger than the day before, though progress gradually slowed afterward. While he continued to improve, it was not as pronounced as in earlier days, leading Qin Ze to understand that the fastest advancements occurred during and immediately after combat. Lastly, concerning his physical resilience, Qin Ze could be described as impervious in moments of idleness. He had previously tested his limits by fiercely rubbing his finger against himself while infused with armament haki, resulting in no marks left on his skin. This incident recalled the tale of the strongest spear and the mightiest shield. Though such actions bore a hint of self-harm, they nonetheless showcased his formidable physique. After all, even without exerting his full strength, his power was extraordinary. The force behind his fingers could easily rival that of a renowned swordsman. Additionally, during this period, Qin Ze conducted a thorough assessment of the crew members within the division. Adhering to the principle of survival of the fittest, the rules are quite straightforward. The Vice Captain Kaido acts as the Chief Examiner, as long as one can withstand a single strike from him. They are deemed successful. Ultimately, after a series of tests, out of over a dozen participants, only one remained. The others either surrendered outright or fell by Kaido's blow, leaving them gasping for breath in light of this. Qin Ze even allocated some funds as severance pay and medical expenses for the defeated. Consequently, the already sparse crew of the brigade was further diminished by Qin Ze's actions, leaving just 4 individuals, including Qin Ze himself. The other members of the Rocks crew were quite perplexed by Qin Ze's behavior. Within the Rocks Pirates, every team operated in a competitive manner, with others striving to bolster their ranks in hopes of garnering greater rewards in future conquests. It was indeed rare to find someone like Qin Ze, who drastically weakened his own team's strength. However, despite their confusion, no one questioned Qin Ze's actions, for everything he undertook within the Rocks Pirates consistently exceeded expectations and yielded unforeseen outcomes. The authority he had established through his deeds was akin to a hallmark within the crew, commanding an involuntary respect. On a day like any other, Qin Ze was exercising in his quarters. Having completed the 10-kilometer run for the day, he was left with only those exercises that could be performed indoors. After spending time with the pirates and experiencing various events, he no longer felt the initial pangs of social anxiety even when being observed while running outside. Upon completing the last push-up, he had successfully completed his workout for the day. He clapped his hands together, rose, and peered into the mirror. The reflection revealed a well-proportioned figure, with distinctly defined muscles, reminiscent of Saitama's physique. As he gazed at the treasure behind him, Qin Ze raised an eyebrow, for the description golden and resplendent could not have been more fitting. These riches have been preliminarily assessed by Whitebeard to be worth at least 6 billion berries. What does 6 billion berries signify? It implies a lifetime free from financial worries, equivalent to the worth of 2.5 heads in the Rock's crew. However, looking at this wealth, Qin Ze felt little joy, only a sense of melancholy, for the money aboard this ship was utterly useless to him. It merely served as decoration. In his previous life, Qin Ze had been impoverished, yearning for a carefree existence, but hampered by a lack of funds. Now, in the pirate world, the situation had wholly reversed. He possessed wealth, yet had no means to utilize it. This thought left him feeling a sense of suffocation, observing his attire and the decor of the room. He noted the stark contrast with the riches, which failed to reflect the ostentation one would expect from a sudden millionaire. Knock! Knock! As Qin Ze pondered, a sudden knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. He donned a simple garment, but did not approach the door, instead calling out, "Come in." The door creaked open to reveal a towering figure with prominent horns and bulging muscles. Kaido stood at the threshold. "Kaido, come in." Without hesitation, Kaido strode over to Qin Ze. Despite having seen the treasures before, each time he laid eyes on them, the thought echoed in his mind. What incredible wealth! Was he merely allowing these riches to accumulate here without any security measures? Did he not fear being targeted? Kaido understood that Qin Ze did not place much value on money, yet to treat such treasures as mere clutter was a bit disconcerting. "Here, I'm the greatest safeguard. Is there anyone aboard who would dare to touch my possessions?" Seated at the table, Qin Ze spoke slowly. Within the Rock's pirates, barring the captain, no one dared to provoke him. The captain himself showed little interest in material wealth, rendering security measures irrelevant. After all, if one possessed strength, even tossing treasure onto the deck would not invite theft. Moreover, when Qin Ze was absent, Jorabaf often kept watch, and occasionally Whitebeard would assist in managing the treasures. Thus, Qin Ze felt no apprehension regarding anyone coveting the riches. Of course not. Kaido replied with a hint of disappointment. Qin Ze's earlier statement was indeed accurate, and even Kaido felt no temptation towards the immense trove of wealth. "What brings you to me?" Qin Ze inquired directly, fixing his gaze on Kaido. Chuckling, Kaido responded, "Ever since I consumed the fruit, I've felt my strength continuously growing, yet it never seems sufficient that I suspect this is due to my prolonged training aboard the ship, which lacks proper combat. Thus, I require battles to enhance my prowess." "So?" Qin Ze arched an eyebrow, prompting further explanation that on this ship, we cannot engage in direct combat, nor can we utilize large-scale techniques. Otherwise, we might damage the vessel. Therefore, I was thinking of going out to seek opportunities. Kaido elaborated. "Oh." Qin Ze's interest peaked as a smile crept across his face. "You seek me out, implying you wish for me to accompany you?" He deduced. "Indeed, you guessed it right away." Kaido beamed, complimenting Qin Ze. "If you wish to fight, why come to me?" Qin Ze retorted, slightly exasperated, noting Kaido as newfound penchant for flattery. Kaido chuckled and said, "Recently, I received news from some of the other crew members. There's a famous flower street on an island in the area ahead." "Oh." The mention of a flower street stirred Qin Ze's curiosity. "Are there beautiful women there?" "Indeed, many." Qin Ze nodded thoughtfully. He couldn't quite discern whether Kaido genuinely yearned for battles to strengthen himself or if he was merely eager to visit the flower street. However, it mattered little to Qin Ze, for he was intrigued. He had long heard tales of the exquisite performances on flower streets, and this might be an excellent opportunity to indulge his eyes. Moreover, it would allow him to revel in some luxury, for it was indeed torturous to gaze upon wealth without a means to spend it. "Since you wish to strengthen your abilities through combat, as captain, how could I not oversee the endeavor? After all, you are our team's main combat force. Your growth in strength benefits the entire crew." Qin Ze cleared his throat and nodded. "So, when do we set off?" We can depart tomorrow. That island is not far from our route. Kaido replied with a smile, pleased that Qin Ze had acquiesced. Excellent. Tomorrow it is. The following day, Qin Ze lay in bed, lost in pleasant dreams, when a series of knocks at the door abruptly roused him. Rubbing his eyes, he opened the door to find Kaido waiting outside, just as they had agreed to embark. Qin Ze smacked his forehead, feeling exasperated. It was only around 5 in the morning, and the sun had yet to rise. To say that Kaido was eager to enhance his strength through battle seemed an understatement. Even a dog would shake its head in disbelief at such enthusiasm. Now, Qin Ze was certain that Kaido was merely using the pretext of seeking strength to indulge in a visit to the Flower Street. After all, he had missed the opportunity last time and likely harbored a burning desire to go now. Damn it! You're a bit too eager for this time of day, Qin Ze exclaimed as he opened the door. Captain Qin Ze, if we leave now, we should arrive by afternoon. With a bit of preparation, we can enjoy the sights of the Flower Street by evening. Oh, I mean the beautiful scenery. Kaido's face was brimming with excitement as he spoke to Qin Ze. Upon learning about the Flower Street during the crew's discussions earlier, Kaido had resolved that he must visit it. After failing to do so last time, a lingering discomfort had settled within him. The reason for inviting Qin Ze was solely due to his inexperience in such venues, prompting him to seek Qin Ze's company. However, unbeknownst to him, despite Qin Ze's seemingly mature demeanor, he was not much more experienced than Kaido himself. All right, Qin Ze yawned and replied. While waiting outside Kaido's room, he had casually prepared himself inside. In addition to stuffing a bag full of cash, he also retrieved a mask. This mask, resembling a fox, had been acquired from a pirate aboard the ship. Its purpose was mainly for future voyages, considering that with their current influence, it was quite likely they would be recognized. If that happened, not only would they be unable to visit the Flower Street, but even buying something would be a challenge. Let's go. Calling out to Kaido outside, Qin Ze hefted the large bag of money and made his way toward the lifeboat storage area. In no time, they arrived at their destination. Kaido pulled the lifeboat from the ship's side, releasing it into the water before taking a seat. No wonder you greeted Captain Rocks yesterday. It seems you had already planned to set off at this hour. Qin Ze tossed the bag of money onto the lifeboat's deck, leaped over the side, and landed nimbly at the bow. He then pulled out his navigation tools, holding a map in one hand while fiddling with the logbook in the other. The sooner they set out, the sooner they'd return. As Kaido spoke, he had already started the boat. With a sound of commotion, the lifeboat began to cut through the water. I see you can hardly wait. Qin Ze shot him a glance, expressing disdain. Let's go. Turn left. Following Qin Ze's directions, Kaido steered the lifeboat, and amidst the roaring sounds, they gradually distanced themselves from the rock ship, this time due to the early hour. Not a single soul was on deck to see them off. Fortunately, Qin Ze had informed Whitebeard the day before about their outing, so there was no need for further farewells as the sound of the boat faded. The lifeboat disappeared into the still dark night. Bustling island harbor, an exquisitely decorated ship was docked nearby. Two young men, strikingly different in height, disembarked. The shorter one wore a mask, while the tall one sported a pair of horns atop his head. Indeed, they were Qin Ze and Kaido. Why do you get to wear a mask while I do not? Kaido inquired, slightly frowning as he saw Qin Ze donning a mask from his bag. With your level of notoriety, do you even need a mask? Qin Ze scoffed, tossing the bag to Kaido. Taken aback, Kaido's expression twitched, leaving him speechless. At this moment, Kaido's strength and reputation were far from what he would later achieve as one of the four emperors. Thus, in this area, where the Rocks pirates had first appeared, no one recognized him. Before they could take more than a few steps, a voice called out, "Hello, do you require the services of a boat management personnel?" A young man dressed in blue approached Kaido with the inquiry. Sure. Kaido, momentarily taken aback, thought the question was directed at Qin Ze, considering he was the one making the decisions. However, it seemed the man perceived Kaido as the leader. This was understandable given Kaido's imposing stature and the aura he exuded, which contrasted sharply with the unremarkable Qin Ze standing beside him. Qin Ze found this encounter rather intriguing, for this island was the most prosperous place he had seen since arriving in this pirate world. Not only was there a harbor, but there were also dedicated reception personnel present. It was undeniable. They had come to the right place. Given the luxury of your vessel, we will need to arrange for multiple personnel to oversee it, which will incur a fee of 6,000 berries. The blue-clad man smiled as he spoke. All right. Without hesitation, Qin Ze reached into the bag and produced 6,000 berries, handing them to the blue-clad man. Upon receiving the money, the man's eyes sparkled with delight as he continued, "Might I inquire if you are here to visit the flower street of our Chidri Island?" "Indeed." Qin Ze raised an eyebrow. "Realizing that many must visit the flower street daily, I can escort you both there, saving you from unnecessary detours. However, there's a guide fee of 1,000 berries." After receiving their affirmative response, the blue-clad man continued, "Very well." Qin Ze extracted another 1,000 berries from his bag on this outing. He was determined to spend freely wherever possible. Eschewing haggling, he wished to fully experience the thrill of lavish spending. A form of retribution for his long-suppressed desires, the blue-clad man, seemingly surprised by their swift agreement, hesitated for a moment before accepting the money with polite gratitude. "Please, follow me," under the guidance of the blue-clad man. Qin Ze and Kaido traversed the desolate areas of the island for about an hour and finally arrived at the flower street, now enveloped in the night, standing in the most expansive area. The moment Qin Ze laid eyes on the flower street, he was captivated by its splendor. The entire street was ablaze with lights, bustling with activity. The air was filled with a cacophony of sounds, and the buildings on either side rose uniformly. The crowd surged, hurrying along, and upon closer inspection, one could see taverns, shops, and workshops lining the sides, culminating in the row of kabuki theaters that piqued Qin Ze's interest the most. At that moment, it felt as if he had returned to a familiar scene from a past life. The vibrant city that never slept. Beside him, Kaido wore a similar expression, clearly entranced by the spectacle before him. At just 19, it was apparent that this was his first encounter with such a scene. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the flower street of our island. Since you have arrived, I shall take my leave." The blue-clad man concluded his task and prepared to depart. Hearing this, Kaido nodded, his gaze completely absorbed by the view ahead, not even sparing the man a glance as he waved him off. In the shadows where the light did not reach, the blue-clad man faded into the darkness. Observing their retreating figures and the bulging bag, his expression shifted slightly. "Qin Ze, what do you think of this place? Did we come to the right spot?" After a prolonged gaze, Kaido withdrew his attention and turned to Qin Ze. "Indeed, this time we have certainly found the right place," Qin Ze replied with a smile. His eyes gleaming with anticipation at the sight before him, he knew he was finally free to indulge. "So what shall we do next?" Kaido glanced at Qin Ze, leaving his sentence unfinished, but the implication was unmistakable. "No rush. First, we must tidy ourselves up. That will add to our flair." As he spoke, Qin Ze pointed to a barber shop on the side of the street. Without delay, he made his way toward it, and Kaido promptly followed suit. The barber, a man just over 30, greeted them with a broad smile upon their entrance. "What style would you like, gentlemen?" he inquired. In response, Qin Ze surveyed the surroundings, placed the bag aside, and took a seat in a chair. Glancing at his reflection in the mirror, he declared, "Give me a hairstyle worth $1 billion." The barber paused, taken aback, as it seemed he had never encountered such a request in his career. Yet, his professionalism reminded him that such a hairstyle was beyond his capabilities. "Could you be more specific?" Upon hearing those words, Qin Ze cast a glance at the barber. After shaking his head, he sighed. "Then just trim the sides a little." Qin Ze initially hoped to cultivate an appearance befitting a wealthy individual within this establishment. After all, in the future, he might find himself bereft of hair altogether. However, to his dismay, this shabby shop failed to deliver, prompting him to resort to the oft-repeated phrase he always uttered at barbershops. "All right." The barber, smiling in response, picked up his tools. Meanwhile, Kaido, quicker than Qin Ze, had already begun his haircut under the hands of another barber. Approximately 10 minutes later, as both barbers ceased their work, Qin Ze and Kaido rose from their chairs. They exchanged a knowing glance before offering a subjective assessment. "Very dapper." The hesitant praise that escaped their lips clearly indicated the enhancement in their appearances resulting from this haircut. After settling the bill, the duo exited the barber shop, yet their venture was far from over. Under Qin Ze's guidance, they entered a clothing store. After browsing, they spent 3 million berries on 2 garments. Damn, the clothes here are exorbitantly priced, Kaido exclaimed, lamenting the 2 million berries spent on his light blue coat. After all, it was crafted from Sea King leather, making the cost somewhat justifiable. Besides, it's not like you had to pay. Qin Ze replied nonchalantly, in the world of pirates, Sea Kings were rarely captured, and it was exceedingly difficult for ordinary people to slay them, rendering every component of their being exceedingly rare. The leather from these creatures, known for its durability and resistance to wear, was top tier for crafting clothing and accessories, thus commanding a hefty price. However, for someone like Qin Ze, whose worth exceeded 6 billion, this expenditure felt trivial, merely offering him a fleeting taste of indulgence. As they exited the clothing store, Qin Ze wrapped his black coat around himself and declared, "All right, now we can head to Kabukicho." No sooner had he spoken than he strode towards the end of the street to make tea that moment. With his keen perception, Qin Ze noticed a group of 8 individuals in a corner, their eyes intentionally or otherwise glancing in his direction. "Are you sure that the masked man is carrying a bag full of money?" One man, wielding a large machete and seemingly the leader, inquired of another. "Indeed, I saw it quite clearly. I estimate that bag contains at least several million berries." The speaker, clad in blue, was the very man who had greeted Qin Ze and Kaido at the harbor. He had noticed them as their lifeboat approached the dock, that a vessel with such opulent decor undoubtedly belonged to a wealthy individual, just as he had surmised. Several million berries. Brothers, we are about to strike it rich." The machete-wielding leader chuckled, glancing at the blue-clad man with a grin, though a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he turned away. "It seems we have caught the attention of some lowly fish," Kaido observed, having also noticed the group of 8. "Let us take care of these nuisances first." As he spoke, the 2 men departed the clothing store, not towards Kabukicho, but rather into the shadows of the street. Sure enough, as Qin Ze and Kaido moved, the 8 individuals followed suit. Moments ago, they had hesitated to act, but now these 2 fools were unwittingly creating an opportunity for them. Don't underestimate them. That man towering over 6 feet must be a tough opponent, one man cautioned. "Damn it, what are we afraid of? With 8 of us armed, we can chop him into pieces," another retorted. "Enough talk, let us go. And wrap this up quickly." Qin Ze and Kaido proceeded at a leisurely pace, cautious not to lose the trailing group. They walked from the clothing store into the dimly lit shadows, halting only when they caught sight of the 8 men, now 5 meters away, brandishing their machetes, blocking their path. As the 8 finally revealed themselves, a smile crept across Qin Ze's face. May I inquire where you gentlemen are headed? Would you like us to guide you?" The leader, holding the machete, smirked at their sudden halt. "If we're to send you on your way, perhaps you should lead the way first." Qin Ze replied coolly, "You're not leaving today." The machete-wielding man's countenance darkened upon hearing Qin Ze's words. Losing all amusement that moment, a blue-clad man stepped forward from the crowd, sneering at Qin Ze and Kaido. "You clearly don't comprehend the principle of not flaunting your wealth. Don't blame us for taking notice. Hand over your money willingly, and we can ensure a swift end to this." The machete-wielding leader bellowed, his patience now utterly depleted, as if he had already secured victory over the 2 men before him. "Kaido, these pests are yours to deal with. Remember to leave a few alive," Qin Ze remarked, his expression hidden beneath the mask, laced with amusement as he spoke leisurely. In response, Kaido clenched his fists and smiled. Understood, realizing that the opposing leader would not surrender easily. The leader's fury ignited, and he waved his hand to his companions, shouting, "Damn it, they're asking for it. Brothers, attack." No sooner had he finished speaking than 6 armed subordinates charged forward. In the blink of an eye, the foremost attacker found his neck snapped by Kaido, his lifeless body crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The weapon he clutched was left mangled. His eyes wide in disbelief, he seemed unable to fathom how Kaido's seemingly languid strike could possess such overwhelming force. This scene unfolded so swiftly that the remaining assailants barely had time to react. By the time they sensed danger, Kaido was already upon them. Panic surged through their hearts as they struggled to comprehend how such a massive figure could move with such alacrity. Yet, before they could fully grasp the peril, Kaido was already in motion. In the next instant, His palm descended upon one of them with ease, as if swatting a cucumber. With each strike, another adversary fell, even when they attempted to defend themselves with their weapons. The outcome remained unchanged, as the sheer force of Kaido's strikes rendered their blades into mere splinters. Before long, all 6 of the charging men had collapsed like a line of dominoes under the incredulous gaze of their leader, meeting their demise in mere seconds. Witnessing this, the leader's face paled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He realized he had encountered a formidable adversary. He had anticipated that Kaido would be challenging, requiring time to subdue, but never expected him to be this powerful, capable of breaking blades with his bare hands, all while exhibiting an air of nonchalance, showing no signs of exertion. I could see that moment. A singular thought consumed the leader's mind. Flee. This opponent was simply on an entirely different level. However, just as he prepared to bolt, Kaido's gaze locked onto him, feeling the weight of that fierce stare. The man felt as if he had been marked by a predator, extinguishing any thought of escape. Please, don't kill me. It was this man who orchestrated everything. He sent us here. He is the mastermind behind this whole affair. It is all his fault. At this moment, fear had entirely consumed the man's heart, rendering him incapable of even the slightest thought of resistance or escape. Pointing at the figure in green beside him, he spoke with a face full of terror. The man in green, in turn, was equally taken aback. He never anticipated that at such a critical juncture, this individual would not seek to flee, but rather attempt to shift the blame and justify himself. Flee! Without a moment's hesitation, the man in green turned and sprinted away. However, in the next instant, his steps came to an abrupt halt. Clutching his neck with his hand, he turned his head in a daze. His expression one of disbelief at the events that had just transpired, as his body collapsed. Blood oozed through his fingers, instantly staining his entire palm crimson. Boom! The lifeless body of the man in green thudded against the ground, producing a dull sound. Still thinking of fleeing, you wretched creature! The man wielding the large knife, his face contorted with fury, delivered another strike to the corpse. Had it not been for the man in green bringing the news, he believed he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Not only had he lost several subordinates, but now his own life was also hanging by a thread. I have already eliminated the mastermind behind this. Can I not exchange my life for safety? The man gripped the cleaver tightly, blood trickling from the blade, coalescing into droplets that fell to the ground. The moment the man in green had made a break for it, the man had swung his knife, striking a fatal blow. He gazed at Kaido and Qin Ze, his face pleading for mercy. Observing this scene, Qin Ze looked at him with calm eyes and spoke slowly. In this flower district, do you know which kabuki-cho is the most intriguing? Hearing Qin Ze's words, the man was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not expecting such a question from the masked figure. However, this doubt lasted only an instant. He understood that hesitation was not an option. Guhon Kabuki-cho. Oh, Guhon Kabuki-cho. The name felt oddly familiar. After receiving the desired answer, Qin Ze frowned slightly and murmured, I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before. But I can't recall where. As the man noticed Qin Ze had obtained the answer he sought, he opened his mouth to plead for mercy once more, but before he could utter a word, Kaido's hand loomed large before him. Crack! The sound of a neck snapping echoed, and the man fell to the ground in response. 8 individuals. None were spared. Once the bodies had been dealt with, Qin Ze straightened his attire. Let us depart. In the night, the silhouettes of the 2 men elongated under the moonlight until they vanished from sight. Are we headed to that Guhon Kabuki-cho next? Kaido inquired, gazing at the street before them, which resembled daylight. At this point, he and Qin Ze had returned to the flower district. Indeed, although that individual was a fool, he is certainly more familiar with this area than we are. It saves us from having to ask around later. Qin Ze raised an eyebrow in response as they stepped onto the street. Amidst the flickering lights, Qin Ze and Kaido melded into the crowd. Approximately half an hour later, their figures appeared at the end of the flower district. Phew! Finally arrived. With a sigh, Qin Ze wiped the sweat from his forehead, astonished that such a short distance had taken so long, a testament to the bustling nature of the flower district. Before them stood a neon-lit sign that was particularly eye-catching, emblazoned with 6 prominent characters. Guhon Kabuki-cho. Qin Ze observed the sign. A faint smile gracing his lips, it appeared that the individual had not deceived him. From an exterior perspective, it indeed seemed to possess a certain allure. However, the true experience could only be discerned through personal engagement. Without lingering at the entrance for long, Qin Ze and Kaido ventured inside. What greeted them was an expansive area, far more prosperous than the outside. Within Kabukicho, there were not only entertainment venues, but also izakayas, bars, restaurants, and other establishments. This was understandable, as these supplementary facilities could incite a desire for secondary consumption among customers, representing a significant source of revenue. "Good evening, gentlemen. What services can I assist you with?" A melodious voice rang in Qin Ze's ear. Standing before him was a strikingly dressed bunny girl, her smile radiant as she regarded Qin Ze. In Kabukicho, such dedicated service was not available to everyone. Due to the high foot traffic, the bunny girls could not attend to each guest, necessitating the selection of suitable patrons from the passing crowd. Upon entering, the attire worn by Qin Ze and Kaido quickly caught her attention, causing her to brighten in such an environment. Having an eye for detail was essential. She immediately recognized their leather coats as belonging to the Sea King variety. Thus, in her eyes, Qin Ze and Kaido were undoubtedly affluent individuals, and wealthy patrons were treated like royalty here, deserving of superior service. "I seek relaxation." Upon seeing the bunny girl, Qin Ze's eyes lit up. It was his first encounter with a female cosplaying as a character from One Piece. Though her beauty was not extraordinary, her presence was undeniably uplifting. Instead of replying directly to the bunny girl's inquiry, he rephrased his request. The bunny girl, grasping Qin Ze's intent almost instantly, replied, "Please follow me." As she spoke, she led Qin Ze and Kaido further inside, explaining as they walked. "Our Guhon Kabukicho is the most renowned in the area, boasting an array of comprehensive facilities. Here, you can enjoy the finest services. Anything you desire and can afford can be realized here. We have 3 categories of establishments: ladyboys, host boys, and courtesans." At this, the bunny girl glanced back at Qin Ze and Kaido. The implication clear. "What are your preferences, gentlemen?" Sensing the bunny girl's gaze, Qin Ze's face twitched beneath his mask. This place indeed offered extravagant experiences, even featuring ladyboy establishments. "I feel the same," Kaido quickly chimed in, shivering at the thought of the other 2 options. "Very well," the bunny girl responded cheerfully, turning left to continue deeper into the venue. Approximately 6 minutes later, Qin Ze and Kaido finally arrived at their destination. "Red Moon Flower Shop. Gentlemen, this is the finest flower shop in Guhon Kabukicho." After bringing them here, the bunny girl made to take her leave. As she prepared to depart, Qin Ze retrieved 10,000 berries from his bag and handed it to her. In such establishments, Qin Ze understood the basic etiquette. The purpose of escorting them and providing explanations was, of course, to earn a tip. The bunny girl, momentarily taken aback by the generous amount of money he offered, quickly regained her composure and accepted it with gratitude, expressing thanks profusely. Before departing, she added an inexplicable remark: "While you enjoy yourselves, please also pay attention to your personal safety." At her words, Qin Ze and Kaido exchanged bewildered glances. "Pay attention to safety? What does that mean?" Kaido questioned, perplexed. What safety measures could one possibly require in a place like this? "Just ensure personal precautions are in place," Qin Ze replied slowly, then made his way into the Red Moon Flower Shop. It must be said that the atmosphere within was quite delightful. Upon entry, Qin Ze was greeted by an enticing fragrance. The lighting throughout the flower shop was warm-toned, accompanied by gentle melodies that floated through the air. 2 words: professionalism. A charming mama-san approached Qin Ze and Kaido as they entered. "What type of private room would you like? What is the price for your most luxurious room?" Qin Ze placed the bag at his feet and inquired with a hint of curiosity. "It might be a bit pricey, 180,000 berry. Moreover, the ladies in the flower shop and other performances are charged separately." Mamma Mia, her eyes sparkling with mirth, gently waved her fan and responded, "Then let us reserve the finest private room." To Qin Ze, this price posed no obstacle, and he promptly requested 2 rooms. Upon hearing this, Mamma Mia's smile widened even further. "All right," she exclaimed. Consequently, under her guidance, Qin Ze and Kaido were escorted to a remarkably spacious suite. Surrounding them were wooden sliding doors that could be drawn apart, with a small entrance nearby that in the center lay a vast open space, ample enough for several individuals to dance upon to Qin Ze's surprise. This venue indeed offered such performances. At that moment, Mamma Mia presented him with a small booklet showcasing an array of entertainment options, each accompanied by its respective price tag. For instance, a dance performance would cost 50,000 berry. Shall we indulge in a dance to feel the ambience? Qin Ze suggested, casting a glance towards Kaido. Absolutely, Kaido replied without a moment's hesitation. Having spent countless days training aboard the ship, he regarded watching a performance as a form of relaxation. Let us proceed with this dance. Qin Ze pointed to the dance section in the booklet and turned to Mamma Mia to convey his decision. He then retrieved 230,000 berry from the bag and handed it over. Very well. Mamma Mia accepted the berry with a beaming smile and, after acknowledging him, stepped back. Qin Ze and Kaido exchanged a knowing smile, a moment of silent understanding passing between them. Shortly thereafter, 3 elegantly attired women entered through the door of the luxurious private room. They were strikingly beautiful, each standing over 6 feet tall, an ordinary height in the world of pirates. Under Qin Ze's watchful gaze, the 3 entertainers glided gracefully across the open space, their flowing sleeves and skirts fluttering in the air like 3 butterflies dancing in the breeze. Although Qin Ze could not decipher the meaning behind their movements, he found the spectacle undeniably enchanting at that moment. Observing the 3 women in their elaborate attire, Qin Ze raised an eyebrow, entertaining a bold thought. If he were to employ his observation haki, could he not perceive through their garments? This notion wrestled in his mind for a while before he ultimately dismissed it, realizing that doing so would rob the dance of its allure. Just as Qin Ze silently admired the performance, an abrupt voice broke the tranquility. How could we possibly enjoy this without some drinks? Kaido exclaimed, his excitement peaked as he watched the 3 beauties dance. Qin Ze smacked his thigh in realization. How could he have forgotten this? With that, he rang a small bell on the table. Moments later, Mamma Mia knocked and entered. Is there anything else you require? Bring us your finest drinks and dishes, Qin Ze declared grandly with a sweeping gesture. After Mamma Mia exited, it wasn't long before several attendants arrived, presenting an array of beverages and delicacies before Kaido and Qin Ze. By the gods, the flavors are exquisite. Compared to this, the food aboard the rocks is utterly abysmal, Kaido exclaimed, taking a hefty bite from the leg of an unfamiliar creature, grease dripping from his mouth. At this, Qin Ze's lips twitched. After all, consuming the culinary creations of the long-bred chef daily was indeed a dismal experience. Yet, Qin Ze himself felt little impact, as he had been savoring the chef's hidden delicacies all along. Throughout the mesmerizing dance of the 3 entertainers, Qin Ze and Kaido reveled in their drinks and banter. Suddenly, Qin Ze sensed something amiss and furrowed his brow. Activating his observation haki, he scanned the surroundings. He discovered 3 men lurking just behind the wooden sliding doors. Judging by their imposing presence, they clearly harbored ill intentions. Instantly, Qin Ze's mood soured. It wasn't that he feared for his safety. Rather, he was perplexed as to why disruptions seemed to arise at the most critical moments. Yet, outwardly, he maintained a facade of joviality, continuing to share laughter with Kaido as time passed. The performance of the 3 entertainers concluded, and they gracefully exited the room. At this juncture, those hiding outside began to stir. Their prolonged presence at the door suggested a likely collusion with the individuals within. Creak, the sound of the sliding door echoed as, under Qin Ze and Kaido's watchful gazes, 3 men sauntered in, casually seating themselves at a small wooden table in the corner. Kaido, taken aback by the unexpected arrival of these unfamiliar men, turned to Qin Ze and asked, "Who are they?" Qin Ze shrugged, indicating he had no knowledge of them. "Ha ha! Fear not, gentlemen. We merely wish to make your acquaintance," one of the men, with thinning hair and a face full of rough features, remarked as he glanced at the 2 that upon hearing this. Qin Ze shook his head. "I'm afraid we're not interested. If there's nothing else, kindly take your leave." His voice was icy, as frigid as ice from a deep freeze. The leader of the men merely chuckled at this, unfazed, and turned to Kaido, inquiring, "What about you? Do you share the same sentiment?" "Not at all, begone." Kaido, having recognized the trio's intentions, replied curtly, "What a pity." The man lamented while moving closer to Kaido, his expression one of feigned sorrow. Abruptly, his tone shifted. "If that is the case, you shall remain here with us." As he spoke, a dagger appeared in his hand, aimed directly at Kaido's throat. Caught off guard by this sudden attack, Qin Ze felt a surge of alarm. His concern was not for Kaido's safety, but rather for the potential severity of his response. "Kaido, be gentle." Just as Qin Ze's warning escaped his lips, Kaido had already concluded the encounter. Thud! The sound of a watermelon bursting echoed through the room as the man's skull was crushed beneath Kaido's strike. Brain matter and blood splattering across the interior. Witnessing this scene, Qin Ze sighed, realizing that yet again, plans would be thwarted. Simultaneously, the remaining two men, upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, began to stir.